blue sky, goodbye pests.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs dropped the rubber match against the Mets yesterday 7-1 and fall to 19-18 on the year, and it's the small mistakes continuing to add up. And here's manager Torey Lovullo after yesterday's loss.
It was one of those days, it didn't have a great feel to it from where I was in the dugout, and we just couldn't get rolling. So maybe it's a credit to their starting pitcher. He's got very good stuff. But I believe enough in that team and that's sitting in that clubhouse right now that they can put up points against any type of starting pitching. We have to. We got to be able to beat any type of starter.
The tough schedule continues as the Dodgers come to town in the D-backs' first NL West series of the year. First pitch from Brandon Pfaadt will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Suns' new general manager, Brian Gregory's first move will be bringing in a new head coach to help establish an identity. For more on Gregory and the coaching search, head to arizonasports.com. Mikal Bridges and the Knicks completed another 20-point comeback against the Celtics last night in a 91-90 win to go up 2-0 in the series heading back to New York, and the Thunder bounced back in a big way, taking care of the Nuggets 149-106. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. The Memorial Day preview sale is going on now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off in-store and online through May 14th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever. Good morning and welcome.
Dan Mickley.
Oh my God, he's from Chicago. That's amazing.
Vince Marotta.
How are you, Vinny? Who's better than Vinny?
And Jerry McCarlin.
It can only be Jerry.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Mickley and Marotta mornings. Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy. Him and Vince.
Okay. Good morning. Happy Thursday, Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody. It's Thursday. We're getting closer to Friday. Jared Carlin shorn like a sheep. He is cut off most of the hair on the top of his head. Yeah.
I trim my beard, too. I look like a, yeah.
You look like a what?
You were getting
professional
man.
Yeah,
a little mangy. A little mangy, right? A little bit.
The real actual, well, it's a double thing. One, as we get into the hotter weather, and it's going to be over 100 degrees this weekend, which I can't complain about that much. We're in, second week of May. But my hair gets very hot as it's big and bushy and woolly and stuff. But the real reason is my mom much, much, much prefers me with short hair. Aww. So I figured for Mother's Day this weekend, as we celebrate, I'll get a haircut for her and make her happy.
There's my handsome boy. Jared is also one of those guys that it's months and months in between haircuts. Right. I'm the exact opposite. Like
I can go years. What are you talking about?
I know. Well, you're the other extreme. You're going for something and it's working for you. Mm-hmm. I'm at about a month between my last haircut, and I don't know what happened to my head. My right side of the head, I have like the most extreme cowlick ever.
Really?
My hair grows in a spiral, and it gets all like pointy and jutty.
Really?
Yeah. And I was gonna let it go, and then I looked at it today, and I'm like, it's so awful. It always looks like I have bedhead.
That's
at a certain
funny.
Point when I on the right side of my head.
I can get you some hair products. You got a lot of those. Jared, what's going on at the conclave? There's still black smoke. Is the Pope Fest still going on?
They're poping around. They're
are they poping their pants?
They're trying to find the guy who's most popular.
I read something that one of the Cardinals was complaining about the food that they eat during the conclave because they can't bring in anything from the outside. right? For fear of contamination,
Did
for
that
poisoning.
show up on the anonymous Cardinal survey?
Damn it. I was just making a note to myself for a joke tomorrow about that.
Really?
Because
Really?
that fits too perfectly, yeah.
Okay, but so they one of them
blaming
was
Michael
complaining.
Bidwell on this?
One of them was complaining that the food is like something you get from the train station, because they're in Italy. There's great food all around them, and now suddenly they're eating just like pasta that's produced what?
Technically, they're not in Italy. They're in their own country, Vatican City.
Well, that is true.
But you're right. They're
That is
surrounded
true.
by Italy.
That is true. So, all right. Well, they're poping around. Is that what they're doing?
You call this al dente?
Yeah, right. Exactly. All right, Jared. Start the show, sheep. Back.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-backs could not get the bats going in a 7-1 loss to the Mets Wednesday afternoon at Chase Field. Arizona unable to take advantage of 5 walks issued by Mets starter Cody Simon in the first 3 innings. They go on to lose the ball game to the Mets. Game was scoreless until Juan Soto had his first of 2 solo home runs off of Merrill Kelly in the 6th. New York added 2 runs in the 7th, 1 in the 8th. 3 more in the 9th as they take 2 of 3 in downtown Phoenix. Split the season series with the D-backs 3-3. Tonight, game 38 of the season for the D-backs, and they will finally get their first look at a division opponent as the Los Angeles Dodgers hit town, the world champions.
So, in years past, have there been seasons in which they have waited longer to
No.
make their division debut?
Not even
This
close.
is okay. That's what I thought.
I did the research
Okay,
yesterday.
good.
The latest previously to this that they saw a National League West foe was in 2013 when the D-backs went to L.A. for the 10th game of the season.
Wow.
So this schedule
Wow.
is weird. And we talked to Jason Stark about it the other day, too. This is a very... Everybody's taken multiple Eastern road trips early on.
That's right.
Weather's been a factor. It's been a... Who comes up with this schedule?
You heard the Diamondbacks talk about the last road trip being exhausting. When do you hear that in baseball in the month of May?
Well, everything... I mean, these guys get tired.
That's right.
It's a
Hey, I should
particularly
remember these
tired
guys
team.
get
Yes,
tired.
yeah.
They're very tired team.
Fatigued.
D-backs have had the 3rd hardest schedule
Yes.
so far.
Well, and it's getting harder.
Yeah.
The next 13 games, all against National League West. Tonight, it's Brandon Pfaadt on the mound against Yoshinobu Yamamoto. First pitch, 6:40. Pregame coverage starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Saying that they have the hardest schedule, though, is a little deceptive because they've lost to a lot of the teams, giving them better records for when they play them. If that makes sense.
It's very meta, Jared.
Thank you.
In the NBA, the defending champs are on the ropes. The New York Knicks did it again, overcoming a 20-point deficit to beat the Boston Celtics, this time a 91-90 win at TD Garden. Boston had a 20-point lead with 3:12 to go in the 3rd quarter after a Kristaps Porzingis three-pointer. The Knicks chipped away. They closed that quarter on an 8-0 run. Then the Celtics went ice cold from the floor again, going more than 8 minutes without a bucket. Jalen Brunson hit 2 free throws with 12.7 seconds left. And for the second straight game, Mikal Bridges made a huge defensive play to seal it. Knicks up 2-0, heading to Madison Square Garden for Game 3 on Saturday afternoon. I can almost see Gambo wearing a Knicks jersey this afternoon and yelling bing bong to anybody who will hear it.
Well, listen, I think there's going to be that. I think Stephen A. Smith is going to be insufferable today. Knicks fans
today?
Well, that's true. Especially insufferable today.
Insufferable for different reasons.
The Knicks are one of the better stories basketball has seen in quite some time, and Mikal Bridges is right in the center of it, which means we as Suns fans are right in the center of it as well.
Knicks up 2-0 heading to Madison Square Garden for Game 3 Saturday afternoon. In OKC, it was a different story. The Thunder bounced back from their Game 1 loss and then some. They crushed the Denver Nuggets 149-106 at Paycom Center. Thunder scored 87 points in the first half and then cruised to the win behind Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's 34 points. Game 3 in Denver tomorrow night. And that marks the first win by a home team in this second round of the playoffs.
Yeah, is that
Just a
crazy?
Crazy statistic.
Yeah, the postseason's been amazing.
Tonight, just one game on the schedule. Game 2 in Minnesota between the Warriors and Timberwolves at Target Center. Golden State took Game 1, but they will be without Steph Curry tonight. He left Game 1 in the second quarter on Tuesday and will miss at least a week with a hamstring strain. So the door is open for the T-Wolves. Tonight's tip 5:30 on TNT. The trade between the Dallas Cowboys and Pittsburgh Steelers is done. Cowboys pick up wide receiver George Pickens and a 2027 sixth-round pick from Pittsburgh in exchange for a third-round pick in next year's draft and a 2027 fifth-rounder. Pickens, 59 catches, 900 yards, 3 touchdowns for the Steelers last year. And now we'll pair with CeeDee Lamb in Dallas, giving the Cowboys one of the more formidable 1-2 punches at wideout in the league.
And even more noise in their locker room. It's what they do.
Oh, yeah. Former Utah quarterback Cameron Rising announces he's retiring from football on Wednesday. Rising was originally a member of the 2018 recruiting class. Think about this. That's the same quarterback class that also produced Trevor Lawrence, who is entering his 5th season as an NFL starter.
That's stunning. Wow.
Rising started his career at Texas before transferring to Utah in 2020. There was speculation. Remember, he played his last football against ASU.
Mm-hmm.
And from the ice, the Stanley Cup playoffs continuing with the Western Conference semifinals, and Mikko Rantanen's rampage continues for the Dallas Stars. He exploded for 3 goals in a 7:55 span of the second period. Dallas beat Winnipeg 3-2 in Game 1. Rantanen is the first player in Stanley Cup playoff history with multiple 3-goal periods in the same postseason. He also set an NHL postseason record for having a goal or an assist on 12 straight scoring plays by his team. Back-to-back hat tricks, and in his last 4 games, he has 8 goals and 6 assists.
Yeah, he's kind of en fuego right now.
He is in the zone.
Yes, he is.
There you go. There is your splash for Thursday, May 8th.
Let's go!
Coming up, Mikal Bridges and the Knicks did it again. So who's feeling worse today? Celtics fans or Suns fans?
Oops.
Is this really a question? Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks Mets.
Here comes the 0-2. Reached for and a one-hopper to second, collected by Acuna. His throw to first in time. The ball game is over. The Mets take the finale. They take the series, taking 2 of 3. Your final score is 7-1.
The Dbacks begin a 4-game homestand versus the Dodgers. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. Not that long ago, I visited their beautiful facility in Chandler, heard an incredible success story. So they had a former rugby player come in with crippling back pain. He had no relief from that pain, whether he was sitting, standing, or lying down. As soon as he began treatments at QC Kinetics, he started feeling better. After his 3rd treatment, he walked into their office, handed them back his walking cane, which he no longer needed. This is what QC Kinetics are doing for people. They can help you dramatically if you are dealing with joint pain of any kind. They've got 50,000 satisfied patients. For over 8 years, they've been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief. What they're doing, nothing short of remarkable, using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your aching joints. And these are biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joints. Give them a call if you're dealing with any kind of pain at all. See what they can do for you. The consultation is free. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
The Bobcat National Sales Event is happening now at Bingham Equipment. Buy a Bobcat compact track loader with industry-leading travel speeds or a compact excavator with fast cycle times and get financing as low as 0% for 60 months. Or choose cash rebates or low lease payments on select models. Visit one of 12 Bingham Equipment locations today for these limited-time offers during the Bobcat National Sales Event. Some restrictions apply. Length of contract and rate may vary. Offer ends June 30th, 2025.
May 5th through the 11th. Get close to the future legends in women's golf. The Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. The little expenses add up, don't they? Maybe you have to pick up lunch real quick on the way back to work, or you meet a couple friends at a baseball game last second. That's life, and it's great, but you have to stay on top of it financially, too. And that's why your checking account should be helping you, not working against you by charging you fees. Well, that's where Chime comes in. A Chime checking account is going to help you manage your money better by offering no maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. That's big. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date, so just go to Chime.com to learn more. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime. Feels like progress. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs, bank ranking, and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details. You ask a lot of your liver, so give it the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Do the Arizona Cardinals have a potential defensive rookie of the year on the roster? Which one is it? The Burns and Gambo Show, starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Knicks by 1 at 91-90. Celtics not using the timeout. Tatum across midcourt with 10. Top of the key with 8. Defended by Robinson with 7. Right wing 3. Crossover. Foul line with 4. Left block. Step back. Stolen by Bridges. Bridges chucks it down court. They've done it again. They've done it again. The New York Knicks take both in Boston and a 2-0 lead heading back to the Mecca.
Great call by Tyler Murray. Yes.
Tyler Murray?
The voice of the Knicks.
Wow.
On their radio network. Do you want to hear how that sounded on the Boston radio network?
I would love to hear that.
Here we go.
Now Jalen Brunson is at the free throw line trying to give New York the lead with 12.6 to go. Bends the knees. In the left hand. Free throw is good. Celtics trail. No timeout. Holiday's got it. 12 seconds to go. Back to Tatum. Cross half court. Tatum behind the Horford screen. Tatum, 5 seconds. Tatum at the free throw line. Tatum falling away in a baseline is passed. Blocked by Bridges, and the Knicks have done it again. The Celtics do not get a shot away.
How about both announcers? The Knicks have done it again.
Yeah, that's
what the world is saying. That's what I was saying through watching that game, and man, you could feel it bubbling.
Yeah. Neither of you guys were really vibing on the Knicks win in Game 1.
I said Celtics by 30.
Yeah.
They got it by 20, and I'm like, here we go.
Yeah.
Time to put your foot on the throat.
Right, and for the second game in a row, they had a 20-point lead that they squandered at home. That's unheard of. And now you can only imagine, and Sammy even brought this up earlier, you can only imagine what it feels like walking around New York City right now. There must be a palpable buzz in that city. When the Knicks are good, that place is electric. And now the Knicks are halfway to, I don't know, what's the Knicks' most recent really good accomplishment?
Getting to the finals in 94.
94? It's been a while.
Nah, they were in the finals in 99, but that was kind of a shortened season. Remember when they got beat by the Spurs?
Yeah.
And that was kind of ugly basketball.
Right. But this...
We'll say 73.
But it's... there you go. Willis Reed. All that. Clyde Frazier. Dick Barnett. So when you factor in New York City's love of basketball, they're a basketball city at heart, just like we are. And then you layer in this team. This team speaks to New York City. This is the Villanova Knicks. This is a superstar in Jalen Brunson, who just is as mentally tough of a basketball player as you're ever going to find. Is there any other basketball player you would be more comfortable in knowing that he would step to the free throw line with under 10 seconds left to go, and you know both free throws are going in?
No, I mean, no.
Steph, but
maybe Steph.
Maybe Steph, but I mean, Steph is a better overall free throw shooter than Brunson.
Mm-hmm.
But that guy just gets laser focused when the game is on the line.
It's unbelievable.
But can we go into why Jalen Brunson was at the free throw line? Joe Mazzulla bungled this thing like nobody's business. And I didn't understand it in real time.
Okay.
The hack-a-Mitch with about 3 minutes to go.
Yep.
Put the Celtics over the team foul limit.
Mm-hmm.
And the explanation was, well, we wanted to get him off the floor. You don't think Tom Thibodeau's pulling, even though he was a plus 19, you don't think in a close game he's pulling Mitchell Robinson off the floor?
Of course he is.
Absolutely
Of course he is.
So you put yourself in over the limit. The foul with 12 seconds left that Jaylen Brown put on Jalen Brunson probably is a non-shooting foul. But it ensured that Brunson was going,
That's a good point.
Going to the free throw line.
Good point. And then how about Mikal Bridges became the first player in the last 20 years to have a steal or a block in the final 5 seconds to preserve a one-possession lead 2 games in a row.
Not to mention all of his 14 points in the fourth quarter.
Well, the comeback started at the end of the third, but they don't win that game without Mikal Bridges taking over offensively in the fourth quarter.
No.
14 points in the third, 6 of 10. He played the entire quarter. Hit 2 3-pointers, and he got praise from Jalen Brunson.
It's been like that. Now, just going back to our days in college, just the way that we practiced and we prepared for games, it was more mental than anything. And so when you get to the real life or the real game situations, you practice it, you've been prepared for it, you've been through moments like that. And so I think when you do that at a young age and you have that in your repertoire and you go into your professional career and you just have that in your back pocket, like you've went through it. And so he has the ability to block out the noise. Like I said, no matter what happens, we're going to be together as a team.
It's funny, too, because Mikal Bridges, obviously a former Phoenix Sun. He's on his third basketball team playing with the New York Knicks. Last night when the game was over, I just tweeted, wow. I know it's a terrible tweet. There's no context. It's wow with 4 exclamation points. The number of Suns fans that chimed in with just focusing on Mikal Bridges. That guy's a killer. It's almost like the offense isn't the only thing that wins. Being a Suns fan is torture. Miss this guy. Like, I didn't mention Mikal Bridges.
You just said wow.
I just said wow.
Yeah.
But that's the condition.
Well, okay. Listen, I don't know about you, but I can't. But watching these last 2 Knicks victories, and this is why I was surprised that you guys didn't really vibe on Game 1 as much as I was. I have felt very, very emotional watching Mikal Bridges come back and be this influential. It's going deep with me, and I'm sure it's going deep with a lot of Suns fans, and I'm in a good way. It's making me feel really good to see him doing this again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm torn on it. I'm happy for him because over the course of his stay in Phoenix, you become a fan of the player. You become a fan of the person. You become a fan of the way that he conducted himself. He didn't want to leave, and his reaction to getting traded to Brooklyn was pretty classic. Like, I knew this was happening. We've been talking about this for a year. And then he had to do his time in Brooklyn. And his year with the Knicks has not gone all that smoothly.
No.
He was not the most popular guy among the fan base. So to see him do it, yes, it warms my heart for him. But we've talked about this before. The revisionists, and I understand it, and I have a part of it too. Suns fans and Phoenix sports fans have a myriad of other reasons to feel tortured. And when you play the what if game, what if that trade never went down? What if this player got drafted? You will absolutely go mad. And I think it kind of fuels this whole, and then among other things, but it fuels this whole victim mentality of Phoenix sports fans.
Sure it does. But at the same time, it also speaks to how special Mikal Bridges was to us.
Yes. But again, I can't go back and say, because I was in favor of the trade. And I think the people that have been against that trade from day one are the only ones that can really be crowing right now, or really asking those questions about what were they doing.
Right.
Because it's been one-sided.
Yeah, but again, I'm not talking about that arena. The arena of who's right and who's wrong. I'm talking about being in the realm of this is making you feel sad or happy or longing or resentful. It doesn't have to be about who's right and who was wrong. To me, it's just you kind of realize this is giving even more context to why Mikal Bridges was so popular here and what happens to a sports town when a guy who's extremely popular and doesn't want to leave is traded.
Mm-hmm.
You had that with Jeff Hornacek, right? Didn't you say that like back in the day in the 90s?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a very popular player who all of a sudden, boom, he's traded for a superstar. And you're happy that you got a superstar, but it takes a while to reconcile all the deep emotions you have with the guy.
The difference is Charles Barkley led the Suns to the finals.
Yeah.
And people forgot, but forgave that trade and getting rid of Hornacek.
That's exactly my thought. Charles Barkley became one of my favorite players. And that year, the first year that he was in town, still was the greatest year for Phoenix sports fans ever, in my opinion.
And
it was unlike anything I've ever seen.
And as good as Durant was statistically with the Suns, I don't think he replaced anyone whose favorite player was Mikal Bridges. I don't think they got replaced by Kevin Durant in the last 3 years.
I don't think there's no doubt about it. Vinny's right, though. It's been a rough year for Mikal. He got off to a slow start, and all he heard for 2 months, 3 months was, we traded 5 first-round picks for this guy? And he heard it basically for 3 months. He had an incredible game on Christmas Eve. He had that weird dust-up with Tom Thibodeau when he came out and claimed, maybe he's playing us too many minutes. And Tibbs said, we didn't even talk about that. And that day, people in New York were like, uh-oh, the drama has just arrived. That night, Mikal Bridges went out and had a sensational game with a game-winning 3 at the end, and everyone went, conflict resolution. And now this to be happening. I'll guarantee you this, and you know this as well because you tapped into it last night. Mikal Bridges doing what he did in these first 2 games is only making Matt Ishbia's persona in the Valley look worse.
Yeah,
there's no getting around that.
Couple it with all this uncertainty and question marks about the direction of the Suns. It's a stew right now, and it's not tasting very good for Matt Ishbia.
Yeah, it's a Jarrett Carlin stew. I just don't think your stews would be very good. I don't know.
And that I made it, or that it's made of me.
No, God, no, Jarrett.
Join Kyler Murray and friends for the first annual Kyler Murray Foundation Celebrity Softball Game. It's happening May 17th at Salt River Fields. If you want to be there, you can register now for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. Just head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the details and your shot at winning. Coming up next, Dbacks bats go bye-bye in the series finale against the Mets and waste a good effort by Merrill Kelly. We'll get into all of it in Dbacks Daily next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks Mets.
Here comes the 0-2. Reached for and a one-hopper to second. Collected by Acuna. His throw to first in time. The ball game is over. The Mets take the finale. They take this series, taking 2 of 3. Your final score is 7-1.
The D-backs begin a 4-game homestand versus the Dodgers. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving. Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner.
Fish for dinner.
No, stop.
This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota. But it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 6-packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks dropped the rubber match against the Mets yesterday 7-1 and fall to 19-18 on the year, and it's the small mistakes that continue to add up, and the tough schedule will continue as the Dodgers come to town in the Dbacks' first NL West series of the season. First pitch from Brandon Pfaadt will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Suns' new general manager, Brian Gregory's first move will be bringing in a new head coach to help establish an identity. For more on Gregory and the coaching search, head to arizonasports.com. And Mikal Bridges and the Knicks completed another 20-point comeback against the Celtics last night in a 91-90 win to go up 2-0 in the series, heading back to New York. And the Thunder bounced back in a big way, taking care of the Nuggets 149-106. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Rubber game of the 3-game series between the D-Backs and the Mets. Chase Merrill Kelly on the mound for Arizona against Cody Simon of the Mets. Bottom of the first, D-Backs got a quick look at what opportunities would be presented to them. Senga walked Corbin Carroll leading off. Geraldo Perdomo fouled out to third, and then Carroll got thrown out trying to steal second base. Then Senga walked Pavin Smith, but Josh Naylor grounded out. Kelly would work out of a jam in the second with Mets at first and second and 1 out following an error on second baseman Tim Tawa. Kelly struck out Luis Angel Acuna and Jeff McNeil to end the threat. Bottom of the second, Senga would walk Gino Suarez. With 1 out, Alek Thomas steps to the dish.
2-1 now. Swung on. That's a drill shot out towards left center field. That's going to split the gap and go to the wall. Suarez burning towards third. He'll be waved around. Here's the throw from Lindor to the plate, and it is in time. Gunned down on a relay. And a huge second out for the Mets.
Yeah, Thomas would take third on a wild pitch from Senga, but Tawa couldn't get the run in as Senga struck him out with the ghost fork to end the inning. D-backs given another chance in the third. Senga would walk Herrera and Carroll. Torey Lovello calling for some small ball from Geraldo Perdomo.
Perdomo bunts it fair, picked up by Torrance, throws to third, and they get the force out. Boy, the last two bunts by Perdomo have just been brutal.
Yeah, that's not a good bunt at all there. You know, it's this, you need to execute.
Great play by the catcher, too, Luis Torrens, who snagged that right before it crossed over into foul territory to get that lead runner.
Yeah, and what's weird is Geraldo Perdomo is generally a fabulous bunter, and he's kind of...
It's been bad this year. Runner still at first and second as that sac bunt attempt failed, but Senga got Pavin Smith to hit into a 4-6-3 double play to end another scoreless inning. Kelly had settled in, and things stayed scoreless until the sixth inning. One out, bases empty. Kelly facing the $765 million man, Juan Soto.
One out, the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, high fly ball, deep right center. Soto admires, gazes, looks up because that one is gone. Into the overhang in center. And Soto's sixth home run of the season gives New York a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, Soto clobbered a 1-1 fastball, 427 feet to open the scoring for New York. They would add more in the seventh. Luis Torrens added a leadoff with a double, took third on a Brett Beatty ground out. One out, Kelly facing Acuna.
Kelly's 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball shot right back up the middle, a base hit. Hung a curveball that time. Acuna made no mistake, and the Mets now lead at 2-0.
Yeah, Acuna then stole second. He moved into scoring position for Jeff McNeil.
2-2 line drive. That's going to be a base hit to right center. That's going to split the gap. Acuna scores. McNeil hustling around second, digging for third. Tawa's throw to third is not on target. And McNeil, one of the slowest RBI triples of the year, gives the Mets a 3-0 lead.
I thought McNeil was actually going to stop halfway to third base.
Yeah.
He looked so out of gas on that play.
Yeah.
3-1 Mets. Kelly's day was done. Jalen Beeks would get the last two outs of the seventh. Mets would tack on in the eighth. Once again, it was Soto doing the honors.
Beeks' 0-1 pitch. Soto swings, goes the opposite way to deep left field. Gurriel is back, and that one's going to go. Another multi-home run game for Soto against the Diamondbacks. He got one in New York, and now he's got one in Phoenix. 4-0 Mets.
Yeah, 7 home runs for Soto this year, 4 against the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, he's kind of getting his season launched against us.
Yes, he is. 4-0 Mets. D-backs would finally get on the board in the eighth. Right-handed reliever Max Kranick facing Corbin Carroll.
Kranick's first one. Swung on that, is hit high and deep out to center field. Tyrone Taylor's going back, looking up. This ball is gone! Home run for Carroll off the center field wall. A moonshot, and that's going to make it 4-1.
Thinking maybe eighth inning magic. Nope, not for the Diamondbacks. They wouldn't get anything else in the inning. Francisco Lindor added a 2-run double that scored Taylor and a Zokar, and Soto added an RBI sac fly to make it 7-1. That's the way it would end at Chase Field. And Torey Lovello, the manager of the Diamondbacks, wondering about the offense's struggles on Wednesday.
I thought we had one good opportunity with pinch hit situation with Cattell. That unfortunately didn't go the way we wanted it to. We had some small opportunities to push some runs across. We didn't. It was one of those days. It didn't have a great feel to it from where I was in the dugout, and we just couldn't get rolling. So maybe it's a credit to their starting pitcher. He's got very good stuff, but I believe enough in that team and that's sitting in that clubhouse right now that they can put up points against any type of starting pitching. We have to. We got to be able to beat any type of starter. So that's not an excuse, but I just feel like it was one of those days. So flush it, come out here tomorrow, and be ready for day one against the Dodgers.
Yeah, Diamondbacks not getting any timely hitting, and
No.
looking at their 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position in the game. So that is a complete depiction of how punchless the offense was. And when you get 5 walks handed to you in the first 3 innings and you get a 0 on the scoreboard, you can pretty much guess how it's going to go.
Yeah. You're leaving a lot of opportunities out there on the table, especially against a starting pitcher of that quality. Normally, he is not that wild, and so you've got to cash some of that stuff in. Yeah, listen, Merrill Kelly, I thought did a fairly nice job. It's a shame he couldn't get through the 7th. I was really hoping to stack a couple of those games. But he kind of got bit in the 7th, and they pointed out on the broadcast that that's been the inning when Merrill Kelly has been dealing with a lot of cramping, and I wonder if that was between his ears a little bit. I don't know. During the broadcast, they kept showing some of the stuff in the dugout. I'm sure they were just props, but they had a hot shot bottle. They had a pickle juice bottle, and they had a banana.
I don't think it was props.
Probably not.
Because I noticed the same thing, and Torey Lovello talked about this pregame, specifically about the pickles.
Fans are sending pickles to him, right? They're actually pretty good. I've been eating the heck out of them. He came in one day to like 6 jars of mason jars of pickles and peppers, and I'm like, ooh, those look good.
That's funny.
No wonder he's cramping.
Torey.
Yeah, you're eating all his pickles.
Come on, Torey.
We know you love the pickles.
Torey, I think Torey's got some Jared in him. Food shows up, and he's I'm going to steal that.
Ice cream.
I'm going to take that.
Pickles.
Oh, that's Bickley sandwich? He's not here. He doesn't want that.
Okay, now that was...
Merrill Kelly talked a lot about his new treatment that has been going on and whether or not that had any effect on him in the 7th inning.
I don't think it was the result of what we were doing. I think that's I haven't looked, but I'm pretty sure that's the deepest I've gone into a game this year. So I would probably chalk it up to that over just the fatigue. I mean, we weren't doing anything crazy down there. It's not like I was doing burpees or running sprints in the cage. So I don't think anything had to do with that. I think probably just getting towards the end of my rope, probably the most pitches I've thrown in the game. And honestly, I didn't feel too bad. I just missed with a couple pitches. The one to Acuna was just a bad curveball. The one to Torrens was just a sinker that was supposed to be away and ran back over the plate. I felt like the shape on them, the action of them were still pretty good. I just missed with them. And obviously with McNeil as a long at bat, he does a pretty good job of kind of throwing the head at changeups. I had gotten on one before and had to throw a strike there 3-2, and he just put a good swing on it.
Yeah, just not a lot of juice for the Diamondbacks offensively.
No.
And we talked about it yesterday, Bick. It was an opportunity to clinch the season series against the Mets. Will it come into play? We don't know. We can go back to last year's experience and say that was a missed opportunity, certainly. But again, like I can't get past this thought that the Diamondbacks they look so far to this point of the season, they look like a 500 baseball team.
Yeah, listen, and I think you're getting at something that was bothering me yesterday. There's nothing wrong in and of itself in playing a game like the Diamondbacks played yesterday. The Mets are a good team and all that. Okay, and we know the schedule has been very difficult and there's some mental fatigue. We get all that. But the fact that we are already talking about potential tiebreaker scenarios down the road. They've already lost their season series against the Cubs. The fact that we're even talking about this is a product of the fact that we watched what happened at the end of last year when the Diamondbacks missed out by one game and had to spend that Monday in the clubhouse with bags packed for a road trip they never took. Yeah. So everything is going through that prism, and I thought everything going through that prism would also include urgency from the Diamondbacks. And too often it hasn't been there. Todd Walsh used the best word. There's been a lazy feel at times to this team in terms of locked in. And you would think after going through what they went through last year, that wouldn't be the case. But now you got divisional play. This is the last time to push reset, if you ask me.
It might be because, again, 13 straight games against National League West teams. That 2 weeks from now, things could look a lot different in those standings. Dodgers in town for a 4-game series starting tonight. Coming up next, how will James Jones' time in the GM office be remembered in Phoenix, and exactly how involved with Suns' decision make will he be going forward? We'll get into all that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Dbacks Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Near the end of last basketball season, had dinner with the great Ted Chapman, and our waiter began raving about the car he had just purchased from the Chapman Automotive Group, how the service was incredible, how the price was way better than he expected, and how happy his wife was with the overall experience. Super cool moment for me to witness, because it's proof of what I've been saying for years. Chapman BMW is different in all the best ways. They are a family-owned, award-winning business since 1966 with a great reputation for making luxury attainable, as in it's not as out of reach as you might think, and a great reputation for elite service and handling. You'll feel that touch of class the moment you walk into either of their locations. Now, speaking of those two locations, means the best selection you are going to find in the Valley is at Chapman BMW, no matter what you are looking for. And here's my advice. If you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. That's what you're going to get from Chapman BMW. You can always shop online at chapmanbmw.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
Same thing. Some NFL teams, when having a coaching search, will be very. We just completed an interview with Mitch Vereldes today. We just completed an interview with Lauren Koval today. I would love it if the Suns would do that. Just, hey, we just completed an interview with Dave Yeager today. Oh, cool. Okay, at least we know he's on the list, right? I get it.
Yeah.
You want it, but if you're seriously the only NBA team looking for a head coach, why not?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Wolf here for my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hey, it's Gambo. Is your roof ready for the Arizona summer? The heat is brutal, and with monsoons just around the corner, your roof needs to be ready. The intense weather can cause hidden damage to your roof, so don't wait until it's too late. JLC Roofing is here to help you get your roof monsoon ready before the rush. Their experts provide thorough inspections and quality repairs to ensure your roof can withstand the upcoming storms. They are an A-plus Better Business Bureau rated company, licensed, bonded, and insured with free on-site estimates and affordable financing available. They've installed thousands of new roofs, and they're standing by to install or repair yours. Protect your home and your peace of mind. Schedule your inspection today. Call 602-ROOFING for a free estimate on your roof. Give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602-ROOFING or visit jlcroof.com. That's jlcroof.com. Don't wait. Prepare your roof for the monsoon season. JLC Roofing, professional roof repair and replacement for over 30 years.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Arizona Sports. Suns, a new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason. We're going to make some changes. With Bickley and Murata.
The major thing is just defensively, right? Having more of a focus on building a strong defensive system to support those guys. I mean, because they both, all three of them, Kevin, Devin, and Brad, carry a heavy offensive load. And so when you get three offensive players, it requires more movement. And when you're asking them to give more effort, defensively, you have to be extremely solid and have a deep defensive bench. And so if you look at it, you say the best way to help offensive players be successful over the long haul, not just for one season, but over 2 or 3 seasons, you have to have a deeper defensive bench. So if I had to say if there's one thing we would have done, it would have been to focus on that a little bit earlier.
That's James Jones, the now former general manager of the Phoenix Suns, still part of the front office. That was him talking on April 17th. Asked about roster construction issues. He focused on the defense. April 17th is the day that Matt Ishbia said, hey, I'm here to make changes. We know what those changes look like now. Brian Gregory is the new general manager. We heard from him earlier in the week. James Jones taking a back seat, not leaving the Suns organization, taking a back seat. And we both said at the time, back in that April press conference, it sounded like James Jones was a guy who was ready to be reassigned or was accepting a reassignment, if you will.
Right.
You wrote a column on ArizonaSports.com, kind of a thumbnail look at the tumult, I guess is the correct pronunciation, of James Jones and his tenure with the Phoenix Suns. From the very beginnings when he swooped in and was paired with Ryan McDonough, it seemed a little strange at the time.
It did.
There were certainly highs. There's certainly been lows. But I think it's a tenure that's mostly defined by a lot of mystery. Is mystery the right word?
Maybe it's been an experience. I'll say that. James Jones, as I said in the column today, he was this close to pulling off one of the greatest feats in Arizona sports history. And we've laid this story out before about how somehow he kind of weaved his way into the organization, took Ryan McDonough's job, earned the trust of Robert Sarver, and then finally got Robert Sarver to give out a big boy contract for a big boy head coach. 5-year deal for a lot of money. It's something Robert Sarver was loath to do. And so that was Monty Williams, and then that began everything. Then we had that Monty Williams was fabulous in the early stages of his career in Phoenix. He inspired Vinny to make
You keep going back.
a montage, whatever it's called.
How many times I've looked for that and I can't find it?
That's a shame.
Like I didn't save it.
That's a shame. And so then Chris Paul came along, and just like that, the Suns found themselves in the NBA Finals, leading 2-0. It was July 8th, 2023. And so that's how close James Jones came to being a Hall of Fame dude in Arizona, Ring of Honor kind of guy in Arizona. And now he's replaced by a guy with absolutely no experience, and he might be wondering what the heck happened here. It's concurrently with Mikal Bridges making Matt Ishbia look bad, Tyrese Halliburton now is making him look bad in the playoffs, as one of the starring performers in the playoffs. But I will say there's a level of comeuppance or karma attached here, because as I revealed in a story I wrote years ago when it pertained to the Luka Doncic affair with DeAndre Ayton. James Jones.
They had an affair?
Well, no. Yeah, how about that?
Oh, my.
So, yeah, Robert Sarver was starting to get a little bit dissatisfied with Ryan McDonough. And it was 2017, and Ryan McDonough was about to sign a contract extension, and Robert Sarver said to Ryan McDonough, you can have this extension, but you need to add this guy to your staff. We're bringing this guy in. He's going to be part of your staff. And he became part of the staff. But it soon became clear that Robert Sarver really liked James Jones. And on the ill-fated, infamous trip to Europe to scout Luka Doncic, Robert Sarver brought James Jones with him, not Ryan McDonough. Ryan McDonough, again, was his general manager. And he brought James Jones on the trip to scout Luka. So at that point in time, Ryan McDonough knew this isn't looking good for me. And all this tumult is happening All of this tumult is happening leading into the Suns having the number 1 pick in the NBA draft.
Yeah.
So all this is swirling while they've got this incredible asset, and they've got to choose wisely. So they go with DeAndre Ayton in the first round, and we know how that turned out. But where things got really interesting was their second pick of the first round, where Ryan McDonough says he had negotiated a trade for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and James Jones said, I want Mikal Bridges. And Robert Sarver sided with James Jones. And at that point in time, even though James Jones wasn't the GM, he was the GM. So in a weird kind of way, learning that Brian Gregory has swooped in last year, 2023, as a consultant that people saw around the arena but didn't know who he was. And I think you're one of them.
I saw him in pretty much every game.
Yeah. There's a lot of people who are now saying, oh.
I was like, who's this guy with the great hair?
Yeah. That's right. And there's a lot of people who are, I'm hearing that a lot of people have exactly that same reaction. I was wondering who that, I've been saying that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's been floating around.
But now they're tasked to work together. To what degree? And Brian Gregory was asked the other day at his press conference if he got advice from James Jones.
You know, over the last 2 years, James and I have spent a lot of time together, you know, and we have a great relationship. There's the respect level from my end is incredible. I think we're fortunate to have James stay in that senior advisory role. He's going to lean in and help with the player 15 group, with the Suns and with the Mercury. You know, so again, I think it's our relationship will only continue to grow on the professional and on the personal level, because he's a heck of a guy. You know what I mean? And I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, I mean, there's we really focused on it yesterday, but still so many questions about the dynamics of how the front office is working, what the parts are all looking like, and who's responsible for what. And James Jones, I mean, there's even mystery now in the title, senior advisor. For a guy who was in charge of the basketball operation for so many years. You don't see that transition very often.
No.
For a team that didn't have great success at the end, by the way.
And again, that's exactly right. And once again, it's this is what fans are finding to be very offensive, that we can just shuffle around the executives. You were sitting in that chair, now I'm going to be in that chair, but you're going to be in this chair, and we're still going to communicate, and we're still going to bounce ideas off each other. It's thinking that and then slapping a buzzword on top of it, thinking that is the way out of this. It's madness. You would be much better served if you were the Suns in standing on Brian Gregory is a brilliant basketball mind and he is the guy in charge.
Yeah.
Until he proves otherwise. That should be their position.
It's like a soap opera.
It sure is.
As the what turns. Coming up, how bittersweet is it to watch a former Phoenix fan favorite become a playoff legend with another team? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Home, it's where we gather, celebrate, create lasting memories, from cooking a family meal to enjoying a hot shower after the big game. Southwest Gas brings warmth and comfort to everyday life. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and when it comes to cooking, natural gas is preferred by chefs and home cooks alike. Natural gas gives precise temperature control and exceptional flavor, whether you're prepping game day snacks, firing up the barbecue, or getting cozy by the fire. But natural gas provides more than just comfort. It supports Arizona's economy, attracting business growth and keeping energy costs affordable. In fact, a typical new home can save nearly $900 a year in energy costs with natural gas. And at Southwest Gas, their commitment goes beyond energy. Southwest Gas supports our communities, fueling growth and giving back through partnerships and programs that really make a difference. Learn about Southwest Gas and their prestigious recognitions from Newsweek and Time, and discover how Southwest Gas is powering Arizona's homes, businesses, and future at swgas.com.
Hey, it's Wolf from Presidential Pools, a long-term partner of ours over a decade, and they built my pool. They're also now an official partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Starting this season, Presidential Pools, Arizona's largest pool builder by volume, is teaming up with the Diamondbacks to bring you even more excitement on and off the field. Go with my pool builder and the Diamondbacks' new partner and see how they can help you at presidentialpools.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile, taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs dropped the rubber match against the Mets yesterday, 7-1, and fall to 19-18 on the year as the small mistakes continue to add up for this ball club. And here's manager Torey Lovello after the game.
It was one of those days, it didn't have a great feel to it from where I was in the dugout, and we just couldn't get rolling. So maybe it's a credit to their starting pitcher. He's got very good stuff. But I believe enough in that team that's sitting in that clubhouse right now that they can put up points against any type of starting pitching. We have to. We got to be able to beat any type of starter.
The tough schedule for the Snakes continue as the Dodgers come to town, and the D-backs' first NL West series of the season. First pitch from Brandon Pfaadt will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Suns' new general manager Brian Gregory's first move will be bringing in a new head coach to help him establish an identity. And for more on Gregory and the coaching search, head to arizonasports.com. Mikal Bridges and the Knicks completed another 20-point comeback against the Celtics last night in a 91-90 win, and they'll go to New York up in the series 2-0, and the Thunder bounced back in a big way, taking care of the Nuggets 149-106 to even up that series. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
It's off to Brown. Bridges there. They hold it. They drop it. It's over. The Knicks have won. What a comeback and a Game 1 win for New York.
Right wing 3, crossover, foul line with 4. Left block, step back, stolen by Bridges. Bridges chucks it down court. They've done it again. They've done it again. The New York Knicks take both in Boston and a 2-0 lead heading back to the Mecca.
A final call on both of games 1 and 2. Victories by the New York Knicks. And both of them sealed by defensive plays by one Mikal Bridges. And the similarities don't end there. I mean, the scores were almost identical. The points in the game were almost identical where the Knicks started their comeback. I think it was a 2-point difference in the score from game 1 to game 2. But for the fact that Bridges in game 1 rips the ball away from Jaylen Brown, and I kind of diminished that play by Bridges. I don't think it was a great placement on the pass. I don't think Jaylen Brown was going to get a great shot. Still a very good play by Bridges.
Very heads-up play.
His defensive acumen and IQ came out last night. Now, I think what the Knicks did defensively and Bridges did defensively is they preyed upon a player who had the basketball, who had no plan and less confidence in Jason Tatum.
How about it?
But still, you got to make that play without fouling, and Mikal Bridges, you get a play like that once. I mean, go back to the 2021 finals. One of the things that made it so hard for Suns fans to swallow is that the Bucks made tremendous defensive plays in 2 of those wins. In Game 4 and Game 5, they ripped the Suns' hearts out. So that's another thing you have to consider with Boston. Not only losing 2 at home, the nature in which they did, and the fact that they were punctuated by defensive rip-your-heart-out plays. It's hard to come back from that.
You know, you're exactly right, and you can't help but think of that because one of the players, Drew Holiday, is very much involved in this series that we're talking about.
Yes,
because what he
Mikal
did,
Bridges is doing
exactly.
Drew Holiday things.
That's it. That's exactly what he's doing. And last night I couldn't help but think of that play when Jason Tatum had a chance to win the game, and he dribbled right towards the Knicks bench, and he dribbled right into trouble. And you're right, Mikal Bridges is so smart to turn and spin and take that ball from him the way he did. And it's just, I don't know what it says about Jason Tatum, but Jason Tatum is one of the more controversial, polarizing, divisive superstars. A guy who gets added to the Olympic team then doesn't play. A guy that is brilliant most of the time, but has these moments where, you know, what kind of shot were you looking for there?
No, and then he realized it and was actually going to pass that out, tried to pass it out to Jaylen Brown.
Right, exactly. And
there's a lot of people, a lot of Celtic fans saying, we're sorry we got on Steve Kerr for benching Jason Tatum.
That's funny. No, but seriously, that's life at the top, man. It's especially if you're a top-tier NBA superstar, these are the moments you have to account for. And it's the moment that, you know, as I watch Devin Booker, that moment sticks with me. His moment in Game 5 against Drew Holiday. These are the moments when superstars separate themselves.
Yes.
When the truly great ones deliver and the ones who don't, they get a little wobbly. And Jason Tatum was a little wobbly at the end of the game.
Here was Joe Mazzulla giving his thoughts on Tatum's play.
Yeah, I think Game 1 wasn't inefficient as I thought he just missed some really good looks. I thought today he passed up some ones that he was able to take. And so, you know, their switchability, their ability to impact shifts definitely impacted him tonight. So, yeah, I thought he missed some easy layups in the beginning of the game. I thought he missed a couple there in the third quarter. But, yeah, I mean, they do a good job. OG Anunoby's a good individual defender, and they have good shifts and help behind.
Before we move on to the Mikal Bridges part of all of this, I am pretty close to shocked that we saw another 25% shooting performance from three-point range from the Boston Celtics. And I know the Knicks are in their heads. There's no doubt about it. They're playing very confident down the stretch basketball. That's irrefutable. The Celtics look like a broken team because there were times during that comeback where the ball found the right shooter and there was nobody around and they couldn't make a wide open three for a team that has killed everybody with their frequency of threes and their percentage of threes. To shoot 25% for a 2-game span is almost unfathomable for this basketball team.
To miss 75 3-pointers in a 2-game span is just, it seems absurd.
I think Joe Mazzulla has coached a horrible series. I didn't have a problem with them not calling a timeout because their half-court offense had been so terrible. But when he says, we didn't call a timeout because we had already called the play and we wanted Jason Tatum to do the same thing as he did the last time, which was take it coast to coast and dunk it, which was the Celtics' only basket in the last 9 minutes of the game, by the way.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Is that right?
So he's getting roasted for that as well. Obviously, the Knicks with Tom Thibodeau are going to make an adjustment after a made free throw with 12 seconds left.
Right.
Just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
It really is.
The fouling of Mitchell Robinson was ill-fated. It didn't make any sense in real time.
The fact that the coming into the postseason, the whole narrative was that the Celtics were in the Knicks' head. The fact that that thing is flipped to be just the opposite now is stunning.
Yeah, it is.
Flipped on its head.
On its head.
You mentioned that Tatum dunk was the only basket in the last 9 minutes for the Celtics. They're 9 for 45 in fourth quarters in the first 2 games.
So even worse than their 3-point percentage. They're shooting 20% in the fourth quarter.
9 baskets.
They look like a team that is scared, which is weird. They're being called arrogant. They're being called cocky because they're still sticking to what they do and expecting it to work. The Mikal Bridges thing, obviously, he's having one of the stories of the first 2 games, along with Jalen Brunson. And we've been focusing on this from the Phoenix perspective. And there's a mix of feelings, I think. If you had to pie chart it between happy for Mikal Bridges and wistful for the past, how do you pie chart that?
I don't know. That's a great question. I've been feeling it all. I'll tell you that much. These 2 games, watching Mikal at the end, have hit me emotionally in ways I did not think was going to happen. I had pretty much thought that I was kind of over the whole Mikal Bridges thing. And again, you and I, it's almost like we have to say this every time to kind of validate the fact that we're not being revisionist. We were both in favor of the KD trade because it was Kevin freaking Durant. Now, living Kevin Durant is different than the idea of Kevin Durant. I think we all experience that.
Very well said.
Right? Living it, the experience of it, it's much different than the idea of it. But that's kind of what you're feeling. You're watching this kid and you're going, that's what we miss. That right there, that magic that they're now sharing. The fact that Campaign is still his hype man.
Yeah.
Did you see who the first person he hugged after the game was last night?
Campaign, right? Yeah. I mean, they are thick as thieves, those 2, and they've always been. And it's affecting me, and I'm sure Suns fans don't know what to do with what they're feeling. I'm sure they're feeling it and immediately turning it into anger.
I mean, for me, the pie chart is mostly happiness for Mikal Bridges. There's a smaller slice of that wistful pie, if you will, because logistically, Mikal Bridges is not playing for the team that the Suns traded him to. The Brooklyn Nets then flipped him and got a haul for him as well.
Right.
Had it been Mikal Bridges spearheading the Brooklyn Nets resurgence in the second round of the NBA playoffs,
so that's separate.
But that's not it.
It does add.
So that makes a
element
difference to you that there's a separation.
It does.
So to me, it's as simple as he both on the court and vibes and off the court, he represents everything that this Phoenix Suns team this year wasn't.
And that's hard to look past.
It is.
That's hard to look past.
No, it very, very much is. So, like I said, if I'm feeling this, and I thought that enough time has passed, enough water is under that bridge that it's not going to hit as deep. I was wrong about that. I'll tell you.
And if the Knicks keep winning.
Well,
there's no Mikal Bridges return. There's no OG Anunoby coming to Phoenix. So keep thinking about that.
Oh boy,
true.
Coming up next, what kind of team owner is Matt Ishbia? We'll hear what the man himself had to say on that subject next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns' new general manager, Brian Gregory.
When we talk about identity, when we talk about culture, that's who you are on a daily basis. So that's not just in practice. That's out in your individual skill work. That's in the weight room. That's in the training room. All those things come into play. And to be honest with you, that's our organization.
We talk about a new horizon for the Suns today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, and do you know it is a myth that the best prices are found at the big box stores? Waltz will prove it. If you think you found a really good price, bring it to Waltz and watch them beat it. They're going to give you unbeatable prices on the products you really want. Waltz also now offers same-day delivery 7 days a week. That's right. So if you need your electronics fast, Waltz has you covered with in-store pickup, warehouse pickup, same-day delivery. Get what you want when you want it at Waltz. Choose Waltz, and you're going to find you're going to get the best in-store and in-home experience every single time. They've got a great selection, great inventory. Their staff is extremely knowledgeable. You're going to get the red carpet service, and they will get your electronics delivered and installed correctly. Remember, they've been serving the Valley since 1957. Their expertise unparalleled. Go get game ready by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner. While you're there, drop my name. You're going to get a special little gift. 10% off installation labor or a 3-year warranty for free just by dropping my name. Or you can give them a call at 480-968-4999. Shop local, shop Waltz.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with turbo power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Arizona Sports. Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason. We're going to make some changes. With Bickley and Murata.
Hello. I've got lots of cash.
The next iteration is going to be, will it win 82 games? No, it will not win 82 games, but it will be much more aligned with what Phoenix Suns and the community of Phoenix is all about.
I keep a close watch on this team of mine. I've seen that fans are critical online. But I know what will make the sun shine, 'cause we'll be fine if we're aligned.
I understand that Matt has trusted me with the responsibility of building alignment within this organization.
I hired a GM from within, and I'm sure that he will help us win, because I know him from Michigan. Yeah, we'll be fine, 'cause we're aligned.
There's got to be alignment, much more aligned.
We are completely aligned. The alignment is the team aligned, extremely aligned, the alignment. It's about building that alignment and to do it with the alignment. If you don't do that, there's no way you can build the alignment.
We have to hire a new coach, then we'll try to find the greatest KD deal. And what the hell can we do with Beal? It'll be fine, 'cause we're aligned.
Very important that everybody is aligned.
It will be fine, 'cause we're aligned.
The irony is so rich.
Well done, Jarrett.
The irony is so rich that there was no alignment between the lyrics and the music.
That broke my brain.
Yeah.
Again, content-wise,
Well,
fantastic.
You're getting quite the education, Sammy. You're getting
No
quite
doubt.
the education since you joined this show.
What a
It is
mentor.
weirdness.com.
Sammy, remember when you started and the first thing we told you was don't listen to Jared?
Yeah. Remember that? Weren't those like the first words we said to you, Sammy?
I will
Some
say
of the
this.
few.
Mm-hmm.
I did not share this with Jarrett. Yesterday during the show, I actually had the thought of writing a Johnny Cash based song on Aligned.
Wow.
But he's way better at I struggle with the writing of the lyrics.
Well, maybe I could write it and you could sing
he
it.
struggles with the vocals.
You can get a Elton
Right.
John, Bernie Taupin thing going here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, that's right.
Although, if any one of us is going to be Elton John.
Yeah, that is true. Your wardrobe.
Yeah.
So Matt Ishbia, alignment. Yeah, it's unfortunate that because we've seen this in the Valley before. That they're just getting goofed on now with that word.
Yes.
Yeah, a buzzword can really backfire on you if there's not the result.
It can, and we've seen that in the history of this sports market as well.
Oh, we have.
Matt Ishbia was a guest of the Fortune Leadership Next podcast. So Fortune magazine, there was a lot of talk about the mortgage business. There was some talk about the NBA. And here was one quote that stood out for Matt Ishbia.
Everyone's got a target on my back in the mortgage business. And by the way, in the NBA, same thing. When you come out and you trade for Kevin Durant and you have Devin Booker, you have high expectations. People love to see people with high expectations fail. They enjoy that, you know, and that if that makes them happy, it makes me happy. That makes them happy because anyone that gets enjoyment out of other people's failures or struggles is a loser. And I enjoy that those people are losers. And I'm not one of them. And so I'm going to continue to try to win every single day and everything I do with my kids, with my basketball business and mortgage business. And if people want to try to chop us down because our mortgage company has a bad day or our basketball team has a bad day, I wish them nothing but happiness because they're struggling in life if that's what gives them happiness.
There's a lot to chew on there.
Yeah, that's treading into dangerous territory.
It is, but I think it's very obvious why those people that Matt Ishbia refers to as losers, why they're wishing for his failures. Because he ruffled feathers. He came in and was aggressive from day one. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I'm never going to change my stance on that.
Same.
There was, and then when it doesn't work out, it's not aggressive. It's foolish.
Mm-hmm.
It's foolhardy. It's new owner syndrome. It's all those things.
Right.
And that's what people are running with now. And look, they got a lot of proof to run with it. I'm not saying it's inaccurate to feel that way about the way these moves have worked out. But when you make a splash that big, that quickly, there are going to be people rooting for you to get knocked down a peg or two.
Well, yes. But I don't think that most Suns fans are cheering for him to fail. I think they're just angry at him because there's failure.
I agree. And what he's talking about is the people from the outside.
Okay. Yeah, well, listen, and if there are people who are targeting him like that, then I understand that, and I wouldn't like that either. But I think most Suns fans are just angry. They're not cheering for him to fail. And I think you're right. I think the aggressiveness, from Matt Ishbia's end of the season press conference, you could tell he was stung by the Stephen A. Smith criticism, and you could tell he's been stung by the new owner syndrome tag.
Yes.
Now, new owner syndrome, it's not a pejorative. It's just a condition of a new owner coming in and wanting to make a splash or wanting to do a lot right away. It's not always a bad thing. It's just a condition. So, but he's treating it like it is a pejorative, like it's a deep insult. Everything about new owner syndrome, Matt Ishbia checks the box.
Well, yes.
It just hasn't worked.
But I think most people who use that terminology, and I'll look at Bill Simmons and that podcast, they use it as a pejorative. They use it as an
okay.
insult.
That's fair. You're probably right about that. I don't, though.
In terms of involvement, that came up during the Brian Gregory press conference earlier this week. And some people came away from that press conference with the idea that this is Brian Gregory's show. Other people came away from that press conference saying Matt Ishbia is the general manager of the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah.
Here was Matt Ishbia talking about his hands-on or hands-off approach in his businesses.
I'm not 30,000 feet up sitting there opining about what 2037 might look like. I want to dominate 2025 today, and then again tomorrow, and the next day, at every detail of the business I'm involved with. And that's how we win. And now that's a little different than Phoenix Suns and Mercury because quite honestly, I'm not there every day. So I have to hire people to do that stuff. And, sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't go well, but that's the vision. And right now, the mortgage business is where I spend all my time because that's where I live and that's where I work and that's where I focus. And I've also been doing it for 23 years now.
Here's something we've not talked about during the Matt Ishbia ownership.
All right.
Is that dynamic a good thing or a bad thing? Is the fact that and there's no denying it, we've seen news story after news story, article after article about his everyday, around-the-clock involvement with UWM, correct?
Yeah.
That's the way you have to run a business like that. But when you have a secondary business like the Phoenix Suns that is in the public eye, this isn't just another business interest. This is an entertainment product.
Right. Yeah.
Can you be an effective owner
from afar? If you're going to be, it's a great question because swooping in and making hugely consequential decisions and then swooping out. I think this is what he's talking about when he's talking about alignment. I think what he is saying is that I have come in and I've green-lighted some ideas, and yet we haven't gotten out of these players what I want these teams to look and play like and feel like. I don't know. I think it's probably it's a danger point because if you're going to be involved to the point where every big decision has to come through me, I think Matt Ishbia, and I've said this repeatedly, I really hope that Brian Gregory nails this head coaching hire and nails the draft to the point where Matt Ishbia goes, okay, this is working. I really like this guy, and just back off and just let him take care of the entire roster. The people who heard Brian Gregory say that he had basketball control, I think they're mishearing what Brian Gregory said about Matt put me in charge of building this basketball team. But that doesn't mean that his decision, that he has autonomy. Because he said repeatedly, I report to Matt Ishbia. Every basketball decision is going through Josh Bartelstein as well.
Yeah.
So the idea that he's got autonomy, that's not true.
But also to your point about nailing the draft, nailing the coaching hire, even if it goes well, and we're all crossing our fingers for that, obviously, if you have a rooting interest in the Suns, you're years away from getting those results. So a number 29 pick is not going to come in and change the path immediately of the Phoenix Suns, even if you knock it out of the park. And if we are going to experience the level of roster turnover that we're expecting, the new coach is not going to be, and there's not going to be, I don't project a lot of winning next year. I don't think this is going to be a playoff team next year. Pretty safe bet, right?
I would agree with that,
So even if it goes well, I think we're a couple years away at least removed from seeing those fruits, if you will.
I agree with that.
Coming up next, we'll go over the big stories on this Wednesday morning. Sammy Sabolka takes us through the rush hour reboot. Pickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on the Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts the Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. The little expenses add up, don't they? Maybe you have to pick up lunch real quick on the way back to work, or you meet a couple friends at a baseball game last second. That's life, and it's great, but you have to stay on top of it financially, too. And that's why your checking account should be helping you, not working against you by charging you fees. Well, that's where Chime comes in. A Chime checking account is going to help you manage your money better by offering no maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. That's big. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date, so just go to Chime.com to learn more. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime. Feels like progress. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot Me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvi's here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores, so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice Boneless New York Strip Steaks are only $7.99 a pound in the Super Value Pack with your digital coupon. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs dropped the rubber match against the Mets yesterday 7-1 and fall to 19-18 on the year, and the tough schedule continues as the Dodgers come to town in the D-backs' first NL West series of the year. First pitch from Brandon Pfaadt will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And the new Suns general manager Brian Gregory's first move will be bringing in a new head coach to help him establish an identity. And for more on Gregory and the coaching search, head to arizonasports.com. And Mikal Bridges and the Knicks completed yet another 20-point comeback win against the Celtics last night in a 91-90 win to go up 2-0 in the series heading back to New York. And the Thunder bounced back in a big way, taking care of the Nuggets 149-106 to even up that series. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. The Memorial Day preview sale is going on right now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off in-store and online through May 14th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Barada Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Good morning, 7:30 on a Thursday. That means the Rush Hour Reboot. We roll on. The MLB season rolls on.
Let's go!
Yep. Let's
go.
We're not feeling as good as New York fans are feeling in the desert as the Snakes lost the rubber match to the Mets yesterday. Both the New York Mets, New York Knicks, same color. They both got a win yesterday. And they lost a tiebreaker in a 7-1 loss to the Mets. They're now 19-18 on the season, but there is still some belief in the national media that ESPN has the Diamondbacks as the 10th best team in the MLB still in their power rankings. So is there anything that you've seen lately that makes you still believe that this can be the team that we wanted them to be?
Yeah, for me, it would be the idea of the starting rotation beginning to stack quality starts and going deeper into games. Merrill Kelly got close to getting through the 7th inning yesterday. That would have been back-to-back with he and Zach Gallen. That's my hope. My hope is that there's another level, maybe 2 levels, that this starting rotation can go to and pull the team along when they do.
Yeah, I would point to pitching being the reason why I think that a little improvement. And even Merrill Kelly yesterday, yes, he acknowledged things got wonky for him in the 7th. Torey Lovullo said he ran out of gas. 6 1/3 innings, 3 earned runs, no walks, 6 strikeouts. That shouldn't eliminate you from having a chance to win the game. Offensively, I will say no. I haven't seen it. There's just too much inconsistency. Yesterday's show, we talked about, hey, Lourdes Gurriel, he's coming around. 0 for 4 yesterday. Not pinning it all on him, but just the little things offensively. Situational hitting, the bunt, the continuous mistakes on the base paths. So I would say I'm leaning on pitching in my faith that they can be more than what they've been.
Yeah, and here was Torey on the offensive struggles yesterday.
It was one of those days, it didn't have a great feel to it from where I was in the dugout, and we just couldn't get rolling. So maybe it's a credit to their starting pitcher. He's got very good stuff. But I believe enough in that team that's sitting in that clubhouse right now that they can put up points against any type of starting pitching. We have to. We got to be able to beat any type of starter.
And so Anthony DeBundo for The Ringer wrote just a day ago that the Diamondbacks' bats give them a high floor, but their pitching will set their ceiling. Do you guys believe this is true? I know you just talked about kind of maybe it's the other way around, but do you think the bats give them a high floor and the pitching will take them over the top, or the other way around?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I just said. I think that to me, it's the leveling up is going to happen with the pitching staff pulling the team to a different level. That's what I think.
Yeah, and look, offensively, I know he's back, and I know they're easing him in with this protocol to return or whatever you want to call it, but Ketel Marte's got to get going.
Yep.
He's got 1 run batted in so far.
0 home runs.
Yes.
And so as a Diamondback fan, the NBA playoffs are soon going to end. The NHL playoffs are soon going to end, and we're going to find ourselves in the dog days of summer where it's just this Diamondbacks team. So how important is it to the Valley that this team does figure it out and maybe does go on a little bit of a run here? How important is it?
I mean, it's important. I mean, for the condition of the market, the sports fan, because of what the Suns just put out there and the bad taste in everybody's mouth. If you're an across-the-board fan. And look, college football doesn't begin until September, so
listen,
everybody's looking forward to the Sun Devils, but
I think there's that. I think that's important. I also think that in the evolution of this era of Diamondbacks baseball, it's very, very important to kind of keep this ascending. And they missed out on the playoffs last year. That was a travesty. That can't happen again. They've got to get back to the postseason this year to kind of not only atone for what happened last year, but just to kind of keep belief in this core group of players and this current group of Diamondbacks.
I think there's no room for the Diamondbacks to plateau this summer. Meanwhile, the NFL will be getting underway after, or like you said, in when is it? September, October, whatever. We have a long ways away, but NFL.com is already talking about breakout performers, and they had Marvin Harrison Jr. as a top 3 breakout performer this year. And here's Jonathan Gannon on Marvin.
The jump from year 1 to year 2, I think that's where guys make a huge jump. And this guy played unbelievable ball for us. But if you talk to him, he'd be the first to tell you, like, I need to get better at these couple things. And, man, he has went to work on them, Adam. He has went to work on them. And he looks awesome out there right now. I'm really excited to see where his game goes.
So, again, have some time. But is Marvin the most important Cardinal aside from Kyler Murray this year?
Ooh.
I think the answer to that is yes. I think because there's been so much talk about how much physically bigger he's gotten. It means he spent a ton of time in the weight room. You hear Jonathan Gannon there talk about things that he didn't do well, that he's been attacking. And there's the belief that some players, the big jump comes from year 1 to year 2. After you realize, whoa, this is a lot harder than I thought. And then the great ones might have that kind of season, and I wouldn't surprise me if that happens for Marvin Harrison Jr. So I'm going to say yes. Good question.
Wouldn't surprise me. I think you can make a very, very strong case for the answer to this question to be Trey McBride, possibly Josh Sweat, but for argument's sake, yeah. And if we're looking at breakout performers and improvement from year 1 to year 2, if Marvin Harrison Jr. makes that jump, the sky is the limit for that offense, in my opinion.
Yes.
So we'll say yes on that.
And from having a ratings problem from 2 to 3 months into the NBA season to where the league is now.
Nobody watches the NBA.
Nobody watches the NBA.
Crap. All it is three-pointers and flopping.
Everybody's soft. The game's not physical. So how big is it from a league standpoint, just putting your overarching basketball fan hat on, how big is it that the playoffs are currently playing out the way they are?
It's huge, I think, for the health of the sport. For those reasons, for all the naysayers, but it doesn't mean anything unless it's continued. We have been treated to theater on a nightly basis for the last week and a half, 2 weeks. If it shifts into another flop or somebody just marches to a title without really being challenged, I think it'll be damaging. If this continues, it's going to be huge. But right now, ride the wave.
It's been incredible.
Yeah.
Listen, to me, no league catches strays more than the association does. We know that. Adam Silver even recently came out and said the one thing he can't stand is the negativity of coverage. That when people talk about the NBA, it's always someone is this and someone is that, and these playoffs have been spectacular. You watch Jalen Brunson, you watch Tyrese Halliburton, you realize why you love basketball so much. When
Truly.
dudes can step up in the moments like this and perform, it's beyond inspiring.
Yeah, you mentioned it, theater, and it's good theater nonetheless. And you guys have been rebooted.
Thank you, Sammy. Rush Hour Reboot every morning at 7:30 every week on Thursdays. We get to talk Diamondbacks baseball with the president and CEO, Derek Hall. He'll join us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
He says, I talked to Bradley Beal about summer plans. Did that conversation be like, hey, Brad, you traveling maybe this summer, hanging out with the family, maybe waiving a no-trade clause, maybe, go see the beach or whatever, maybe accepting a trade from us to a different... I don't know how that conversation went. There's no way they're both back. right? I mean, otherwise, then what are the big changes? Because even your GM was
fixing my issue. Parker & Sons also great at helping you prevent problems, and with triple-digit temperatures coming this weekend, great reminder that now is a great time to get prepped for summer by getting your air conditioning tuned up. An AC tune-up from Parker & Sons does a lot of great things. Prolongs the life of your system, help you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, and most importantly, it gives you the peace of mind you need, because the last thing you want is to find your AC isn't working during the heat and height of summer. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Remember, all their techs are trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, bonded, all have passed drug tests and background checks. They are the company you can trust in your personal space. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, and REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
May 5th through the 11th. Get close to the future legends in women's golf. The Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Make your memorial memorable with Bunker to Bunker's 14th annual Memorial Weekend Golf Tournament, presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses on Sunday, May 25th at the Wigwam Golf Club and Resort. Open to the public, the two-person scramble benefits the Tunnel to Towers Foundation and is loaded with our big raffle, awards, breakfast, and even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $130. Make it the perfect stay and play with our hotel specials. For details and registration, go to bunkergolf.com. When you need something notarized, the UPS store is here to help. Stop in or schedule an appointment to take advantage of our notarizing services. We'll make your documents official, help you make copies, and send your notarized documents wherever they need to go. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
That baby is Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mr. Speaker, the president. I have the high privilege and distinct honor to present to you the president.
He's the president and CEO of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hail to the chief.
Derek Hall.
The president.
On Now with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, big week for the Diamondbacks. The Mets were just in for 3. Dodgers in for 4. Finally getting into National League West play. And here to talk Diamondbacks baseball with us is the president and CEO, Derek Hall, who joins us on the Arizona Sports Line. Derek, good morning.
Good morning, Vince. Good morning, Bick. How are you guys?
Good. Let's start with the big picture. We've been having a lot of discussions about it, and it seems like there's a lot of talk repeatedly of little things that are not happening so far for this team. And I think we can all agree this team is better than their record would indicate or what they've put out on the field. What is the most concerning thing to you 37 games in to lead to this record so far, Derek?
I think, Vince, all facets, right? Where we continue to make mistakes. We continue to beat ourselves. We are far too flavorful than to play vanilla every other day. I mean, we came out on Tuesday. We looked like the team that we thought we were going to be, and then yesterday we were just, flat. Now, I got to give Senga a lot of credit. He's a great pitcher. However, we had him on the ropes, and we let him ease into, again, another masterful performance, but that shouldn't have happened. So I think the mistakes we make on the base paths, like yesterday, we continue to kick the ball around, which is not characteristic of us. And the fact that the offense and the starting pitching has not been consistent, but I'm seeing signs like we all are. I mean, the start by Gallen the other night was great. Yes. Yesterday, Merrill was fantastic. So if we can get those 6, 7, hopefully 8 soon innings out of our guys, and that is our strength, then everything will come around.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think you take solace in the way some of your starting pitchers are starting to look. I want to ask you about Justin Martinez, because if there's nothing wrong structurally with his shoulder, what are you guys finding out? What's behind the velocity drop? What's he dealing with?
Great question, Vic. It's the big mystery. We're not quite sure. So he started throwing again. We'll see if he gets that velocity back up. It may have been that he and others were worried that it was more than that it was an injury. So you tend to let off a little bit. I'm hoping that's what it was, and that he comes out just flaring again, because he is so dominant, but especially with the velocity up over 100. But we all knew something was wrong, and when guys were barreling up like we saw, that's not J-Mart. And so I think he is. He's more confident. He's comfortable. He's at ease now, knowing that it's not something more. So I think we may get right back to where he was before, just from that confidence in his arm and health.
Derek Hall, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, heading into a 4-game series against the Dodgers. And as I mentioned it, and we've talked a lot about the schedule this year, it's just a quirky schedule for pretty much every team in the division. And I did a little research on it, Derek. 28 opening days, have 23 of them for the Diamondbacks in their history have opened against National League West foes. You're not seeing your first National League West opponent until game 38 tonight against the Dodgers. Do you, when a schedule comes out, and I know there's a lot of difficulties and challenges in coming up with a schedule with other events causing problems on the schedule potentially. But when a schedule comes out, do you get any kind of explanation for something like that for Major League Baseball?
We do, Vince. And I heard you this morning say, I think in the past, your research showed that it was, 10 games before we played?
2013.
Right, the most in the past?
That was the latest.
So
insane.
Yeah. So, we talked to MLB throughout the year about the next year's schedule, and we do consider everything. What events are coming in town, where you want to open, where you want to, like we prefer to open on the road. And this year we had to open at home. We appeased MLB and the Cubs, because the Cubs were in Japan. They wanted to come back, train here, and open up here with us, and we agreed to it, and played 4 games against Chicago so that they could be on their feet in one place. But we prefer to be on the road, because we spend 6 weeks here in town, and we want to get away and be a team. But this year was strange. I mean, we looked at it and we saw, wow, we don't have our opponents till until May. It is just bizarre and a tough schedule. Now, I'm the first to use the schedule as an excuse and say, boy, it's tough. But if you think you're one of the best teams in baseball, you've got to beat those teams anyways. And they have to be scared to play us. And when the schedule flips and you're playing teams that you should beat, you better take advantage of that. So, we may be having conversations where we're saying, okay, it got easier, but are we playing better? Are we playing more consistent? I hope we will. But, guys, we're finna play the NL West now.
Well done, Derek. Yeah, that's fantastic.
We're finna play them, right?
Love it.
That is just fantastic. You just threw me off my game and almost out of my chair, Derek. All right, so when you take a look at the state of the bullpen, where would this team be? And I guess this happens every year when you get some bit players who come out of nowhere and just really, really seem to play important roles. Jalen Beeks and Shelby Miller.
Yeah. We'd be lost without those 2 guys, and we didn't expect the injuries that we've had. A lot of good news. First and foremost, like you guys mentioned, J-Mart, he should be fine. Where he's starting to throw again. Puck is going to start throwing again soon. Good news on his MRI. And even when you look at starters, I mean, Corbin Burns is okay, and he's going to start this weekend. But the bullpen, you're right. I mean, if we hadn't had those guys, and Shelby, what a great story, and what a great guy. I mean, you got to cheer for this guy. He came here first time around, didn't have a lot of success. He'll admit that. And for him to have reinvented himself as a really good relief pitcher, and we saw that a couple of years ago when he was with the Dodgers and Detroit. But, I mean, having him at the back end of that bullpen right now, it's really saving, our staff. And so, I agree with you. Those two guys both fell in our laps, and I'm really proud in particular of Shelby because of the turnaround he's had in his career and for us.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Earlier this week, we finally got the unveiling. We had talked about it a couple weeks ago, the unveiling of the new City Connect uniforms, and I've seen almost nothing but positive reaction to it. From your office, Derek, what kind of reaction have you got to the return to the purple and teal?
Yeah, Vince, I know you love uniforms, and this jersey and the cap, all positive. It really has been. And you guys mentioned it a couple of days ago, and you wanted to talk about the return to purple and teal. We had purple and teal in the rotation when we had the old throwbacks, sure. The 01 vest with the pinstripes. And then baseball, rightly so, came along and said they were going to limit the amount of jerseys that they would allow teams or uniforms allow teams to wear. And, we had way too many. So I'm glad they did that. And unfortunately, as a result, your alternate had to be just your City Connect. So we lost that purple and teal. And I love the colors. I love the purple and teal. So this one is a great combination of the past and City Connect. We worked with Nike for a long time on establishing what would be best with the purple and teal. I mean, there was talk of, and it got leaked out, what the stack would look like if we had Diamondbacks on the front or if we had Serpientes. I really wanted Serpientes. It's become a brand of its own. Mm-hmm. I think our fans love Serpientes. They love saying Serps. And it's also a connection to our Latino culture of the fans. So I'm really proud, but it's been flying off the shelf. It's nothing but positive. And when you make a uniform change or you introduce a new uniform, there's a lot of criticism. I have not seen that. And I've heard this is the best or one of the top 3 City Connects of all time. That makes me really proud. Our team worked hard on this. The launch was fantastic. I think all the content they released was fantastic. And, Sierra Santos was emotional on MLB Network. She was our narrator on it. I couldn't be more proud, Vince.
All right, last question for you. Who sent Merrill Kelly all those pickles, and why is Torey Lovello eating all of them?
Well, you're right. He's a lot like Jarrett. He, he'll eat anything that comes in the mail. But I think most of the pickles came from me and my wife, Amy. We just kept sending them to ourselves saying, hey, pickle juice, it works. But you know what? He didn't show any signs yesterday. It was great getting him into the 7th. I was hoping he'd get through the 7th, but he was fantastic yesterday. And the conditions were great. I mean, should the roof have been open? Maybe. But I think there was zero humidity. That's part of the lesson that we learned, having it cool inside. We're doing everything we can to get Merrill to pitch to his heights, and he certainly did yesterday. Yeah. He deserved more than he got.
Unintended consequences. Torey won't be cramping anytime soon either.
No, not at all with all the pickles he's eating.
Derek.
Thanks, Steve.
Good luck this weekend against the Dodgers. We'll talk to you next week.
You got it, guys. Look forward to it. Thanks.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks. They're finna play the Dodgers. Starting tonight.
That was so good.
He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, prepare yourselves.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Thursday edition of the Bickley Blast. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks President and CEO Derek Hall. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
It was a normal day. I loaded up my twins in the stroller 6 a.m. and we walked to the park. Odin loved the swings. After that, we went home, and a family member of mine had recently moved to Arizona, so I asked if she would mind watching the boys while my husband and I went out for dinner. I said goodbye and we left. Not long after that, I got a call from my neighbor who said Odin had been found in our backyard pool. We rushed to the hospital, but when we got there, they were still attempting to revive him, but they gave up shortly after and he was gone. My family member had fallen asleep, leaving my boys unsupervised. I never in a million years thought this would happen to us, and I think that's the biggest thing that I want people to know is that if you think for a second it won't happen to you, it can, I promise.
Fulton Homes remembers Odin and reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Looking for the perfect engagement ring? At Shane Company, we know this is an exciting time. It can also be overwhelming. Customers say this a lot. Where do I start? How do I choose? At Shane Company, this is where the magic happens. Since 1929, we've been experts at helping customers find the perfect engagement ring. We invite you into the design process, help you pick out the perfect diamond or colorful gemstone, and choose a style that speaks to you. Come see us in store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs dropped the rubber match against the Mets yesterday, 7-1, and fall to 19-18 on the year as small mistakes continue to add up for this ball club. And here's manager Torey Lovello after the loss yesterday.
It was one of those days, it didn't have a great feel to it from where I was in the dugout, and we just couldn't get rolling. So maybe it's a credit to their starting pitcher. He's got very good stuff. But I believe enough in that team and that's sitting in that clubhouse right now that they can put up points against any type of starting pitching. We have to. We got to be able to beat any type of starter.
And the tough schedule continues as the Dodgers come to town in the D-backs' first NL West series of the year, and first pitch from Brandon Pfaadt will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And the Suns' new general manager Brian Gregory's first move will be bringing in a new head coach. For more on Gregory and the coaching search, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is about saving you money. So when it comes to you and your plumbing or AC, give them a chance and let them prove their value to you. Online at readyservices.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Suns have more than a bad basketball team. They have a credibility crisis in the Valley. Fans are angry and angsty, and things are so bad that our NBA franchise has turned a word into a meme, a source of mockery. Alignment. You will never hear that word the same way again. But the problem with this whole concept is that you can be in perfect alignment and still be going in the wrong direction. And that is the prevailing fear in Arizona, that the Suns are traveling south when they should be heading north, and the worst is yet to come. And guess what? It's coming as we speak. It's because Mikal Bridges has been a playoff hero for the Knicks, which is reopening old wounds and making fans even angrier at Matt Ishbia. Tyrese Halliburton has also played a starring role in the postseason, which makes fans angry at James Jones. And circle next Monday on your calendar, folks. That's the day of the NBA draft lottery, and pray the Rockets don't luck out and walk away with Cooper Flagg, adding to all the other red flags on Planet Orange. A dicey time indeed for an owner who only a year ago defiantly claimed 26 of 29 other teams would trade their teams for his Suns, an owner who now has a giant target on his back. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
One other area that Matt and I are extremely aligned in is our competitiveness. So you're going to throw that challenge out there? All right, let's go. Let's go. And no one's going to outwork me. I think that's, that's a skill, that's a talent. Don't let anybody fool you, that's a talent. And we're going to think differently. We're going to be unified in our approach on a daily basis. And when you do that, then the results are going to speak for themselves. I have all the confidence in the world that under my leadership, with the alignment of Matt, with Josh, with our great staff that we have in every area that we have, that those changes are going to result in some great results.
That's Brian Gregory, the general manager of the Suns, at his introductory press conference earlier this week. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah.
Cam Cox, our guy from 12 News, put together a compilation video. It's 1 minute 29 seconds long, where he put his buzzwords counter on. He counted 23 alignments and then a handful of identities and visions.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And as I said to you,
Nick King had 26, but maybe I think Nick had it as aligned or alignment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe that's where the extra 3 came from.
How many times did you say alignment or aligned in the Johnny Cash song, Jared?
Well, I said it a bunch of times, but I made one of the sound bites had a montage of several of them.
Yes.
It's quite silly.
I am to the point now already. I'm not going to call this. People are pointing at it. People are laughing at it. I think there's a lot of people that are very comfortable laughing at the Phoenix Suns right now, even before that press conference. But they'll look at the use of the buzzwords, and it'll just continue to go down that road. I am really looking forward to the first thing, and I'm glad you pointed it out. Look, the Suns are not involved in the draft lottery. If the Cooper Flagg thing happens, then all bets are off.
It's chaos. It'll be, yeah. I mean, I think our collective heads would just go.
But I'm looking forward to that because it's actual basketball related. I'm looking forward to seeing who the Suns tab as their next head coach because it's something different to react to that's tangible. A lot of this stuff that was talked about in Brian Gregory's press conference, it's not tangible. It's just talk. You have to pick it apart because it's what it's offered to you. But I really want to see what the first moves basketball-wise are for this franchise with Brian Gregory at the helm.
Yeah, I think, listen, it's unfortunate, again, that word has been used so much in the span of two different press conferences because, again, people are mocking the Suns and Brian Gregory. There were moments in that press conference where I was encouraged by what Brian Gregory said, and you played a clip, and one of the three or four things that I really did like that Brian Gregory said was that one right there where he said, all right, you're going to doubt us? Okay, fine. We're competitors. Come on, bring it on. That to me sounded real. That sounded authentic.
Mm-hmm.
That sounded like a guy who knows that they're getting ripped and who knows that people are going to doubt him as a GM with very, very little qualifications for the job. Okay, fine. I'm going to show y'all. I like that attitude. I would want him to have that attitude. And there were other things he said, too, that I liked. And like I said, I think I liked the fact that he had the chutzpah to walk up there on that stage alone and just walk it into the breach at a time when there was just lots of angst and lots of anger. But unfortunately, there was just way too much of leaning on that buzzword and going back to the copy points. And that's what has people kind of like, okay, what are we doing here?
Well, there's got to be alignment, much more aligned. We are completely aligned. The alignment is the team aligned, extremely aligned, the alignment. It's about building that alignment and to do it with the alignment. If you don't do that, there's no way you can build the alignment.
That's right. But again, you can be aligned and be going in the wrong direction.
Oh, absolutely.
Alignment isn't necessarily, it's a means to an end, but it's not an end.
Tim Ring told us yesterday that, weren't we told that everyone was aligned the last year, two, and with all the moves?
Listen, there was at one point in time, Matt Ishbia raved about the alignment with Mike Budenholzer until he didn't. Yeah, I do think that this is really one of the takeaways is that some of what happened behind the scenes was so surprising and so appalling as it related to the head coach that they are really vibing on that's the dude who blew this.
Yeah, well,
and look, and again, he played a starring role, but there's a lot of other issues that I hope they are not glossing over.
I agree with that, but the possibility is, it's still out there, that he was the main problem. One thing I can never get past, Bick, is with a lesser roster a year before, an underwhelming coaching job by a guy who won a championship, and there were challenges there too. And I don't think it was all hunky-dory in terms of alignment between coach and player when Frank Vogel was here. That team won 49 games, made the playoffs, and avoided the play-in.
If you're right, then I'm actually even more disappointed at the ownership and the GM who was in place at the time and the leaders of this team for letting it affect them to the point where they're sleepwalking through games and showing no focus and not being ready to play and rebelling through their effort on the floor and thereby penalizing all of us. I'm upset that KD and Devin Booker didn't make this clear to everybody earlier. I'm mad that they didn't fire Mike Budenholzer earlier if he was really that big of an issue.
Yeah, and I think it was pretty telling on April 17th that after the press conference, and Matt Ishbia went on with Burns and Gambo asked him the question, should you have fired Mike Budenholzer? It was that bad. Should you have fired him earlier to try to salvage the season? And the first words out of his mouth were, maybe I should have. But I also think this was past, from an optical standpoint, it was past walking on eggshells. It was walking on glass. And I think that was everybody involved around Mike Budenholzer. That was here last year. From the ownership to the general manager, to Josh Bartelstein, to the players involved, Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. I mean, they're aware of what's going on. They're aware of what it means if they come out publicly and say, this coach is not the answer. We got to get rid of this guy. It's going to fall back on them at that point. So I think everybody collectively, and I don't even know if this was a conscious decision, but they all collectively fell on the sword, waited till the offseason. I also find it interesting that the Suns were dragged last year by a lot of national media for firing Frank Vogel. Where locally, I think the synopsis was, yeah, he probably deserved to be shown the door. You didn't hear anybody stepping up for Mike Budenholzer nationally after the job that he did and the way this team underachieved.
No, it's true.
Did you hear anybody?
No, not a soul.
Not even Charles Barkley.
Not a soul. No, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. We'll see where it goes moving forward. Coming up next, the D-backs are finally playing a National League West opponent. Oh, goody. It's the mighty hated Dodgers. We'll preview the big game in this series. Coming up next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Mets.
Here comes the 0-2. Reached for and a one-hopper to second, collected by Acuna. His throw to first in time. The ball game is over. The Mets take the finale. They take this series, taking 2 of 3. Your final score is 7-1.
The D-backs begin a 4-game homestand versus the Dodgers. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Welcome to Scorpion Speed Dating, where spring flings can turn into full-blown infestations.
Hi, I'm Sheila. I like long walks on ceilings, snuggling up in empty shoes, and stinging people on bathroom floors.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Spring officially kicks off scorpion season. They're out scouting for romance and a midnight snack, but that doesn't mean your home needs to play host. For proven scorpion control, call 602 Blue Sky. We'll shut the door on scorpion season. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimer.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
Arrive early to the D-backs versus Rockies matchup on Saturday, May 17th and get a replica home jersey courtesy of Avnet. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. For the first time this season, the Diamondbacks will play within the division. What should we expect in Game 1 against the Dodgers? Burns and Gambo, 2-6 on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, it's the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, taking you up till 10. Then it's Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, 2-6, and then Diamondbacks baseball.
Now, quick programming note, we're going to have Frankie Ice, my boy, Frank Isola. He's going to join us at 8:30. And we're living in a surreal world, folks. If a star player from Army transfers to ASU.
Yeah. It happened. And he's going to join us.
Kanye
Udo, Arizona State running back, is going to join us at 9:15.
Yeah, the next Cam Scattaboo. So stick around for that, folks.
All right, we talked to Derek Hall about the schedule. He gave a little background on how scheduling works. A lot of times there's cooperation from teams. But game 38, getting your first look at the National League West this year for the Diamondbacks. And it's pretty, I mean, there has not been a lot of National League West games against two opponents from the same division yet to this point. I guess be careful what you wish for. They're not going to see the Padres at all until June, the Diamondbacks. But their next 13 are against the National League West. And it starts off with a visit from the world champion Los Angeles Dodgers for 4 games. We know what the setting is going to be like. I think it's going to be heightened. Obviously, they're unveiling the uniforms tomorrow night, Friday night. There's going to be a little extra buzz. But the Dodgers fans show up big time. I guess be careful what you wish for, because this Dodgers team, even though they've been hit with injuries again, they're rolling along.
Yeah, and so you know what this is going to look like. The right field area of Chase Field, it's going to be Dodger blue as far as your eye can see. It's just the way it is now, especially when they have Shohei. But more to the point, this has got to be go time for the Diamondbacks, in my opinion.
Perfect opportunity to change the course.
Well, and again, it's very symbolic, but that's what makes these moments effective. Is you can look at this and lock in and stay locked in, because that's been the issue with the Diamondbacks, in my opinion. The locking in. Nothing else explains why this team has been so iffy defensively and so iffy on the base paths. That stuff happens when your mind wanders, when you're not locked in. The sight of the Dodgers in the other dugout and on the baseball field better get this team locked in. And I feel this way because earlier in the year, the Diamondbacks, they were clocking off series victories like clockwork. Ha! They went 4-1-1 in their first 6 series. They've gone 1-5 in their last 6 series.
Oof. So their only win was the series win against the Mets?
In Queens.
Wow.
Yep, that's it. That's the only one.
And that's the place where they don't play well.
How about it? The one series victory you've got in the last 6 came in the place you'd expect it the least. So it's go time. They've got to quit, the up and down, up and down, up and down. As Derek Hall said, they're more flavorful than to be vanilla every other day.
It's offensive to vanilla. Vanilla is delicious.
Vanilla's pretty good. I think vanilla is definitely on the list of underrated things.
I like vanilla and chocolate.
Dodgers come in first place, and again, looking at their roster situation, here's what they have injured right now: Tommy Edman, Teoscar Hernandez, Blake Snell, Tyler Glasnow, Evan Phillips, Emmett Sheehan, Gavin Stone, Michael Kopech, Clayton Kershaw, Brusdar Graterol, Kike Hernandez, Blake Trinan. That's a big portion of their team.
Sure is. And Shohei Ohtani's not pitching yet.
And Shohei Ohtani hasn't really, in my opinion, been Shohei Ohtani just yet offensively. Am I wrong there?
It's been good, but not
good, not but otherworldly.
Well,
10 home runs, only 15 runs batted in. He's hitting .299. His OPS is over 1,000.
Considering what Aaron Judge and Pete Alonso are doing this year, he's not standing out like that.
Well, what he's not standing out as, he's not the best player in baseball at the moment.
No.
Aaron Judge is.
Yeah.
Until Shohei starts pitching again, it's going to be Aaron Judge. But it's still one of those all eyes on me kind of dudes, and He literally puts the show in Shohei. And that's anytime he comes to town, it's people think it's a chance to see history.
Yeah, and there's a lot of reasons we love talking to Derek Hall every week. First and foremost is because he listens to most of our show every day, and we appreciate that, D. But he doesn't shy away from tough questions. And even above 500 at this point, at 19-18 for the Diamondbacks, that's not what was expected, and the brand of baseball is not what has been expected from this team. And Derek Hall told us from his viewpoint what needs to improve for this team moving forward.
I think, Vince, all facets, right? Where we continue to make mistakes, we continue to beat ourselves. We are far too flavorful than to play vanilla every other day. I mean, we came out on Tuesday. We looked like the team that we thought we were going to be, and then yesterday we were just, flat. Now, I got to give Senga a lot of credit. He's a great pitcher. However, we had him on the ropes, and we let him ease into, again, another masterful performance, but that shouldn't have happened. So I think the mistakes we make on the base paths, like yesterday, we continue to kick the ball around, which is not characteristic of us. And the fact that the offense and the starting pitching has not been consistent, but I'm seeing signs like we all are. I mean, the start by Gallen the other night was great. Yes. Yesterday, Merrill was fantastic. So if we can get those 6, 7, hopefully 8 soon innings out of our guys, and that is our strength, then everything will come around.
Yeah, and I know he's been hurt for most of the year, but 41 at-bats, and Ketel Marte is back, and they're being very cautious with his return. But we have not heard Dan Bickley's Steve Berthiaume, Ketel Marte!
Ketel Marte!
This is opening day. Let's call this opening day for Ketel Marte.
Okay, I like that.
Because he needs to get going.
Ketel Marte looks like he's been living in a weight room or something. Does he look bigger to you than he has? He looks monstrously thick right now.
That's what me and my dad were watching the game, and we both noticed he looked maybe he put on some good weight or
bad weight.
Yeah, who knows?
I don't know.
He does look bigger than normal.
He does. There's no doubt about it. And when he injured himself running, I thought he doesn't look in shape to me. But again, slow roll, baby. Let's slow roll into the season. I like it. I like that a lot. Opening day for Ketel Marte. Run, Corbin, run.
Maybe Christian Walker on his way out gave his Dodger hitting powers to one of these guys. We just don't know who it is yet because we haven't played him all year.
There you go. That's a good point.
Maybe don't think that the Dodgers aren't exhaling a little bit knowing that Christian Walker is not in the lineup for the Diamondbacks this weekend.
Well, that's true.
Man, did he torture them last year.
Oh, that was,
and for several years.
That was delightful, wasn't it?
That 4th of July series in L.A., the reactions from Dodger fans on social media were crazy. He's the best player we've ever seen. And then the real arrogant ones are like, he'll be playing for us next year. Yeah. So, the Dodgers are in. And then this starts 4 games here and then 9 straight games after that against National League West foes. This is an opportunity. Called it opening day for Ketel Marte. This is an opportunity to right the ship. And if the slow roll that you've been talking about has been either, under the radar or it has been a focus, now it's time to kick it into high gear. You played 34 spring training games. You played 37. That's 71 ball games that the Diamondbacks have played as a team already. It's time to announce yourselves, I think.
Totally agree with you. I think this is a pivotal time, and as you pointed out, the schedule has been very, very weird. In fact, if you missed it, Vinny crunched the numbers. Playing a division rival this late in the season, it's the latest point in a season by a mile.
Historically, the only ones that weren't on opening day, 2000, the Diamondbacks played their first division game, Game 7 on the road at San Diego. 2005, it was Game 4 at home against the Dodgers. 2008, Game 4 on the road against Colorado. And 2013, Game 10 against L.A. Ever since then, it's been opening day against the National League West opponent until this year. And we got the reason why, because the Cubs wanted to open up here. And, whatever the Cub wants, the Cub gets.
Right. The Cub.
Coming up next, we will get the viewpoint from New York. Knicks fever is taking over the 5 boroughs. And we'll talk to Frank Isola from Sirius XM NBA Radio about it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Who makes the bigger impact as a rookie, Walter Nolan or Will Johnson? Can I put a little twist on it for the purposes of our conversation? Who do you want to make a bigger impact as a rookie? Walter Nolan is who I would prefer. Step in, be just a disruptive force in the interior of the defensive line.
I'm really proud of you. Really proud of you. You went with the 3 technique, of course. What is the most destructive force in the game of football? What is it?
It's a good 3 technique.
It is a great 3 technique.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here with a simple question, courtesy of Life Changer Loan. If you could pay off your mortgage in 5 years without changing a penny of your spending habits, would you do it? Of course you would, and that is why if you're buying a house, if you're buying a chunk of property, if you're looking to refinance, you need to check out Life Changer Loan for a lot of different reasons. This is an innovative program that combines your banking with your mortgage. It allows you to pay all principal first, which means your home gets paid off in a matter of years, not decades. Then you've got a lot of time to build personal wealth. That is how you get ahead. You get 24/7 access to your equity, which means you have the power to pay down, pay off, borrow back whenever you want. It's a great idea if you're eyeing the finish line in your profession. You do not want a mortgage payment in your fixed income years. It's a great idea if you're a great fit. In fact, I saw a spreadsheet. Last 10 Arizona sports listeners who've refinanced with Life Changer Loan, average length of time it takes to pay off those loans, 5.17 years. That is absolutely amazing. Now, a lot of people think this sounds too good to be true. Like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. But you do have to have the right set of financials. This is not for everybody. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
May 5th through the 11th, get close to the future legends in women's golf. The Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimer.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time, exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs dropped the rubber game against the Mets yesterday 7-1 and fall to 19-18 on the season. And the tough schedule continues as the Dodgers come to town in the D-backs' first NL West series of the season. First pitch from Brandon Pfaadt will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Suns' new general manager, Brian Gregory's first move will be bringing in a new head coach to help him establish an identity. And for more on Gregory and the coaching search, head to ArizonaSports.com. Mikal Bridges and the Knicks completed another 20-point comeback against the Celtics last night in a 91-90 win to go up 2-0 in the series and heading back to New York. And the Thunder bounced back in a big way, taking care of business with the Nuggets 149-106 to even up the series. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. The Memorial Day preview sale is going on right now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off in-store and online through May 14th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How important is a bounce-back start for Brandon Pfaadt against the Dodgers? We'll get into it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Knicks by 1, 91-90. Celtics not using the timeout. Tatum across midcourt with 10. Top of the key with 8. Defended by Robinson with 7. Right wing 3. Crossover. Foul line with 4. Left block. Step back. Stolen by Bridges. Bridges chucks it down court. They've done it again. They've done it again. The New York Knicks take both in Boston and a 2-0 lead heading back to the Mecca.
The final call on ESPN 98.7. Tyler Murray, the voice of the Knicks. Another unbelievable comeback win by the Knicks. They win 2 in Boston. They're headed back to Madison Square Garden, up 2-0 against the defending champions. Here to talk about it with us from Sirius XM NBA Radio, and you see him all over ESPN as well. Frank Isola joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Frank, good morning to you.
The only reason I come on, actually, there's 3 reasons why I come on this show. It's because of alignment, identity, and vision. It's the only 3 reasons.
That is fantastic. That is fantastic.
And Dan, we played your little report from that press conference on the show today.
Really?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
As I said to Brian Scalabrine, and I warned the listeners, I said, you want to hear what an old newspaper reporter sounds like when they start doing radio and TV? I said, this is it. Because listen, I thought it was fair. I didn't think you took any cheap shots, but you called it like you see it. I think people appreciate that.
Thank you, Frank, and thank you for being so generous with your time. I know we lean on you a lot, but with what's going on in this series, I thought we have got to get my boy Frankie Ice on today. And hearing you this morning with Brian Scalabrine, who is a Celtic at heart, it was just classic radio, and Michael Rappaport calls, and it was fantastic. So paint the picture. What is going on? The buzz in New York City must be unbelievable right now.
Yeah, I can give you the sound effect of the series for the Boston Celtics. Doink, 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 doink. They've missed 75 threes. They're 25 of 100. Thankfully, they're 25 of 100 because I can do the math. I'm terrible at math, but I know that's 75 misses. But, New York is on fire right now. And, Saturday, it's an afternoon game, which in a way I think is actually probably a good thing. I mean, it could get a little crazy outside Madison Square Garden. But the Knicks are in a terrific position because they got the defending champs on the ropes. I really think the team that wins Game 3 is going to win the series. Now, that's obviously easy to say if the Knicks win it. But I do think if Boston can get Game 3, then they're guaranteed to have a Game 5 at home, so things could be different. But Boston, come on. They were up 20 points in both games in the third quarter and got outscored in the fourth quarter, completely fell apart. You know that in the fourth quarter, the 2 games, the Knicks have outscored them by a combined 55-33 in the fourth quarter, both times coming back from a 20-point deficit in the third quarter. That is, for the Boston Celtics, you cannot have 2 worse home losses back-to-back.
I agree with you. And, Frank, your post on X/Twitter, the Celtics, arrogant, soft, lethargic. They looked – I totally agree with that synopsis. They look like a team that we're going to continue to do what we do and the threes will start to fall. How much of this 0-2 hole, because I had a lot of problems with Joe Mazzulla and some of the coaching decisions he made late in that game. How much do you think of it? How much of it falls on the coach?
Well, I think some of it certainly has to. I think taking 63s in Game 1, and they said, well, this is the way they play. Well, change it up a little bit. It's clearly not working. And I think for the players, when I talk about their arrogance, it's as if we went ahead by 20, and they're looking at the Knicks bench. All right, Tom, call up the dogs. You guys should give up now. We've won the game. But that's not the attitude of the Knicks. It's not the attitude of the coach. It's certainly not the attitude of the point guard, and those two drive the bus. But yesterday for Joe Mazzulla, I didn't understand, with under 3 minutes to go, they had been called for 2 fouls. Now, Mitchell Robinson can't shoot free throws.
No.
So they decide to give 2 fouls within a second of one another on Mitchell Robinson. So that put you 1 foul away from the Knicks shooting in the penalty. And all Tom Thibodeau did was he took out Mitchell Robinson And then sure enough, that ended up being a huge factor because Jalen Brunson gave the Knicks the lead for good when he was fouled by Drew Holiday and made the 2 free throws. The Celtics could have been in a position maybe to give a foul late in the game if they still had one.
Absolutely.
But I didn't understand why Joe Mazzulla did that. And even Brian said today on the radio, Brian Scalabrine, why not call timeout before that final play? Because you ran a great play to take the lead on the Tatum dunk. They tried to do the same play, but clearly the Knicks were going to be ready for it and made much better adjustments. And for Tatum to dribble himself into no man's land, he dribbles into essentially the corner where you have the baseline, the sideline, which you have all the Knicks bench players standing up, and 3 Knicks converged on you. So for a great player like Tatum, his decision-making on that final play, just like his decision-making on the final play of regulation in Game 1, where he decided to just take a step-back 3 over Mitchell Robinson, made no sense.
Yeah.
You know, I've been doing this a long time, and the greatest thing about playoff basketball is when you get those dudes who meet the moment and beat the moment, and Jason Tatum ain't that dude, but Jalen Brunson is. What are we watching with this kid?
Yeah, it's amazing too, right? You look at his numbers, and they weren't great last night. But when he needed to make big shots, he just makes them. And he has a calming presence about him. I keep saying it. He's not going to need the money, but if he wants to be a coach when he's done playing either on the college level or in the NBA, he'll certainly be able to do that because he's just very smart. And when he went to the foul line late, after the Tatum dunk and Jalen Brunson draws the foul, we all know that he's making those 2 shots. It's one of those kind of players that you have all the confidence in the world that in that moment when the team needs him most, when they're down a point, he's definitely making the first, and then you knew he was going to make the second to give them the lead. The fact that Dallas, you guys got to remember, Dallas could have signed him. They had like 2 opportunities to sign him for about $50 million, and they didn't want to do it. But the weird part about it was even if you didn't want him, which makes no sense, you always knew that the Knicks wanted him because Leon Rose was his agent way back when, and the Knicks were going to do everything they could to get Jalen Brunson. So why wouldn't you just sign him and then trade him to the Knicks and get some assets back? So I never understood what Dallas didn't see in the guy. The guy was a winning player in college. He's been a winning player in the NBA, and he's got incredible physical and mental toughness.
Frank Isola, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. So you opened with it with the tagline and the buzzwords that we've been talking about for 2 days on our show. But the Brian Gregory hire, obviously, he wasn't on anybody's radar to take over that job. What's your reaction to what's going on with the Phoenix Suns front office, Frank?
Yeah, Matt Ishbia coming out and talking about the roster, I know Brian on our show talks about it all the time. He's not impressed with their roster at all. And a big part, Bradley Beal wasn't good when he was with the Washington Wizards. He was always hurt, and he really wasn't taking them anywhere. And then you look at Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant's getting up there in age. I love Devin Booker, but, I just don't think that when you look at the other teams in the Western Conference, they have a long ways to go. And let's face it, the Bradley Beal contract is the one that's killing the Phoenix Suns because they want to trade him. If they could have gotten Jimmy Butler, that could have changed things. They could have certainly been in the play-in and then even been in the first round, maybe even won a first-round series. I like what Dan said about it. He seems like a nice enough guy. And, some people come up at their press conference and they dazzle everybody, and it doesn't matter. Just like, he's coming up there, and I get it. He's throwing out all the buzzwords, all the corporate speak. It's still going to be about the job that you do. Yep. And the biggest thing that he'll have to do is hiring the right coach. I'm sure the first call he made was probably to Tom Izzo. It seems to be what all these Michigan State guys do. Then after that, I don't know what the second call is going to be.
Yeah, right, exactly. All right, last question for you, Frank, before we get you out of here. We've learned in Phoenix that the idea of trading for Kevin Durant is different than the experience of Kevin Durant. And what Mikal Bridges is doing now for the Knicks is opening up a lot of old wounds in Phoenix. This has got to be a great moment for Mikal. How's that playing in New York City?
Well, I think it's, Mikal Bridges really struggled this season, and I think for the first time is being criticized. I think that bothered him. It's going to bother, a lot. I mean, I'm the biggest baby out there, and I get criticized, so I get it. He's going to be, his age, and he's going to get criticized. But if you look at what he's done, Game 4 against Detroit, I don't think he had made a shot going into the fourth quarter. Then he hit 2 huge threes. And then last night had not scored. Then he scores 14 points in the fourth quarter. He had a big steal the other night in Game 1. He made the big defensive play. So it doesn't really matter what you do all game. It matters what you do in the most important moments. And he's had some really good moments in the playoffs. So a guy that, I would say if you're going to give him a grade based on 100, I'd almost give him like a 72 during the regular season. But in the playoffs thus far, it's probably like a 92 the way that he's played. And, that's the mark of a good player. I mean, the guy has been to a finals. I get it. He was the fourth best player on those Phoenix teams, but he's probably the fourth best player on the Knicks, and it seems to be a role that suits him well.
Yeah. Frank, you're the best. Thanks for coming on, man. We always appreciate it.
All right, boys. Let's stay aligned, okay?
Thank you.
Always. Frank Isola, Sirius XM NBA Radio, ESPN.
You're the best.
Around the horn. You see him all the time. He joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, more from the Matt Ishbia business podcast appearance that bled over into basketball. Some interesting things said by the Phoenix Suns owner. We'll tell you more next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. James Jones departs as top Suns executive with a complicated legacy, writes Dan Bickley. Small mistakes keep adding up for Diamondbacks and loss to Mets. And Merrill Kelly is trying to get out of a pickle, and fans are sending him jars of them to help. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. The little expenses add up, don't they? Maybe you have to pick up lunch real quick on the way back to work, or you meet a couple friends at a baseball game last second. That's life, and it's great, but you have to stay on top of it financially, too. And that's why your checking account should be helping you, not working against you by charging you fees. Well, that's where Chime comes in. A Chime checking account is going to help you manage your money better by offering no maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. That's big. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date, so just go to Chime.com to learn more. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime. Feels like progress. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
Life can be stressful, but selling your home doesn't have to be. I'm Carol Rice with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and I make home selling easy by properly pricing your home and getting it in front of thousands of my exclusive qualified buyers. Do what Jackie and Mark did, selling in just 5 days for full market value. Call me, Carol Royce, and ask about my 100% of market value or I'll pay the difference guarantee. Or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
We'll always keep you watertight.
Are you dealing with a back issue and don't know what to do or who to call? Greg Schulte here, and I've got your answer. Call Desert Institute for Spine Care, a.k.a. DISC. Disc surgeons treat a variety of different spine conditions, such as herniated disc, sciatica, spinal stenosis, and degenerative disc disease. DISC is known for its minimally invasive surgical solutions, believing that using at least invasive yet most effective treatments is the best way for their patients to restore, revitalize, and rejuvenate their active lifestyles. And DISC is so good at taking extra time with patients to help understand their pain and how it's affecting their everyday life. Several years ago, DISC took care of my herniated disc issue, and I've been pain-free ever since. I trusted them, and I hope you'll place your trust in the DISC surgeons to help you get through your back issue. Text SPINE to 620-620 or visit sciatica.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain. With over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free. What they're doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joint. Best part, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. Imagine doing all the things you enjoy this summer without being slowed down by awful joint pain. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Arizona sports.
As the owner, my job is to, make those changes.
Suns, a new horizon.
We will win championships with an S here in Phoenix.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Making quick decisions and moving fast. I think most people in business world, CEOs, they like to, measure 10 times and cut once. I measure once and cut, and then I fix the edges as I go, and we keep moving. Right? If it's wrong, we switch back. And I think that's been a huge part of our success at UWM is we're the first mover status. So we always try to implement things. And I think, some things in the NBA can try that stuff. Maybe they can try different rule changes. If it doesn't work, it can change back. I think there's some opportunity there, but it's a little harder to move it because there's 30 owners, not just one.
Matt Ishbia on the Fortune Leadership Next podcast, which I've not listened to. 40-minute interview, Jarrett.
Yeah, 40 minutes.
I guarantee you, and I haven't heard the whole thing, I guarantee you nothing will be as alarming to Suns fans as that particular soundbite that we just played.
It was an interesting insight into his thought process.
Into his philosophy as a CEO.
Right.
I measure once, I cut once, and then I fix the edges if I need to. It doesn't work that way in the NBA.
Listen, and once again, this is we're talking about Matt Ishbia and the Phoenix Suns, but what he is experiencing is very, very common in pro sports with very, very successful, very, very rich people who come to professional sports and think their philosophy that has been so trailblazing and so pioneering in their own field is going to automatically translate. And it doesn't. For a lot of reasons. We're talking about human competition. You can't create business models when you're talking about athletes.
No.
You have athletes whose performances will vary from day to day, week to week, month to month, and they're going up against other athletes who are going through the very same thing. I've heard it from many, many owners who have seen the light and like, whoa, this is a little more difficult than I thought. Yeah. And it's because you've got to experience it to know it.
I will say look at that philosophy, though, that the measure once, cut once, fix the edges. That was obviously the mindset in the Bradley Beal acquisition.
No doubt.
That's not something you can measure once and cut once, and we've talked about it ad nauseum.
Mm-hmm.
You can't fix the edges then.
That's right.
Unless you get cooperation from Bradley Beal, and I still don't think that's going to happen.
No, and you think about how long they tried to get that man to change his mind last year, and how long that was a storyline. And that I think is also indicative of their mindset. Their mindset is, we don't fail.
And
we can fix our mistakes.
Right. And the context of the soundbite, which was at the end of the soundbite there, he's saying how also like the NBA in general could learn from that. And sort of like how slow it is to like make any changes with the league and with the owners and all that stuff.
I mean, he talked about rule changes in that soundbite, and I disagree with that as well. I think it's good that the NBA, because they normally do make the right decision for the good of the game, but it's not a snap decision. And, baseball got criticized for that. And then Rob Manfred has made sweeping changes in the last few years that have actually worked out well for the sport. But I'm glad there's not a snap reaction from the commissioner's office with the NBA, because I think I think the sport continues to evolve. And in my opinion, and this might not be a popular opinion, I think it gets better. I think the league gets better. So I don't know. I agree with you. I don't think that is this is my philosophy in business. In the business world, but my other business is athletic based. There's not alignment there.
It's a very
thing.
It's very interesting insight. Even though he was talking about his mortgage business, it's a very interesting insight into how he thinks the whole. Some people measure 10 times and cut once, and I cut once and then.
Well, what was that incredible quote from that big piece on Matt Ishbia that there is no process with Matt? What was it? Wasn't it like that? Something.
I think it was there's no democracy, was it?
No, I think it was there's meaning you don't put things in place and wait for them. You go, grab, get, move, win. And again, hard charging. That is what who Matt Ishbia is. It's just that it doesn't always translate in sports. And I think they have learned some hard lessons. I hope they have.
Yeah, I mean, but again, you don't have the ability to erase those mistakes in basketball the way you do in other walks of life.
No. So once again, fingers crossed that Brian Gregory nails this head coaching search, because that is the only thing that is going to be able to flip this narrative before they start playing basketball again.
And we've buried the lead here. How about the Bickley Blast being played to a national audience via Sirius XM NBA radio?
You've now gone digital, terrestrial, and satellite.
Did you know he had done that?
I had no idea.
Neither did I.
I had no clue. Yeah. No, listen. But it
did refer to it as his little piece that he did there.
I don't think Frank's listening to every Bickley Blast.
No.
He does an NBA show.
But Frank and I come from the same world. We come from a world of hard journalism, where in New York, I've told this to people all the time, you go into an editor's office, say you come back from a game and you check by your editors, they would literally remind their writers, write it hard. Write it hard. And so that's your boss telling you, write it hard. And that's the world we both came from.
I'm sorry. I did not come from that world, so I have a question.
Yeah.
What is an editor?
Yeah, a dying breed is what they are, Vinny.
I knew you'd appreciate that little jab.
Good joke.
Here's more from Matt Ishbia on the Fortune Leadership Next podcast. Why'd you buy an NBA team?
When I was playing basketball, I realized I wasn't good enough to play in the NBA. And so it's like, hey, could I ever buy an NBA team? And I never, at that time, it never even crossed my mind as a realistic thing, because they're so expensive. And, my first job out of college, I was making, $18,000 a year. So it's not like I was building up a lot of wealth to try to get there. However, it has come full circle where things have went really well. The mortgage business, we've become the number one mortgage company in America. This is our third consecutive, or 3 straight years. Hopefully this should be our 4th straight year. And, made enough money to be able to buy a WNBA team and an NBA team, which I really enjoy. And I can take some of my business things and apply it to basketball. And it's really come full circle. And learning that business, it's only been about 2 years in the basketball business, but going to do that for the next 30, 40 years as well and continue to enjoy it.
It is an amazing story.
Well, his brothers, they're buying the White Sox as well, right?
I know they're sniffing around some major league teams with his brother Justin being kind of the spearhead of that. And I know they were looking at the Minnesota Twins. But imagine being a walk-on college basketball player, and not even a walk-on, but a college basketball player with the realization, I'm not good enough to play in the league. I'll just buy a team. That's a harrowing thought for me.
Gonna say.
I'm 53 years old right now, and my chances of playing in the NBA are still greater than me ever owning an NBA team.
Sammy's got about 20 years, and that'll be him.
I was going to say, me and my brother are looking at buying a franchise here soon.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, Q's about to graduate, so he's got some time.
What are they paying you here, Sammy?
Yeah, boy.
Hey,
no, it's
the horses.
Yeah, that's
he's
right.
great at picking 12th place horses.
Hey, we'll be back. He's not gonna let me live that down.
I was just so impressed with his research on that.
Oh, it was fantastic. You would have loved it too, Vinny.
Yeah.
How detailed, how deep in the woods he went. What you have to do when you're handicapping a horse
did you
race.
apply what Sammy said and actually make an investment? Is that why you won't let this go?
I don't want to,
you don't want to
personal finances out on the air, but I just say when I saw that horse, trailing at the end, covered in mud, and they take it back behind the barn after the. Sorry, there,
Jared. All of them were covered in mud.
Who's your pick this week? Old Glue Stick?
Hey, no. Next week's the Preakness. We might be back on the same horse if I just.
Really?
He's back in the race.
All right, well, I want you to do the full metal handicap, and you break it out.
It'll happen.
All right.
Treat Mom to a day at the ballpark. Head to the contest page now at ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win tickets to see the D-backs take on the Dodgers on Mother's Day. Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. The Horseman, Sammy Savoca, will take us through some social studies next.
Maybe that's it. Instead of Sammy the Bull, Sammy the Horse.
Sammy the Horse.
I could get behind that.
All right, Sammy the Horse with social studies next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
tomorrow afternoon at 2:30. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sweet James, and maybe you're wondering about that nickname, Sweet James. What is that all about? Well, his name is James Bergner. He's a world-class attorney. He got the nickname from our guy Petros Papadakis, former USC fullback, now Fox Sports analyst. He gave him that nickname because he could not believe a Bulldog attorney was so nice outside of a courtroom, and it just kind of stuck. But know this, Sweet James and his stable of accident attorneys will be anything but sweet, anything but nice to your opposition if you're ever injured in an accident, primarily the insurance companies that will not want to pay you a nickel for your injuries. Here's what else they'll do for you. They'll get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They'll get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve, and they'll treat you with compassion every step of the way. Their attorneys have extensive trial experience, which means they have great leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. It's why they don't just win 98% of the time. They win big. They recover more in a year than most firms do in a lifetime. And remember, the consultation is free, and you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION. 1-800-9-MILLION. Online at sweetjames.com.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See you with the full details and disclaimer.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Phoenix. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water. Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies. Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Lifebuoy. Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620. And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs dropped the rubber match against the Mets yesterday 7-1 and fall to 19-18 on the year as the small mistakes continue to add up for this ball club. And here's manager Torey Lovullo after yesterday's loss.
It was one of those days, it didn't have a great feel to it from where I was in the dugout, and we just couldn't get rolling. So maybe it's a credit to their starting pitcher. He's got very good stuff. But I believe enough in that team that's sitting in that clubhouse right now that they can put up points against any type of starting pitching. We have to. We got to be able to beat any type of starter.
The tough schedule continues as the Dodgers come to town in the D-backs' first NL West series of the year. First pitch from Brandon Pfaadt will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Suns' new general manager Brian Gregory's first move will be bringing in a new head coach to help him establish an identity. For more on Gregory and the coaching search, head to arizonasports.com. Mikal Bridges and the Knicks completed another 20-point comeback against the Celtics last night in Boston in a 91-90 win to go up 2-0 in the series heading back to New York. And the Thunder bounced back in a big way, taking care of the Nuggets 149-106 to even up that series. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Does your portfolio match your personal comfort level for risk? Visit assetpreservationwealth.com for a free portfolio review to make sure.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Let us head to the world of social media for today's edition of Social Studies. Here's Sammy Cebulka.
Yeah, first and foremost, be sure to follow us on X at Bickley_Murata if you want to get in on the responses, see the questions we ask, and on Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook at Bickley and Murata. And if you want to watch us, head to Arizona Sports on YouTube. So there's been a lot of talk about Mikal Bridges today, and rightly so. 14 points in the fourth quarter last night in a 20-point come-from-behind win for the Knicks. And so that brought up the question of what Arizona athlete or even pro sports figure did you hate to see leave your team? So we asked, what pro sports figure or player did you love while they were here in the Valley and now continue to root for even when they left?
There's a lot of them. I mean, we talk a lot on this show about the phenomenon of fans being fans of players and not teams.
Yep.
That will never resonate with me, but I can be a fan of a player without rooting for that team. Jeff Hornacek was one. Mikal and Cam, obviously.
Anquan Bolden was one for me. I was very happy when he won the Super Bowl in Baltimore.
I was a little torn on that because I thought his exit from Arizona was a little messy. But
that wasn't his fault, I don't think. He was promised a contract and he didn't get it.
Yeah.
If we know anything about Anquan Bolden, he's not a diva. None of that was his fault.
Paul Goldschmidt.
Who, by the way, is he still tearing it up this year?
He's playing well.
Yeah. He's having a good year.
For me, it was, who was it? Goran Dragic. I was always a big Goran fan here, and when he left, I loved watching him. We've got a lot of Mikal Bridges.
Which time? Both times?
Both times. And then when he came back, I was psyched, and then he was not the same player. But he was. I really enjoyed him. We've got a lot of Mikal Bridges, and rightly so. Daryl Lee said definitely Goldie. The trade angered him like nothing else.
Probably angers you more now.
Exactly. Juan Benitez said Jake Plummer and Sean Marion. He followed both of them, and he's definitely going to be keeping his eye on Cam Scadaboo as well. I think that's a good one.
That's a great one.
ASU guy.
That's different, though. It is. It's a college player going elsewhere. I root for all those guys.
This one was interesting from Chris DC. When the Suns traded Larry Nance to the Cavs for KJ and changed the franchise forever, he was one of his favorite athletes, and he continued to follow Larry Nance wherever he's gone. But ironically, KJ is now one of his favorite Suns of all time. So it's kind of a best of both worlds there. And then Daylight Film says none. Once you're not wearing my team's uniform, I may pull for you as a person in life, but not from a sports perspective.
Wow.
Which some people do have that mindset. There were a couple comments like that. So that if you have an impact on my franchise, and in a positive way, I'll continue to pull for you as a sports person. That's just me. Our next question we asked, with Brian Gregory as the new GM and James Jones shifting roles, we asked how will you remember James Jones as a GM and his time and why?
As I said in a column I wrote, what I'll remember is how close he came to being one of the forever heroes in Arizona.
Yeah. I'll focus on the good times as well. I mean, the construction of that team, starting with really when basketball got shut down in March of 2020 and when they came back and went to the bubble, and by that time they had added Campaign, who was another big piece to what they were going to do the next year. It was so much fun, and it came at such a weird time for society and humankind. I'll remember that. And look, James Jones, am I going to pin the demise of those efforts solely on him? No. But I will say this. I always found him to be a very, very classy individual.
Yeah.
And he fell on the sword a lot for this organization.
Yeah, he sure did.
He did. Wes is a geek, says he's going to miss him. Thought he was a Sarver yes man, but he at least proved that he belongs in a front office and that he knows the NBA. And in light of new leadership, I think we'll learn to miss him even more in the next couple of years. Very interesting point there. Andy Bryant says he'll remember him as a guy that got this team to the finals with a team that he built from scratch around Devin Booker, and that he was the only person that could make Robert Sarver a winner.
Wow.
And then the last one from Enlighten Me says he clearly was learning on the fly, but he built a championship caliber roster without sacrificing the future. And then Ishbia came in, took some cards out of his hands, and went all in, and then held James Jones accountable for playing the hand that he wasn't necessarily dealt.
And let's not forget, several of you in the listening audience got free beer from James Jones.
That's
once
right.
Upon a time.
That's right.
A man that gives you free beer, hey, I'll like him forever.
My favorite kind of beer.
Free. And Jarrett, I don't know the context of this last question.
Well, let me enlighten you.
Thank you. Let's get aligned.
Over in Vatican City right now, they're poping around. Yeah, they're just poping around.
It's a Pope Fest.
They're trying to.
Everybody's poping around.
That's right. So I figured the Pope is known for his very iconic headwear.
Right.
The giant Pope hat.
Yeah.
So it led me to this question.
And the question is?
What is your current hat? Or what is your current favorite hat in pop? Let me restart.
Yeah.
What is your favorite hat in pop culture history?
Ooh.
And why?
Oh, yeah, look, this one's got to be obvious for me. Oh, I tell you, that's the worst looking hat I've ever seen in my life. Oh, it looks good on you.
You get a bowl of soup when you buy a hat
Judge
like this.
Smales' hat. That's got our listeners have got to contribute to that.
Oh, there's a lot of good answers here.
There's a lot of good answers. But it's always something that's at the forefront of your mind. Like, what is your favorite pop culture hat?
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
I've never thought about it once.
Neither have I.
Come on, that's why I asked it, so that people would start thinking.
There was a good answer.
The cat in the hat.
I think this is a good answer, and it's from the unserious Phil Dunphy. If helmets count, then what is it? Any stormtrooper helmet from Star Wars.
Oh, okay.
Santa Claus's hat. How about that?
Oh, that's a good one.
I always did think that, I'm a uniform guy. I always did the stormtroopers had a very clean uniform look.
Clean cut, good look.
Social studies class.
Slash's top hat, which he stole from an L.A. store. He didn't have the money, but he wanted the hat.
Justin
walked out the door with it.
Really?
Jamiroquai's hat. That big, furry hat.
Milo says the Indiana Jones fedora.
Oh, that's a great one.
Horror Hooligan says Freddy Krueger's fedora.
Seebacher said this hat has magic and Oompa Loompas were owned by him.
My hat.
Is that your hat, Jarrett? Is that your pick?
Yep.
The Dumb and Dumber hats, the orange and the blue one. There was one in there. I honestly have no idea what.
You got to think about it. And also, I expect you to provide us research and odds on who the next Pope's going to be.
Oh, I already did. The
Did
Ringer,
you really?
The Ringer wrote a very interesting piece about it. I was scrolling through it, and they made not gambling odds of it, but they were running through what it might look like, who's the favorite, all this stuff. It's hilarious.
You know what they should have? They should have little draft capsules for each of the papal candidates.
So they kind of do. On the other side, I can read one if you want. I gotta refine the article, but it's really funny. It's The title of it is "Who Wants the Smoke?" Trying to predict the unpredictable, palpable conclave.
Wow.
I grew up Catholic, so I was maybe the Catholic Church needs a little bit of modernization. I think the last Pope went a long way in doing that. Why not just make it a reality show?
Oh no!
Let's really get everybody involved.
Yeah, they the name of it of the actual piece is the most valuable prayer nominees.
That's funny.
So,
all right, that's social studies. Thanks,
Thank you, Sammy.
At Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Blue Sky, Instagram, and Facebook. Coming up next, we are months away from college football, but we got a college football player joining us. New Arizona State running back and Army transfer Kanye Udo scheduled to join the show next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns, a new horizon.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason.
We're going to make some changes, right? And as the owner, my job is to, make those changes.
Listen for breaking Suns news, inside info, and exclusive Suns content on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvese here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
On Saturday, May 31st, take home the Geraldo Perdomo City Connect 2.0 bobblehead, courtesy of Chaz Roberts. Buy your tickets at Dbacks.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger, who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought, because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shaneco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 five-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
Desert Wind Harley's dedicated team of finance experts are ready to get you approved. Credit so bad your mama won't lend you money?
I love you, dear, but hell to the no.
Let the credit rebuilders of Arizona get you approved at Desert Wind Harley. 100% of all credit applications considered. See desertwindharley.com.
On approved credit.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which Arizona Cardinal is poised for the biggest breakout in 2025? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, we are months away from the beginning of college football season, but there's still a buzz in the valley about what Arizona State football did last year, winning a Big 12 championship, going to the college football playoff. And one of their new players transfer from Army at the running back position, Kanye Udo. Glad to have him on the show as he joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Kanye, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Good. Welcome to the Valley.
Thank you.
Spring football is behind you now, but just tell us about the transition. Obviously, we played 2 years at Army, which is it's not like other college football programs, as we all know. How different has it been, and how has the transition gone to you becoming a Sun Devil, Kanye?
The transition becoming a Sun Devil has been a lot of fun. Just being around this community, being around this team, getting to know everybody, and just getting used to everything.
Now, you take a look, Kanye, when news dropped that you were coming to Arizona State, there were people like, oh, he's going from West Point to a party school. Obviously, ASU is not a party school anymore. What attracted you to Arizona State?
The people. I believe the people make the place, and I saw a place like Arizona State surrounded by a whole bunch of good people committed to winning and just being great every single day. So I just want to be a part of that.
Kanye Udo, Arizona State running back, joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. When you talk about the people, a lot of people will point right at the head coach, Kenny Dillingham, and what he's been able to do in a very short time. And I don't know if you know what he took over when he got the head coaching job not long ago, Kanye, but it's been remarkable. What does tell us about Kenny Dillingham's part in getting you to transfer to Arizona State and what he's meant to you so far?
Well, I'll say Coach Dilly, he's just really authentic. Like, he is who he is, unapologetically. A very unique head coach that you'll find anywhere else in the country. And then he's just very, very committed and tenacious on winning and doing the things that are necessary to win.
Kanye, going to West Point, it's not for everybody. You've got to have a great amount of discipline and focus. I remember reading Bryson Daly's schedule and how rigorous it was. For those who don't know, what's it like being a cadet? What was it like on the daily for you at West Point?
On a daily during the football season, I say like a 6:30 in the morning wake up. You're getting to sleep at like 11:30 probably.
And then just the rigors of the schedule from practice to schoolwork. I mean, they do take things very seriously there.
Yeah, they definitely do. Everything's very structured, and you definitely have to have discipline throughout your entire day. Like, from the time you wake up to the time you go to sleep, like I say, you're probably doing something, whether it's schoolwork or football related.
So a lot of people are real excited about you, especially in the light of watching Cam Scatterbo the past 2 seasons. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about succeeding a player who inspired so many fans last couple of years?
Being able to see this guy's influence and, like you said, how he inspired the entire community and just the ASU program as a whole is very cool. But I just want to come in here and, do my thing and be my own player.
Kanye Udo of the Arizona State Sun Devils, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Tell Sun Devil fans who maybe didn't get to see you during spring practice, what kind of player are Sun Devil fans going to be rooting for this year? Tell us about your game, Kanye.
Somebody who plays hard, is going to give you everything they have every single play. A running back that can break tackles and still hit a home run.
In terms of, I'm looking at your numbers that you put up at Army. 5.9 yards per carry in that offense looks real good. 11 touchdowns in your career. But we know Army doesn't throw the ball a lot, and Cam Scadaboo himself and this offense at ASU, they'll use the running backs as receivers, and that was not a big part of what you were asked to do. How adept are you, and how comfortable are you being used as a receiver out of the backfield, Kanye?
Something that I was really working on and like honing in on during spring ball. So I would definitely say like something that I really grown in just in this short amount of time in the spring ball, because I haven't been asked to do it throughout my career at Army, like you said. But just being able to adjust to it during spring ball and just getting that comfortability was huge.
And you're going to be a great weapon to drop in this offense with Sam Levitt as quarterback. What do you think of your quarterback, your new teammate in Sam?
He's just extremely competitive. He obviously has the talent and has the production and everything, but I think the thing that really separates him is how competitive he is.
Talking to Kanye Udo, new Arizona State running back, as he joins us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I have to ask you about the experience of playing in the Army-Navy game, and you were on both sides of it. You won your first year, came up short last year. As somebody who, I grew up around college football, and I didn't know much about the Army-Navy game, Kanye, but I got to experience it 2 years in a row in Philadelphia and Baltimore some years back, and I was absolutely blown away by the whole experience. I mean, what did that experience mean to you, and what will it mean to you moving forward as you develop as a human being?
It's definitely one of the best rivalries in sports. Like you said, when you go to that Army-Navy game, it's nothing like it. So being able to have those two experiences in such big games my freshman and sophomore year is huge.
Tell us a little bit about what you think the vibe is with this new team. Do you feel like something special's brewing in Tempe?
Yeah, I would definitely say so. We have all the pieces that is needed. We just have to go out there and execute.
Well, we are definitely looking forward to seeing how you fit with this team as the Sun Devils defend their Big 12 championship, Kanye. Thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Kanye Udo. Army transfer. You don't hear about that very often, but that's the new state of college football. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line.
And there was a website that literally said, "Stunning move, West Point player going to notorious party school."
I did like the part where you said ASU's not a party school anymore.
Well,
it's not like it was.
That's what I meant to say. Of course it's still a party
number
school.
Number one in innovation, they just innovated new ways to party.
Well, it's not the only. It's not the only thing it's known for anymore.
That's what it is. I should have rephrased that a little bit, But again, it's something where
if Michael Crow was listening, he pumped his fist when you said that.
Right. Well, listen, and he deserves a ton of credit. And look, if this football team continues to be what it was last year, Michael Crow's going to get his just deserves for doing what he's done and building that whole thing out. But in the case of that example, there were times in the past that if you got a player that came to ASU, you had to wonder, is he coming here for the wrong reasons? If you're going to West Point, no one's wondering about your priorities.
No.
Right? And so, but that's not what ASU is anymore. No. So what they're building obviously is something very, very important. And look, I think that this is an important time, because if you can start kind of stacking great running backs and great running back seasons, you create that identity and you become the go-to place for the best in that position.
But I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
I also think it's very telling too. The state of college football has changed, and you can judge a program on the talent that it picks up and the people that it picks up in the transfer portal. But I think you can also judge a program and its leadership by what you lose in the transfer portal.
Yep.
And they opened up the spring portal, and ASU wasn't really affected that greatly. And I think that's a testament to what Kenny Dillingham is building.
No doubt.
And what he is attracting.
No doubt. There's definitely there's a gravitational pull for people to stay here. There's a gravitational pull for people to get here, and this is the honeymoon years for ASU.
Thanks to Kanye Udo again for joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, the triumphant return of Mock My World. This is going to be a fun one, too. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
He says, yeah, I talked to Bradley Beal about summer plans. Did that conversation be like, hey, Brad, you traveling maybe this summer, hanging out with the family, maybe waiving a no-trade clause, maybe, go see the beach or whatever, maybe accepting a trade from us to a different... I don't know how that conversation went. There's no way they're both back, right? I mean, otherwise, then what are the big changes? Because even your GM was kind of here last year. So your only big change would be at coach. And again, I do think that was a change that absolutely had to be made, but it wasn't 100% of the issue last year.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes, you both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Do you have great credit, good with your money? Then why are you in a traditional mortgage that was created for people with poor credit? You know, pay all interest first to the bank, pay for 30 years, zero access to your equity, etc. On a Life Changer loan, you pay all principal first, always retain access to your equity, and pay off in just a matter of years, not decades. Maybe it's time your mortgage matched your credit. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775, Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice? You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi? Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake. Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace. Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. Why didn't I just get the free inspection? Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection. They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it. And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now. We need some tax and tariff relief, right? Just mention Calvisi. Or Gatos. Arizona Sports. Or KTAR. You save 12%. Tax and tariff relief. No wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com. That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. I said it better than Paul did. America Roofing. We've got you covered.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs dropped the rubber match against the Mets yesterday 7-1 and fall to 19-18 on the year, and the tough schedule continues as the Dodgers come to town in the D-backs' first NL West series of the season. First pitch from Brandon Pfaadt will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. New Suns general manager Brian Gregory's first move will be bringing in a new head coach. For more on Gregory and the coaching search, head to arizonasports.com. And Mikal Bridges and the Knicks completed another 20-point comeback against the Celtics last night, 91-90. They head to New York up 2-0 in the series, and the Thunder bounced back in a big way, taking care of the Nuggets 149-106 to even up that series. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. It's pretty simple. It's, will Corbin Carroll finish in the top 5 of NL MVP voting? I know it's early, but he's on an absolute tear.
I'll say yes.
Still.
I saw an early poll of MLB writers on MLB.com, and he was 5th in the National League now. But I think you can keep it up. Sure, why not?
And by the way, can we get that NFL sounder, that 10-note sounder ready for the draft? Because the pick is in. A Pope has been selected.
No way.
Yes.
Yep, pretty quick on only day 2 of the conclave.
There's white smoke billowing out of the Sistine Chapel.
Oh my gosh.
Cooper flag.
I got a great nugget.
Cooper the first.
Remind me, and off the grid, I've got a great nugget on Cooper flag.
And everybody's tweeting out the picture from the NFL draft. Cardinals pick is in.
That's right. Do you know there was a candidate named Pizza Bala?
Like I didn't know that, of course.
The results are 71% yes, by the way. 29% say no.
All right, that is today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Bickley and Murata. Mock My World.
Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me? Stop it, you just didn't do it again.
Are you mocking me?
Mock My World is back. Didn't do it last week as we were off the air early on Thursday, and I was off painting Vegas. But to refresh your memory about what happened 2 weeks ago, we got conceptual on Mock My World 2 weeks ago. We each built an NFL franchise in a city with an owner, quarterback, and coach. And I won for the second straight week, surprisingly.
Wow.
My San Diego Surf Riders.
I like it.
Owned by
Love it.
Steve Ballmer, coached by Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson. And quarterbacked by Lamar Jackson, got 33% of the vote. Jarrett finished second in the voting, 26.9. Sammy not far behind, 25.3. I still think you got slighted here, 14.8% of the vote, Vic.
Wow.
I like your team.
Yeah, me too.
The New Orleans theme with Bruce Arians as head coach. Talk about a party school.
Right.
This week, we are going back to, we're going to a different topic, obviously. And I like this topic a lot. The topic is athletes and celebrities known for one moment.
One moment.
So in reverse order of last week's results, Bick, you will have the first pick. Sammy second, Jarrett third. I will go fourth. 4 rounds, snake-style draft.
And to be clear, these are not athletes or celebrities that had a great, spectacular moment in a career full of moments. Somebody known for one thing only. One moment only.
All right, Bick, you got the first pick.
With the first pick in the draft, Dan Bickley selects Buster Douglas.
Very high on everybody's list.
Who knocked out Mike Tyson in Tokyo and gained about 900 pounds.
He's still living off that fact.
Heck yeah.
Actually, he's still with us, isn't he, Buster Douglas?
I think he is.
Yeah.
That was my 1-1.
Yeah, that was my 1-1 too.
I'm going to go David Tyree.
Damn it, those seem like the
Very good
two
one.
The helmet
obvious
catch
ones.
in Super Bowl, I don't know what it was, but it was here in the Valley.
This is my my Jarrett fact, and I always stick to this. And I think I've looked it up, but I can't remember. That was his last catch in the NFL.
I think you're right.
Yeah. Great pick. Jarrett?
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
We're ready.
I'm going with Steve Bartman.
Dang it.
It's a very good one.
See, I had him on my list, and I scratched him off because he's not an athlete or a celebrity.
Okay.
Well, he
it's
became a
tangential to
celebrity.
Sports.
I have a quick question. Can it be a team or just athlete?
Oh, it could be a team if you want.
All right. Just
If
wanted
it
to put
fits,
that out
listen,
there.
the listeners vote. We
Yeah,
don't have to.
Okay.
I'll pick it. I mean, if you don't think Bartman...
No, I think it
You
works.
you can have it.
Okay.
I think it works.
I didn't know how, okay.
He was on my list. Yeah.
I'm
Got 2 picks.
I'm
here.
violating my own beliefs in making this pick.
All right.
Because I was absolutely irate at ESPN for putting Bill Buckner being known for letting the ball go through his legs in the 1986 World Series. And when he died, that's what they remembered him for.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm picking Bill Buckner.
You have to.
I think
Even though
that's
he had-
fair.
Even
It's
though
a
he
great
had a
pick.
great career.
It's a great pick.
And I'm going to go with Kerry Strug.
That's another great pick.
I'm going to go with, on sort of the same logic as Bill Buckner, a guy who had a career but is known for one particular moment, Bucky Bleeping Dent.
Bucky Bleeping Dent.
Bucky Dent!
On my
See,
list.
I remember him most of his starring role in the ABC made-for-TV movie about the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders.
Somebody does something? Was that the one you're talking about? No. Involved Debbie or no?
It was made for TV, Jarrett.
Well, TV has some fun channels nowadays.
This was in the 70s.
Oh, okay.
I'm really happy this guy slid to me. I was growing up during it. Give me Jeremy Lin Sanity.
All right, Jeremy
Does he
Lin.
count? Because I thought of him too, and it wasn't a specific moment. It was a
Let the voters
specific
decide.
season.
I thought
it was
I
one
thought of-
week.
I thought of him too.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, let the voter. I guess let's be consistent. Let the voters decide.
All right.
Vic, you got 2 picks.
I have got 2 picks, huh? All right, give me Dwight Clark
Great pick.
for the catch.
Another guy who had a very good career, but is known for that.
And give me Franco Harris, the Immaculate Reception.
That was good.
Just amazing because it's true. There's a big level of truth. Franco Harris retired as the NFL's all-time leading
That's
rusher.
right. And he is remembered for one play.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a team. I'm taking the Miracle on Ice team. The players in that never remembered for anything else.
That's interesting.
It's true.
That is their one singular moment.
Team Sammy the Horse are getting pretty liberal.
A little bit.
Well, I'm going to go with Monica Lewinsky. One of the most famous people ever in history.
Jesus.
I'm gonna check out. Leave the studio right now.
No. Is that not a fair
You're
pick?
talking about Debbie. You're talking about Monica Lewinsky. You need a shower over there? Is that all right?
You all right, Jarrett?
Good Lord. It's a family show.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on, I'm going to take... there's not many left on my list to pick from. You guys have...
Yes,
plucked
me
them
either.
all.
That's why I was...
I'm going to go with... I hate to do it. Frequent guest on this show, Bryce Drew.
That's a great pick. I had put him on the list.
I had that too, and I didn't know if he had raised his profile enough as a coach to make him not only known for that.
And I'm going way back. This guy's a Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
There's some debate on whether or not he should be a Hall of Famer, but he's certainly known for one big moment in 1960, Bill Mazeroski.
Ooh. That's pretty good.
Jarrett? You picking Jenna Jameson?
I don't know who that is. I'm not familiar with her work. She used to live in the Valley, though. Someone told me. I'm going with Brent Barry. slam dunk contest winner wearing his warm-ups. Never really did much else in the NBA.
Had a decent career.
But
it's a good pick. I didn't
maybe second most known, I think, for Tony Parker stealing his wife or something.
Mm-hmm.
Was that part of it? Brent Barry was on the coaching staff with the Phoenix Suns this past year, too. Team Sammy.
All right. My last pick between a couple here. I'm going to go...
Willie Mays for the basket catch.
No. I'm going to go...
Never did anything else.
Right.
Bobby Thompson.
Oh, that's
a good
pick.
one. Same as the Bill Mazeroski.
Yeah. Had to do the research on that one.
That's a good pick.
The Giants win the pennant. The Giants win the pennant. You ever seen that clip before?
Oh, I have. It's great.
Vic, you got the last
Oh,
say.
man, I've got so many options here, too. I don't know which one is best. Give me Lorenzo Charles.
Oh, it's a good pick.
One dunk to win an NCAA championship and not a whole lot else.
Oh, that's true. Like I said, I did not have a lot left on my list.
Let me. I'll tell you what I had left. Malcolm Butler. Jean Van de Velde, the golfer.
Good one.
Corey Pavin, the golfer I had.
That's a good one. Garo Yepremian, that's in the Wayback Machine.
That's a great call, though.
Nate Poole.
I had Nate Poole on my list, too.
Doug Flutie. That might be a stretch.
I had Doug Flutie on the
I had
list.
the Stanford Band on my list.
That's a good one. Would you have had Michael Chang?
What moment?
Winning the French Open, that was he became a real big star after that, but never.
I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't have him
I had
on my
Leon
list.
Spinks.
I had Akeem
Oh, that's a good
Murakami.
one.
That's a great one.
I had Archie Bradley on my list, but then I thought maybe there was a second moment. What would have been the second moment?
He poped his pants.
He poped his pants, Jared.
I had Tyler Gilbert on the list.
Oh, that's another. Sammy, you had some good ones left in the tank.
I also had a team. I had Leicester City on the list,
Yeah.
winning the Premier League. They're back now down in relegation. And then I had Rich Strike, the horse that won the Kentucky Derby. It's the longest shot.
The only other ones
That's
I
a
had
good
left,
one.
Steve Gleason,
That's a good one.
and another tragic one. Vic, you'll remember this one. Dooku Kim.
Oh, fought Ray Boom Boom Mancini, one of the most violent, incredible fights I've ever watched. And he died later that night.
I don't think he died in the ring, but he died that day.
No, that's
Yeah.
right.
I had a Take On Me, the song.
That's good. That's a real good one.
They had other good songs.
Did they?
Sammy.
Yes,
I
knew
know.
any one-hit wonder I said, Vinny would be like, well, actually. they're kind of-
All right, the voting is in. Athletes and celebs known for one moment. Bix got Buster Douglas, Dwight Clark, Franco Harris, Lorenzo Charles. Sammy went with David Tyree, Jeremy Lin, Miracle on Ice Team, and Bobby Thompson. Jarrett's got Steve Bartman, Bucky Dent, Monica Lewinsky, Brent Barry. That list sucks. Team Murata, Bill Buckner, Kerry Strug, Bryce Drew, and Bill Mazeroski. You determine the winner. We'll get it up on X at Pickley_Murata on Mock My World. Some final thoughts next, including a nugget on Cooper Flag coming from Bick. It's Pickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Mets.
Here comes the 0-2. Reached for and a one-hopper to second, collected by Acuna. His throw to first in time. The ball game is over. The Mets take the finale. They take this series, taking 2 of 3. Your final score is 7-1.
The D-backs begin a 4-game homestand versus the Dodgers. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with some exciting news for anybody out there considering a life-changing upgrade of their smile. If you're embarrassed by your teeth, if you have loose teeth, if you have dentures that don't fit well, you need to know about New Life Dental Implant Center, revolutionizing the industry by making it easier, faster, more affordable than ever. Here's the deal. At New Life Dental Implant Center, everything gets done in one location from start to finish. No bouncing around to different offices. Everything you need, including surgery, lab work, follow-ups, right there in one place. And get this, currently offering all-on-4 dental implants for just $99.90 per arch. If you've been in the market, you know right away that is a great price. It comes with no hidden fees, no surprise costs, just one price from start to finish, 0% financing available. New Life is committed to being the most and affordable option you are going to find. They've even got an in-house laboratory, which means faster turnarounds, higher quality control. You are not waiting weeks for some outsourced lab to finish your new new teeth. It's all happening right there under one roof at New Life Dental Implant Center. That new smile, that new you, one phone call away. 602-855-0000. Online at newsmilearizona.com.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Are you thinking about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers available by making one call? That's exactly what you get with Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or Carol will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, Carol delivers. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Caroline seller must agree on price and possession.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, now through May 14th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Betting. Brooklyn Betting has 12 Basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Betting.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
See Jared's face perk up.
Oh, yeah.
I keep a close watch on this heart of mine.
Just like mine.
I keep my eyes wide open all the time. I keep the ends out for the tie that binds.
Oh, we'll be fine.
That's we're aligned. See, it's great.
It's great when you sing it with the lyrics.
Yeah, right?
Even the intro I enjoyed.
Hello. I've got lots of cash.
We know you enjoy your own work, Jared.
Yes. We know you get high on your own supply, Jared.
I was not much of a Johnny Cash fan until I saw the movie.
Yeah.
And that soundtrack, even though it was not Johnny Cash singing soundtrack.
Yeah.
But Joaquin Phoenix and Reese Witherspoon, I love that soundtrack. Their version of
Johnny Cash was a badass.
He was. But their version of It Ain't Me, Babe, I love that song to this day.
Okay.
There you go.
I Walk the Line by Johnny Cash.
Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, we know Cooper Flagg will not be the next Pope.
Mm-hmm.
But what do we know about Cooper Flagg?
Let's hope Cooper Flagg is not the next Houston Rocket as well. We had a discussion on the show months ago, maybe 2 months ago, about would the 50-year-old Cooper Flagg, who has made hundreds of millions of dollars in the NBA, look back and say to himself, man, I should have just stayed at Duke one more year. I should have just been in college one more year before it became professional, before basketball became a job. I was told by a very good source, Cooper Flagg was offered $11 million to stay at Duke this year. I was told he considered it. His family, his camp did the math. They estimated it might cost him $100 million on the back end if he did.
11. We went from people getting suspended for giving cream cheese with bagels to student athletes.
Yes.
To now this $11 million offers.
We had.
He's right. I mean, it's all about the now versus the later.
Right.
And if Cooper Flagg has belief in himself, which he should, he's a remarkable basketball player. Think about his second contract. Oof. He's going to be making like $100 million a year in the second contract.
Correct me if I'm wrong also. Let's say he plays 15 years in the NBA. Could he then go back and play another year at Duke?
You're wrong.
Okay, thank you.
No, you're very wrong. You're very wrong. But that's it. They penciled out the last year.
Oh, wait a minute.
No, because I've never seen it. J.R. Smith went back and played like golf or something at college, and
J.R. Smith also never played college basketball.
What's his name? The Olympic gold medalist in wrestling went back to college this year and won the national championship or something. So I don't know what the rules are anymore
Olympics
about
are
stuff like
different.
this.
I think it might depend on if you get a degree and the diploma, because I know some people, if Cooper Flagg got his degree, whatever, you can go back, and if you didn't, you can go back and get it, but I don't know if that
you don't have
eligibility.
academic eligibility once you become a professional.
Right.
It's not about the payment, it's about the eligibility.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
$11 million.
$11 million.
Jared, I know you're not much of a sports jersey fan, but there is a sports jersey that I'm predicting you will purchase.
Really?
The Las Vegas Aviators, the AAA affiliate of the not Oakland, not Sacramento Athletics of the PCL. You've seen a lot of minor league teams for a certain amount of time. They'll go by a different name.
Yeah.
Just for marketing purposes. So the Aviators are going to play a game on, I think, May 16th, known as the Las Vegas Belly Busters. It's a celebration of the first Las Vegas buffet that opened in 1946 at the El Rancho Vegas Hotel and Casino. So they've unveiled these uniforms. Tell me that's not a Jarrett uniform. You have to see this. It says Las Vegas Belly Busters. The hat logo includes a steak, crab legs, lobster tail, a fried egg, asparagus, and cherry pie. And those items are in a pattern all over the jersey.
I just looked it up. Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Could you see Jarrett wearing that?
I could, yeah.
This sounds wonderful.
Jared, do you have $100?
Anyone who wants to send me that jersey for free?
Anybody who wants to send it to you.
Anybody want to buy me a gigantic sandwich from the ballpark?
Yeah.
Do you guys see...
the only jersey that I can buy is a Jersey Mike sub right now.
Do you guys see Paul Pierce is walking to work today?
Oh, did he do it?
Yeah, he did it. He's 4 miles in, according to
How far
his
is the
social
walk?
media. 20 miles.
20 miles?
Yep.
Hey, at least he's living.
And he goes, I'm a man of my word. I'll holla at y'all.
He's walking, is he barefoot in a
Barefoot,
robe?
walking in a robe.
Holy smokes.
Yeah. He was on air yesterday saying that if the Celtics lost, he will walk barefoot in a robe to work.
That's crazy.
And then he said, put your house on it.
Yep.
Thanks to Derek Hall, Frank Isola, and Kanye Udo for joining us. Big night for the Diamondbacks.
We're going to play the NL West now.
Yes, they are. We'll have a full recap starting at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I know, Arizona, we're feeling it. Summer temps heating up, but there's good news. It's officially pool season. And if you want to beat the heat with a custom pool, work with our pool builder at Casa Calvisi, California Pools and Landscape. Man, you talk about before and after. Our summer escape now is our own backyard, including our Cal shade structure. And you really relax under the sun when May shade specials are on. Savings you don't want to miss. Go to calpool.com/Paul. See our backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went up to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving. Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner.
Fish for dinner.
No, stop.
This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota. But it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance. And you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs dropped the rubber match against the Mets yesterday 7-1 and fall to 19-18 on the year, and the small mistakes continue to add up for this ball club. And here's manager Torey Lovullo after the loss yesterday.
It was one of those days, it didn't have a great feel to it from where I was in the dugout, and we just couldn't get rolling. So maybe it's a credit to their starting pitcher. He's got very good stuff. But I believe enough in that team that's sitting in that clubhouse right now that they can put up points against any type of starting pitching. We have to. We got to be able to beat any type of starter.
The tough schedule continues as the Dodgers come to town in the D-backs' first NL West series of the year. First pitch from Brandon Pfaadt will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Suns' new general manager Brian Gregory's first move will be bringing a new head coach to help him establish an identity. For more on Gregory and the coaching search, head to arizonasports.com. And Mikal Bridges and the Knicks completed another 20-point comeback against the Celtics last night in a 91-90 win to go up 2-0 in the series, heading back to New York, and the Thunder bounced back in a big way, taking care of the Nuggets 149-106. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Thursday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, Luke? How are you?
Is that a new move? You jump into your chair and speak in a radio voice?
That's right. Broadcasting, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are,
It's kinda
projecting,
like
of course, when you broadcast.
It's kind of like the Chris Collinsworth slide. Remember when Chris Collinsworth used to do the slide?
That's right. I forgot all about that.
You're going to have to start doing that, Wolf, because we're live on YouTube, so now people are going to expect that move right there.
Yeah, I just want to say hello to everybody out there, you YouTubers, you mad people watching the show right now. What are you doing? What's up? We're chilling, of course, right now. Feels so good. Thursday is the most productive day of the week, as we all understand. Isn't that right, Paul Calvisi? Thursday is the most productive day. You know that tomorrow is Friday, and you know you got to get your work done. You got to finish well. Finish the week well.
Yes.
Isn't that right, Luke?
It'd be nice. Finish strong. That's the goal.
That's
here,
right.
Especially with the Dodgers in town, and they are, for 4, starting tonight. The first game against an NL West opponent this season for the Diamondbacks, and it's game 38 of the season. That alone is still crazy to me.
Incredible. It really is. I wonder how distracting that may have been for the Arizona Diamondbacks in this 3-game set against the New York Mets, also a very good team.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that distracted them at all, because it kind of looked like it did, especially yesterday.
That's good Mets team. We had Mike Hazen on yesterday, and he had very high praise for the Mets of being just a very complete team. That was obviously before the game. Merrill Kelly did pitch well, got into a little trouble right at the end of his start, but it wasn't a cramping issue. It was just the Mets you're putting guys on base. Yeah, so, I mean, Merrill had a quality start, another one, and gave them a chance to win. They just couldn't really score off Cody Simon, and they end up losing by a final of 7-1. So they lose the series. They split the season series. So hopefully it doesn't come down to a tiebreaker between those two teams at the end of the season, Wolf, because then they're going to be going to some second or third tiebreaker. And whatever, they're 3-3 against the Mets. They're done with the Mets, and now they have 13 straight games against teams from the NL West. 7 of those 13 are against the Dodgers.
Oh, my goodness, it is so tough. You know, did you know right now that the Arizona Diamondbacks have the 3rd toughest schedule so far
up to
this season, up to this point of the season? As of May 8th, is that today?
Yeah.
Yes, it is, Basinonians. It is today. They had the 3rd toughest schedule, strength of schedule so far. And now all of a sudden, they're going to go through the NL West?
Yeah, they're going to go Dodgers 4, Giants 3, Rockies 3, Dodgers 3. So if the schedule...
I love that. Yes, the emphasis, or De-emphasis.
Or lack thereof. If the schedule has already been rough, I'm guessing 10 of the next 13 against the Dodgers and Giants only makes it, the percentage is even more difficult. Look, the Diamondbacks are treading water. But I don't mean that necessarily in a bad way with the schedule they've had and some of the injuries they've had. They're still a game above 500. All is not perfect. It's far from perfect, but all is not lost either. And, yesterday's game was one where the offense just never got going. Here's Torey Lovello afterwards.
I thought we had one good opportunity with pinch hit situation with Cattell that unfortunately didn't go the way we wanted it to. We had some small opportunities to push some runs across. We didn't. It was one of those days. It didn't have a great feel to it from where I was in the dugout, and we just couldn't get rolling. So maybe it's a credit to their starting pitcher. He's got very good stuff, but I believe enough in that team that's sitting in that clubhouse right now that they can put up points against any type of starting pitching. We have to. We got to be able to beat any type of starter. So that's not an excuse, but I just feel like it was one of those days. So flush it, come out here tomorrow, and be ready for day one against the Dodgers.
You know what's really interesting? I thought it was cool when the freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing, and we call him the freaky Mike Hazen, Basinonians, here on the Wolf and Luke show because his brain is massive, okay? I know his head looks normal, but his brain is absolutely normal. It's just massive. It's not. It's abnormal is what that is. So for me, we call him that, the freaky Mike Hazen, but he was also talking about being respectful of the 19-17 record of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Isn't that odd? Do you respect it? I said to him, and he said, I respect it, being 16 at the time.
Yeah, it's Mike Hazen. He wants to be 36-0 right now, 37-0. That's Mike Hazen, but that's most GMs. But there are teams around Major League Baseball that are in a real tough spot. Like, they have just gotten out of the gate real slowly. And now, by the time this series is over, Wolf, we're going to be at the quarter mark of the season. So you start to get into the range of the year where you can't just be like, 162 games, none of them really matter that much. No, we're going to be 41 games in by the end of this series with the Dodgers that's coming up. So you could be in a lot of trouble. They're not in a lot of trouble yet. And I think, at least for me, what I'm looking at is saying, they haven't played their best baseball yet, and I do think they're going to. Now, I also don't think the Dodgers have played their best baseball yet. They've started to pick it up lately.
Yeah, they have.
And they're in first place anyway. But other than these 4 games and then the other meetings with the Dodgers this season, and it's not 19 anymore. That number's trimmed way down your divisional games. Other than those, you really don't have to concern yourself with the Dodgers. So it's just a matter of whatever it's going to take to make the playoffs. I don't know, you got to get 6, 7, 8 games above 500. The Diamondbacks can do that for sure.
Yeah. Just going back to Game 3, the rubber game of the series against the Mets, and one of the reasons why I was thinking maybe the Diamondbacks were possibly looking ahead. It's not always a guarantee. You could be focused 100%, brothers, on the task at hand and still go out there and make mistakes because you're a human being, okay? That could still be the case. But I do wonder about it. I think it's odd. We're this far into the season, and you haven't played any NL West opponent. And now the first one, the Dodgers.
It's the Dodgers for 4.
For 4. Not a 3-game, right?
Here's 4 games against the Dodgers, and again, 7 games against the Dodgers in the next 2 weeks.
It just... Can I say this right now? I know I played on teams, Basinonians. We struggled. Yeah, we did. We struggled to win games. But there were some years where we were in it, and then we fell apart. Neil Lomax had a lot to do with that. Not that he was bad, he was good. And because he'd get hurt from time to time, we would fall apart. 7-4, I'll never forget it with Neil Lomax as our quarterback. But can I tell you this right now? Whenever we were going to play the New York Giants, who had Lawrence Taylor, Leonard Marshall, Carl Banks, Pepper Johnson, and Super Bowl rings, by the way.
Yeah.
It would be, man, if you were going to play them, you were kind of looking ahead. You were. Now, again, that didn't mean you went out and played poorly the week before you played the Giants, but you would think about it. I'm just wondering. They're human beings, brother. They're human beings. And I wonder if they were kind of just looking ahead.
It doesn't have to be all of them either. It could
it
just
doesn't.
Be a few guys.
You're right.
We stayed that. We did the show out there yesterday, obviously, for 2 hours, and then you and I stuck around and watched the game. And it was funny, at one point, Wolf's like, I want to see Corbin Carroll steal a base, and then he got thrown out stealing a base. As we're,
Unbelievable.
Gino got thrown out at home. So there was that, too. So you had a couple situations where you ran into outs. Now, sometimes it just happens. Sometimes it isn't necessarily a mistake. Sometimes it's just the other team making a good play.
Yeah.
But that was early in the game when Cody Simon wasn't totally locked in, where the Diamondbacks were getting guys on base and then making outs on the base paths. And that's just not what we're used to seeing from the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Corbin Carroll, of course, getting thrown out. Tim Tawa, with the grounder, then the problems he had with that. We've seen that a couple of times as well. Eugenio Suarez, as you said. Geraldo Perdomo not being able to actually execute the bunt very well. Yeah. He's an excellent bunter. That's the one thing about, and he didn't get it laid down very well.
It's everything I just said about they're not in a bad situation yet. We're barely a quarter of the way into the season, and they're 19-18. But what you have coming up, where 2 weeks from today, Wolf, they'll have played the Dodgers 7 times. You better lock in like now, because this can get away from you if you're not careful. Or maybe playing the Dodgers locks you in, and we start to see the really good version of the Diamondbacks.
Oh, the psychology of sports that locks you in. Really?
Do you like the psychology of sports?
I love the psychology of sports.
All right, we come back over to basketball now that the dust has settled on that Brian Gregory press conference. We've had, almost 48 hours to kind of let it all sink in. What are your overarching thoughts from what the Suns' new general manager had to say? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Mets.
Here comes the 0-2. Reached for and a one-hopper to second, collected by Acuna. His throw to first in time. The ball game is over. The Mets take the finale. They take the series, taking 2 of 3. Your final score is 7-1.
The D-backs begin a 4-game homestand versus the Dodgers. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you right now, maybe your back is all jacked up. Maybe you went out, you were mowing like a mad person, mowing your lawn, and suddenly your back went out, whatever it might be right now. I can tell you, I have gone to DISC. I have actually worked with them. After I played so many years in the National Football League, of course, I've got a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. And the spine surgeons at DISC, they have helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation for you. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery. Go to sciatica.com, Basinonians. Enjoy your life again. 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start May 14th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, life gets busy. How does Liberty GMC help customers stay on the road?
What's up, Dave? We know your time is valuable, and that's why our service department is open late. Drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m., and we'll have it for you ready by the next day. Plus, right now, when you buy 3 tires, you will receive the 4th one free. And if you're looking for a truck, you can enjoy $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500.
Shop and buy online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com GMC. We are professional grade.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Is your roof ready for the Arizona summer? The heat is brutal, and with monsoons just around the corner, your roof needs to be ready. The intense weather can cause hidden damage to your roof, so don't wait until it's too late. JLC Roofing is here to help you get your roof monsoon ready before the rush. Their experts provide thorough inspections and quality repairs to ensure your roof can withstand the upcoming storms. They are an A-plus Better Business Bureau rated company, licensed, bonded, and insured with free on-site estimates and affordable financing available. They've installed thousands of new roofs, and they're standing by to install or repair yours. Protect your home and your peace of mind. Schedule your inspection today. Call 602-ROOFING for a free estimate on your roof. Give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602-ROOFING or visit jlcroof.com. That's jlcroof.com. Don't wait. Prepare your roof for the monsoon season. JLC Roofing, professional roof repair and replacement for over 30 years.
Arizona Sports. Suns, a new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason.
We're going to make some changes.
With Wolf and Luke.
All right, Wolf, we got to react to the Brian Gregory press conference a little bit yesterday, but it was a shorter show with the Arizona Sports Half Day Club out at Chase Field, which, other than the result of the game, I would say was a huge success. We're going to do more of those.
Yeah, massive, man.
It really feels like a life hack or a cheat code or whatever when you're at a Major League Baseball game in the middle of the day on a weekday, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially when you do a 2-hour broadcast and then get lunch after it.
That's true. It was a good
It's
lunch.
really good.
It was a pretty good lunch yesterday.
Man, I'll tell you what, the burgers there, real good.
I wouldn't hate one of those burgers at noon every day during the show, I'll be honest.
That was good to go, bruh.
So anyway, that's the long way of saying we didn't get to fully react the way we wanted to everything Brian Gregory said. One of the areas, I want to play this cut, Wolf. He was asked, what experience do you have that will help you in this position? Because whether you feel like he is too inexperienced, which is admittedly a concern of mine with this hire, given everything that's in front of him, whether you feel like he only got the job because he knows Ishbia, whether you think it's going to work, all of that stuff. He has the job. He is the Suns GM.
I just bottom line it, Luke.
So how about, I don't know who asked this question, but I like the idea of, okay, well, you have the job, so maybe what experience do you have that will work for this position?
30 years of basketball experience, 30-plus years of basketball experience, the last 2 being here in Phoenix. The knowledge and experience, I think, puts me in a good position to be successful in this role. But I think the thing that's going to separate me and give me the opportunity to be very successful and make a positive impact is my focus on building that identity and creating that alignment that Matt talked about a couple weeks ago. That identity is very, very important. You have to create that identity, build that alignment, and then you have to, as I said, execute that vision.
Yeah, and that is it. That's the hard part of it right there, the executing of the vision. I love the fact you have to know the game before you can build the kind of culture that they're talking about. Mm-hmm. You have to know the game from the inside. And I think Brian Gregory knows the game from the inside in order to build the culture they want to build. But base and onions, there's a huge gap between in order to build what it is they want to build and actually executing it and getting it done. That is going to be the challenge for Brian Gregory.
It is, and it's the biggest challenge, and it's going to lead me to ask a question. This is what you always say not to do, Wolf. Don't ask questions on the air you don't know the answer to.
You don't know the answer
so
to. What
I'm
are you
hope
doing
you
right
know
now?
the
Are
answer.
you kidding me?
Well, all of
Are
this...
we in a courtroom right now? You're a lawyer? Lawyers never ask a question they don't know the answer to.
You don't want a lawyer going off script in the courtroom?
Yes, don't do it.
We obviously have no script here, so I'm going to go pretty far off it. But maybe this is going to be a ridiculous question, but the alignment he was talking about and the, bringing in a coach who is aligned and trying to build this identity and all these other buzzwords, I don't disagree with any of it. In fact, some of it I really do agree with. Does Brian Gregory have to be the GM to have an impact on that? Could he not have another position of power within the organization and you have an experienced GM too? Or did he have to be the GM for this to work?
Yeah, no, for me right now, if you want to build the kind of culture that he wants to build and what Matt Ishbia also wants to build as well, that's the alignment part of it. They think the same way. I think you've got to be the general manager to do that.
Could you not? So if you have Ishbia and he's the owner, and then you have Brian Gregory in assistant GM role or something, and then you bring in a GM who has been a GM before, but who is aligned. I'm not saying some GM that's going to be like, I'm doing this my way.
Sure.
Vet that, whatever. Because I do like a lot of what Brian Gregory seems to be about.
Right.
My hesitation is you've got this huge summer in front of you and you have a guy that's never been a GM before. It's not like I don't want him involved, but could you have Ishbia at the top as the owner, an established GM who is lined up with them, and then Gregory as an assistant? I mean, I guess it's irrelevant now because he's the GM, but I just wonder if that was ever even looked at.
Here's the one thing about it. Would you say the NBA is in a state of flux right now?
Yeah.
Why would you say that, in a state of flux right now?
State of flux.
Why would you say, what is changing about the NBA?
There's a lot. The first thing that comes to mind, and this is not what you're looking for, is the fact that the Celtics keep passing the ball to Mikal Bridges at the end of games. And I thought Boston was going to be like in the NBA Finals, and they might be out in the
It's so awesome to see it. Mikal Bridges has ended 2 games on defensive plays. That's awesome, Mikal.
Anyway, that wasn't the answer to
By the way,
question.
we're going to call Mikal Bridges out. Somebody challenged me to do that. I'm going to call him out, man, at some point in time, all right? A Pantera call out for Mikal Bridges. Why not?
What day? Like today?
With the idea of 2026 in mind.
Yeah, don't get too comfortable in New York, Mikal.
Yeah,
you
that's
can
right.
Make some plays,
What
but
do you
don't,
think
don't make so many plays they won't let you leave.
How many guys will end games on a defensive play?
Back-to-back playoff games in Boston.
It's just back to okay. Don't get me distracted right now. Okay, Brian Gregory is going to be a work in progress, Basinonians, and you typically don't want that when you compete at the highest level. You typically don't want that. That is a true statement, ladies and gentlemen. Experience does matter. You'll take that and put it in the plus column for experience. You don't want a guy, when you compete at the highest level, who doesn't have that experience. Yet at the same time, if you have confidence in his abilities and who he is, it can work. I'll give you an example. Jonathan Gannon. Jonathan Gannon is a work in progress right now. He is. He's still a young coach, an excellent coach. But JG is a work in progress. Nick Sirianni was a work in progress. Monty Ossenfort to some degree. Now listen, I know he's been a scout for 16 years, but being a scout for 16 years is not being the general manager.
True.
And yet Monty Ossenfort, in my opinion, is building a killer.
Yeah, Monty might be the best example of those, and we can get back into this later in the show too, but it's... Because no matter how good Brian Gregory ends up being, we could be looking back in 5 years like, man, Ishbia knew it was up and we were all crazy. Like, he knew this guy and he saw it, and now he's an amazing GM. Either way, though, he's going to be learning on the job.
Yes.
And
he's a work in progress.
Again, it just comes back to where we are in Suns history, where they are trying to trade Kevin Durant. Sometimes I think we're so close to this in the moment that, like, take a step back. Think of where you were as somebody who followed the Suns 5 years ago.
Yeah.
If you heard us on the radio talking about, hey, the Suns got to trade Kevin Durant this summer, you'd have been like, what? How did they even get Kevin Durant?
Yeah.
On top of all these other things, and you have a guy that hasn't done it before.
You know what's really interesting? What you just said, it kind of triggered something in my own head right now. You said, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. You're going to trade Kevin Durant, and he's never made a trade or orchestrated a trade before. And you're going to trade. To me, that's why maybe this is a good thing as well. Maybe it's a situation where you bring Bob Myers in here, by way of example. You bring Bob Myers in here, maybe that was not going to work. Maybe because Bob Myers actually has a relationship with Kevin Durant, that might have actually backfired to some degree. I'm just saying right now, if you were going to move Kevin Durant, maybe that was one of the reasons why the Bob Myers thing got hung up as well. We don't know.
I mean, it's at least, whether it ended up being a factor in the decision or not, it is something. Like Bob Myers and Kevin Durant have, by all accounts, a really good relationship. So whether it would have precluded him being the GM, or it would have gotten in the way of a trade, or it would have, made a trade easier. I don't know. Either way, though, it is a factor you had to weigh because of that's a pretty strong relationship.
Yes. No, it is, and it's something you've got to consider. I know everyone looks at this close relationship between Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory as a negative. I know I'm in the minority on this. Yet at the same time, I see this as a positive. I see this as change. And I know that other people do not. More on this as the show unfolds.
Let me just say, I sure hope you're right. How's that? I'm open to it. I'm not over here like, it's definitely not going to work. I just, the concerns I have with it are not just random things I'm pulling out of thin air. And they're not even really, like I said, with the fact that Brian Gregory knows Matt Ishbia. That's not really my concern. I know it's a lot of people's concern. It's not really my concern. It's the lack of experience at this time in Suns history. All right, you think your expectations for Walter Nolan are high. One NFL expert expects a monster rookie year from him. We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns' new general manager, Brian Gregory.
My main focus right now is hiring the next head coach of the Phoenix Sun and hiring a great one. I'm not going to give a timetable because I want to make sure that we get this right. Finding that head coach that is aligned. Finding that head coach that has the attributes that are important to us.
We talk about a new horizon for the Suns today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You want a checking account that helps you manage your money better? Check out Chime.com. They offer fee-free cash withdrawals at over 50,000 ATMs. That's more than the top 3 national banks. And it's one of my favorite features that Chime offers. Paying an extra ATM fee just to take out your own money is pretty ridiculous if you think about it. But Chime isn't like traditional banks. Chime's a fintech company with a sense of community, so they work with you. They also have fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit, and you can get an advance on your pay within 24 hours for free with MyPay. So just go to Chime.com to learn more. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See you with the full details and disclaimer.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time, exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are finally playing an NL West team tonight. They host the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. After a rough outing in Philadelphia last weekend, Brandon Pfaadt will try to bounce back for the Snakes tonight. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Does your portfolio match your personal comfort level for risk? Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review to make sure.
Hey, it's Gambo. For the first time this season, the Diamondbacks will play within the division. What should we expect in Game 1 against the Dodgers? Burns and Gambo, 2-6 on Arizona Sports.
The Dodgers in town for 4.
I once looked at Bill Boy Bates dead in the eye and said, I am Iron Man. Just so you know, Basinoni, it's okay.
Here's how much that surprises me. Not at all. That's how much that surprises
my
me.
young crunks, Google it. Bill Boy Bates. B-A-T-E-S.
Is it Bill Boy Bates? Or if you Google it, it's just Bill Bates.
Well, if you do Bill Boy Bates, he will come up. Right. There's no doubt about it. If you want to do Bill Bates, that's fine.
That's fine, but it's just not the same. Jeremy Fowler has a story up on ESPN.com in which he talks about Walter Nolan and says this guy could be Defensive Rookie of the Year. So I was looking at the odds in Vegas for what Defensive Rookie of the Year is, who's like the favorite or whatever, and Abdul Carter is the favorite. Walter Nolan is nowhere near the top of that list. But the point from Jeremy Fowler is just kind of like you have a guy that is, if the Cardinals can unlock him, look out for this guy. And you and I have talked about this. We talked about it on draft night, Wolf. The Cardinals, I believe, and you believe, would not have drafted him if they didn't feel like they could unlock him. Now, some guys, you can unlock them and, whatever. They're a C+ NFL player, B-, whatever. I don't know how great Walter Nolan could potentially be, but the people that have watched him and scouted him throughout college seem to think if they can unlock him, look out.
Yeah. You know what's amazing about this, Mason? I haven't seen a ton of tape on Walter Nolan. I haven't broke Walter Nolan down with a ton of tape. I have not done that.
You had a half day yesterday.
But I will tell you this right now. I don't believe the Arizona Cardinals think they need to unlock him. I think Monty Ossenfort and JG believe he is unlocked. Period.
That's kind of the sense that they gave off at their press conference. And even when we talked to Monty Ossenfort on draft night, we actually talked to him on the show a couple days later.
And once again, when you think of JG, your basic earnings right now, to jab somebody to get him to play, they're not going to draft a guy in the 5th round they have to do that with, let alone in the first. So to me, I don't think they need Walter Nolan to be unlocked. I think they see him as unlocked already. You know, why would you think he might be Defensive Rookie of the Year? Why would somebody pick him to be that? Well, he's got every bit of talent you could possibly need from a 3 technique. He's got the size, he's got the strength, he's got speed and quickness to be the most destructive force in the universe. It doesn't matter if you're running the ball. Nolan can be that guy to disrupt gaps across the board. Protections, you want protections, Luke? He's going to generate pressure from the interior. And the last time the Arizona Cardinals had that kind of interior pressure, those were back in the days of Darnell Dockett and Calais Campbell.
See, now you're speaking my language, because now we're back in the days of Calais Campbell. So you can just
Doc.
instead of Doc, hopefully Walter Nolan. I mean, big shoes to fill, obviously. But if he could go anywhere down that path, that would be great for this Cardinals defense. I'm looking at the Vegas odds for NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year. They have Walter Nolan 12th. In Vegas.
There you go. Okay, 12th in Vegas, baby. Vegas, baby.
You know, it's interesting. Travis Hunter's 3rd because I don't think anybody knows where to put him. Like, is he Offensive Rookie of the Year or Defensive Rookie? Like, what is he? What is he supposed to be? Abdul Carter is the favorite. Jalen Walker is 2nd on the list.
Okay, that's pretty good right there. Yeah.
There's some good
I want to throw
players.
Michael Williams in there.
Michael Williams is pretty high on the list,
Is
too.
he? Okay,
Yeah.
Great. You know what else, though, Basin Orleans? Okay, he's 4th. There you go.
You could have family feuded this and probably got the top of Shamar Stewart, number 5.
Survey says. Okay, Walter Nolan is good, Basin Orleans. That's what you have to start with that. That's one of the reasons why somebody might look at him and say he's going to be the Defensive Rookie of the Year. He's good. What's another one? Well, he's surrounded by good defensive linemen as well. He's going to be surrounded by good defensive linemen. That means he's not really going to be the focal point for offensive coordinators and offensive line coaches early in the season. They're not really going to sit around and fret about Walter Nolan. we got to block him. He's going to wreck. No, they're not going to do that. They're going to worry more about Calais Campbell and blocking him. They're going to worry more about Dalvin Tomlinson and blocking him. They're going to worry more about these guys that have actually proven they can play in the National Football League. No, Walter Nolan needs to prove he can play and do it consistently before an offense is going to sit around and go, we got to block this guy. He's going to get the opportunity. Nobody's going to think of Walter Nolan. We're going to come into a game. We got to block Walter. No, we got to block these other guys first.
I mean, the hope is that the Cardinals have so many of these guys, not Walter Nolan clones, but just so many of these guys up front now that even if he goes off within the first month or so, and teams are like, okay, we got to account for this guy. I know he's a rookie, but we got to account for him. And then you're not accounting for Dalvin Tomlinson or Darius Robinson or whoever. I mean, that's the hope, right? Or Calais Campbell when he's out there for his 35 plays.
Right.
The hope is that you have so many of these guys that you're not ever going to be able to account for.
You had to throw in the 35 plays.
Well, because when he's out there for those 35 plays,
they're going to be a good 35.
He's a wrecking ball. He is. He legitimately is. So if you're going to get caught up in we got to stop Walter Nolan or Darius Robinson, and then you see the shadow coming over your quarterback, and you realize you didn't account for Calais Campbell.
Yes, again, he's going to have to earn the respect of offensive coordinators and offensive line coaches. They're not just going to give him the benefit of the doubt. They're not. They're going to say, you're going to have to earn that. And the only way for him to do that is to go out and play well. But he's going to get the opportunity to do it, brothers, because, again, until you prove you can play in the NFL, they're not going to mess with you. They got bigger fish to fry. Dalvin Tomlinson is bigger fish to fry in terms of rushing. Even I would say to some degree, Darius Robinson is going to be somebody that they're going to have an awful lot of attention for as well. Because Darius Robinson, he didn't make a ton of plays last year, but he did flash from time to time
and he's
as
been
well.
in the league now for a year too.
Exactly. So it's going to be, again, a work in progress here, but Walter Nolan has got every ability you could possibly want from a 3 technique. Plus, he's going to be in a deep defensive line room where there's a lot of guys around him other people are going to get focused on. And then it's also the fact that he's not going to have to go 60 reps in a game.
Yeah.
He's not going to have to do that.
It's a great point because, look, I like the Nolan pick. That's one of the main guys I wanted them to get. But, again, these guys are rookies. Who knows what'll happen. I wouldn't like it nearly as much if they hadn't done everything else they did in the offseason. And it's what you're saying. I mean, you've got – so if I'm whoever the Cardinals play in week 1, which thankfully we'll know in less than a week, we'll have the schedule and we don't have to speak vaguely. We'll know who they're playing in week 1. But, yeah, they're not going to sit there and be like, okay, we got to build everything around making sure we contain that rookie over there. They're going to have to focus on Dalvin Tomlinson. They're going to have to focus on Darius Robinson and all these other guys. And so to me, because the Cardinals leaned into defense so much even before the draft, you drafted a guy and you're putting him in a position to succeed as opposed to just being like, hey, can you be our whole pass rush rookie? Can you just come in and be the pass rush?
Correct.
Real quick, here's what Monty Austinfort told us on the draft show that night as far as what Nolan does mean for their pass rush.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a disruptive player. And we've talked about it, finding disruption of the interior defensive line, it's hard. It's hard to find those guys, and it puts a lot of stress on the offense. And so, we think Walter's had those attributes. He's done that the last year at a high level in the SEC, and we feel like he can bring that to us and help us out with some interior rush next year.
Doomed, I say. I just wanted to say
I figured you, yeah. When we come back, the Dodgers are here. Will the Diamondbacks be able to right the ship this weekend against the division leaders? We're going to ask D-backs broadcaster Jody Jackson. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. You might want to go to Santan Ford as well if you want to sit around and talk sports. Tim Hovick, of course, is the owner-operator of Santan Ford. I can tell you right now, this guy knows more about baseball and football. He's just a massive sports fan. He'll sit around and talk with you, and not only that, he'll give you employee pricing. That's right. Employee pricing is going on over at Santan Ford, and it will save you thousands. You can actually go ahead and try to purchase a Ford Explorer, a 2025 Ford Explorer, for as low as 2.9% APR financing, which happens to be a great rate. Or, Basinonians, or you could actually take $87,800 off the brand new 2025 Ford Escape. Santan Ford, they got hundreds of Escapes to choose from as well. So let's get on over to Santan Ford, from America, for America. We'll see you at Tim Hovick, Santan Ford in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Dan Bickley here, and New Life Dental Implant Center is doing more than giving people new implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back, and that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere, and that is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley, and you can be next. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Hot dogs and baseball. Name a better duo. Doghouse Downtown Phoenix brings the ultimate game day flavors 24/7. Savor all beef house dogs on King's Hawaiian rolls or dig into their new Big Belly burgers. Score big with happy hour Monday through Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. and all day Sunday. Plus, check out their lineup of craft brews. Find them at Central and Washington or order right now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
This one is long gone to left field.
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, Wolf and Luke on a Thursday morning. Not just any Thursday morning. It is the Thursday that the Diamondbacks finally play against somebody from the NL West this season. Wolf. Jody Jackson is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right now to get us ready for Dbacks Dodgers. Jody, how's it going?
Good. A little extra feeling today about this, right? 4 games against the Dodgers. It's taken this long, May 8th, to be able to get to see an NL West team. Crazy, wacky schedule, going back east 3 times, not easy. Especially when we started what, on March 27th? So it's really wild, but here it is. And I know everybody's excited for it. City Connects debut tomorrow. It's just going to be electric at Chase Field this weekend.
So, Jody, before we get into the Dodgers series, of course, talk a little bit about the Mets series, the last series that we saw, and vet that right now for us, if you will. What are your takeaways from that series?
Yeah, what I saw yesterday was tough. I didn't see the entire game, but I went back and I looked at each inning, and when I heard Torey Lovello talking about, I think he made a comment it might have been at the start of his press conference where he said something like things didn't feel right. Well, think about what we saw yesterday. Okay, so I'm burying the lead too, which is that Merrill Kelly did well and didn't have cramps and might have found a solution to that. So that's all good. I mean, the pitching was pretty good until that, when he got into the 7th, it got wobbly there. But offensively, what I saw was really, really strange for the Diamondbacks. They started off the game with Corbin Carroll walking, and then Perdomo, it was a second pitch pop-up. Then Carroll got caught stealing. Pavin Smith walked, but then a first pitch ground out by Naylor. So here you have a guy, Senga, who on the Mets side of things, you were hearing that he was having trouble gripping the ball, the dry air. He walked 5 guys in the first 10 batters. But then as the next batters came up, they had these early count outs, and it was really not like the Diamondbacks. It's, I get it. You're going to see, sometimes you do see guys swing at that first pitch. It's going to be the best pitch they see. But I just saw it way too much yesterday. Then you go to the 3rd inning where the first 2 guys walk, and then you have an early count. You have that failed bunt play, and then you have a double play. So you had early count, but they were early. I don't mind the result, but they were on first and second pitches.
Yeah.
Or might have been 2 pitches. So 2 pitches that's not their game. That's not what, typically Perdomo was involved in both of those scenarios, and that's not really their game. So I think that was for me, it was a little bit of a one-off. I mean, what they did against Senga in New York was much better. I mean, they had him throwing a lot of pitches throughout, like consistent at-bats, not only the first couple batters of each inning, but throughout the inning. So I think yesterday they really have to flush that, take away the good, which was Merrill Kelly. But, overall, look, this team, they have there's some strange stuff going on. They have some gaudy numbers in some areas. You have Suarez who has the 10 homers but hasn't had one since the 4-homer game. You have Carroll, on the other hand, is, right behind, Aaron Judge, Kyle Schwarber. He's 1 homer shy of the lead in the league. And he's been pretty consistent. And then you've got Ketel Marte, who's just coming back. Ketel was 2 for 16 since coming off the IL. So I'm looking for better at-bats and better production from this team. And I think they're going to get it this weekend. I really do. I think the Dodgers, last year, they tore up Dodger pitching. When you look at the numbers, they scored over 6.5 runs a game last year in the series with the Dodgers. Now, tonight is tough with Yamamoto, but there are opportunities to score runs against this Dodger team, and I do expect that.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, sort of along those lines, not that they wouldn't be focused against a team like the Mets or whatever, but I'm sure you had the same experience, but even just walking around the stadium the last few days, even just people around the stadium that work there are already looking ahead. Okay, the Dodgers are going to be here Thursday. LA is going to be here Thursday. And, just as something that hangs over you, the Dodgers are on the schedule. The Diamondbacks aren't afraid of them. They've had success against them, but do you feel like there's a possibility that maybe playing this team that basically forces you to play your best could kind of lock Arizona in and maybe we start to see less of these mental mistakes or, just lack of detail that they've had at times this season?
Yeah, I mean, I really hope so, especially when you see the pitching. Like, let's not discount what we did see, which was Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, very good. You see some of that is locked in. You see certain guys that are having at bats that are locked in, like I'll just say it, Jose Herrera, and I do think though that, hopefully they weren't looking ahead. I think yesterday, for whatever reason, was just, it was not something you normally see, but it's here now. It's 4 games and you better be at your best. I mean, what this Dodgers team brings. It's also telling yourself mentally, look, because last year the record was 7-6 in the series. Dodgers had 7 wins, but the Diamondbacks had 6, and they were very competitive, electrifying games. And it's one thing knowing you have to play your best, but it's also knowing they're human on the other side. It's also knowing that they're going to make mistakes. You can force them into mistakes. They're not perfect. So they have, yes, tonight's starter is their best starter. Freddie Freeman is on a bit of, I will say, Shohei Ohtani not that long ago was slumping. He is not slumping now. He has hit in 10 of his last 11. Freddie Freeman is in a 12-game hit streak. Freddie Freeman's had a ton of RBIs lately. So, you never know how you're going to catch a team. We know about these guys, right? Freddie Freeman's almost been more dangerous through the years for the D-backs. He's another guy that you kind of look at like Lindor and you're like, oh no, you see him coming. You're like, I'm going the other way. But look, this team's embraced this. That's the thing this team can't do, right? They have to take it head on. They can't run from it, and they don't want to run from it. We've all watched this go from where they were. What were they a few years back against this team? Something crazy, right? Like 3, and the Dodgers were just dominating them. And each year, as we've seen this team get better, they've evened the. Even though last year it was a 1-game swing, it is pretty even. Okay, so I think that D-backs fans can take a lot of pride in that and take that into this weekend knowing, like, look, we've played these guys and we've played them tough and we've won our share of games lately.
So, Jody, go ahead and talk a little bit about tonight's pitching matchup. Yamamoto, of course, and Brandon Pfaadt.
Yeah, I mean, it's one that a lot of people are talking about on a national level today in the baseball world. Pfaadt, he leads the National League in wins. 5. He did have, let's just be honest, he's coming off a very rough outing in Philly where the location wasn't there. Phillies took advantage. I think he'll right the ship. He was 2-0 last year against the Dodgers in the 2 games that, he faced them, and that was good to see. He's a guy that has, he's not backing down anyone. You guys know Brandon Pfaadt. His face looks the same every day out there. He's focused, ready to go. Yamamoto, on the other hand, though, this guy he's He's unbelievable. He's very good. He's only given up 1 run in his last 32 innings.
Yeah.
He had
on
it's a
fire.
little scary of a stat. It's a little scary, yeah. 3 unearned runs, but I'd like to see some chaos back. Let's bring the chaos back during this series. Let's start putting some pressure on these teams. And Yamamoto, a lot like, Senga, the ghost fork, Yamamoto has a great split finger. They're similar pitches. Great breaking ball. With that pitch, also has a curveball, has a very good fastball. So, but Brandon thought that, if he's dialed in, if he's locked in, like I expect him to be, he is going to be extremely tough as well. So I'm looking for, is it easy to navigate this Dodger lineup? No, not at all. But I'm, at the end of the day, it's all about not giving up that big crooked number, not letting them have a big inning. And I think that the D-backs are going to be all right.
Jody, you kind of touched on this. We were talking about it yesterday, but the fact that the Diamondbacks have gotten to this point in the season and they're still above 500 and they've only gotten 1 RBI from Ketel Marte. And I know he missed a bunch of games, but either way, they didn't get production from him in those games either. How do they get him going again? I mean, typically he just gets going on his own.
He does, yeah. I think because we've become so used to that, when we were in Philly and he was back and he was telling us at his locker on Friday about all the homers he was hitting in the ACL league over here and how he is so ready to go. But it is harder. This is the big leagues. You make that transition when you come back from an injury. So he's had his share of this. He's had 16 at bats, and he had a hit in the very first at bat. He had 1 other hit, so he hasn't really had a lot of production. So I expect that he's going to be better in the series because it's just that much more time and you'd like to see him really get into a groove because right now this offense is a little uneven, right? We saw there was a time a few weeks ago where they were scoring runs in bunches and that hasn't happened as often. So I'm looking for, in general, better production throughout the lineup so that it's not just Perdomo, not just Carroll. Let's get Pavin Smith going again. It's not all on Ketel. Mm-hmm. It can't be, but you're right, Luke. I mean, Ketel Marte has kind of been that guy that, you can count on for, the dramatic moment. Yes. Last year, I think about him. I think about all those late game homers or extra base hits, but just good at-bats. And let's hope that he gets on track during this series because, look, you're right. The D-backs have treaded water here. They're 19-18. They've had to go back east 3 times, but they are, I think, as of this morning, right, 6 games back of the Dodgers. You don't want that to be a wider gap. You need to keep pace here, and they need to find a way. And Ketel Marte is a big part of that.
Jody, great stuff as always.
Thank you,
we'll talk to you
Jody.
again next week. All right.
All right, guys. Talk to you then.
All right, that's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, there's a lot of numbers we could get into there. I was looking at this. They've won 2 games this year where Geno's hit a home run. And she mentioned Pavin Smith there at the end. Pavin Smith, his overall numbers this season are fine, but he's 2 for 29 since April 23rd. Yeah, so they got to get him going too. Yeah. All right, that was Jody Jackson joining us right there. Thanks to her. When we come back, we'll get back over to basketball, try to make sense of what the Suns front office looks like now and what it all means for James Jones. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. And on score! Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about. All right, Basinonians, right now, gather on the transistor and press the Memorial Preview Sale. Yes, the Memorial Preview Sale is going on right now at Brooklyn Betting. That's right. Now through May 14th. Write that down, May 14th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. We're talking about everything. 25% off at Brooklyn Betting. Maybe you want the Brooklyn Sedona Hybrid Mattress. That's what we have at the Wolfley Compound. 25% off right now. Brooklyn Betting has 12 Basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople whatsoever. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up in a big way for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
My name is Allie Kuhn. I've been a Fulton Home resident for 30 years. The reason I purchased a Fulton home, I lived in a neighborhood very close by. My dog and I were walking past the new Fulton development. He pulled me inside and I fell in love with the house. I have 2 dogs, a Siberian Husky and a German Shepherd. We walk the neighborhood every morning. The Siberian Husky loves to walk through the little park nearby once the water's on the grass. That's his thing. My Fulton home has lasted 30 years. I've had no problems, no structural problems. There's been nothing that I've had to call a workman out ever. If you would walk through our neighborhood and not know that it is a 30-year-old neighborhood, you would never guess. I would definitely recommend a Fulton home to friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, Waltz has been serving the Valley for 68 years. Why should our listeners come to you for their electronics and appliances?
Well, Dan, we've been around for so long because we're always evolving, just like the technology we sell. We offer great prices and unbeatable customer service.
I can attest to this. Waltz made it so easy to upgrade my viewing experience. Remember, drop my name for a free 3-year warranty or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sinks overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are finally playing an NL West team tonight. They host the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. After a rough start last weekend in Philadelphia, Brandon Pfaadt will try to bounce back tonight for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submit2save.com. That's save.com.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Arizona Sports. Suns. A new horizon.
We got to do stuff different and change to be better.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
Back at the Arizona Sports Studios, hour number 2 of the show. Wolf, let's get back into the Phoenix Suns here. I would assume everybody remembers this quote from Matt Ishbia last month, but here it is anyway, just to set the scene.
We're going to make some changes, right? And as the owner, my job is to, make those changes and do things differently, because what we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped. A lot of people would have seen the things we did and said, just like a lot of people picked us to, be third best chance to win the NBA championship this year. So a lot of people thought it worked. We thought it would work. It didn't work. There's a lot of people that thought that a couple years ago when we made Kevin Durant trade. Like smart people can all think it makes sense, and then looking back, it's like it didn't, and it didn't work. So we will make changes.
Yeah, they will make changes, and they have.
They have. I'm trying to figure out what it's going to look like. You know what I mean? Because that's not Matt Ishbia saying, hey, we're going to change the coach. Like, he's saying we're going to make changes. We're going to change that. When he talked that day, it was that April 17th. It was like this guy, and it made sense, right? The highest payroll in NBA history, and they missed the play-in. Like, the owner should want to walk in and be like, hey, guess what? Almost everybody's out. We're making some changes. Now it's been, 3 weeks. I mean, there's only so many changes they can make right now with the current season still going. But so far, you have fired the head coach. And in the front office, you've kind of moved some guys around. So I would assume the really big changes are still coming. Do you feel like the front office is a change?
Yeah. James Jones, to me, is no longer the general manager of the Phoenix Suns. That is a big change to me.
Yeah.
You're hesitating on this. I'm wondering why.
It's not. It's a change, but you brought in a guy that was already there too. You know what I mean? With Brian Gregory, it's not like hey, James Jones is out, Bob Myers is in. So it is a change, but I still think there's more changes coming.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. To me, the general manager is responsible for having a culture and knowing what he wants, and going out and hiring. That's why I say all the time. I say this all the time, Base Earnings. It's not the coach. The most important hire an owner will ever make is the general manager.
You say this.
It's the truth.
Yeah.
Because why? The general manager is going to go ahead, in most cases, he's going to hire the coach. He's going to help that coach hire other coaches as well. And then he's going to go ahead and he's going to draft players and sign players in free agency as a general manager. He's got a clear-cut idea as to what he wants to do, you would hope, and that has already happened. And yet James Jones, what's amazing about this, he built what the Suns are hoping to build.
Yeah.
With Brian Gregory now.
You brought this up before the show. Everything, and you're spot on. Everything that Matt Ishbia said a couple weeks ago at the press conference, and again, I agree with what he was saying. They need to have that identity. They need to build that culture. They need to be a tougher team. All of that stuff. It's not even a matter of agreeing with him. Like, it was obvious last year. He's right in that sense. But you brought this up before the show, Wolf. What he's describing is essentially the team that James Jones built a few years ago when you had Mikal Bridges and Chris Paul and Devin Booker and Jay Crowder and like that JaVale McGee. Remember JaVale McGee? Like that team that nearly won a title and then won 64 games the next year.
Think about that.
Wasn't that long ago?
You have to go back to 2021 and you have to remind yourself that the Phoenix Suns, this roster built by James Jones, okay? This roster built by, they had a 2-0 lead in the NBA Finals.
And that wasn't 25 years ago.
Lead, right.
It was not even 4 years ago.
It's crazy when you think about it, but they couldn't finish. So what did that 2021 team have, Base and Earnings? Well, there are 3 things that I consider. There's talent, there's toughness.
Don't say alignment.
And there's leadership, accountability, okay? That is going to be your culture overall. Talent, toughness, leadership, and accountability. Leadership and accountability are the same things to me, Base and Earnings. So look at the talent they had. You already mentioned it. Booker, Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, CP3, DeAndre Ayton. I'm going to throw DeAndre Ayton in there. From a talent perspective, he had talent.
And we got to be real here. When they went to the NBA Finals, he was huge during that playoff run. He really was.
Great point. Yes, you're right. Toughness. That's the second thing, Basinonians. Jay Crowder. You can say what you want about Jay Crowder. Jay Crowder.
A lot of things have been said.
Jay Crowder would square a brother up, would he not? He would square. You better believe it. And to me, that toughness, Jay Crowder brought that. Mikal Bridges. Are you? Oh, Mikal Bridges never quit, never relented, never. And yet he played every game. It's just stunning what Mikal Bridges was all about. Devin Booker. I'm going to throw Devin Booker in there as well because Book, when he was surrounded by that toughness, he was also a guy that would mirror that toughness.
Yeah, no, I mean, those...
Cam Johnson.
We talked about those teams. Everybody liked those teams. I mean, if you were a Suns
Torrey
fan,
Craig.
You like Torrey
Can
Craig
I just say
multiple times.
Tough
They would
guy.
bring Torrey Craig back.
Campaign.
Yeah.
Campaign would compete. You know, I'm just, the toughness was there. The leadership and accountability, CP3, Jay Crowder.
It's got to be so weird because
Torrey Craig, I'll throw him in there too.
I'm sure at times this season, you know, you're looking like, what happened to this team? And you want to go up to James Jones and be like, why can't you be more like James Jones? You know, like, we're not talking about a
That's
GM.
great.
We're not talking about
I
a team
love that.
from 20 years
Yes.
ago. We're not talking about the 7 seconds or less era.
Yes.
We're not talking about the 93 Suns. We're talking about a team, Wolf, that less than 4 calendar years ago was up 2-0 in the NBA Finals, and James Jones built that team for the most part. I understand he didn't draft Devin Booker, but that team that came out of the bubble and went to the NBA Finals the next year and won 64 games the year after that, James Jones essentially built those teams. So I wonder how this is going to work with him, not the GM, but like there. I guess I don't know. It's that's how I remember that era of James Jones era. I don't really think of last year as James Jones necessarily.
No,
I mean, he's part of it, but I think of him being one of the guys that helped drag this team out of that 10-year rut that they were in.
Talent, toughness, leadership, and accountability.
Treat Mom to a day at the ballpark. Head to the contest page now on ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Dodgers on Mother's Day. When we come back, which Arizona Cardinal is most likely to break out in 2025, and is it Marvin Harrison Jr.? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Meet the new Suns GM, Brian Gregory.
We want people that work here in the 5G that are tough. And by tough, I mean they're willing to do things other people aren't. And that permeates the entire organization. And when you do that, that's when special things and great things come.
We talk about a new horizon for the Suns today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then you just move in right away. You don't have to wait to sell your old place first. You just find the dream home and you're like, that's it. We're moving in. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You buy your new home now and then you sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, none of those extra complicating factors at a time when you really don't need extra complicating factors, quite frankly. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, make some price-boosting upgrades, so once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. It's a huge part of this equation, right? Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, get that part out of the way, and then still sell your old home later. Buy before you sell, but get top dollar for your old home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I know, Arizona, we're feeling it. Summer temps heating up, but there's good news. It's officially pool season. And if you want to beat the heat with a custom pool, work with our pool builder at Casa Calvisi, California Pools and Landscape. Man, you talk about before and after. Our summer escape now is our own backyard, including our Cal shade structure. And you really relax under the sun when May shade specials are on. Savings you don't want to miss. Go to calpool.com/Paul. See our backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The dreaded Dodgers are in town. We'll get you updated on the Diamondbacks' latest opponent starting tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Unless you're broadcasting based on ends. Never forget that, Luke.
Okay, that's good. I'll do that. Got this story, Wolf, that you put in your email. It always feels weird to promote a story to you that you put in your email.
Yeah, I know.
But we're gonna make this work, all right?
Okay.
There's a story out there where somebody is talking about Marvin Harrison Jr. as a potential year 2 breakout candidate, courtesy of NFL.com. Mark Ross is the guy who wrote the story.
Yeah.
He has Marvin Harrison Jr. as one of his 10 second-year breakout candidates across the NFL. It's not like 10 potential second-year breakout candidates for the Cardinals, although I guess they do have enough players where that would work. But like he has Drake May on there. He's got Caleb Williams. He's got Dallas Turner, the edge in Minnesota. But yeah, right there near the top of the list, he has Marvin Harrison Jr., Cardinals wide receiver. And the first line really sums it up, doesn't it? Harrison's rookie production certainly wasn't horrible in italics, but considering the massive expectations surrounding him coming into the NFL, he fell short of the hype.
And you know what? Honestly, that is it. That is well put. That is well said. And we have repeated this over and over and over again. I broke rules, Masononians, that I haven't broken in decades when it comes to a rookie because of Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, you did.
He was the guy. You got to prove it, Rook. I say it over and over and over again. I don't geek out about any draft pick that is a rookie. I'm not going to do it unless you're Marvin Harrison Jr. I was in the danger zone on him early and admitted it. After Luke walked in here with a flight suit on.
I wore a flight suit the whole all of draft day.
What, are you kidding me? And by the way, that thing was, yeah,
That's how committed I was. Wore that flight suit.
You were really committed right there. We were both in the danger zone on Marvin Harrison Jr., so the expectation was incredibly high. There's no doubt about that. Having said that, pot it down, all right? It's very distracting, Rick.
Still no regrets. No regrets. I had no regrets about the flight suit, no regrets about the Cardinals drafting Marvin Harrison Jr. I'll
Yes,
wear it again.
and I'm with you on that one. Marvin Harrison Jr., no regrets that they drafted him right there. I regret the fact that I thought, he's going to walk right in and be wide receiver 1.
Well, yeah.
And you know what? If you don't believe that, get off the tractor and scratch your butt. Right? I mean, I was making it sound
you did
like
say that.
Yeah, I was unreasonable, Basinonians. You know, you get a little soft.
I tried to calm you down.
Yeah, I know you did try to. You did try
really
to calm me down.
I was right there with you.
No, well, not as bad as I was. I expected him to come in and be wide receiver 1 in his rookie year. You could say he was wide receiver 1 for the Arizona Cardinals, no doubt. 8 touchdowns, 885 yards. Yet at the same time, give me a break.
Yeah, look.
He's got to prove a lot going into his second year, and I love that he does.
I think the reason that you're upset that you were in the danger zone on him is because you have like a standard that you hold yourself to with rookies, whereas I don't. Yeah, you're a rookie. Go out there and win a Super Bowl. I have no standards.
That's true.
But if you're driving around right now and you're a Cardinals fan, you're like, man, you know what though? Hindsight 2020, I would have taken somebody else. And I'm looking at the draft from last year, Wolf. Who would that somebody else be? Malik Neighbors, I guess, is the only name you could look and say, "Oh, Malik Neighbors look great," and that's fine. But I mean, I don't know. Like after 1 year, do you look at Malik Neighbors and say, "Oh, he's definitely better than Marvin Harrison Jr.?" I don't. I mean,
you can't do it after 1 year. Sorry.
And anything else that you're looking at, I mean, they needed a receiver. So that's I still have no problem with that pick at all. I still like the pick, but he does have to take a step in year 2. He does because you did take him to be a clear-cut number 1, and you haven't really added any receivers this offseason, so they clearly believe he's going to be not just a number 1 by default, but like a dominant number 1.
Yeah, but once again, this is what this article was all about, right? This was a year 2 breakout candidate.
Yes.
That's what it was all about. Year 2 breakout. Isn't that interesting? Marvin Harrison Jr. was 115 yards short of 1,000 yards receiving and had 8 touchdowns. And yet he's a breakout candidate. Is it? I don't know.
The bar has been set high.
I was going to say, that is a high bar right there.
Yeah.
To actually set, yet I get it. I think he is going to break out. Why? That is the question. Okay, what were you? You took a breath. You wanted to say something right there.
Because I have a producer question for you.
Just don't breathe when you broadcast.
Yeah, you usually hold your breath for 4 hours. But I want to know your answer to this, Wolf. Okay.
Unless you want to say something.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, so you can have anything in Arizona sports. Okay. You can have. You can't just be like, oh, the Diamondbacks win the World Series. You can't wish for a championship. It's got to be something smaller than that maybe leads to a championship.
Okay.
Is your choice Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray taking the next step together next year over anything else?
Beyond a shadow of a doubt. That is it. A1.
What would the other candidates even be? Like a healthy closer for the Diamondbacks? The Suns hiring the right coach?
The rotation pitches up to their capabilities.
Yeah.
I think.
No crappy targeting calls in Peach Bowls.
Oh, see, that's a good.
Goodness, that is a good one right there.
One right there.
Yes.
Maybe the hockey team comes back and we stop pretending that the Utah inventing a logo that was already out there is the most amazing thing ever. Just bring them back here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And play at a real arena.
Yeah, that'd be
cool.
Too.
Embarrassing.
Yeah.
Honestly.
But the Marv taking the.
But I wish
jump.
the embarrassment were still here.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I would love some embarrassment right now. Yeah. So look, I mean, that's not a shock to me that would be number 1 on your list because it would alter things considerably. The Cardinals would be a playoff team, as you've been saying for a while now.
Look at once again, why do I think this kid is going to take this massive step going forward? There are legitimate reasons why. Number 1 is the year 2 growth. Mm-hmm. I've experienced this myself. I know what it's like. We all do. Show up at a job. Your first year. You know what? The first week of your new job. Hey, is the second week better? Is it? Do you get better the more you know on it? Think about it. You go through the cycle of working at a job for a year. Your second year, hopefully you're so much better. And if you're not, you better look at yourself in the mirror and say, man, what is wrong with me?
That's a good point. I mean, because you just set aside the Marvin Harrison Jr. thing. Set aside the numbers from last year. Set aside the hype, the comparisons to Calvin Johnson and Larry Fitzgerald and all that stuff when they drafted him. Just the simple fact that this is an Arizona Cardinals player going into year 2, he should be better in year 2.
Listen, you know what they do with people that show up in their first year, they're good at a job, and then year 2, they start not doing as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know what they do? They send them to motivational seminars where guys will get up and, what are you doing? You got to do this, and you got to do that. You got to hit them. What are you doing?
Guys like Wolf.
I've got to motivate you, and I'm paying you. Think about that. Do you know just how bizarre is that? So anyways, don't get me sidetracked on that. Year 2, we'd all agree, you're better. And the Arizona Cardinals are drafting guys who get better in year 2. And Marvin Harrison Jr., by all accounts right now, is having a great offseason, getting better. We'll see. He's got to prove he's going to get better. Trey McBride is going to help Marvin Harrison Jr. get better. Trey McBride now. When you play the Arizona Cardinals, guess what? You're saying to yourself, we better have a box that is going to be able to shut down James Conner, and we better be able to cover this tight end, or we're in trouble. That's what a defensive coordinator is saying when he comes in to play the Arizona Cardinals. Trey McBride is really going to help. Trey McBride right now is routinely acknowledged as one of the best tight ends in the football universe.
I think it's fully accepted across the league at this point.
Fully accepted across the league.
Second highest paid tight end in history.
Defensive coordinators will target him this season like they have never targeted him. That's going to help Marvin Harrison Jr. Play action and the Cardinals' ability to run the ball. That's going to help Marvin Harrison Jr. Better defense.
I was going to say, the defense and the fact
Why do you say that?
Because I'm sitting here thinking, like, how cool would it be if you're Marvin Harrison Jr. this offseason? You know, if you take the next step next year, this is a playoff team. It is, because they've controlled so many variables around you in the sense of, like you said, Trey McBride and James Conner. But the defense, if Marv goes out there and takes a step next year, and then the defense is giving up all these points, and it's like, hey, Marv, you got to actually take 3 steps this year.
Yeah.
We need like 2 or 3 touchdowns every week. But if this defense does what I think a lot of us believe it can do, you don't need Marvin Harrison Jr. to be the best receiver in NFL history. You just need him to take a step forward.
Yeah, not only that, better defense means more plays for the Arizona Cardinals offense.
That's not bad either.
You understand?
When's football season?
Here we go,
That'd
baby.
be pretty close here, don't we? All right, we come back over to baseball. The Diamondbacks lost their ability to create chaos on the base paths the way they did a couple seasons ago. And if so, can they get it back, preferably before first pitch tonight? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks Mets.
Here comes the 0-2. Reached for, and a one-hopper to second, collected by Acuna. His throw to first in time. The ball game is over. The Mets take the finale. They take the series, taking 2 of 3. Your final score is 7-1.
The D-backs begin a 4-game homestand versus the Dodgers. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. That's right, All Pro Shade Concepts. Man, it's heating up right now in the Basin. We all understand what is coming. If you're tired of battling that Arizona sun, call my friends at All Pro Shade Concepts. Their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal. I've experienced this myself, brothers. Cooler patios, no glare out there, and total privacy. Yeah, that's right. These shades, they offer privacy. And now through Memorial Day, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their new partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. You'll cool down your patio and help support the heroes who help keep us safe. Go to allproshade.com to book your free no-obligation estimate for your shade today. That's allproshade.com.
Attention.
Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the Evo ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are finally playing an NL West team tonight. They host the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. After a rough start last weekend in Philadelphia, Brandon Pfaadt will try to bounce back tonight for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submit2save.com. That's submit, the number 2, save.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. James Jones departs as top Suns executive with a complicated legacy, writes Dan Bickley. Small mistakes keep adding up for Diamondbacks and loss to Mets. And Merrill Kelly is trying to get out of a pickle, and fans are sending him jars of them to help. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
All right, D-backs Dodgers tonight. Well, if I'm going to give you the number here, Diamondbacks this season are 13th in baseball in terms of steals per game. That almost seems higher than what it looks like, doesn't it?
Like I would have guaranteed you they were in the second half.
Yeah,
the bottom half of the league in terms of that.
Now, when they went to the World Series 2 years ago, they were number 2 in all of baseball. They were averaging over a steal per game. as a team. Only the Reds had more that year. So not the case this year. When they went to the World Series for the whole season, the Diamondbacks averaged 1.06 steals per game. This year, they are averaging 0.84 steals per game. And I start there not because that's like the be-all, end-all stat, but it's kind of the first stat you can look at when you're talking about being a team that is just aggressive and successfully chaotic on the base paths.
Okay,
and disruptive on the base paths.
Right, exactly. I haven't looked at the stats. I haven't looked at this stat specifically.
As you can tell, I hadn't until just now.
Okay, that's great. But if you would have told me Josh Naylor was going to be one of the guys that was going to lead your team early in the season in stolen bases, I would say the chaos is not being created.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay,
That's
so
fair.
where is Josh Naylor right now?
Josh Naylor is second on the team.
He's second on the team still.
More stolen bases than Corbin Carroll.
That's just because Corbin Carroll usually hits home runs now and doubles and triples.
It's kind of amazing. Like they flipped the script. Is that what you're saying? Josh Naylor, look out for Josh. He gets on the base paths. Here it comes, baby. The chaos.
That's true. We're coming up on the quarter mark of the season, and everybody saw Corbin Carroll with 11 home runs to Josh Naylor's 4, but then Naylor being the speedster with more stolen bases than Carroll, right?
Just really incredible right there. The chaos, though, it definitely has not been created the way that we saw it created in the past. The question is why?
It's part of their identity. I don't think it's part of their identity that they wanted to go away from after they went to the World Series. I mean, I think a lot of what you're doing, you're not trying to recreate the past. You're trying to move forward. I get that. But at the same time, you take stuff from that run to the World Series. And one of the things, that was their slogan in the World Series, was create chaos.
Yes.
And that wasn't, that was good chaos, right? It was the fact that, hey, Corbin Carroll's on first base, and the pitcher can't even focus on the batter now because Corbin Carroll's on first base.
Okay, I would say this right here. We were all talking about this as well last year, base earnings, but it wasn't as chaotic on the base paths last season, was it?
No.
And see, that's where I think the problem is, because you can look at the fact nobody scored more runs than the Arizona Diamondbacks in the league last year, and they weren't really creating the chaos then.
No.
And we were talking about them not creating the chaos as much then. So has there been a paradigm shift with Torey Lovullo?
They're actually stealing more bases per game this year than they did last year. Last year, they really dropped off. This year, it's a little bit better, although a lot of that is just the fact that Perdomo has 9 steals already, so he's on pace for almost like a 40-steal season. But, yeah, I mean...
Jerry, can I just say this? What isn't Jerry doing right now?
Jerry's doing pretty much everything this year. But when you go back, and I'm just using the 23 season as a reference because it's so many things went right ultimately. Corbin Carroll had 54 steals, okay? Jake McCarthy had 26. I mean, McCarthy's in Reno right now. Jerry had 16 rather that year, and then you had a bunch of guys right around 10. Alec Thomas had 9. Tommy Pham had 11. Cattell had 8. It wasn't like Corbin Carroll 54 steals. That's notable across the league. But then other than that, and Jake McCarthy's 26, it was just like you had 10 guys that were all right around double digits or just below double digits. It just doesn't feel like they are collectively as much of a threat to run this season. And I'm not even saying like I don't want you to run into outs. And I know against the Mets they had a couple. You had the game against the Phillies that ended with Alec Thomas getting thrown out at second basically in the 9th inning, and then you had the game yesterday where Gino got thrown out at home and Corbin Carroll did try to steal and got caught. Especially lately, it's been kind of a sore subject.
Okay, raise your hand right now if you yelled at the television when you saw that. Okay.
What, Gino at home?
No, Corbin Carroll getting thrown out.
I didn't because I was in left field with you yelling from there.
Yes. I was actually home at that point in time, right?
I don't think you were.
No, I was watching it there.
Right
I was watching it there, and I did yell.
Yes, you did.
Yes, in the suite, I was watching it there, and I yelled in the suite base audience because Corbin got thrown out, and the reason being is because now all of a sudden here it is, your leadoff hitter, and it's Corbin Carroll, and he gets on and he steals and then gets thrown out. This is. Like, first of all, what is going on, Corbin? That was another awful jump.
Yeah, and I should say, the moment I was talking about with Alec Thomas, that was against the Mets in the opener of this series.
That's right, yes, okay. But he also got off.
Bad jump.
Bad jump. And all of a sudden, you're saying to yourself, this is exactly the thing you don't want to happen because Torrey's going to go.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
We're running into outs.
Well, I mean.
And I just, it was the leadoff hitter, and to see him walk and get on base and all of a sudden steal, the chaos was there, and he got a bad jump.
I know. Isn't it like, okay, you and your siblings, like, you're working on your parents to let you borrow the car, and they finally let you borrow the car, and then you go out and you hit into something. Like, dude, we're not going to get to borrow the car. Yeah, well, wow, that's so you're definitely not getting to borrow a car after that.
Can I tell you this quick story based on
you're
this,
gonna
man?
have
I was
to now.
driving in a VW van, and my mom was driving the car, as a matter of fact. And I think I was 15 years old, and she was driving the VW van, the old one. You know what? The square, it looked like a loaf of bread.
They're trying to
with
bring
wheels
those back,
on it,
yeah.
right? Okay, and there's this deer that came out of nowhere. My mom has already hit 4 deer in her life. Can you imagine? And all of a sudden, we're driving along, and we're going to church, and wham! This deer out of nowhere, the VW van with the flat face, the flat van.
So not even a hood.
Hits this thing, and it goes right over the top of the car, man.
Wow.
The year was 1977.
And that.
Yes. And I was 15 years old.
That right there is why, if you're going to steal a base, you should get a good jump.
Yes. I'm just saying, it kind of makes you feel that way right now.
Yeah.
Warning.
Well, it does, because of what you said of, like, great, now Torrey's not going to send any of the runners because you keep getting thrown out.
That's right. What are you doing?
And if you're going to get thrown out, Torrey's right to not send the runner.
Driving with your VW van.
Where did you guys live where there were so many deer?
Oh, man. Orchard Park.
There's just deer everywhere?
It's called the park for a reason.
Oh, see, you learn something new every day on the show, including I just learned something too. All right, when we come back, we'll go NFL. We'll go George Pickens, now a Dallas Cowboy. That might actually be pretty fitting. And Tom Brady giving advice to Shedeur Sanders about how to navigate the start of his career now. We're going to go around the league next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
Watching these last 2 Knicks victories, I have felt very, very emotional watching Mikal Bridges come back and be this influential. It's going deep with me, and I'm sure it's going deep with a lot of Suns fans, and I'm in a good way. It's making me feel really good to see him doing this again.
I'm happy for him because over the course of his stay in Phoenix, you become a fan of the player. You become a fan of the person. You become a fan of the way that he conducted himself. He didn't want to leave.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, the perfect place to celebrate National Hamburger Month. That's right. It's here. It's officially National Hamburger Month. So experience the burger. If you're searching for the best burgers in the game, find them at Twin Peaks all month long. They've got an excellent selection of high-quality seasoned, smashed, and seared burgers like the Smokestack or the Billionaire Bacon Burger or the Avocado Smash Burger and more. So get to Twin Peaks, and then while you're there, enjoy the wall-to-wall TV so you don't miss any of the baseball that's going on. Big series starting here locally tonight. Or the hockey playoffs, down to 8 teams in the hockey playoffs. Basketball playoffs, down to 8 teams there as well. Seen some upsets in basketball. Every hockey game seems to come down to like the final 5 seconds now. Plus, while you're at Twin Peaks, you get an entire menu made for MVPs. It's not just the burgers. They got tacos, wings, flatbreads, salads, much, much more, and the great scenery and environment that Twin Peaks is known for. They've got 5 convenient Phoenix locations now, so there's one nearby wherever you are in the valley. Never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
So your neighbor's home hasn't sold yet, huh? Homes are sitting longer and buyers are being picky. If you want to avoid being one of these 6,000 home sellers that have given up this year, you have to talk to Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She'll show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Plus, Carol will guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered. and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start May 14th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks on May 26th as we celebrate Memorial Day at Chase Field. Arrive early to the game and receive a special edition red poppy cap. Secure your tickets today at Dbacks.com.
Grown-ups, in between, churning babies.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. How did the D-backs do in the opener against the Dodgers? That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Well, it sure seemed like George Pickens wasn't going to be staying on the Steelers much longer. Wolf, it just kind of looked like it was trending that way for a little while. And now he officially is on a different team, going to the Dallas Cowboys. So just first of all, before I play any audio, your initial reaction to that. George Pickens on the Cowboys. And the Steelers now kind of lacking in big names on offense other than DK Metcalf right now.
Yeah. It's not a surprise to me whatsoever that George Pickens is gone. Because Mike Tomlin, I think, for the most part, has had enough of George Pickens, and the Steelers, I think, had enough of him. He said, this is Mike Tomlin, of course, he said he's got a target on his back because he's George. End of sentence. That's what he said. He's got a target on his back because he's George. He understands that. But he's got to grow up. He's got to grow up in a hurry. That's what he said about George Pickens last year.
So now he's on the Cowboys.
Not a surprise at all. He was never a good fit for the Steelers organization.
Here's Dan Orlovsky on Get Up talking about that move.
If George Pickens plays to the way that he has played over the past couple seasons, this would be a top 8 offense in the NFL. I've talked about it. I think this offensive line is going to be one of the better ones in the NFL by the end of the season. We all know CeeDee Lamb is a superstar. Now you're adding George Pickens in, who averaged 16 yards a catch with the revolving door at quarterback. This has got a chance to be a pretty darn good offense when it comes to what happens in Dallas.
The Cowboys are desperate. There's no doubt about it. They are desperate for somebody to come in with CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb, of course, you can line up anywhere. Brothers, you can line him up in the slot. He's an excellent route runner. You can line him up on the outside on a limited basis and throw him the ball as well. CeeDee Lamb is a great wide receiver. I love his game.
I believe he's playing in the Kyler Murray celebrity softball game next week.
Oh, is he really? Yeah,
I'm
okay,
sure, yeah.
Makes sense. CeeDee Lamb. This is a great acquisition schematically to have George Pickens on the outside because of his speed, because of his ability to get vertical downfield. This is great for a guy like CeeDee Lamb, who runs the short and intermediate routes really, really well.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. I mean, there's two ways to look at it, right? You can look at it from the Steelers' perspective, and you can say, I mean, yeah, right now, Mason Rudolph is your quarterback. And your receivers, besides DK Metcalf, are Robert Woods, Roman Wilson, Calvin Austin III. I mean, they on paper, the Steelers' offense just it doesn't have.
I like
the names.
Robert Woods. I like him a lot.
He's steady. I mean,
he's steady. Yes,
and obviously,
steady
I like
is a good word.
The biggest thing there is your quarterback right now is Mason Rudolph. Like you have to fix that. But then you look at Dallas and it's like, okay, like you just said, CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens as your receivers. Jalen Tolbert is decent, and in his role they added Jaden Blue at running back. You've still got Dak Prescott there, Jake Ferguson at tight end. Like that is an offense that could be explosive. I don't know what the Cowboys can really do in a division with Philadelphia and now the Commanders. I'm assuming Jaden Daniels,
the Commanders,
doesn't take a step back. The Commanders. So yeah, I mean. It's going to take kind of a superhuman effort by somebody on Dallas, probably CeeDee Lamb, to get them back into the playoffs right now. But
and this also too, I may want to say this here, Basinonians, and I may regret it.
Oh, nice.
But it is the truth. I think that George Pickens will grow from this. This could be a wake-up call for George Pickens. A change of scenery could be that wake-up call, or not. And if it's not,
don't dismiss any possibility. It's unlikely.
It's unlikely that what he grows up. Is that what you're saying? It's unlikely, Jared?
In Dallas.
Yeah, if he
that's what, that was me butting in with my opinion.
I understand that. Yes, I know that, Rick. My goodness. Did you think I didn't know that? That was you butting in, of course.
You saw Jerry Jones
walk
in and
Jared
was like,
made a comment on it. Yeah,
and then he got on his private jet and flew
away. Once again, he's going to have to grow up, or he's going to be out of the league sooner than later.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a great sign that a Steelers team that needs playmakers is like, it's not worth it. We'll just find somebody else. Go ahead. We'll just trade you to Dallas.
Mike Tomlin is a leader of men. I'm just going to tell you that right now. He values it, Basinonians. He values you're going to be a full-grown man. That's what you're going to be. You're going to be accountable to yourself and to your teammates. And George Pickens was not.
There's a lot of talk out there that Mike Tomlin was leading the way for them to trade George Pickens, which, again, wouldn't really be a surprise considering that dynamic. This is Steelers reporter Brooke Pryor talking about, and this is such a weird dynamic with the Steelers right now, but I'm just going to play the cut.
I cannot imagine that Aaron Rodgers was not aware that George Pickens could be traded. The Steelers have remained in constant contact with him since these conversations began about him potentially landing in Pittsburgh. Based on my conversations in the building, not only are the Steelers aware of what Rodgers has been dealing with in his personal life off the field, but I'm going to guess that phone works two ways, and the Steelers have kept him informed of potential things that they could be going through. I don't think that this is a move that would catch Aaron Rodgers by surprise.
It's just weird because Aaron Rodgers isn't on the Steelers.
What is going on with that?
I don't get it.
I don't get it either. Or either if you're from the East Coast. I'm wondering, and they are. These people here in Pittsburgh, once again, I know this. I know this because I still follow the Steelers closely, brothers, for obvious reasons. Yet at the same time, they're not happy about the Aaron Rodgers alternative. They're not.
It's very...
Because Rodgers has been dragged. They're like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean...
What? You either want to be here or you don't.
And now if he doesn't want to be there, if he in a month is like, yeah, you know what, I'm done. The Steelers, they basically have a throwaway season. They're not... What are you going to do with Mason Rudolph as your starting quarterback in that division? You're going to go play Baltimore twice? Mason Rudolph will just pick him apart, throwing to Calvin Austin III. So they're in this spot now where they have no leverage with Aaron Rodgers. He has all the leverage. So I guess it was a smart move by him the way this has worked out. But it's just weird to hear the Steelers of all teams be like, hey, Aaron, would you please come play for us?
Yeah.
It's up there with whatever's going on with Bill Belichick right now. Two things I just never thought I would see. Let's go with Shedeur here, Wolf. I'm going to play a cut of Tom Brady from the Impulsive podcast. So that's also another thing I never thought. Here's Tom Brady talking about how he would handle things if he were Shedeur.
I actually texted Shedeur because I know him very well. And I said, dude, like whatever happens, wherever you go, like that's your first day. Day 2 matters more than the draft. I was 199.
Yeah.
So who could speak on it better than me? Like what that really means. Yeah. Use it as motivation. You're going to get your chances. Go take advantage of it.
Okay, I like that. That's good. And that's Tom Brady saying it.
Yes.
I mean, it's the obvious thing to say to this guy.
Yeah.
Yet it's Tom Brady saying it.
I was going to say, it's a little different if Tom Brady says it.
You know, I mean, Luke, you could walk up to him. No offense to you, Luke. But
I don't like where
you
this
could
is
look
going.
Shedeur dead in the eye and say the exact same thing. And
Yes.
he's probably going to ask you to leave.
It wouldn't carry the same weight. If Jeff Olbricht's son texted him, because since he has his number, and was like, hey, dude, like, use this as motivation.
Jax Olbricht. What are you doing?
It's not going to carry the same weight as if Tom Brady texts you. I would hope that gets through, right? I mean, it's Tom Brady. I know the view. What are you laughing at?
Jax Olbricht.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, if you're going to throw me under the bus, I'm taking Jax Olbricht.
You know, I mean, if the guy was 17, 16, somewhere, you do a lot of stupid things. Do you not, brothers? Hey, even at 21. But when your dad is a defensive coordinator in the league, and then you film it and post it,
it's the perfect crime.
The level of darkness.
Nobody will ever know it's us if we film it and post it.
I know. What could go wrong?
How much did Jeff Olbricht get fined? $100,000?
Yeah, it was $100,000. Yeah, it was $100,000, and I think they took it easy on him.
Yeah, that's worse than hitting a deer when you get to borrow your dad's car. Hey, Dad.
In a VW van, man. The bang was so loud with the flat face.
It's like, Dad, I took a number off your laptop. I prank called one of the top quarterback prospects in the NFL draft. And the long story is you owe the league $100,000, and I filmed the whole thing.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry. Dad, I posted it.
I accidentally posted it.
But you should have seen all the views I got.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a fun Thanksgiving conversation.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm thankful for. My son didn't cost me $100,000 this year. Oh, wait, he did. All right, coming up next.
You can't hear the word stupid and not think of Jax. I'm sorry.
At least for a while, yeah. We're going to take you through all the top stories of the day in one place. Next, it's Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat right there? That's what I'm talking about. Gather around, brothers. Let me drop some knowledge on you, Basinonians. One of the biggest impacts on your mood, of course, your mental clarity and your physical health is going to be the quality of your sleep. Ron Wolfley reporting. At Brooklyn Betting, every mattress is assembled with meticulous attention to detail using patented materials and advanced technology. With 12 Basin locations, let me tell you what you won't find. Pushy salespeople and sleazy sales tactics. At every Brooklyn Betting location, they have knowledgeable sleep experts ready to help you find the perfect sleep solution. And you can tell them. You can walk right up boldly and say, Wolf sent you. And remember, shipping is always free. Listen, we spend a third of our lives asleep, my young crunk brothers. So why not make it the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting? Go to brooklynbetting.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimer.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads. Great for you, and so easy you could put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage? Weird, but still a salad. 1 radish and a couple of green beans? Also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke? Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, the market's been crazy. The highs, the lows, the ups, the downs. How do investors navigate today's volatile market?
Well, obviously, we've been feeling tremendous volatility because of that word tariff. But here's what people need to do. They need to set their politics aside and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy.
Sounds reassuring, but how do you achieve that? Some people want to retire within the next year or two, and some are 15 to 20 years out.
Gambo, we're not like most other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help achieve our goal of providing stability and growth to our portfolios.
So for many investors out there that are concerned, does that help limit the risk?
Well, it'll help reduce the risk. More importantly, it reduces the risk of one person, your financial advisor, messing up your whole retirement for you.
Is your portfolio in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
It's what you wait for all week. The three-pointers, the rebounds, the thrill of every shot. Win or lose, it's the hope that keeps you coming back. The dream that this time, it might be your year. And so you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when the pressure's on, your support is everything. That's why the NBA Store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are finally playing an NL West team tonight. They host the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. After a rough start last weekend in Philadelphia, Brandon Pfaadt will try to bounce back for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
All right, so we're going to have to start off with a message that Paul Calvisi sent me this morning.
No.
He said, I was just getting out of the car. Kindly correct Wolf.
Oh, my goodness.
That studies verify Tuesdays are the most productive day of the week. And then he said Thursdays are the most productive for Wolf because he procrastinates all week and then mails in Fridays.
No, Paulie. Okay, Tuesday. suddenly somebody's going to, oh, it's Tuesday. It's going to be so productive. No, they get fired up because they know the next day is Friday. You got to get all my work in because, I don't know, like you, Paul, you're going to mail it in too on a Friday.
The Arizona Diamondbacks have a massive 4-game series with the Los Angeles Dodgers starting tonight at Chase Field. Their first series against an NL West team this year. Brandon Pfaadt will try to bounce back from allowing 6 earned runs in his last start against the Phillies. How confident are you guys that Pfaadt can bounce back tonight?
I am confident that he can bounce back. It's almost fitting, isn't it, Wolf, that Pfaadt gets the first start here against the Dodgers. I mean, he was thrown out there the first game of the playoffs that one year. He was thrown out there in the closeout game against the Dodgers that year. He was out there in the big moments against the Phillies. Like Brandon Pfaadt.
Oh.
You gotta fight for your right.
Yeah, Brandon. Oh, you got to fight, and we all expect Brandon to fight.
So, yes, I do think he can bounce back, but the problem is bouncing back against the Dodgers doesn't always look like you bounce back. You know what I mean? He'd go out there and throw a lot better, still give up runs because you're facing this lineup. So we'll see. And Jody Jackson brought this up earlier.
Yeah.
She's very right. Freddie Freeman kind of got off to a disjointed start to the season because he was in and out of the lineup, and he was hit okay, but now he's hitting everything. So this is not the greatest time to catch him.
And, brothers, what is Yamamoto's ERA right now? Is it
0.90.
Yes, 0.90.
How did they get him? They drafted him and developed him, right? They didn't go out and throw a bunch of money at him.
No, they went out and threw a bunch of money at him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
This is going to be good tonight, isn't it? A 4-game series. I mean, if you're going to do it, let's do it.
His whip is 0.93, which is also absurd, and it's higher than his ERA.
That's crazy.
And you know, whip matters to me.
It does.
That is crazy. All right, sticking with the D-backs, while the rest of the offense can't seem to produce right now, Corbin Carroll continues to rake. He is batting .297 with 11 homers and 28 RBIs in 37 games this season. He leads the National League in hits and Major League Baseball in triples. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question up now at ArizonaSports.com, which asks, will Corbin Carroll finish in the top 5 of NL MVP voting?
Oh, yeah. Top 5? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. As long as he stays healthy. I mean, that's the same for anybody, right? I have zero doubt he'll be a top 5 candidate.
Can I say top 2?
Oh, yeah, you
just
can.
throw it out there.
Yeah. Okay.
Top 2.
Yeah, I think you can do that.
I wanted to say top 3, brothers. At first, I wanted top 3. And by the way, that is a guess. It's not a prediction.
It sounded like a guarantee.
Stop it. It's not a prediction. It's a guess. I'm just saying right now, what we're seeing from Corbin Carroll, this could be legendary. Isn't that right, Predator?
I am, there you go. I'm looking at the...
Not
that
bad.
wasn't bad.
That was pretty good.
I'm working on that, brothers.
That was
I'm
pretty
working
good.
on that.
It kind of, take this as the highest compliment possible. It sounded like if the Predator were sleeping. That's kind of what it sounded like.
I'm working on that. I can't do it on demand, though. Don't ask me to do it.
I can't believe you were even able to do that.
I can only do it spontaneously.
Wow.
That was impressive.
That was good.
Anyway, these results are a little odd to me, I think. Only 73% said yes, 27% said no. It's top 5.
Wow.
Like,
Yeah.
I
It's
think,
not top 2. It's top 5.
It's top 5. I mean, for me, it would be like, I expected 95% to say yes. I think that's maybe indicative of their start.
I would be disappointed if he doesn't finish top 5. I'm looking at the Vegas odds right now. Shohei's the favorite, then Kyle Tucker, then Corbin Carroll.
Imagine if he keeps this pace. Can you imagine that? We could be in store for a legendary season out of this kid.
That a lot of people were kind of looking for last year, right? And it was a kind of probably unrealistic, but after his rookie year where he was unanimous rookie of the year, you're like, well, what's he do for an encore? He so far is doing it this year. Just not the steals, but everything else.
Yeah, because when you hit home runs, you can't steal bases.
If he's going to hit 40 home runs, he doesn't have to steal any bases.
Over to the Arizona Cardinals, NFL.com's Mark Ross put Marvin Harrison Jr. as one of his 10 candidates to break out this season. I'll go specifically Cardinals, though. Do you guys expect Marv to have the biggest breakout on the Cardinals this season, or maybe somebody else?
That's a great question.
Are you saying second-year players or just anybody?
I think anybody, because I think third-year players can go into that, maybe.
I think I'm interested in Trey Benson, actually, in year 2.
Yeah.
But I know the easy answer is Marv, but I also think the answer is Marv.
Here's the one thing about it. Marv had a pretty good rookie year. Again, so when you talk about making the biggest jump to year 2, what could your expectations be? 16 touchdowns? 16 touchdowns and, I don't know, 1,600 yards?
Yeah, that's a good point. We need to...
So it's more about who's going to make the biggest jump year 1 to year 2. I don't know. I don't.
We do need to define what, progress at some point before the start of the season. I think we need to get all on the same page and define what it looks like for Marv. Because if he goes out there and it's like, Marvin Harrison Jr., 1,190 receiving yards and 11 touchdowns, and people are like, not good enough.
Yes.
At a certain point, we need to define what that looks like.
I think you're right about that. That is good. Write that down. Put it in the audio file if you don't mind.
You don't want me to write down because what I just wrote it next to was remind Wolf to do a Mikal Bridges Pantera call out. So
that's right. There we go.
Okay.
I got to write that down.
Just take my paper.
All right, last one for you guys. The second round of the NBA playoffs are rolling along. The Thunder blew out the Nuggets 149-106 to even that series. And Mikal Bridges played hero once again as the Knicks took a 2-0 lead on the Celtics, which, by the way, Paul Pierce is walking 20 miles to work today because he lost some sort of bet. I don't know if you guys saw that.
I saw him. He was posting the map everywhere of where he had to walk. Yeah,
it's up now on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. If you want to see it, he's walking 20 miles to work today. But anyway, which game stood out to you guys the most last night?
Probably the Celtics game.
No doubt.
You figured Oklahoma City was going to come back. A little alarming that they were just able to handle Denver by 43. You beat us, we're going to embarrass you publicly. But, it's Boston going down 0-2 at home. What are you guys doing?
You think about it right now. Game 1, the Knicks were down by, it was a 76-55 score. Game 2, it was 73-53. And they came back to win both of those games. You got to be kidding me.
And I only know this because I was just looking for the MVP odds, but the Celtics are favored to win the Eastern Conference still. At a certain point, you do need to win the games, too. You don't need to just be better than the other team. And I know after the first game, we played the Jason Tatum audio, and it was kind of like, we'll figure it out. Okay, now you got to win 4 of the next 5 or you're done.
I just want to read this because I wrote it down, Basinonians. The Knicks are the only team in recorded NBA playoff history to overcome a 20-point deficit in back-to-back games.
Wow.
Think about that. The only team in recorded NBA playoff history to overcome a 20-point deficit in back-to-back games.
And they did it on the road against the defending champs in both the games.
You want to talk about resiliency? You want to talk about toughness? The Knicks look no further.
You want to talk about a team that's not going to believe they're out of it if you go up by 6 on them in the third quarter in Game 3? All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Join Kyler Murray and friends for the first annual Kyler Murray Foundation Celebrity Softball Game happening May 17th at Salt River Fields. If you want to be there, register now for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Just head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the details and your shot at winning. All right, when we come back to the Suns, and, I'm going to play some audio here, Wolf. I don't think you've heard this yet, okay?
Yeah.
Get a little insight into Matt Ishbia's mindset right now, and we can react with how we feel about it. That's all next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks Mets.
Here comes the 0-2. Reached for and a one-hopper to second, collected by Acuna. His throw to first in time. The ball game is over. The Mets take the finale. They take the series, taking 2 of 3. Your final score is 7-1.
The D-backs begin a 4-game homestand versus the Dodgers. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Your move is their mission. That's what they like to say, ladies and gentlemen. When I say they, I'm talking about the Lee family. That's right, Tim Lee, the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012 with his sons Garrett and JT. They run the business right here in Phoenix. As a matter of fact, I was hanging out with them after yesterday's broadcast. We are hanging out in the suite, Basinonians, and it was just awesome to see the Lee family. They proudly support our veterans and first responders. That's right. They look to hire our veterans and first responders as well. They look to hire them to join their moving teams. The deal isn't done until the move is done. That's what they love to say. Trust Moving Team 6 to finish the job and do it right, Basinonians. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimers.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hello. I've got lots of cash.
The next iteration is going to be, will it win 82 games? No, it will not win 82 games, but it will be much more aligned with what Phoenix Suns and the community of Phoenix is all about.
I keep a close watch on this team of mine. I've seen that fans are critical online, but I know what will make the sun shine, 'cause we'll be fine if we're aligned.
I understand that Matt has trusted me with the responsibility of building alignment within this organization.
I hired a GM from within, and I'm sure that he will help us win. because I know him from Michigan. Yeah, we'll be fine, 'cause we're aligned.
There's got to be alignment, much more aligned.
We are completely aligned. The alignment is the team aligned, extremely aligned, the alignment. It's about building that alignment and to do it with the alignment. If you don't do that, there's no way you can build the alignment.
We have to hire a new coach, then we'll try to find the greatest KD deal. And what the hell can we do with Beal? It'll be fine, 'cause we're aligned.
Very important that everybody is aligned.
It will be fine, 'cause we're aligned.
I think there's a message there.
That's Greg Brady's best. Can I tell you right now? Especially the Johnny Cash.
Jarrett Carlin, or Greg Brady, as you call him.
Yes.
Rick pointed this out before the show, and he's so right. Jarrett got his annual haircut.
Oh, he did?
He gets one haircut a year. I think it's maybe every couple years.
Really?
It's an annual haircut.
I assume they
During the pandemic, he let it go even further.
Yeah, I'll send you the picture. I have a picture of him eating Cheetos in the newsroom from like late 2020.
Yeah.
And it's he's more hair than man.
Am I allowed to post this on our social channel?
I don't know, because it's you'd have to ask Jarrett.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
It's once you see it, you can't unsee
Jarrett.
it though.
You mean Greg
Brady? Yeah.
Okay, great.
But yeah. All right, so the Suns looking to be alive.
Everyone corrects me too when I say, "Hey, what's up, Greg Brady?" You know his name isn't Greg, right?
I like when we hire.
They say that to me all the time.
We hire new people out there.
I know.
And then over time, like I told you, I had like 4 or 5 people over the last year or so be like, "Hey, who's Rick? I thought that was Jesse." No, that's Rick. You've been wrong.
We
the whole
do
time.
mess up people, don't we? Here, interesting.
All right, this is Matt Ishbia from the Fortune Leadership Next podcast.
Matty Ish.
Okay? So you and I haven't really heard this. You haven't heard it at all.
No.
I've only listened to one cut, so we're going to play this live on the air because that seems like a safe thing to do.
Okay.
But Rick's heard it. Here's Matt Ishbia talking about. I love how this is slugged, as you would say it, Wolf. Says, "I know that losers want to see me fail in the NBA." Here we go.
Everyone's got a target on my back in the mortgage business. And by the way, in the NBA, same thing. When you come out and you trade for Kevin Durant and you have Devin Booker, you have high expectations. People love to see people with high expectations fail. They enjoy that. You know, and if that makes them happy, it makes me happy. That makes them happy, because anyone that gets enjoyment out of other people's failures or struggles is a loser. And I enjoy that those people are losers. And I'm not one of them. And so I'm going to continue to try to win every single day and everything I do with my kids, with my basketball business and mortgage business. And if people want to try to chop us down because our mortgage company has a bad day or our basketball team has a bad day, I wish them nothing but happiness, because they're struggling in life if that's what gives them happiness.
Man, that is... Wow.
He sounds like Sean McVay sometimes, man. He really
does. Yeah, he does sound like Sean McVay right there. Can I just say the point, though, is well taken to me. I don't like cheering for people's failure. And you know this, Luke. I have talked about this often. I don't root for people to fail.
It's true.
I think teams collectively, you can root for them to fail.
Otherwise, why are you watching sports?
Exactly. I mean, do I want to see the San Francisco 49ers win Super Bowl after Super Bowl? No, I don't want to see that.
It's different than rooting against an individual. But
it is.
You can't watch, I hope all 32 football teams win the Super Bowl this year. It'll be great.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
No, I don't root for individuals to fail. I don't like it.
More from Matt Ishbia on the Fortune Leadership Next podcast, why he bought an NBA team.
When I was playing basketball, I realized I wasn't good enough to play in the NBA. And so it's like, hey, could I ever buy an NBA team? And I never, at that time, it never even crossed my mind as a realistic thing, because they're so expensive. And, my first job out of college, I was making, $18,000 a year. So it's not like I was building up a lot of wealth to try to get there. However, it has come full circle where things have went really well. The mortgage business, we've become the number 1 mortgage company in America. This is our 3 straight years. Hopefully this should be our 4th straight year. And, made him enough money to be able to buy a WNBA team and an NBA team, which I really enjoy. And I can take some of my business things and apply it to basketball. And it's really come full circle. And learning that business, it's only been about 2 years in the basketball business, but going to do that for the next 30, 40 years as well and continue to enjoy it.
You This is, this is a man with a plan. He's got a plan right now. He understands it. He's been executing that plan, buying the Suns, buying the Mercury, of course, and 30, 40 years. Here we go.
I don't think this was the point of what he was saying, but while he was talking, I was trying to figure out how the four of us on the show can collectively get enough money to buy a professional team. Doesn't have to be an NBA, but just one of the pro teams. Because if he was making $18,000 a year out of college, and now he has enough money to buy an NBA team and have the highest payroll in the NBA, there's got to be a way we got to do something here.
Like what? Buying a Tiddlywinks team or something like that?
I'm not saying pool the money we have now. How can we all get rich quick? And then I think it's called a pyramid scheme.
Right.
And then when we successfully do that, we'll be able to buy a team. That's the way
you could turn into a motivational speaker.
Yes.
You could do that and maybe get rich quick if you were good.
No, I'm not sure about the legality of pyramid schemes, Luke.
Well, that was a joke. But we do need to start
This
our
was
own
also
business.
a joke.
Luke,
It's playing
hibachi. Don't say it, Luke.
No, but we need to actually start a business and make billions of dollars.
Okay, that's
to do.
great.
Okay.
All right, good. Give me something else from Matt.
More from Matt Ishbia on the Fortune Leadership Next podcast.
I tell people as a public company CEO and all these things with UWM, like on a scale of 1 to 100, people care about like a 10, 10 out of 100. But as the owner of the Phoenix Suns, it's a 98. Everyone cares about everything you're doing, who you're sitting with, what you said, what decision. And also you got a million people that can second guess everything after, right? Which is part of it, right? And so I understood what I signed up for. And, it's part of the game. When you win, everyone says you're the best thing ever. You lose, they're going to be upset. And it's easy to be Monday morning quarterback on every decision. But the way I look at it is I look at every decision we make. And obviously I have a GM, a CEO, coach, I look at every decision we make and I say, would I do it again? And if I wouldn't do it again, the next time that comes up, I'll pivot. However, most of the decisions, we feel like we've made the right decisions, but sometimes things don't work out well. Sometimes someone gets hurt. Sometimes players don't play as well as they should. Sometimes things happen, right? There's a lot of things that happen. Other teams play really well too. It's not like you're just trying to win by yourself. There's 29 other teams you're competing with. And so all of those decisions get questioned, and I'm there for it. I'm there for it. People can question what they want. I'm fine with it. I know I'm doing the right thing.
Wow, that was, that was Matt being very, very transparent.
Yeah.
Right there, talking about him making decisions as well.
It's interesting, anytime we hear him talk, this definitely came up at the end of this season press conference too, Wolf, but I don't know if this matters to everybody. It does matter to me that he is self-made, that he goes into the mortgage business and he's now a billionaire. He has enough money to buy a team. Like we just played that cut earlier. He never thought that coming out of college. Yeah, you're going to buy an NBA team. And to be self-made like that, he's used to being successful, and he's probably looking around these first 2 years with the Suns like, what is going wrong here? Like I went out and got Kevin Durant and we're losing. His track record, I know it's not in basketball per se over the last 20 years, but his track record is if something's not working, he figures out a way to make it work. That's the one thing that I do keep kind of holding on to in all this. Like, this guy tends to succeed. He tends to figure out a way to succeed.
He just said, I'll pivot. I mean, that was pretty definitive.
Yeah. That is the one thing with Matt Ishbia I do continue to hold on to of like, does hiring Brian Gregory make a ton of sense on the surface? No. Trading for Kevin Durant did make a ton of sense on the surface, and it didn't work. So he is pivoting, and his track record is pretty good.
One of the things I love, he understands what accountability is all about, and I think Matty Ish is really accountable. It doesn't make you right all the time, but being accountable matters.
Keep saying this. You have an owner that wants to win. That's set everything else aside. You want an owner that has money and wants to win.
And will be accountable.
When we come back over to baseball, Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen joined us yesterday, shed some light on the Justin Martinez situation, among other things. So do you feel any better about the bullpen? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
So if it's not mental and he's not hurt, what the hell can it be?
And I think they're just as baffled about it as we are.
Right.
Till he comes back and starts to slide everybody back. Because right now, everybody is doing things and playing roles that they weren't outside of Kevin Ginkel and maybe Ryan Thompson. Nobody's really in the role they were cast for so far.
No, this would be like, Lauren running the show and I'm doing updates.
Right. This is like
Lauren. Mitch is breaking news. And I don't know what the hell you'd be doing, but that's what it's like. We're all out of place.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. I am Santan Ford. And you know what? I've been telling you for a limited time right now, Santan Ford has employee pricing. Yeah, employee pricing is going on at Santan Ford, saving you thousands. Plus, at Santan Ford, you can buy a new 2025 Ford Explorer for as low as 2.9% APR financing, which is an unbelievable rate. Or you could take up to $8,700 off a brand new 2025 Ford Escape. And Santan Ford, they have hundreds of Escapes to choose from. Let's recap here. Employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on right now. From America for America. We'll see you over at Tim Hovik, Santan Ford in Gilbert. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Right, your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving. Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner.
Fish for dinner.
No, stop.
This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Right, your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota, but it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake and have Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Carol will even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Don't wait. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 6-packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are finally playing an NL West team tonight for the first time this season. They host the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field for the first game of 4. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. After struggling last weekend in Philadelphia, Brandon Pfaadt will try to bounce back tonight for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. For the first time this season, the Diamondbacks will play within the division. What should we expect in Game 1 against the Dodgers? Burns and Gambo, 2-6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, Dbacks Dodgers tonight from Chase Field. Game 1 of 4 against the Dodgers. Wolf, it's not game 1 of this 16 games in 16 days stretch, though. So if you look at some of the peripheral factors working in this series, a little bit of an uphill climb for the Diamondbacks. We are, 9 games. This will be game 10 of this 16 games in 16 days stretch. Bullpen's a little beat up, and the Dodgers they're heating up right now.
They're heating up, yeah.
Especially Yamamoto pitching the way he's pitching.
You know, right now, too, would you say the Arizona Diamondbacks are officially in a funk? Would you say they're officially in a funk right now? 19-18 on the season, Ron Wolfley reporting. They've lost 9 of their last 14.
Yeah.
Does that qualify? Is that a large enough sample size to say they're in a bit of a funk in terms of winning and losing?
Yeah, I guess when you put it that way, yeah, when you put they've lost 9 of 14, which is true. They just don't seem to. They seem stuck in neutral. That's what it feels like. They're not bad. They're not struggling necessarily, but they're not like going. And when you face the Dodgers, you either need to really get going or you will be struggling. That's the one thing about the Dodgers. Love them or hate them, they're going to bring that out in you. You're either going to raise your game or you're going to get embarrassed. So if they're in a rut, they need to get out of it in the next 5.5 hours.
No, absolutely. Agreed on that one. We're going to wait and see. We're all going to have a front row seat. This is the coolest thing about it. Very excited to see how they respond to the challenge of the Los Angeles Dodgers for a 4-game set right here, right now. This being the first exposure they've had to the NL West. Man, there's a lot of stuff behind this game 1, isn't there?
Here's Mike Hazen. Mike Hazen was on with us yesterday, but it was right at the end of the show because we had the short show with the Arizona Sports Half Day Club out at Chase Field. So we got to talk to him, Wolf, but then we ended the show. We haven't got to react to anything. So I'm going to start with the Justin Martinez stuff.
Okay, cool.
Talk to him about that. This is what he had to say.
Look, we worked him pretty hard. He had a little shoulder soreness for 3 or 4 days. That sort of rectified itself. He came back. His velocity was down a little bit. I think we were more concerned with the drop in velocity because in some cases that can be indicative of something. So, and obviously we're going to take very good care of this guy. So we shut it down. His mechanics look like they were off a little bit. He's dropping his arm a little. Again, all things that we want to make sure we're staying on top of. We got the MRI. It looked good. And I think he's going to build his way back. He's itching and ready to get back on the mound. We're going to get him back throwing again. It shouldn't be a long downtime because he hasn't been down a long period of time. But, look, guys that throw 102 miles an hour, you got to be mindful and careful of their shoulder and their elbow. And we want to make sure that we keep this guy in a good spot.
My elbow. Yes. It makes a lot of sense. Of course it does. And I don't know if you have the cut where I asked Mike, hey, where I was going on this.
Setting this up.
This is really important to me, base learning. Sports psychology is real. It is real. It's the reason why they have an entire psychological department built on sports. Most organizations have a sports psychologist in the building, in the locker room. It's really important.
That was my major in college.
Yeah, of course.
Now I'm sitting here talking to you.
There you go. Man, can you imagine? The psychology of sport. Why don't you love it as much as I do?
I do.
Oh, you do?
Well, I don't know if I love it as much as you do.
I'm just the one who talks about it all the
maybe
time.
I don't love it as much as you do, but
okay,
I do love it.
But I asked him about this. Is there anything psychological in regard to Justin Martinez?
When I look at what was happening when he was on the mound, he said he felt fine. We saw mechanical things happening under the hood, and his velocity was down a little bit. Like that was the root of it. You know, he was getting taken out at 97 miles an hour. Usually that ball's 101. Okay, that 4-mile-an-hour drop in velocity allowed Tyrone Taylor to hit a ball out of the park against him. That, I think it's probably more mechanics and things along those lines. Yes, that's what we think it is right now. But we'll see when he gets back on the mound and starts revving the engine back up again. He was coming off of a little bit of a shoulder soreness, so there was something there.
Yeah.
We didn't think it was a full-blown injury, but there was something there that he was dealing with for a few days. So all of that stuff has now calmed down, and we're getting ready to kind of restart and go forward again. So, no, I think he's in a good spot.
That's great.
Mentally, he's pushing us. He wants to get on the mound, I think, yesterday, and we're kind of like, no, we're going to go through a process.
Swag,
he does.
He does.
Got that. And he wants to be the closer, and he wants to be there at the end of the game. All really good things for us.
Okay, I just want to be clear on this because I followed up after that by asking him, do you think it's anything psychological whatsoever? I followed up asking him that question. I just want to be clear.
The only other cut that I have in here is a really quick one where he talks about the velocity drop being mechanical. I'll play this one too.
I think our understanding of the velocity drop is a little bit more mechanically based, and maybe got into a little bit of a bad habit and got coming back from a little shoulder soreness. We'll see what happens once he gets back on the mound. So,
if this really is you got to shut him down for 2 weeks or whatever, and they've basically already shut him down for a week, and he's able to, Torrey said it earlier this week, like pick up the ball and start a throwing program this week, and everything that Mike Hazen just said right there about how he wants the ball in the ninth inning, and he wants to be the closer, and he wants to be back already. If they really are able to sort of dodge this potential huge obstacle, and he's back out there and good to go in like a week and a half,
yeah,
I mean, that is a potential season-saving moment if that happens.
Yeah, once again, for me, I'm more focused on the rotation for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Coming into this season, there's no doubt about it. Everybody looked at the rotation and said, this is the strength of this team. This is the strength of this team. When you're talking about getting out of a bit of a funk that the Diamondbacks are in right now, I'm looking squarely on the starting pitching of the Arizona Diamondbacks to start going out and you're going to have a blow up every now and then. There's no doubt about that. You're competing at the highest level our species could generate. It's going to happen. I get that. But generally speaking, I can't wait to see this team when they get to a point where the starters in their rotation take the ball and pitch up to their capabilities and do it on a consistent basis, because that also impacts the bullpen in a huge way, as we all know.
Along those lines, Mike Hazen, when he was on with us yesterday, also talked about how to get the bullpen right, and he basically said what you just said.
I like the group. They've taken on some water. They've had to work a lot. I think if we can start getting our starters stretched out a little bit more and keeping their workload a little more spaced out, Torrey and I talk about this a lot. We play in a lot of close games. That puts a lot of pressure on the big boys in the back, right? They're pitching back to back, 3 out of 4s. So we're going to need to space that workload out a little bit. But again, it all starts back from if our starters can go into the 6th and 7th inning, we're going to be in good shape in the long term.
Start to get into the season, Wolf, and you're a team that has postseason and maybe World Series aspirations. You really do see firsthand how much the rotation and the bullpen need to help each other, basically. I don't know a better way to put it.
Symbiotic relationship.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's a better way to put it, I guess. But, I mean, if your bullpen is kind of beat up or a little worn down and you're in a stretch like this where you're playing every day for 2.5 weeks, starters got to pick them up and vice versa. And Zach Gallen did pick him up, certainly on Tuesday. I think to a certain extent Merrill did yesterday, too. He went into the 7th inning.
Yeah.
But everything gets amplified when you play this team that's in town now. So we're going to find out a lot, I would say, in the next 4 days.
No cramping either.
No. When we come back, how painful is it to watch what Mikal Bridges is doing for New York right now? We'll get into that next. That'll be fun. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns' new general manager, Brian Gregory.
When we talk about identity, when we talk about culture, that's who you are on a daily basis. So that's not just in practice. That's out in your individual skill work. That's in the weight room. That's in the training room. All those things come into play. And to be honest with you, that's our organization.
We talk about a new horizon for the Suns today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind, right now? That's what I'm talking about, Basinonians. Here we go. Brooklyn betting. Yes, indeed. I can tell you right now, how would you love a mattress from Brooklyn Betting? I'm talking about a 5-star resort mattress, all of that goodness that shows up at your door. Yeah, right to your front door in a box. Never slept better in my life, and I can tell you, we are the Wu Fang Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. You know, when it comes to building a better mattress, Brooklyn Betting, they literally own it. The company designs and manufactures all of its bedding in their very own state-of-the-art factory in Phoenix, and then they ship the product directly to your door. Man, they pass the savings directly to you with patented materials and advanced technology. Meticulous attention to detail. Brooklyn Betting is affordable luxury for you. What you need to do, brothers, is go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com. brooklynbetting.com.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See you for full details and disclaimer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system up to $2,500 because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 Sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. How did the Dbacks do in the opener against the Dodgers? That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here's a fun question. We just dive into the pain of the Arizona sports fan.
Yeah, okay.
Is it more painful in these playoffs to watch what Jimmy Butler's doing with the Warriors or what Mikal Bridges is doing with the Knicks?
I think we all know it's Mikal Bridges with the Knicks.
It is, but I still root for him. You know what I mean? So
yes.
that curbs some of the pain.
Tell me right now, when you watch him play, you still don't feel deep down inside like he is a son.
I honestly, you
and
think
then
I'm joking?
not just a son, but a son, a
Come
Phoenix son.
Phoenix son.
That's right. Come home, son.
Yeah, no, I mean, it sounds like I'm joking, but I'm really not when I've been saying for the last year and a half, hey, he's a free agent in 2026. He'll just come back here.
That's right.
He's got a great relationship with Devin Booker. He loves it here. But, man, I mean, if he keeps ending games against the Celtics in Boston in their playoff games and the Knicks go on they're not going to let him go if this keeps up.
Especially the way he's, the steal with Jaylen Brown. Literally just took it right out of his head.
You don't need that ball, do you?
Not going to foul you in the process. I'm going to grab the ball and take it away from Jaylen Brown.
Yeah. This isn't like pickup basketball at the park. That's Jaylen Brown.
That blew my mind. And then the defense he was playing on Jason Tatum. He was playing such great defense on Tatum. He'd have blocked the shot if Tatum would have tried to take it.
Yeah, I have no doubt.
Incredible. Ended 2 games on the defensive end of the floor. Mikal Bridges. Does that shock anybody?
It doesn't. The fact that he did it doesn't shock
Correct.
me. The fact that any one player could do it,
I feel exactly
me.
the same way. Yes.
If you told me, hey,
especially against Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown.
The thing that these aren't even. It's not even like these are NBA games, but they're 2 games against like Orlando and Atlanta in February. These are 2 playoff games in Boston against the Celtics. Here's the final call.
Knicks by 1 at 91-90. Celtics not using the timeout. Tatum across midcourt with 10. Top of the key with 8. Defended by Robinson with 7. Right wing 3. Crossover. Foul line with 4. Left block. Step back. Stolen by Bridges. Bridges chucks it down court. They've done it again. They've done it again. The New York Knicks take both in Boston and a 2-0 lead heading back to the Mecca.
It's bittersweet, man.
Yeah, I know. And I know he said Robinson was defending him there at the top of the key, but Mikal took over from that point, switched off on him. And that's why he got the turnover once again.
It's tough because it's like, oh, I'm so happy for you, Mikal, that you've left all us behind and you're thriving. That's great. I mean, it's
right
not
now,
his fault.
You also have to think about it. The defending champions, and they are the Boston Celtics, down 2-0 in this series to the Knicks.
Yeah.
This is real, what is happening right now. It's going to be interesting to see Game 3, how the Celtics respond.
This is the one series where I thought the favorite definitely going to win. Not that I thought the underdog was going to win in the other 3 series, but it's just like, yeah, I do think Indiana's going to beat Cleveland. I have, and also Cleveland's beat up, but Indiana's up in that series, and I did think Denver had a chance. I'm not so sure after that game last night against Oklahoma City, and I mean Golden State would be favored if Steph was healthy right now, but the Knicks going into Boston and winning the first 2 games, I would not have believed that.
Did not see that coming. I'm with you 100%. And you think about it, too. It's not just the fact they won at Basin Arena. It's how they did. Game 1, they were down 76-55.
Yeah.
21 points, 76-55. They came back and won that game in Game 1, going on a 53-30 game-ending run. 53-30. That's what the Knicks did to win that game. Game 2, they were down 73-53 and went on a 38-17 run. Think about that. I mean, not only the scoring, and you have to score points when you're down 20 and 21 to come back and win, but the defense as well.
Well, yeah, to go on a run like that in a game that's low scoring like that game was, I mean, it's obviously more impactful, but you kind of think it's also more difficult to do.
And I said this earlier, but I think it brings context to this conversation. The Knicks are the only team in recorded NBA playoff history to overcome a 20-point deficit in back-to-back games. The only team in NBA playoff history to do it.
And they did it on the road both games against the defending champs both times.
Against the Celtics.
I'm going to play this cut of Devin Booker from February of 2023. talking about Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson.
I think the only good part of it is that they're still together and they have each other to lean on. But, they'll be very well missed here in the Valley, as everybody knows. But friends and brothers for life. We'll stay in contact forever, and, we'll see what they're doing in, 2026?
I'm not laughing. Nobody else is laughing anymore either.
No, well,
right?
Because here's the problem.
Matty-ish.
I'm almost crying.
Yeah, that's the emotion we're looking for. Because the problem now, like when they got traded to Brooklyn, it was like, yeah, you know what? I mean, 2026 feels like it's forever from now. At that point, that was but they'll come back. And you still had Mikal Bridges on Twitter at the time posting about the Suns all the time, even though he was on another NBA team. But now he's in New York on a Knicks team that is 2 wins away from going to the conference finals. And if they get there, is it really inconceivable that they could beat Indiana or Cleveland? It is not. But also, like, he's got all his former Villanova buddies on that team, too. Like, we need the Knicks to break up. That's what we need.
Okay.
Of all the teams in the NBA, we need the Knicks to break up. Can we trade, if we're going to trade Durant, can we trade him to the Knicks for a couple players from Villanova so Mikal doesn't get too comfortable there? I don't even care if they're good. Just give us a couple players that Mikal likes.
So let me ask you this. Go to the Denver OKC series right now, and what are your thoughts on what you're seeing now?
That was quite the slap in the face last night. Right?
Okay.
You're going to come in
that
here.
was a response from the Thunder in regard to losing game one.
That's how you want your team to respond if they lose a game that's rough. It's
the definition thereof.
Just go out there and embarrass the other team. You just beat Nikola Jokic's team by 43 points on the national stage. Oklahoma City is, when they're on, they're scary, man.
Yeah.
They'll beat anybody by 40. They won't, and it doesn't even really look like they're breaking a sweat when they do it.
Think about it. They scored 87 points in the first half. The most points in a half in the history of the game.
Where'd you get all these stats?
No, it's from the broadcast. Just watching it blew my mind. Think about it, on the same night, those two games.
Yeah, they had as many points at halftime as the Celtics, almost as the Celtics did for the whole game.
It's stunning. It really is. But, you think about it. The Nuggets got what they needed, right? They went in, they took game one and got the split. They went in and got the split. Game 3 right now is going to be critical. You have this feeling it's going to be critical for the Denver Nuggets. If Denver can win game 3, it says that the regular season and the regular season series, they split 2 games apiece. It's legit.
I think that's, if you're going to beat Oklahoma City in a best of 7, which I'm not sure anybody's going to do. I don't know why that game last night impacted my belief that Denver could do that. I mean, probably because they won by 43. I think you have to stay ahead of them in the series. I don't think you can get to a point where it's like, yeah, okay, we lost game 3, so now we got to win 3 of the next 4 games. You're just not going to do that. You need to stay up 1-0, 2-1, 3-2, and you probably need to win a game 7. So good luck to Denver and then either Golden State or Minnesota. Here's Jokic after the game.
We didn't. Basically, it was one team playing tonight. Even the turnovers, misses, they were aggressive. They were going by us. They were rebounding the ball. They were just better. They were much better than us today, and that's the score. That's why the score is so bad.
What would you have done if he said basically they were just rebounding that basketball?
Yeah.
He didn't, though.
He didn't say that, which is why we didn't follow it up with another clop.
But he was probably
can I just say this quickly, Basinonians, as well? A story that is out there about Steph Curry and Steve Kerr telling the story about going in when Steph pulled his ham and went into the locker room and saw him. He was in there in tears. Steph Curry, can you imagine that? This guy who has accomplished so much, and yet at the same time, he's a kid inside, a kid at heart, and he plays the game that way. Steph Curry has got to be one of the most beloved athletes on the planet.
It's an interesting point because when people talk like, hey, how many more good years does Steph really have? Don't you always think like, well, he's only 20, so he should be fine, right? Like he's not 20. He's been in the league for a while. And I was looking at that line on that series yesterday, too. It's like, wow, Golden State is still a heavy underdog, but then you realize it's because of what you just said, because Steph is hurt.
Kerr said he came in and hugged him. He said, that's all I could do. I just feel so bad for him. Everything he does, how much he cares. just hugged him. That's unbelievable.
Yeah. We come back over to football, and one of the prominent power rankings out there as we've gotten through the draft now. It's interesting, Wolf. They talk up all the moves the Cardinals made, and then they dropped them down in the power rankings. So we'll explain the logic behind that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Base Interneans, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are committed to working collaboratively with you. When it comes to your wealth management plan, they know one size does not fit all. Contact Trajan Wealth today and discuss strategies to weather the current market turbulence. It's a little bumpy out there right now. 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth's core philosophies include low expenses, manager tenure, and tax efficiency. These are just a few key qualities that differentiate a Trajan Wealth portfolio from competitors. Call Trajan Wealth today to schedule a complimentary introductory meeting to learn a little bit more. That's right, 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
I know, Arizona, we're feeling it. Summer temps heating up, but there's good news. It's officially pool season. And if you want to beat the heat with a custom pool, work with our pool builder at Casa Calvisi, California Pools and Landscape. Man, you talk about before and after. Our summer escape now is our own backyard, including our Cal shade structure. And you really relax under the sun when May shade specials are on. Savings you don't want to miss. Go to calpool.com/Paul. See our backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey there, I'm Phil Briggs, Navy veteran and host of CBS Eye on Veterans weekly radio show and podcast. And over the years, I've loved sharing military stories with my neighbor Greg, a battle-tested former Army Ranger. He's a barbecue master and always welcomes us over. As it's Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants all active duty, veterans, and family to know that they're always eligible to join. Because at Navy Federal, our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
In Arizona, air conditioning isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. And when it breaks down, who can you trust? At Precision Air and Plumbing, we take the guesswork out of AC repair with our revolutionary technology, Precision Link. Precision Link performs a complete diagnostic, grading every part of your system. No opinions, no guesswork, no upsells, just honest answers. For AC service you can trust, make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are finally playing an NL West team tonight for the first time this season. They host the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. After a rough start last weekend in Philadelphia, Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball to try to bounce back tonight for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Phoenix.
Hey, it's Gambo. For the first time this season, the Diamondbacks will play within the division. What should we expect in Game 1 against the Dodgers? Burns and Gambo, 2-6 on Arizona Sports.
About time you played something, boys, that blew somebody's face off.
Where they get to the lyrics.
Oh, no. Not this rejoin.
You just said it's about time.
Well, yeah. The riff is really, really good.
All their riffs are good.
Until they start singing.
Well, you're not as
So
big of
here's
a
the
fan of
thing
their
with
singing.
Wolf. So usually, you like songs with lyrics. I feel like with System of a Down, you'd prefer no lyrics.
Yeah, I think if System of a Down was an instrumental band, I really like it.
Yeah.
All right.
Not really.
No.
I like words. Words matter.
Okay. So if Metallica was singing over System of a Down, then you would like it better.
Yes.
I say this fully acknowledging that it's a lot easier to predict.
I
know you love predictions. Was that your Pantera call?
No, that was Hatfield.
Oh, okay.
Of course.
It was. It's a lot easier to predict, who's going to be good in baseball or who's going to be good in basketball than it is in the NFL because there's so much. It's just competitive top to bottom, really. But when you look at the NFL this upcoming season, Wolf, I feel like the Cardinals are going to be one of those teams that people don't know what to make of them before the season. And I'm going to use this as an example, but it's not the only example, okay?
Yeah.
But ESPN has their power rankings based on which teams improved the most at the draft. Okay, so it's not just the draft. It's not draft rankings, but it's the team now after the draft. And they go through and they talk up, the move to bring in Josh Sweat, obviously before the draft, and what the Cardinals did during the draft, getting Walter Nolan and Jordan Birch. And, they went out and got Dalvin Tomlinson, and they re-signed LJ Collier. They talk up all this stuff with the Cardinals, and then they drop them in the power rankings.
Yeah, you know what? Once again, this is one of the reasons why I will point to the power rankings and say they do not matter.
Well, they don't.
Okay, they don't. Yet at the same time, we're talking about it, so I guess they do.
Well, they don't. They don't. But just in the sense of kind of a way to emphasize the fact that the Cardinals are kind of an unpredictable team right now. Yeah, I mean, if I rattled off, I could just sit here and just randomly pick out a bunch of different teams, and chances are you'd be able to say, yeah, that's not a playoff team. Yeah, that is a playoff team.
Yeah.
But when I get to the Cardinals, they are firmly in the range. I don't know how many other teams are in there, but they're like well, if they do this, they could be a playoff team that you don't want to play in the playoffs. But if they do this, they could be picking in the top 10. Like they are one of those teams right there in that range of like, almost anything could happen this season.
No, I agree with you 100% on that. I think a lot of the mystery has got to do with Kyler Murray, of course. I think a lot of the mystery has got to do with Kyler Murray. And in particular, I would say Kyler Murray and what happened in 2024. Think about it, Luke. You think about the fact that they were 6-4 at the bye. 6-4 at the bye. And then we know what happened, 2-5 after the bye.
6-4 at the bye, and Kyler Murray was like the trendy name to throw out there. Like, hey, this
MVP.
guy could win MVP. Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
Not locally, nationally. I remember we had a cut. I don't remember who it was from, but I remember there was a cut, and it was labeled. It was somebody national, and they were like, Kyler Murray, the real MVP.
That's right.
And then after that, he didn't play well, and they went 2-5.
So this is the reason why I think they're a bit of a mystery, where suddenly they would fall down. They would sign Josh Sweat and have the off season that they've had and actually drop in a power ranking.
Yeah.
I don't, again, though, that is kind of crazy.
Well,
I guess if other teams got that much better and jumped in front of them.
It's the fact that it's the same power ranking where in the write-up, they're talking about how they've improved. And then they're like, we dropped them down to 22.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a little weird right there.
A little strange. This is
But
Josh.
you know what I love about this, too, this conversation right now? Prove it, man.
Yeah, I don't think
it's
you have a
about
problem with
prove
that.
it. It is a beautiful thing. It's one of the things I love the most about professional sports, and certainly the game of football, Basinonians. It was, you step in between those white lines, it was about proving it. It didn't matter what anyone thought, Luke.
Yeah.
It didn't matter what anyone said about you personally, or about your unit, about your team. It didn't matter what anybody said about you. All that mattered was the next play. Did you win or did you lose the next play? That's what I loved about it. It had no bearing whatsoever on me and my teammates and how we played. It had no bearing, and I love that. That's the great thing about competition. Go out and lay it on the line. Feels good to say that. Just get that weight off my back.
You know what weight I want lifted is I want the schedule to get released. I legitimately
May
want to see,
14th.
a week from yesterday. I want to see the schedule.
All right, May 14th. Here comes the schedule.
And I'm not going to pretend I don't always want to see the schedule, but this is the first season, boy, since at least 2022, where I'm going into it thinking like, this needs to be a playoff team.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
you're right.
23 and 24 was like, yeah, it's cool. Okay, they're playing here and there. And
Yeah.
you know, you still want to see it because it's the NFL and it affects your weekends in the fall and winter and all that stuff. But it doesn't carry the same weight as when you believe the team can make the playoffs. This is the first time in a few years I've believed they have the pieces to make the playoffs.
So what are you going to look for? You're going to look for the bye, right? That's the first thing.
Yeah.
You're going to see where's the bye. And then you're going to look at the last 6-7 games. I think, yeah, you might actually go to the second half of the season before the first half once you find the bye, hoping that they're, not week 5 bye. Oh, my goodness. Is there anything
that would be
worse?
a problem. No, we need that to at least be, at least week 8, if not later.
Again, they've had the last 2 years.
They've had a good bye.
Really good bye right in the middle. Yeah. I think they might get kicked in the cradle.
That's not great. I would have rather had the good bye this upcoming season.
But then also, too, just looking wherever the bye is, looking at the last 7-6 games somewhere in that vicinity where we've seen Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals not do well.
Yeah, it's a good point. Because every time the schedule comes out, the first thing I do look at the bye actually first now. And that's partially because of you, but also partially just because I've always kind of believed that too. Second thing I always look at is who they open with. I mean, I can't help it. Like who are you starting the season with? But you're right. Who do they play in the second half of the season? And when do they play the teams in their division? That's all there. Here's what's coming up, Wolf, and you don't know this because I just found out.
Oh.
Will Johnson's going to join us next.
Oh!
So,
Will!
Are you cool talking more football next?
Oh, my goodness, this is great. Will Johnson?
Will Johnson.
Oh, here we go.
One of the newest members of the Arizona Cardinals. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Will!
D-backs Mets.
Here comes the 0-2. Reached for and a one-hopper to second. Collected by Acuna. His throw to first in time. The ball game is over. The Mets take the finale. They take the series, taking 2 of 3. Your final score is 7-1.
The D-backs begin a 4-game homestand versus the Dodgers. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Listen, Dr. Joe leads Aria Dental Implant Center, and he has for over 20 years. He's got 20 years plus of dental implant expertise, Basinonians. Aria Dental, the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, man, it is the game changer. If you've got some teeth that need to be fixed, you need the all-on-4. Basinonians, I have had the all-on-4. It will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. And Aria Dental will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. And one of the big reasons why, they're locally owned and operated, and they pass the savings on to their patients. If you want a brand new set of beautiful teeth, go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See with the full details and disclaimer.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please.
Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours.
Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. How did the Dbacks do in the opener against the Dodgers? That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, we got a lot going on here today. D-backs, Dodgers starting that 4-game series tonight. They're going to meet 7 times in the next 2 weeks. Diamondbacks and Dodgers. A lot of divisional games coming up.
Here we go, man.
We got that. And then we are going to talk to one of the newest Cardinals here in just a couple minutes, Will Johnson, the guy that I don't think anybody around here really believed he was going to be there at 16. I remember talking to Mel Kiper when we had him on the show, about a month or so ago, Wolf, and he called him a pick 6 waiting to happen. He's like, that's who you guys want. But then every mock draft after that and every big board had him top 15, it seemed like. And they got him at 47. I still haven't wrapped my head around it.
Yeah, and once again, this is a corner that I absolutely can't wait to see play in the scheme that the Arizona Cardinals use. A lot of zone coverage, of course. This is something I think Will Johnson is really, really good at in terms of deciphering route combinations and being able to play in a zone room and jump those route combinations. You've got to have the ability of anticipation, and you have to have the physical ability. To see it first collectively is one thing, but then you've got to be able to push that button physically to get it done, to jump a route and come up with a pick.
It's not the same, but we've seen, we heard Josh Sweat talking about this when he signed here this offseason about how, he play in a Jonathan Gannon defense or a Nick Rallis defense. And he puts you in a position to just go, right? And then we even saw it last year with Budda Baker, where they would move guys around and free up Budda Baker even more than he's been freed up. And Budda frees himself up anyway. I do wonder with Will Johnson, maybe more than anybody else that they've added this offseason, what that looks like. And maybe it doesn't look like a ton right out of the gate. I don't know, because he's a rookie and you've got other corners.
Yeah.
And maybe you don't want a rookie corner taking chances. But, man, if he's anything like he was in college, they got something here, and they're gonna want to make sure they free him up to do some damage defensively.
Yeah, and one of the things I love about Will is the fact that he's a big corner. He's big, and I love that. I love that the Arizona Cardinals have a little bit of size in the secondary right now. 6'2", 203 pounds. That is a big corner right there when you talk about that.
Yeah.
So to me, he's also a guy that is physical. And that's something the Arizona Cardinals love. No matter what position you play, be physical.
How would you balance this out right now in the corner room with Star Thomas, obviously Garrett Williams, Max Melton taking, you would figure, a big jump in year two, Will Johnson, who his upside might be higher than any of them. You've still got Sean Murphy-Bunting. I mean, he's really kind of your only vet there, so it's nice to have all these guys. You can't play all of them all the time, though.
No.
So do you just kind of ease Will Johnson in? You sort of have that luxury.
I honestly think it's going to be a situation where they're just going to let these guys compete. The offseason, the OTAs, really, really important. And, of course, training camp is going to be important in preseason.
All right, don't forget the NFL regular season schedule will be released Wednesday, May 14th. That's next Wednesday. And Cardinals single game tickets will be available that same day. Sign up now at azcardinals.com/ticks to be notified as soon as tickets go on sale. And Wolf joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. We were just talking about him. It is one of the newest members of the Arizona Cardinals, the corner, Will Johnson. Will, thank you so much for the time, man. How's it going?
It's going great. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We were talking about this. We had been talking about it even leading up to the draft before we knew you were a Cardinal. We were kind of hoping on this show you might still be there at 16, and then they got you at 47, and now it doesn't really matter where they got you. But just how did that play out for you, and did you expect to be here?
I didn't know where I was going to end up, so I wouldn't really say I expected to be anywhere, but I'm happy to be here. I've been out here for a little while now training and things like that, so I'm comfortable with the area. The coaches, they were super passionate and had a lot of energy and made me feel comfortable throughout that process too, so I'm happy to be back with them.
So, Will, did you have a feeling that the Cardinals were going to draft you? Was there a collection of teams that you thought were really, really interested in you? And if so, who were they?
I know the Cardinals definitely were very interested. When I came out here, I know JG told me I was one of his favorite two players in his draft class. So, that told me he's pretty high on me. But, it was, a lot of people saying they like me a lot. But, you see how it worked out. But I'm here now. I'm a Cardinal.
We're talking to Will Johnson. Will, you said, talking to the coaches that they're a pretty passionate group, and that definitely describes JG, and it definitely describes Nick Rallis as well. What are your early impressions of those two guys in particular that you're going to be playing for?
Yeah, like I said, I could just tell from my visit when I came out here to Arizona and when I met them at the Combine, they were just very passionate, very DB-minded guys. They had a great scheme, so those are all things that I love to be around, and I'm excited to go to work with them.
Will, what do you think are your strengths? What do you think you're really, really good at?
I think I would say my versatility. I think this scheme will show that too, like it did in college, being able to play, a mix of different coverages, play press man, play off man, play the zones, play the mans, and be able to go make plays on the ball too. So I think all of that coming together is my skill set.
Will, would you say that you have an innate ability to jump certain route combinations? This is something that a lot of corners who can play in a zone room, they have. They have the ability to decipher what the offense is trying to do and actually jump the route. Do you think you have that ability?
Yeah, I think my film is showing that I can do that. Now it's the challenge to go do it on this level and do it at just as high of a level.
We're talking to Will Johnson. Will, you played at the highest possible level in college, playing on Michigan. You're playing the NFL now on a team that has a lot of Ohio State players. So you've had some success against a lot of your future teammates. You talk about just the times you went up against Marvin Harrison Jr. or just your impression of him.
Yeah, I mean he's the best receiver I've faced in college. So I mean he's a great player. I'm excited to go against him every day in practice. Build that relationship and get better. I mean, it's only going to be – I feel like I'm one of the guys that challenge him the most, if not the guy. So, I'm ready to go out and get better with him every day and continue to challenge each other.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you that. So you kind of said it right there, but I guess just how much you two going up against each other, it'll make you better, but it'll also make him better as the season goes on.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it would only help both of us. I think it'll make Sundays a little bit easier when I get to go against him every day in practice. So I'm happy about it.
So, Will, where do you think is going to be the challenge for you? What are you going to have to work on to get better? What do you think?
I'm not sure. I have to get here and learn and see what I need to work on and what I need to get better at in this defense and on this team and, chip away at those, as we go. But, right now I'm just getting here and getting settled in.
Talking to Will Johnson. Will, you're joining a cornerback room that's pretty young with Garrett Williams and Star Thomas and Max Melton, who they just drafted last year. And now, obviously, you're here as well. I mean, do you like that competition amongst a lot of guys that are still kind of breaking into the league at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like anywhere you go, you want to have competition. I mean, that's going to make everyone better. Everyone wants to be able to compete. No one's going to be comfortable. So, I'm excited to get to work with those guys and build a relationship with those guys and get to work.
Will, do you enjoy press man cover more than playing in a zone room?
I like to do them both just as much, honestly.
We're talking to Will Johnson. Will, there was a kind of an emphasis talking to some of the Cardinals front office people after the draft that it just worked out this way, but they took a lot of players from big colleges, and you've played in some big games at the college level. And, college isn't the NFL, but you've played in the biggest games you can play at the college level. How much do you think that prepares you for the next level?
I think it definitely does. I mean, being able to be in those high-pressure moments before and still play at a high level and do that often. I still haven't played on this level yet to really know, but I would only think that it will give you a little bit more of an edge or ease at mind when you go out there and play on Sundays too.
Will, do you think you're a good tackler? Do you think that's one of your strengths, being a good open field tackler?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Well, that's good.
So you don't think at this level you're going to have much of a challenge to actually go out and be physical at this level, do you?
Like I said, I haven't played at this level yet to know, but I'm excited to see where I stand, and I think I'll be able to play at a high level at this level.
Well, were there specific players you looked up to growing up that you either modeled your game after or just that you liked watching play football?
I would say guys like Tyrann Mathieu, Patrick Peterson. I like Richard Sherman. Guys like that.
Well, we appreciate this, man. You just named a couple Cardinals there too, so you're in a good place. We appreciate the time and good luck with everything now going forward. Okay.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
All right, you too. That's Will Johnson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line again. The NFL regular season schedule being released next Wednesday. Cardinals single game tickets are going to be available that same day. Sign up now at azcardinals.com/ticks to be notified as soon as tickets go on sale. I'm just happy Will Johnson's a Cardinal.
We got to talk about this.
We will absolutely find time to talk about that when we come back. Talk baseball though, because the Dodgers are in town for the first of 4. Could their arrival maybe be just what the Diamondbacks need to wake up, lock in, whatever's been missing? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
This is not an attack on Brian Gregory.
No.
Honestly, I know very little about Brian.
Most people don't know much about Brian.
Might turn out to be a real coup.
I'm not going to be a hypocrite here. Great basketball executives seem to materialize out of the ether, from Sam Presti to Usai Majiri. There's a whole bunch of them. And maybe this guy is going to surprise everybody, but I think it's real fair. In fact, I think it's more than fair. I think it's appropriate to be this level of critical of this move.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. And the reason why I say that, my brothers, their industry-leading 5-year warranty ensures your investment is going to be protected. Plus, you're going to enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool that is going to be sold, adding extra value to your purchase. If you're looking to build your dream pool, go with the name that Arizona trusts the most. That's Presidential Pools and Spas. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume, they earned my business, and now I'm recommending them to you because of what they did over at the Wolfley compound. That's right. And to show their gratitude for military members and first responders, they are offering exclusive discounts for military members and first responders. Maybe you're ready to dive in. If you are, go to presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com.
Dan Bickley with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, you guys put the big in big screen televisions.
That's right. We have the largest TVs in the valley, like our jaw-dropping 115-inch model. It's an experience you have to see to believe.
Wow. And if I need my new TV delivered or installed?
Speedy delivery, full installation, you name it. We've got it covered.
Don't forget, drop my name. You're going to get a 3-year warranty for free or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvi's here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature, and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center, and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are finally playing an NL West team tonight for the first time this season. They host the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. After a rough start last weekend in Philadelphia, Brandon Pfaadt will try to bounce back tonight for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, it's Gambo. For the first time this season, the Diamondbacks will play within the division. What should we expect in Game 1 against the Dodgers? Burns and Gambo, 2-6 on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, first pitch tonight, 6:40. Brandon Pfaadt on the mound for the Arizona Diamondbacks against Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who has a 0.90 ERA this season. So that's
my goodness,
nice for him. Erod will pitch tomorrow. Corbin Burns sure sounds like he's good to go for Saturday, and Zach Gallen Sunday. So 4-game series. The one Diamondback starter who won't pitch in the series will be Merrill Kelly because he just pitched yesterday, so he'll get Game 1 against San Francisco next Monday. The start will not only of 4 against the Dodgers, but of 13 straight against the NL West. So start to get some, not answers, I don't want to say answers, but we start to get a little more clarity within this division. We're going to see them play the Dodgers 7 times and the Giants 3 times. The Giants series, honestly, is the one, I don't want to say I'm looking at it more than the Dodgers because it's the Dodgers.
Yeah, right.
But like San Francisco is the team that needs to get out so the Diamondbacks can get into a playoff spot up there by the end of the year.
Yes, stop this unexpected goodness that the Giants have showed so far this season.
There's no room for that in this division.
No, we don't have any tolerance for that, as a matter of fact. But yeah, this is great, man. This is great. A 4-game series against the Dodgers. You're kicking off. This is where you start in the NL West against the Dodgers. Why not just jump right in? And not only that, but as I said, a 4-game series. This is baseball at its finest right now.
Yeah, here's Derek Hall on with Bickley and Murata this morning talking about the fact that it is May 8th. We are 37 games into the season. Tonight's number 38, and this is the first time all season they're playing anybody from the NL West.
And they have to be scared to play us. And when the schedule flips, and you're playing teams that you should beat, you better take advantage of that. So, I mean, we may be having conversations where we're saying, okay, it got easier, but are we playing better? Are we playing more consistent? I hope we will. But, guys, we're finna play the NL West now.
Well done, Derek. Yeah, that's fantastic.
We're finna play them, right?
Love it.
That is just fantastic.
That needs to be the motto for the series right there. Just put that up all around Chase
I love
Field.
D-Hall, man.
He's good. The City Connect jerseys are going to debut tomorrow against the Dodgers, too. There's been some buzz out there this week about the City
It's
Connect
the
jerseys.
Serpientes, right?
Yeah, the purple
the
and
new
teal.
one, yes.
Dbacks fans love purple and teal.
Yeah, very, very cool, no doubt. I'm fascinated with this, the psychology of sports, once again. We've been talking about it a couple of times during the show, but here you've got the Diamondbacks at 19-18 right now, and here come the Dodgers. I talk about it a lot, the psychology of sports and the intensity of sports. And with baseball, would you say there are peaks and valleys that you go through, ebbs and flows during the season?
It would be
right?
a weird season if there wasn't.
There's 162 games. I talk about it all the time. Man, how you even approach that as a professional athlete on a daily basis, where there's 162 games that you play in, there needs to be some separation. There needs to be some definition to the season. This is that definition to the season right now, where you've played 38 games, or this will be the 38th game, and you have not played anybody from within your division, and yet you're playing the Dodgers, the defending champion Dodgers. You're playing them in a 4-game series. This is definition. What does that do to your intensity level? Do you find... I struggle with this all the time because, again, I haven't experienced it. Is there definition? Do you get more locked in? Do you think the Dodgers and the fact that this is the first time you're playing anybody from the NL West, let alone the Dodgers, in a 4-game series, do you think that brings more intentionality to what the Diamondbacks might do tonight?
I think that's the right
more
way to
pressure.
say it.
You feel like there would be pressure early in the season.
I think you're going for intentionality. And look, I mean, it's just my opinion. I think it's more the Dodgers than the NL West thing. You know,
I agree.
If you're a professional athlete, you're on the Diamondbacks, and it's always weird to say this because if you say like, okay, now they're going to lock in, it implies they weren't locked in for the first 7 games, and it's not that I believe that, but the Dodgers specifically will embarrass you if you're not on point. And so the intentionality of like, hey, if I'm going to steal second, I better get the right lead. Hey, I better make the right throw to the cutoff man. Hey, I better be in the right position when this guy's up. Like little things that don't even show up as errors necessarily, but have kind of been missing for the Diamondbacks at times this season. And they're missing for every team sometimes. But they've just been missing more frequently for the D-backs. If they're missing over the next 4 days, you're going to get embarrassed at home by a team you don't like. Now, Derek Hall said this, and I completely agree. They're not afraid of the Dodgers. He said the Dodgers need to be afraid of us. I don't think any team is like afraid of another team in Major League Baseball, but you can be intimidated. If you're the Rockies and you're playing the Dodgers, you know you're probably not winning, right? But the Diamondbacks nearly split with them last year. They went 6-7 against them. And then they swept them out of the playoffs, the Diamondbacks did the year before. And most of those key players are still on the Diamondbacks. So I don't think the intimidation factor is there with the Dodgers, other than it's a team where if you don't have that attention to detail that's maybe been lacking sometimes this year, it could get bad.
Yes. You know, once again, I think of at-bats. At-bats. I just know from playing baseball in high school, sometimes you get up there and you're winning in a game and you're at-bat, you're not really locked in. You're just kind of like,
swinging.
Like, I'm so good. Watch this. You know,
it's already 8-2.
Exactly. You're not really locked in. You know, I'm just thinking about over the course of, again, 162 games, the way that you might be more locked in. And some guys don't always respond well to that.
Yeah,
because it's felt as pressure. And yet other guys, they need that to be more locked in, to be more intentional at the dish with each pitch. Your approach. How many times do you hear guys talk about their approach? How much does it change your approach, knowing that this is the first time you're playing the Dodgers, and here it is in a 4-game series? I just can't wait to see who steps up for the Arizona Diamondbacks tonight.
Yeah.
Who steps up and helps them win, and who takes a step back?
I got to say, I was looking at Yamamoto's stats there, because the 0.90 ERA, but he's 4-2. I'm like, how did this guy lose 2 games? Here's the runs he's given up in his 2 losses.
Okay.
He gave up 1 and lost to the Pirates on April 25th, and he gave up 0 earned runs and lost to the Phillies on April 4th. So in his 2 losses, he's allowed 1 earned run. And that's the only earned run he's allowed since March.
Taste it. That's what I got to say.
Man. It's May 8th. He's allowed 1 earned run since March.
Stunning.
All right, well, we're going to find some stuff out tonight. When we come back, can the Phoenix Suns learn from some of the other Valley teams when looking to rebuild? Because they are looking to rebuild. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
In many ways, Houston kind of offers you the buffet if you're the Phoenix Suns. What do you want? You want draft picks? They have them. You want young players? They have them. You want contracts to match Kevin Durant because you're going to need... They have that too. I mean, in some ways, that's what makes them the perfect partner because you could cobble together a couple of those contracts, take on a young player or two, maybe a draft pick off their hand because they could make it work if they're motivated to do it.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo. Is your roof ready for the Arizona summer? The heat is brutal, and with monsoons just around the corner, your roof needs to be ready. The intense weather can cause hidden damage to your roof, so don't wait until it's too late. JLC Roofing is here to help you get your roof monsoon ready before the rush. Their experts provide thorough inspections and quality repairs to ensure your roof can withstand the upcoming storms. They are an A-plus Better Business Bureau rated company, licensed, bonded, and insured with free on-site estimates and affordable financing available. They've installed thousands of new roofs, and they're standing by to install or repair yours. Protect your home and your peace of mind. Schedule your inspection today. Call 602-ROOFING for a free estimate on your roof. Give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602-ROOFING or visit jlcroof.com. That's jlcroof.com. Don't wait. Prepare your roof for the monsoon season. JLC Roofing, professional roof repair and replacement for over 30 years.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice Boneless New York Strip Steaks are only $7.99 a pound in the Super Value Pack with your digital coupon. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See with the full details and disclaimers.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Arizona sports.
As the owner, my job is to, make those changes.
Suns, a new horizon.
We will win championships with an S here in Phoenix.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, Wolf, I have a question for you. and everybody listening.
All right,
okay?
you have a question for me.
Yes.
And everybody else. Okay.
Yeah. Well, if it was just for you, it would be to ask you to make that Predator sound again.
Okay, I can't do it.
On demand. But
Not on demand.
You did do it earlier in the show. It's pretty
Yes,
close. Pretty close. I do actually now have a second question for you.
Okay.
Did you have to work on that at all? Like, were you at
No,
home making
not
that
at all.
sound?
It's the
Okay.
first time I ever did it. Yeah, you know what? It does sound like somebody snoring.
No, but I mean it, though. It does sound like the Predator snoring. It doesn't sound like some rando snoring.
Yeah, I know.
You're halfway to the Predator sound.
Okay, good. Thank you. I
A lot
appreciate
closer than
that.
any of us are going to get. No, my question, though, is with the Brian Gregory hiring as the GM, what does a successful first year look like for him?
Oh, wow. Wow.
Because I don't think I know the answer.
That
to be honest.
is, I know. What would that possibly be? Man, again, I'm 90% certain that they're going to trade Kevin Durant, and I'm like 100% sure Bradley Beal is not going to be here.
Yes, I agree with
Okay, so that's, to me, that's a rebuild.
Yeah.
It's not a total rebuild because of Book, but that's a rebuild.
Yeah, I guess I
just can't see them. Oh, we traded Kevin Durant and we got rid of Bradley Beal and we picked right up where we went out and won game. I
didn't miss a beat.
I don't see them winning more games than they lose.
I don't feel. I guess maybe it'd be different if I owned a team or was running a team or whatever, was near the top of the front office for an actual team. But when I hear the term rebuild, I don't hear it as like a bad thing. If you're constantly rebuilding, if it's every 3 years, you're like, okay, new rebuild, then yeah.
Yeah.
But the Suns have, we're all disappointed in this past year, obviously, and even the way the year before ended. But don't most Suns fans seem like they're on board with some pretty big changes right now? I don't think you need to be rebuilding for 5 years. At least for me, I don't hear that. If you call this a rebuild, I'm not like, man, okay, I only pay attention to the Suns for 5 years. I don't hear that at all. In fact, it kind of piques my interest more because of how frustrating last season was. Like, okay, we're trying something different this year. But I don't know what that means a successful year looks like for the new GM.
I honestly believe this because of what I just said, the belief that Kevin Durant is going to be traded. For me, what does that look like? Does Brian Gregory pull off a trade that is good? It's a good trade. You got value. Now, maybe not fair value, maybe not what you had to give up to get Kevin Durant 3 years ago.
Yeah, you're not
2 years ago.
You're not giving. Yeah, doesn't it feel like it's been like 10 years? It's been
it's just crazy, man.
Been
it's 2.5 seasons.
27 months.
Yes. Okay.
27 months ago today. Actually,
that's just. Is it really?
I think it is. Wasn't it the?
My
8th?
goodness.
Well, everything's.
You're blowing my mind right now. But anyways, you get my point. Just don't get bamboozled in a trade deal, letting Kevin Durant go at a fire sale.
Yeah.
You don't want that.
That would be my biggest.
And I think that is how I'm going to judge him. Unfortunately, I think.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. And I'm not saying there's a right or a wrong answer. I'm just trying to wrap my head around how we're supposed to evaluate this guy, because what you said, they're probably going to lose more games than they win next year. When you consider you're in the Western Conference and you consider you're probably moving on from KD, and I don't think anybody expects this to flip overnight. It shouldn't take years, but I don't think it's going to happen overnight.
So you don't think it should take years? 2 years?
2 years is fine.
Okay.
But I think a lot of times, look, I have flashbacks to the previous Suns regime where it was like, hashtag the timeline. We don't want to be good for 5 years because then the other teams that are good won't be good, as if other teams weren't trying to get good.
Okay.
So
Ignite the future.
Yeah, I hate that.
So you don't take 2 years as years. You mean more like.
I just mean hey, let's just keep kicking it down the line to when we're going to be competitive again. You want to do it right. I'm not trying to do it in the first month of the season. So, 2 years. If it takes 3 years, fine. But I just think you should be making progress. Whereas back in 2017, 2018, it was just like, hey, we're not going to try and be good for a long time and be on board with that. Now, I will say, Matt Ishbia would never be on board with that. Matt Ishbia wants to win, so I'm not worried that that's going to be an issue here. But I think your point of the KD trade or who they hire as the next head coach is probably the fairest way to evaluate Brian Gregory as opposed to wins and losses.
I will say this right now because of the immediacy of it. Right, it's going to be the KD trade. It's going to be that and what he gets back for Kevin Durant. Because assuming Kevin Durant is gone once again, I have the 90-10. 10% of me says, you could convince me they're going to go ahead and run it back as Matty Ish is like, there's no way we're going through this rebuild day. There's not, I could see that. But assuming that he's gone, that's going to be what I'm really going to judge him for.
Yeah.
Because even if he hires a coach, it's a first-year NBA coach. It's a young guy. That's what Gambo's been reporting on this. And assuming that it's accurate, of course, and I could see that being the case, it's going to take us a while to figure out if he hired the right guy.
Yeah, that's true.
It's going to take us over a year to figure that thing out, maybe even 2.
I think I would use that 10% you keep talking about in trade talks if I was Brian Gregory. If I'm talking to Houston or whoever on the phone. Or I like my new plan actually better of call the Knicks, try to, if we're going to trade KD, trade him to them, and get some of their Villanova players. So in a year when Mikal Bridges is a free agent, he comes back here.
Did you say call the Knicks or call Nico?
That's true. Call Nico first. Nico, will you just give us everything? We won't even give you Durant. He'd be like, that's a good idea.
I'm kidding.
Just call
Just relax, everybody. It was just right there. It was too obvious.
Too easy.
The Knicks and Nico.
But you have to say you're Rob Pelinka when you call, so you get the special deal. So I think if you're on the phone and you're talking to the Rockets, let's say, and the Rockets are like, yeah, we know you got to trade KD. We'll give you, whoever and maybe a pick. I think my recourse would be like, do you know who our owner is?
Yeah.
Matt Ishbia doesn't want to sit around and wait for years to win. I don't have to trade KD.
No.
As far as negotiations are concerned, Ishbia,
that's right.
He'll keep him.
That's right. And once again, this being Brian Gregory's first go-around at doing this, there are going to be GMs that are going to be out there and they're going to say, prove it, Brian. Prove it.
That's
you know it's coming. That's why it's not impossible for Brian Gregory. It is not, based on our needs. And the reason why it's not impossible is because KD is really, really good. And he's still really, really productive. No doubt about it. Not a dog, but still really, really productive. Super productive, dare I say. There are going to be teams that are going to be heavily interested in Kevin Durant and acquiring him. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that pans out because I'm going to judge him immediately based on that. I think we all are.
Yeah, it's such a big thing. Imagine you get promoted up. I don't know, at whatever job you're listening to this show at right now, and you're like, you know what? I got promoted up 6 spots, and my first job was make this decision that will define the company for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay.
Yes.
Like, hey, new guy, you're gonna determine the direction of the franchise for the foreseeable future. Because if you trade Kevin Durant and you don't get the proper return, that's tough to live down. That's a real tough thing to live down.
Do you agree with me on that, though?
Call
that
Nico.
That's going to be the thing that,
yes.
Again, right?
Yep. Once you said that, right, that's it. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of get it nowhere else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Northern Arizona University is a school and experience like no other. It's an affordable, accessible education outfitted with high-quality programs and dedicated faculty. It's a community that's welcoming, caring, and thriving. As you enjoy the life of a lumberjack in Arizona's best college town, you'll make an impact every day on your community and your future. That's NAU. Learn more and apply today at nau.edu/enroll.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are finally playing an NL West team tonight for the first time this season. They host the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. After a rough start last weekend in Philadelphia, Brandon Pfaadt will try to bounce back tonight for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Desert Institute for Spine Care is the best in the Valley for 14 years and counting. If you need your neck or spine looked at, go with the best. Online at sciatica.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up
Claw. On this Thursday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. Here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. How we doing today?
I'm doing good. Who would have thunk it? That Chicago would have a Pope before they had a 4,000-yard passer.
You're like the seventh person to quote that to me today.
Who would have thought that Chicago would have a Pope before a 4,000-yard passer?
This is just a long ploy by the Bears this offseason.
Yeah.
It's okay. Bring more talent to the wide receiver room. You know, create a little bit more competition. Draft Caleb Williams.
And oh, by the way, a Pope from the South Side is elected.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Infiltrate.
And it's not Mike Ditka.
No, it's not Mike. It's not Mike Ditka.
It's a Pope, but it's not Mike Ditka.
It is. I mean, like
go ahead. Go ahead. My mic keeps falling down. My whole family in Italy was watching that, so I was texting my cousin Francesco. He was at work. I'm like, an American Pope? He goes, really? I go, yeah. And then my cousin Sierra, she's in Rome right now. I'm going to meet her in Catania in 8 weeks, but she's in Rome right now. And then my cousin Denise, who's in Sicily, I was talking with all of them about it because it was a big deal, obviously, in Italy. But the Pope, first American Pope. We've got the first American Pope.
Yeah, I guess your perspective on this as a Chicago sports fan depends on, whether you're a positive person or a negative person, because it either means you've got God on your side in Chicago or you've just got a direct line to last rites when things go really, really bad for Chicago teams. Either way. Lauren, I'm guessing you're kind of a cynic, probably more of the latter and not the former, I'm guessing, right? Probably.
I'm hoping that this is the turn of events.
Okay, this is just
what you need.
That God is going to shine a light
God on your side.
Chicago because a Pope has been...
Outside of Wrigley Field, they're already displaying congrats to the Pope on the billboard.
Was there white smoke coming out of Wrigley?
Somebody on Twitter said that white smoke is a great nickname for PCA.
I like that.
Which I think is also
Pete Crow Armstrong is white smoke. That's good.
Wow.
That's a good name.
We had white chocolate once before.
Sure.
Remember him?
Pete Crow Armstrong can absolutely be white smoke. That's fantastic.
We had Jerry Cooney. I think they called him the Great White Hope.
They did call him the Great White Hope.
Yeah.
They did. All right, that's all good fun. Let's weigh in on the Dodgers here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Because here they come.
The Dodgers.
The first of 4 against the LA Dodgers, our hated rival. The team that we love to beat. The team that just pours all kinds of Dodger fans into Chase Field. They're in town tonight for the first of 4 as this really tough stretch of games for the Arizona Diamondbacks continues. Not only tough in terms of the opponents, tough without really an off day in the middle of it. I think it's 16 straight games where they're playing over 16 straight days. But it's the Dodgers tonight that always riles up the fan base, and this is absolutely no different given the high expectations of both of these teams going into the season.
Yeah, you look at all that. We're going to talk a lot about the Dodgers' injuries because nobody's been injured more than they have, yet here they are, atop the NL West, 25-12. They've won each of their last 4 series, while the Diamondbacks have lost 6 straight series and, struggling at 19 and 18. You're going to see Yamamoto. You're going to see Sasaki. You're going to see Dustin May. So you have Yamamoto tonight. He's been terrific. He's got a 0.90 ERA in 7 starts. Then you have Sasaki, who the Diamondbacks had some interest in. He's pitched well in 7 starts, ERA under 4, and then Dustin May. And, and here it comes, Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman and Shohei Ohtani and, that Dodgers lineup. And, they're playing great baseball. This is very difficult. The Diamondbacks they'll have good pitching to match it.
Oh, yeah.
Brandon Pfaadt's going to go tonight, so you feel good about that. So, and then you'll have Eduardo Rodriguez, Corbin Burns, and then Zach Gallen in the 4th game. The Dodgers have yet to announce who's going to pitch on Sunday.
Yeah.
So you'll get Gallen. You'll get Burns and Gallen on Saturday and Sunday in this series.
You mentioned the injuries, and we'll do just a little sneak peek on that conversation because it is it's relevant and it's not, I think, to the conversation. It's relevant in that the LA Dodgers, because their starting rotation has been in tatters, they've had to use their bullpen arms more than any other team in baseball. They've thrown more innings than any other team in baseball. And because of that, Dave Roberts, there are some nights, like yesterday against the Miami Marlins, he's just like, I'm not using any of my high leverage guys. I'm redlining all of them, and they still got the win 10-1. But he's had to be very, very careful because he's used his key arms down there a lot. But here's the thing.
He had to turn to J.P. Fireisen.
Right,
You're like, wait a second. Is that guy the Diamondbacks? No, they let him go. He's on the Dodgers now.
Yeah, two games ago in the 10th inning, he gave up this he was just with the Diamondbacks.
He was just with the Diamondbacks. Now he's on the Dodgers. J.P. Fireisen.
But here's what I read a story today out of L.A. that it's going to send like shivers down the spine of a Diamondbacks fan if it's cold enough outside to do that, is that the Dodgers are so deep and have so many guys and have so many players that it almost doesn't matter. They almost are approaching regular season games like, hey, you know what? If we don't have any of our top line guys today, that's fine. We'll be okay. We've got players to make up for it. Almost as if they're looking at the regular season as one giant extended spring training that just allows them to rest guys, get guys right, get guys healthy with absolutely no pressure because they have so much depth and so many players. They can very easily overcome those losses. Look at their injured list. It's enormous.
I have it here. It took up half of my page.
Yeah, there's like a dozen guys, and it doesn't matter. They still have the best record in baseball because they're so deep.
Yeah, 15 overall. I know we'll go over it later. But I was just looking at Mookie Betts, who's hitting 258. Like, Mookie Betts is hitting 258. He had a 13-game stretch in which he batted 176. 176. And
doesn't matter.
He was ill. He lost 20 pounds. Some bad habits came up. But, he's going to be 33 in October, so he's starting to get a little older. They're not concerned. He started to play a little bit better and bounce back. But Ohtani's 10 home runs, 10 stolen bases for Ohtani right now?
He's on pace for a 47-47 season. Last year, he was a 50-50
Wow.
guy. Look at Freddie Freeman's numbers.
Incredible at his age.
Look at Freddie Freeman's numbers. It's like he got better somehow from last season to this season, and I don't know how. And
he'll be 36 in September, Freddie Freeman.
Oh, and by the way, do not, under any circumstances, look at Freddie Freeman's numbers against the Arizona Diamondbacks or at Chase Field. Do not.
Oh,
it's
I need a key to the game, don't I? That might be it.
Just give him 4 wide ones every time Freddie Freeman. Doesn't matter the situation. Doesn't matter who's on. Doesn't matter who you're moving in the scoring position. Just put Freddie Freeman on base.
Oh, jeez.
Are you looking at the numbers? Freddie Freeman at Chase Field.
Oh, my God.
Read them off. Go ahead. I don't even know them, and I know they're fantastic for him.
All right.
Hit me.
Freddie Freeman has a batting average of 373 with 84 hits, 16 home runs, 50 RBIs, and 53 runs scored in 55 games versus the Diamondbacks on the road in his career.
4 wide ones. Just put them on. Tori.
Don't let him beat you. Don't pitch to Freddie Freeman.
Good night, everybody. Thanks for listening to the Burns and Gambo Show. Diamondbacks baseball is next. Stay tuned for that here on Arizona Sports.
Gotta wait 4 hours, but it's coming.
Is that your key to the game? Is that what it is already? Yeah.
I mean, 373, 84 hits in 55 games.
So is there a statement to be made by the Diamondbacks in this series? Is it about that in this series? Are we still in survival mode with the Diamondbacks, right? I mean, is it just split the series and, hey, live to fight another day? Is there or is there
at
something
some point
else?
that's not going to be good enough?
Okay.
But right now it's May 8th. Splitting the series is fine. You don't want to lose 3 out of 4. You may get to a point where your goal is not to catch the Dodgers if they pull too far ahead of you. To me, once the Dodgers get up by 10, you're not catching them. If they can get up by 10 over you, you're not going to catch them. And you may not catch them now, but you can't say that. You can't at this point say you still got to try. But you'd love to take 3 out of 4. You'd like to not lose 3 out of 4. But in a perfect world, I mean, if you split, you're surviving. You're in that survival mode.
I think. Look, it's May 8th, as you mentioned, so no one's going to put too much stock into this. I do think winning 3 out of 4 would give a nice little jolt of confidence to a team that probably could use a little bit of that right now. They've lost 5 of their last 6 series. They've taken on a little water as of late, right? The injuries piling up in the bullpen and the uncertainty in the rotation with guys like Burns and Merrill Kelly. I don't know if they need a pat on the back or a little bit of jolt of energy. I would imagine taking 3 or 4 from the Dodgers. While it certainly wouldn't be like, oh my God, season saved. They just took 3 or 4 from LA. I would think in the room, that would be a nice hook to hang their hat on for at least a while,
Yeah. I think that you'd like to build off of something. And if you could beat the Dodgers, because you haven't played anybody in the NL West yet, and you might say to yourself, okay, this is it. This is like at some point, if you do go on a run and you start playing really good baseball, you're going to look at a starting point. This could be the starting point. Go win 3 out of 4 or whatever you could. That could be the starting point. If you start to play good baseball, you look back and say, okay, that was when it happened.
Speaking of this Dodgers series, you can treat mom to a day at the ballpark by heading to the contest page right now at arizonasports.com for your chance to win tickets to see the D-backs take on the Dodgers on Mother's Day. I'm reading directly from the show sheet here to tease our next segment. Quote, my sweet Prince Mikel proves why that Durant trade was a bust. Close quote. Lauren wrote that.
I did not write that.
Lauren wrote that. That's what we're talking about
next. KD Honks are coming after you.
That's what's next on
KD Honks are coming after Lauren.
My sweet Prince Mikel next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
D-backs Mets.
Here comes the 0-2. Reached for and a one-hopper to second, collected by Acuna. His throw to first in time. The ball game is over. The Mets take the finale. They take the series, taking 2 of 3. Your final score is 7-1.
The D-backs begin a 4-game homestand versus the Dodgers. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
After getting into an accident, after getting T-boned by another driver in an accident that wasn't our fault, and after going it alone without the help of Berg Simpson, I can tell you, standing right here in front of you, we're not doing that again. And hopefully it doesn't happen again, and I or Berg Simpson would never hope that it happens to you. But I'm telling you right now, if it ever happened again, we're not doing that again. We're not going it alone. We're calling Berg Simpson. They are one of the most influential law firms in America, as listed by the National Trial Lawyers. Their individual attorneys are frequently named as some of the best in America. You're going to want somebody on your side, even when it was not your fault, because everything's work, everything's hard, everything's tough to get, insurance, cars, medical, all of it, and Berg Simpson is on your side and some of the very best at what they do. If you're ever in need, let the best team represent you by calling 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Toyota's Summer Starts Here national sales event is going on now. Choose from the best-selling Toyotas like Camry, 4Runner, RAV4, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-566-1649. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-566-1649. That's 800-566-1649. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Valley's heating up, and if you're tired of battling that Arizona sun, call my friends at All Pro Shade Concepts. Their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal. cooler patios, no glare and total privacy. Now through Memorial Day, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. So cool down your patio and support our heroes. Go to allproshade.com.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. How did the Dbacks do in the opener against the Dodgers? That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I won at 91-90. Celtics not using the timeout. Tatum across midcourt with 10. Top of the key with 8. Defended by Robinson with 7. Right wing 3. Crossover. Foul line with 4. Left block. Step back. Stolen by Bridges. Bridges trucks it down court. They've done it again. They've done it again. The New York Knicks take both in Boston and a 2-0 lead heading back to the Mecca.
Heading back to the Mecca.
I was got done with the show yesterday. I work from home.
Yeah.
And obviously I'm looking at the score. It's 84-72. I take Mr. Fred outside. I go outside Mr. Fred. It's 84-72. I'm not thinking that the Knicks are going to win the game.
Come on, Mr. Fred. Let's go for a walk.
Go for a walk.
Knicks are going to lose. It's going to be 1-1. Let's
take
go.
all the prayers possible. We just found out that Mr. Fred has a mask today. So I'm trying to hold it together right now. So we're very concerned about Mr. Fred.
Hang in there, Mr. Fred.
We adopted him at 10 years old, and he's been with us for almost 2 years. So we just found out he's got a mask. So I go outside, 84-72, and then Quentin comes running out. He goes, the Knicks just won. Mikal blocked Tatum. Well, what? He goes, the Knicks, they just won. I thought he was just down by 12. I went outside 5 minutes ago. I go back in, I hit rewind, and I go back to 84-72. And I watch the rest of it right there. And all I'm watching is Horford miss, White miss a 3, White miss another 3, Tatum miss a 3, Brown miss a 3, Tatum miss, Brown miss, White misses a tip-in. It was unbelievable. Yeah. Well, the Knicks were making the shots, and Mikal was unbelievable with a three-pointer and a reverse layup and another 3, and Brunson was great, goes to the line and calmly hits the 2 free throws. Cat has a big tip in. I'm watching the Knicks convert every time they've got the ball, and I'm watching the Celtics continue to jack up threes until Tatum has the dunk at the end of the game. And I think they said it was like 8 minutes that they went without a field goal in that basketball game.
It was 8 minutes without a field goal, yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I couldn't believe when my kid came out, and he's like, Mikal just blocked Tatum, the Celtics won. I'm like, are you watching a replay of game 1? Like, this game was over. I went outside. They were down 12. There was 6 minutes left.
Peyton Pritchard 3 with about 8:40 to go. The Celtics didn't make a field goal until Tatum's driving dunk with about 18 seconds to go. So you're talking about 8 minutes and 22 seconds of game time without a made field goal. It was stunning. It was unbelievable to watch. I remember, I was here doing my half of the show. And when we left, Mikal Bridges was like 0 for 8. And I remember like, oh, boy.
Right.
Mikal's having a rough game. Mikal Bridges in the fourth quarter of last night, so all 14 of his points came in the fourth quarter. 9 of the first 11 points of the quarter were by Mikal Bridges. I think he was 6 of 10 from the floor in just the fourth quarter alone. The shots that basically the Celtics were very comfortable with him taking, he took. And I'm telling you right now, you could, at least on social media, as much as you can feel something on social media, in the moment, every single Suns fan who thought it was a god-awful idea to trade Kevin Durant for Mikal Bridges was like, see? What were you doing?
Right.
How could you do that?
Right.
How could you trade that guy? It was like catnip for the pro Mikal Bridges Suns fan who thought it was just, why would you trade that for Kevin Durant? And it was total validation with one block shot.
Were you sitting next to me during the game? Did you hear what I said?
See, that's what it wasn't just on social media. It was in Lauren's house. She had the same reaction.
So, like, first of all, what an incredible job by Mikal to stick with Brown and then bait Tatum to get to that spot and then leave to get there. He's showing, I'm on Brown, I'm on Jalen. Tatum's trying to get to a spot where he likes little short mid-range jumper. Once Tatum turns and he's not going to pass it, he comes over and he just incredible block. People are like, that should be up in the Louvre. The gallery in the Louvre.
In Paris. Hang it in the Louvre.
Listen, here's what we know, okay? This is not what we think. This is what we know. The Suns before they traded for Durant, we're not going to trade for Durant and give up all of the picks and all of McHale. And here's the reason why. The reason why is I was told back then, and I'll say it again to you now, they felt like we have to have somebody that could guard the other team's best player. They could have Cam Johnson, they could have Jay Crowder, and they could have all the picks. Or if they really want McHale, Cam, and Jay, then we need the picks because we've got to turn those picks. We got to trade those picks for a player that can defend. So the reason that they never originally made the Durant trade, and several times they rebuffed the Nets on trade offers, because remember the Nets didn't want Durant, as I reported, was because they had to have a defender. They didn't want to trade for Durant without having somebody that could guard the opposition's best player. Obviously, when the change in ownership came in, they had a chance to go get Kevin Durant and try to go for it, and they did. And a lot of people liked the trade. I was one that didn't, but a lot of people liked it and understood it.
I was all for it.
Because Kevin Durant is and was and still is one of the great players in the game. But the old regime did not want to trade all of those players in the picks because they're like, we won't have anybody that can guard anybody.
Yeah, and as we've been watching Mikal from afar. I mean, I think I speak for whether you were for the Kevin Durant trade or you were against the Kevin Durant trade. I think every Suns fan listening can agree that moment in time for the Phoenix Suns represented like a branch in the timeline. And so on one side, okay, here's the Kevin Durant timeline. They get Kevin Durant, they get Bradley Beal. We know how it ended. 1 playoff series win in 3 postseasons with Kevin Durant and kind of where we are now. What we don't know is what life would have been like if they hadn't traded Mikal, if they had kept him, if they don't make that deal, if Matt Ishbia comes in and says, you know what, I agree with you guys. That is too rich for my blood for Kevin Durant. We're not going to do that, and we're going to keep this team together. What everything looks like now,
Cam Johnson wouldn't have been here.
I have no idea.
They weren't going to pay Cam Johnson the money he wanted. They felt he was too injury prone. So I do know that they probably would have moved on from Cam Johnson, but they would have kept McHale.
But that's just one little branch.
Yeah, right, they would have had all their picks.
They would have had all their picks. They would have, they might have kept Chris Paul longer, and I don't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. They certainly would have made all kinds of different, I don't know what would have happened.
Look at all the picks
with the Ayton trade, and what they do with that. You just, everything, and it's, I'm not going to waste a lot of time thinking about what might have been, but for Suns fans who wish that it never happened, I'm sure they think about it all the time. What would have been if they don't trade Mikal?
Monty was on board with trading DA, and James Jones got there too. Like they were all frustrated by DA, and felt like they just couldn't get out of him what they needed. So I think that they were all on board with trading him. But if you, I would just simply look at the players that were traded over the last couple of years. And if the Suns had all of their picks, would they have been able to trade for one of those players? Would they have been able to trade for Karl Anthony Towns, just to give you an example?
Okay.
Look at all the different players that were traded for in the last 2 or 3 years.
I'm kidding. I'm just kidding.
I would look at every single one of them. If you've got all of your picks and you never traded all those picks, then you are talking about the ability to probably make a trade for any of those players that were traded.
Yeah. Good for, look, most of all, I mean, the Suns fan in me is like, okay, it didn't work out, obviously, but there is a big part of me that's very happy for Mikal. He's such a good guy.
Good guy.
The video was circulating again this morning on social media of the time that he just popped into the Old Vine and Tavern in Tempe and started doing karaoke with a bunch of college kids down there. Did you ever see that video? And he's just down there having a good old time, standing on the bar, singing karaoke. It's like, yeah, that's Mikal. He's such a cool dude. He is such a cool dude. He came on our show 100 times. All the time. He was so much fun to talk to. I'm happy for him because in that market, you know this better than anybody. In that market, if you're failing, you are feeling it and hearing it every day. And it's got to be oppressive at times. And if you're succeeding, you are literally atop the Empire State Building, right? And I'm sure today, Mikal Bridges is
atop the Empire State Building.
No one is saying right now, oh man, I can't believe we gave up 5 first-rounders for Mikal Bridges. No one's saying that now.
They're saying he's worth every draft pick they gave up.
They might have been saying that for the first 3 quarters of last night's game. God, I can't believe we gave up 5 first-rounders for this bum.
Guy. Yeah.
And now I'm happy for him. I'm sad for Suns fans because sit around and wonder what if, but I'm happy for him because he's a good guy. He deserves this.
Yeah. I mean, remember they initially went after Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in that draft. That was the DeAndre Ayton draft. They initially tried to get Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but Ryan McDonough made an offer that Mitch Kupchak didn't feel was worth it. So then they rebounded, and they ended up making a deal with Philly, and they got McHale.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we've been talking about all these wide receivers out there the Arizona Cardinals can get. There's a new one that has entered the picture. Has it changed the equation? That is coming up as we're live here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Meet the new Suns GM, Brian Gregory.
No one's going to outwork me. I think that's a skill, that's a talent. Don't let anybody fool you, that's a talent. And we're going to think differently. We're going to be unified in our approach on a daily basis. And when you do that, then the results are going to speak for themselves.
We talk about a new horizon for the Suns today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Sanderson Ford, from America, for America, employee pricing. Now you pay what the owner, David Kimmerly, pays for a new Ford. Plus, you receive all Ford incentives and APR rates during the Platinum 70th anniversary sale at Sanderson Ford. What does that mean for you? Great prices. Great financing prices available as well. Like, check out the brand new 2024 Ford Escape Active front-wheel drive. Finance it for $417 a month for 72 months, plus tax with $29.83 down. You can finance a new 2024 Ford Maverick XLT front-wheel drive Super Crew for just $434 a month for 72 months, plus tax with $3,051 down. They got great finance deals as well on the Ford Escape and the Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend 4x4. Sanderson Ford's on 51st Avenue in Glendale. Online for more information at sandersonford.com.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Bedding. That's right, now through May 14th. Everything in-store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Bedding. Brooklyn Bedding has 12 basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start May 14th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and for 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hello everybody, Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Before you know it, the temperatures will be rising into the 100s. Is your AC system ready? For a limited time, we are offering AC tune-ups for just $59.95. Plus, we're including a free 1-year maintenance membership at absolutely no charge. Don't wait until the last minute. Make sure your AC system is up to the task for handling Arizona's scorching desert weather. Call Precision Air and Plumbing today at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are finally playing an NL West team tonight for the first time this season. They host the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. After a rough start last weekend in Philadelphia, Brandon Pfaadt will try to bounce back tonight for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Phoenix.
Hey, it's Wolf. Should the Suns look for the next Kenny Dillingham when hiring their next head coach? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, back here on this Thursday edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. Coming up a little later on in the program, Cody Simon, Arizona Cardinals rookie linebacker out of Ohio State, will be joining us here on the program. The next president of the United States. Maybe not the next president, but a future president of the United States, at least according to his defensive coordinator.
Just wonder when the next time we got a player on that's not from Ohio State.
We're what? Of the rookies, we got both of them, right?
Yeah.
We had Denzel Burke a week ago.
There's another one, too, an undrafted free agent.
That's right. There is the tackle.
Probably get him next.
Probably will too. You know, it's one of the first football games I ever remember going to was an Ohio State game. We were living in Chicago for just a year when I was like 6. My dad was going to Northwestern, and he got us tickets to go see a Northwestern Ohio State game back in the 70s. And he said, the only thing is we have to root for Ohio State because the guy who got us the tickets is from Ohio. I'm like, okay. So we went, and it's one of my first sports memories was sitting at Northwestern Stadium in Evanston, Illinois, freezing my butt off watching Northwestern versus Ohio State.
And that's why you always wanted to go to Northwestern?
No. Yeah,
that was your dream school.
What? Honestly, as a kid growing up, the year I spent in Chicago, I loved it.
That was your dream school?
I was only 6 or 7, and I thought it was I thought Chicago was so cool even back then.
It must be cool. I got a Pope now.
Yeah, Northwestern was my dream school until they said no. They turned me down. They looked at my application.
They looked at your application.
Like,
what if you don't do anything?
You don't. Your grades are great, but you don't play sports. You're not in any clubs. You don't do anything at all. Yeah, no, we'll not take you. This was not the point of this segment at all, ladies and gentlemen. What was the point of this segment was to tell you about the Arizona Cardinals and this consistent kind of linking out there in the marketplace of them needing a wide receiver, right? Like, how many stories have we seen? We saw another one today linking the best available free agents to teams. Keenan Allen would be a perfect fit for the Arizona Cardinals. There's that one. We've seen the same thing with Amari Cooper. Hey, Amari Cooper would be a great link to the Arizona Cardinals. And we've debated those guys and said, they're old. Is their production starting to slip? Do they have it? That sort of thing. There's a new wide receiver that has entered the chat, and his name is Gabe Davis.
Gabe Davis, yep.
Just let go from the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I'll tell you this.
No, I gave him a lot of money. He cut him after 1 year.
He ain't old. You know, if that's the thing that's holding you back from Keenan Allen or Amari Cooper, you can't say that same thing about Gabriel Davis.
26?
Well, he just turned 26.
Inked a 3-year, $39 million deal, but only had 20 receptions for 239 yards and 2 touchdowns in 10 games. Career low numbers for him, you know, following the 4 seasons that he had in Buffalo. So some injuries there, of course. So now you try to look and you say, okay, I mean, you've got 3 guys out there. You would think, after not signing a wide receiver in free agency and after not drafting one in the NFL draft, that you might want to just revisit these wide receivers and see if anybody's a fit for you. Is it Keenan Allen? Is it Gabe Davis? Is it Amari Cooper? Or is it none of them? Do you feel – because if you're sitting there and you're like, I think Michael Wilson's better than all 3 of these guys. Okay, that's fine. Mm-hmm. Okay, we're going to trust Monty Ossenfort. He's done a hell of a job. We'll trust him. If he thinks that the wide receivers they have in their room are better than the older veterans, now Gabe Davis, like you said, is not old. But if you feel like you've got better wide receivers in-house, then by all means, go for it. But if you don't, then it might be worth kicking the tires on these guys because I don't think that these players are going to cost much money right now.
I wouldn't think so. I mean, it depends on how much of a bidding war there's going to be. We saw in the 24 hours after the draft was done, a few wide receivers inked deals almost immediately. Robert Woods signed one. There were a couple of others that their names are escaping me right now, but there were a couple of deals, like, because I made the mistake the next day of saying, hey, this guy's available, that guy's available, and you're like, no, that guy's not. No, that guy's not. And, so I was not up to date on the news. I think something you said stood out the most to me just a second ago. I think Monty Austin Fort, much in the same way that once upon a time Steve Keim did all those years ago, and certainly much in the way that Mike Hazen does right now with the Diamondbacks. I think Monty Austin Fort has a lot of trust right now with the Cardinals fan base. And if ultimately, in his decision, in his estimation, they don't need one, I don't think the fan base is going to clamor if they don't get one. You know what I mean? Like, I think the Cardinals have done enough this offseason, have done more than enough this offseason to go, okay, you know what? We asked you to spend, you spent. We asked you to do big, bold things. You did big, bold things. We're very happy with what you've done this offseason. If you don't think you need a wide receiver, we trust you. We believe, okay, Monty, you've got our belief. And we're going to assume you know what you're doing and you know your roster better than we do. At least I think that's how most Cardinal fans feel. I don't think any of them are going to go after the organization with torches and pitchforks if they don't sign Gabe Davis to a contract. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misreading the putt, but I seem to think that's how it is.
Yeah, we look at it and we just feel like, okay, Marvin Harrison Jr. was not great last year, but okay, you still want him to be the guy. That's fine, but. You're right. They passed on guys. It was Deontay Johnson went to the Browns.
That was the name I couldn't remember. Robert Woods went to the
Deontay Johnson.
Steelers.
And then it was the Pickens trade. And Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
Elijah Moore went to, was it Jacksonville he went to?
Elijah Moore went to Buffalo.
Okay, he went to Buffalo. So you're passing on those guys. If you pass on Keenan Allen and Gabe Davis and Amari Cooper, I mean, clearly you feel that your wide receiver room is good and that you don't need to do anything. Now, yes, you have Trey McBride, a great pass-catching tight end, but not a wide receiver. You'd like to have another great wide receiver. But we're basing a lot of this on, not being sure about what Michael Wilson is. But the same thing, I think the same thing in the draft. Before the draft, I said the Cardinals are not going to have any interest in Cam Scatterbo. Why? They still believe in Trey Benson. I think that Monty Austin Fort, as we get to kind of read him through the years, he's not giving up on Bijou Ojulari. He's not giving up on Trey Benson. He's not giving up on Michael Wilson. I think he's got a belief in the guys that he's going to ride this through a little bit longer because I drafted these guys. I believe in these guys. I'm going to give them every opportunity to prove themselves.
Yeah, and you could say if you're a Cardinals fan, well, it's not like Michael Wilson's going into year 2 of the program. Michael Wilson's going into year 3 of the program. Shouldn't he have already had his big breakout moment? And I would mostly agree with a Cardinal fan who would say that. I would slightly counter with the one thing Michael Wilson did do last year, he stayed healthy almost the entire year.
Right.
And that was kind of the hurdle for him to clear a little bit because that had kind of been the issue for him at Stanford and even his first year in the NFL. I think he missed week 17 last year, and other than that, he was available the entire season, which for him felt like a huge step and huge progress. Look, selfishly, I'd like them to go get Gabe Davis. I'd like another option out there. I'd like them to give themselves a little more depth in the room. And quite frankly, I mean, you could sit there and say that Gabe Davis was a bust in Jacksonville, and he was. But if you look back now at his numbers in Buffalo, they were good.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of them screamed that he should have made the money that he did. If you look at his stats and you go, is that really $40 million worth of a football player, what he did in Buffalo? I don't think so. But, Jacksonville, remember,
he dropped a couple of passes in London against the Bears.
What is it?
And it was like, okay.
I remember that game.
He dropped 2 or 3 passes against the Bears in London.
I remember that game.
He had the torn meniscus. And they just soured on him really quickly. But they also got rid of Christian Kirk this year, too, right? They traded him to Houston.
Yeah.
So, they've kind of revamping their wide receiver room. Listen, I think the price tag on these guys right now, we're in May. I mean, we're not that far away from camp. Guys are going to start panicking and wanting to get a deal done if they still want to play.
I think Robert Woods only signed for $2 million. I don't know with Deontay Johnson. It's like okay, I need a job. I need to get in and get a job.
Right.
And I think Gabe Davis, to me, the separator is the age. It's the age and the production he had in Buffalo when he was a pretty good number 2 option or number 3 option in that offense. I guess I wonder, from the Cardinals' perspective, you mentioned it a second ago, do they look at their offense and say, look, we're kind of a run-centric deal here anyway. We're about James Conner, and we're about Trey McBride, and we're about Marvin Harrison Jr., and we're about ramming the ball down your throat with 12 personnel and 13 personnel. We're not going to emphasize the need for another great wide receiver because that's just not how our offense is built around here. Maybe they're looking at it and saying that's just not the investment we need to make right now.
But there does come a time where the price is just too good to pass up on a guy.
Yeah.
You're going to get one of these guys for dirt cheap. Like, not all three of these guys are signing. Like, these guys are going to have to sign for a lot less than they were expected to make. You know, Davis is a post-June 1st cut, I think. So there's going to be a big cap hit. They're going to absorb $5.7 million rather than 20 because they're going to make it post-June 1. But, again, you're going to pay a lot less for him than what the Jaguars paid.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks are, well, they both play in the National League West. They have that in common. But they do have something else in common as well going into this 4-game series. Bullpen issues. And we'll talk about it coming up on Arizona Sports.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
Can I make a confession? My whole philosophy has been so shaken by this past basketball season because the Suns had no edge at all. Patrick Beverley, you want to come back from Europe? Dylan Brooks, you want to play here? Draymond Green, you want to play for the Suns? What? I think it is a necessary ingredient for good basketball.
They got to get some nasty to them. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Nobody ever fears the Phoenix Suns.
All right.
The way teams punked them this year, it was beyond depressing.
Let me amend my confession. Patrick Beverley, you're not welcome.
Bickley and Marana mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
But Vinny would probably take Robert Horry back. All right, let's talk about Christian Brothers because right now we're having some cool temperatures, but you'll see it you start to look at forecast a week, 2 weeks out, you'll start to see the temperatures going up. It is time to get the AC unit tuned up by Christian Brothers, and they do a complete tune-up for $129.99 for a complete tune-up. And you're saying, okay, what do I get for that? Well, you get a lot of work done. You get the condenser coils clean. Think about that. The whole outside of the AC unit outside comes off. They use the detergent. They clean it. They make sure it's good because you want your unit to be able to run efficiently, so they're going to clean the condenser coils. They're also going to do a condensate drain line flush up in your attic to drain that. Very important to do. And that's what they do at Christian Brothers. It's not just about inspecting everything, which of course they're going to do to make sure everything's working properly, but you're going to get some real work that's necessary done when you get your tune-up with Christian Brothers. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535, or go to cbrothers.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman Beer. BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Vic. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
By the way, just adding this on because it just came down a second ago. The Jaguars have officially released Gabe Davis with a failed physical designation.
Must be the knee.
Davis tore his meniscus in November, was expected to need 6 months to recover from the injury. They're designating him a post-June 1 release, giving them a $6 million dead cap hit this season, and then another cap hit. We got our friend Howard Balzer texted us this information, but that's why Gabe Davis is available. Failed physical designation, and that's why he's out there. Poll question time. Sorry, just because we were talking about
I'm going to guess. Will the Bears have a 4,000-yard passer before we have another Pope? Before the next Pope comes in?
If I have to wait until the next Pope,
yeah,
that'll
guy's
drain
like
me.
69.
Yeah, I know. That's young.
Which Chicago team should the new Pope pray the hardest for? A, the Cubs, B, the Bears, C, the Bulls,
Okay,
D,
honest
the
question here.
Blackhawks.
Honest question, because I pray every night. I'm not sure if you guys do. Have you ever prayed for sports?
No.
I haven't either.
No.
I just can't bring myself to do it. I can't be like,
I'm
please
not
help
gonna
my
waste-
team win.
I'm not going to waste the big guy's time like that.
Yeah, I don't think Jesus is like saying like, I'm
gonna-
really going to help your team win right now.
I'm not going to waste
I've thought about it. I've thought about it. But I've never sat there when I pray at night. I always pray at night. I've never sat there and said, I'm going to pray for my team to win a game. I just haven't been able to do it.
I just picture God up there in
Like,
heaven.
really? That's
accepted, accepted.
You're wasting my time.
Rejected. Yes.
Yeah, I'll help you with that. Yeah, you need a little guy. I'll help you with that. Yeah, that's reasonable. I can probably help with that. No, I'm not going to help your baseball team win a game.
Yeah. No, I don't. Is that the poll question?
That's not the poll question.
Well, I don't know what it is.
It
but
really could have been the poll
been.
question.
Yeah, it could have been.
Yeah, and the answer, by the way, is...
It's blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind.
No, I know.
No.
It's D, all of the above. It's help all the Chicago teams. They desperately need your help.
So the TV in here is on TNT because of the NBA action from last night. They show movies during the day on TNT. Dune is on right now.
Yeah.
It took Gambo about 20 minutes to go, oh, wait. That's the guy who played Bob Dylan in the movie.
Right.
It's like, you mean Timothy
What?
Chalamet? That's the only way he knows.
I never
Chalamet
watched Dune.
Is from Bob Dylan.
I know the guy from the Bob Dylan movie.
You would like him because he skipped the Met Gala this week to sit at home and watch the Knicks game on his iPad.
Good for him.
Huge
Good
Knicks
for him.
fan.
Good for
Huge
him.
Knicks fan.
So right before during the commercial break, I'm going to Burnsy. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind.
Now I have to put
I'm
up with
so sad I missed
blowing
that.
in the wind.
Now I have to put up with Gambo's impersonation of Bob Dylan during every commercial
Not
break.
even Gambo's impersonation of Bob Dylan. Gambo's impersonation of Timothy Chalamet's impersonation
That's exactly
of
it.
Bob
He's
Dylan.
not even impersonating Dylan. He's impersonating Chalamet, who's impersonating Dylan. I'm gonna pray to God that Gambo just stops doing that. We'll see if that works.
I think we both know the answer.
Again, rejected. Yeah. Well,
Stop praying for this.
Rejected.
He's gonna sing every show.
well, you can't beat it. Yeah, you just can't. Poll question? What do we got today?
Yeah, we're taking a little bit of a pessimistic view.
From you? Shocker.
I know, such a plot twist on such a day of celebration
Yes.
for me.
Yes. What are you cynical about today, Lauren?
We're asking, what would be worse?
Oh no.
If the Suns pick jumps in the lottery on Monday, or if the D-backs miss the playoffs this year?
What would be worse?
Mm-hmm.
D-backs
The D-backs missed the playoffs. You just spent all that money on Corbin Burns.
Yeah. But
you got to make the playoffs.
But we both answered quickly. It's closer, I think, than our answer would suggest. I don't know if you agree with that. The Suns, the Rockets winning the lottery, picking number 1 in the draft, would be a disaster. An absolute disaster. So with the Diamondbacks not making the postseason, but it's close, all right? It really is. It's closer than I think our answers indicated.
One hurts a little bit more right now, and the other one hurts a little bit more down the line.
We're Phoenix fans. We get hurt a lot.
Yeah, we're used to it.
I'm a Chicago sports fan. I get hurt all the time. I'm relying on the Pope.
Do you not like any of the Arizona teams?
I do. The Diamondbacks are my favorite Arizona sports team.
There you go.
Yeah. I told you that when you rudely accused me on air of not trying to root for both of them.
You're living walking proof you can root for both at the same time. Yeah. New York, Arizona, Chicago, Arizona. It can be done.
I'm modeling myself after Gambo, obviously.
Clearly. Yeah. And really, what a model to pick.
I'm not going to sing.
I root for the Arizona teams.
I know. I wasn't saying you didn't. I was just saying because she roots for both. The music ran out.
I faded it down. We had 4 seconds left. I didn't want it to die on us.
Okay. What's the results of the poll question?
65% are going with if the D-backs miss the playoffs.
Only
that
65.
Is worse. Only 65.
Yeah. That's. I'm telling. It feels. This is not a 90, 10, 80, 20 question. This feels like about a 60-40 question. It would be a disaster. Monday, I'm going to come in here, and I know you're going to ask. I'm still deciding what it is I'm going to break if the Rockets get the top pick in the draft. I don't know what it is, but I will find something in here that's not worth a lot of money, and I'll break it.
To reset, Gambo's taking the Gopher down.
The Gopher's going down.
Man,
I've been tired of looking at him, too. He's right over my shoulder. I feel like he stares at me every day.
Gambo, I'm watching you.
Yeah.
I'm watching you. I know who your sources are. I can look over your shoulder and see your phone.
Oh, the Gopher knows.
The Gopher knows.
The Gopher knows.
The Gopher knows who Gambo's sources are because he can see over his shoulder and he's looking at his phone.
I hate that Gopher.
Oh, you're texting that guy. I got you. Okay, I see.
That Gopher's going down.
Let's talk for a few minutes about the LA Dodgers, who have the best record in baseball. It would seem as if nothing is wrong there. But as we referenced earlier, they're beat to hell. They got tons of injuries.
I can't believe it.
Their bullpen, I mean, because their starting rotation has been so thinned out by the injuries they suffered there, they've had to use their bullpen an extraordinary amount this season to where Dave Roberts has to give those guys a bunch of blows over the course of the season because they're just getting way too much work.
They've got 2 guys tied for the major league lead with 19 outings. Kirby Yates is one of them. The other guy is the Alex Visaya. He's got 19. Tanner Scott has 18. Anthony Banda, the former Diamondback, he's got 17. So 2 guys with 19, 1 guy with 18, 1 guy with 17. Evan Phillips entered last night having pitched in 7 of 14 games. They're wearing out their bullpen.
Well, they just put him on the IL, didn't they?
They did.
Evan Phillips, they just put him on the IL.
Yeah, so they've dealt with a lot of injuries. You look at they have 13 pitchers and 2 position players right now that are injured. And you go through the list, you're like, oh my God, Tyler Glasnow, Gratterall, Grove, Henriquez, Clayton Kershaw, Michael Kopech, Evan Phillips, River Ryan, Emmett Sheehan, Blake Snell, Gavin Stone, Blake Trainin. They've got so many guys. And, Teoscar Hernandez, we talked about him the other day. He went on. So nobody in baseball has as many injuries as the Dodgers. They've got 15 guys down, 13 pitchers, 2 position players. The Diamondbacks have 5 overall. All 5 are pitchers that are down right now. So the Dodgers have suffered a lot of injuries, yet they still have a 25-12 record and the best record in the NL.
And we know why. We all know the answer why, because they've got this massive payroll where they can afford this. They can afford to lose Tommy Edman. They can afford to lose Teoscar Hernandez. They can afford to lose Glasnow and Snell. And while no one's crying a river for the Dodgers, I mean, Dave Roberts does. We'll see this weekend. Just because they're in the middle of a similar stretch to the Diamondbacks in that they've got 10 games in 10 days. They're halfway through it. But their bullpen's a little crispy too, and I bet there are going to be some times where we go, oh, Dave Roberts isn't using one of his high leverage guys there.
Right.
But the Dodgers can, because their roster is so talented, they're expected to win no matter what. And so Dave Roberts can be way more conservative in how he uses guys or how he rests guys or protects guys, because in the end, most people feel like it doesn't really matter for them. They're going to win the division anyway because they've just got more talent than you.
They have the best record in
country
baseball.
mile.
I just said nationally, they have the best record in baseball.
Yes. Yeah.
I had a little bit of a stretch there, but they're starting pitching. We're going to see it this week. This week they got terrific starting pitching. Freddie Freeman's been incredible. Ohtani's got 10 homers and 10 stolen bases. Betts had a tough stretch there, but he's playing well. They're going to miss Teoscar Hernandez. Now, he's only on the 10-day IL. He had a strained abductor muscle, but he had been terrific for them. And some of their outfielders have not been playing very well. So you wonder if they could keep this pace up with all these injuries. I know you say it's the payroll. They got all this depth, but man, that's a lot of guys to be down.
I hate to say this. I think they're going to be just fine when we come back on the Burns and
like a
Gambo
Rolling
show.
Stone.
Pray for me. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, here's a question I wasn't expecting to ask during today's show.
Mr. Tambourine Man.
Could the big three return for the Phoenix Suns this season? Mm-hmm. I knew
You're talking about Willis.
I knew that would get your attention. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center because everybody needs a family eye doctor, right? You've got a family doctor. If you got kids, you've got a pediatrician. You probably have a family dentist. If you got kids, you probably have an orthodontist. You probably have a tax guy that you use every year for tax services. You've got regular people that you deal with. How about an eye doctor? Because your eyes are very, very important. And Dr. J. Schwartz has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa and can help you with all of your eye care needs. Now, maybe somebody in your family just needs an eye exam. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help. Dr. J. Schwartz is a team eye doctor for the Suns and the D-backs. They trust him with their eyes. I've gone to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center for well over 20 years. My whole family goes there. If you're looking for a vision correction procedure, they specialize in that. Nearsighted, farsighted, astigmatism, don't like the way you see on a regular basis? Contact the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimer.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Phoenix. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation. All rights reserved.
Life can be stressful, but selling your home doesn't have to be. I'm Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and I make home selling easy by properly pricing your home and getting it in front of thousands of my exclusive qualified buyers. Do what Jackie and Mark did, selling in just 5 days for full market value. Call me, Carol Royce, and ask about my 100% of market value or I'll pay the difference guarantee. Or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are finally playing an NL West team tonight for the first time this season. They host the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. After a rough start last weekend in Philadelphia, Brandon Pfaadt will try to bounce back tonight for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submit to save.com. That's submit, the number 2, save.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The dreaded Dodgers are in town. We'll get you updated on the Diamondbacks' latest opponent starting tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Happy Thursday to you. Thanks for hanging out with us. The Phoenix Suns off season, full swing, looking for the next head coach. Gambo and I sat here earlier in the week and we listened to just about every word of the Brian Gregory press conference when he was announced as the new GM of the Suns. I can't speak for you on this one. At no point during the 25 minutes of that presser that we carried live on our air did I ever think to myself, Brian Gregory is giving off vibes that he might want to bring back Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal. At no point during the press conference did I get those. And yet, that hasn't stopped some from looking at his words and wondering if that's a possibility. I'm going to play a cut here, and okay. I want to hear your reactions. Yep. Brian Gregory on May 6th, a couple days ago, on whether he envisions Kevin Durant or Bradley Beal on the roster next year.
You know, I never talk regarding players, contracts, movement, anything like that. I will tell you this, I have a very, very good relationship with both those guys. Kevin gave me a nice hug in the weight room the other night when the thing came across Twitter. Had a great dinner with Brad Beal last Thursday, I think it was, and we talked a little bit about summer plans and different things like that. My main focus right now, to be honest with you, is finding the right head coach for those guys. That's and getting prepared for the draft, and that's where my mind is at. 20 hours of the 24 hours a day right now.
My main focus right now, to be honest with you, is getting the right coach for those guys.
And those guys would refer to Beal and Durant.
That's what the question he was asked was about Durant and Beal.
Every GM and coach has to operate under the belief that those guys are back until further notice. Like you can't come out right now and assume that those guys are going to be gone. And what if Bradley Beal says, I'm not waiving my no-trade clause under any circumstance, and you're stuck with them? And you could send him home. You could do something like that, not play him.
And cut him.
You know, Kevin Durant, you could sit there and nobody wants to trade for Kevin Durant. Like you just never know. So you got to be very careful with what you say.
Yeah.
And almost, very rarely do you ever, look, Ken Kendrick, for everything that he said about Jordan Montgomery, didn't sit there and said, we're going to trade this guy. This guy's no way is this guy coming back. He's out of here. Like, he didn't say that because you just don't know. He had an option year. He picked it up. And you got stuck with Jordan Montgomery. Now you paid him $25 million to do nothing except rehab. So you just can't say anything that would refer to a player not coming back when Even if there's a 1% chance at that player, do I think they trade Kevin Durant? Yes. Do I think Bradley Beal plays for the Phoenix Suns again? No, I think he's gone. So I think that's what's going to happen. I will say this. It would be a colossal failure of epic proportions if this team comes back with Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and Devin Booker next year.
Glad you said it.
I don't have no problem saying it.
I'm glad you said it.
It would be a colossal failure.
Colossal and colossal.
Of epic proportions if this team came back with those three guys next year, completely handcuffed with the apron, can't do anything because of the tax, stuck with a bunch of veteran minimum players to round out a roster that's just not good enough to even be a play-in team.
Yeah.
If you're Brian Gregory and that's how you start off your first year as the Phoenix Suns GM, that's an F. You get an F.
Here's the other quote from what went down a couple of days ago, which just had some people thinking, I wonder if he's thinking about running it back. And in this one specifically, he refers to the talented roster the Suns have.
Right now, I think we got a pretty talented roster. I would agree with Matt, what he said last week. It's not a 30-some win roster. What we have not been able to do is either create the environment or figure out the combinations that give us the best opportunity for that talented roster to perform even better. But there's a baseline and a foundation of talent that I think can put us in a good position moving forward.
And that cut, I think, plays in line with exactly what you're talking about. There are things that if you're playing the game as the new guy, you just kind of have to say. And you just kind of have to lay the sacrifice at the altar, right? And say, oh, yeah, no, it's a very talented roster. And, hey, I just gave the guys a hug in the weight room, and I just had dinner with Bradley Beal. I mean, although in some ways my mind turns to Chris Finch, and we played the soundbite yesterday of him just being very direct, very blunt, and very honest about Anthony Edwards, about how, he was kind of checked out and he didn't play very hard in that playoff game the other night. And there's a part of me that would have liked Brian Gregory to just, I think you can still say, hey, look, we had a really talented roster, but I am going to explore every single option of making our roster better. Every single one. I'm going to turn over every stone. Now, you're not calling out Kevin Durant directly.
No.
You're not calling out Bradley Beal
But
directly.
you're letting it be known that we're open for business if somebody's going to call you.
Because this way, you at least open the door, even though I think it's kind of foolish, and I think you do too. You kind of open the door for this idea. I wonder if he's thinking about bringing everybody back. I wonder if he kind of secretly, low-key wants to bring everybody back. Whereas if you say it the other way, and you just look very honest, guys, we underperformed last year. If you think there's something I'm not going to do in the name of fixing this roster, you're wrong. I'm going to look at everything that it takes to fix this roster.
Should he have said outside of trading Devin Booker?
Well,
because the organization has no intent to trade him. Should he have said that?
If he had, all he would have been doing is repeating what his boss said. Because Matt Ishbia said the same thing. Matt Ishbia has already said that. We're not trading Devin Booker. We're going to pivot and reload around Devin Booker was the exact phrase he used, pivot and rebuild. Matt Ishbia said there would have been no harm in Brian Gregory saying that because all he would have been doing is saying what his boss said. Yeah, he could have said that. Guys, I don't know what we're going to do this offseason. We're not trading Devin Booker. Everything else, I'm willing to explore, I'm willing to talk about. And then that at least announces his intentions rather than this sort of vague, mysterious, is he thinking about keeping because I agree with you, and I'm so glad you said it. You can't bring this back. You
Total failure.
You can't.
Total failure. Fans aren't going to go for it. First of all, it's one of the things that's going to be very difficult for them right now, and they'll have to work really hard, and it's part of the business side of it, but you've got to find a way to keep your season ticket holders happy. Because, a lot of your core season ticket holders, they use the secondary market to make up a lot of the money that they use for a lot of them do. A lot use the secondary market to help them with the cost of their season tickets. But that secondary market, if this team struggles and is not good, is going to disappear. It's not going to be a very good market. And so a lot of fans are going to have the choice. Do I want to keep my season tickets? And I might not be able to sell 10, 20, 30 of these games, and the prices went up, or so it's just something that they've got to be they've got to be very careful with that. They've got to really work to make sure their season ticket holders are happy. Now, it's a great arena. They've done a great job with all the different events that they've got coming in, so there's a lot of reasons to stay. but the basketball team is still your primary. It's your primary sale is the success of the basketball team. So for the last few years, you've been able to sell. We got Kevin Durant. We've got Devin Booker. We've got a team that can win a championship. And if you get to the point where you're not going to do that, I'm just saying it's going to be tough trekking for a couple of years.
Oh yeah, it is, because what do you sell? I mean, you're selling Devin Booker and what else? I mean, depends on what you get in a Kevin Durant trade. Depends on what players you're able to acquire if you get under the
Durant
second
trade
apron.
is the key, because I think Durant can bring back a couple of good players that can. I've got to bet with you the Suns going to be better next year than they were this year.
Yeah.
Better. They're going to be better next year. I still believe that, and I don't know a damn thing they're going to do in the offseason right now.
But I know this: there is not a single face they're going to be able to put on that billboard next to Devin Booker's that will be as big or as bright as Kevin Durant's or Bradley Beal. There is not a single face. Okay, maybe not Bradley Beal. I'll take him out of the equation. There is no way they're acquiring an attraction as big as Kevin Durant to put next to Devin Booker up on the billboard. No way. Booker becomes the sell point. Anybody
You're putting
acquire,
3 guys on a billboard right now, and Durant and Beal aren't. Who are you putting? Booker, Ryan Dunn,
and Oso, Grayson Allen,
Royce O'Neal.
You know what I mean? I mean, there's just, you can't, it's like you telling that story of the first time you pulled into Flagstaff. We just added a little rocket fuel.
Right.
Okay, you could put all 4 guys you got in the Charles Barkley trade on a billboard, and people are going to go, yeah, so what? Where's Charles Barkley?
I looked at that bill. I was driving my truck to Phoenix, and I saw that billboard.
That's my point, is that, and that's how it's going to be this week. You can sell Devin Booker. You're not going to be able to sell anything else unless you really surprise people with the trade you get for Kevin, because you're not bringing in a star that you could put up on that billboard with Devin Booker that's as big as Kevin Durant. Not even close.
If you trade Durant to the Rockets, can we redo that billboard?
We just added a little rocket fuel.
Added a little rocket fuel.
I don't know, man.
Jabari Smith.
I think you're just better putting
Jalen Green.
I think you're just better putting Devin Booker up on the billboard.
Cam Whitmore.
No, I don't think no. Unless you're getting the draft pick back, I don't think you're putting anything else up there.
Come on, man, I can relive some old memories
on that billboard other than Devin Armani Booker. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on this Thursday, Kyler Murray, the top paid quarterbacks in the NFL, he's on the list. Does he deserve to be on the list? That's coming up next here on Arizona Sports.
Suns, a new horizon.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason.
We're going to make some changes, right? And as the owner, my job is to, make those changes.
Listen for breaking Suns news, inside info, and exclusive Suns content on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team. They're ready to help you right now. A lot of people out there are looking at some of the Phoenix housing market trends and seeing that house prices have dropped and are going down a little bit of a market correction. And so what does that mean? That means a lot more people might be able to afford a house now. And people are calling the Lund Mortgage team every single day. I was reading a story in the Business Journal. Phoenix housing market softens as spring selling season fails to ignite. That means it could be a lot of inventory out there, a lot of inventory. You're renting a house right now. The Lund Mortgage team will get you pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. Your dreams of buying a home may be closer than you ever realized right now. And let the Lund Mortgage team show you how by getting you pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. Especially if you've got a lease that's coming up in the next few months, you might be like, hey, let's at least look into this option to see if we can buy a house. The Lund Mortgage team has over 30 years of experience. It's the only mortgage company I've ever used since I moved to Arizona. They can help you. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want. Like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Bedding. That's right, now through May 14th. Everything in-store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Betting. Brooklyn Betting has 12 Basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Betting.
I'm Kimberly.
I'm Ken.
And we're the Owens family. I love living next to my parents because when we lived 10 minutes from them, sometimes I would dread a phone call coming because I wouldn't know if my mom was like, okay, your dad fell. He needs help. Can you get here right away? Now, since they're right next door, if anything happens, I can be there within a matter of minutes.
Fulton home communities are wonderful. It's a very comforting feeling. You know, it's kind of seems to be a sense of family, which I think everybody wants. And so, when you have that opportunity to live in a situation like that, it's everything.
We're always trying to get our friends and families to move over here. We would recommend Fulton Homes to our friends and our family, and we have recommended Fulton Homes to our friends and our family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 6-packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Hey, it's Luke. What will Game 1 of the Diamondbacks-Dodgers series show us about the identity of the D-backs? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
It's funny how no matter what the Arizona Cardinals have done this offseason, and they've done a lot, whether it's Josh Sweat, Dalvin Tomlinson, Calais Campbell, Walter Nolan, Will Johnson, the draft. We're going to have Cody Simon on the show coming up in about 15 minutes. Looking forward to that conversation. All the free agents, all the moves.
Can we just schedule some of the top players from Ohio State like now? From the season,
just because they're going to be on the
we're going to have them on eventually
a year from now.
Might as well just like, who's the top wide receiver next year for Ohio State? Just get them on.
Yeah, I think they've got another one right in the pipeline.
They do. They do.
Yes. First round pick next year, I believe.
Yeah, just schedule them. Say, listen, you're going to be a Cardinal next year.
I mean, honestly,
so can we just get you now?
If we're really going to do this, we probably should come up with like a weekly segment with Ryan Day. I mean, since he's coaching half the Cardinals roster anyway. Just every Wednesday, it's Ryan Day with the Burns and Gambo Show. Hey, Coach, tell us about this linebacker who's going to be the next member of the Cardinals. Hey, Coach, this wide receiver, he's going to look really good in Cardinal red because it kind of looks like Ohio State red. What can you say about him, Coach?
I think the Cardinals and the Browns are tied for the most players from Ohio State on their roster.
Are they?
I read that somewhere.
As Gambo just cracked open a beer. What are you drinking over there, Gambo? Schlitz? What do you got, PBR?
It's a good thing we have video now, so everybody can at least see that it is a sparkling water.
It's a lemon lime.
Do you know sometimes
it's a lemon lime water.
You were working from home yesterday. We had this conversation about you behind your back.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Do you know that because we're on YouTube now and you can subscribe to the Arizona Sports on YouTube and watch our show, during the commercial breaks, when you forget to turn off your mic button and the cameras are still hot, because our microphone buttons trigger the cameras in here. Sometimes people can watch us during commercial break when we're just sitting around doing whatever. On the YouTube chat, when you forget to turn off your microphone and you start eating, people on the chat are trying to figure out what you're eating.
No way.
What's Gambo eating today?
I can't turn off my mic at home.
No, not when you're at home.
When you're here.
Oh, when
you're
in the studio.
When you're at home, we just put up your, like your headshots or whatever.
I just had a black cherry yogurt.
Yeah.
And now I've got a lemon lime
But people on the chat are like, what's he eating? What's he got? What's he looking?
Because they can hear me.
Well, because they can see you.
Oh, they can see me.
They can see you. They can't hear you. They can see you.
Oh, gotcha.
And they can see you eating, which is why about 30 seconds into every break, I'm like, Gambo Mike.
Yeah, I know.
Gambo Mike, because unless you want people to watch you eating.
I'm like 50% at getting it right, shutting off the mic.
I would say you're batting 500. Yeah.
I'm batting 500?
I would say you're batting 500. Yeah.
Takes you to the end. It takes you to the pros right there.
It does.
Is this not the pros?
Yeah, this is
Have
not the
you
pros.
not made it to the pros?
Is this AAA?
I guess this is one of the top markets in the country.
I was going to say, where's up from here
There's
for
nowhere
you?
to go.
I was going to say, where else are you going to go? All right,
let's get to this Kyler Murray.
My whole point was this Kyler Murray thing. So no matter what moves you make, it's always about the quarterback.
Yes.
And it's still about Kyler Murray for the Arizona Cardinals. Warren Sharp, who is very good at covering football and kind of looking at it from a numbers standpoint and things like that. Top 15 quarterbacks in cash made the last 5 years.
I love this because I actually took it to a different level. But go ahead.
Forget about cap hits or average annual value or anything like. Just how much cash have you made the last 5 years?
Right.
Dak Prescott 1, Josh Allen 2, Patrick Mahomes 3, Deshaun Watson, Matthew Stafford, Kirk Cousins, Lamar Jackson, Jared Goff, Joe Burrow, Derek Carr, Kyler Murray. He's ahead of guys like Aaron Rodgers, Justin Herbert, Russell Wilson, and Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
What was the next level you took it to?
I looked at all the quarterbacks ahead of him, and only one has not won a playoff game. That's Derek Carr. The others have combined for 45 playoff wins. Mahomes has 17, Josh Allen 7, Joe Burrow 5, Jared Goff 5, Matthew Stafford 5, Lamar Jackson 2, Dak Prescott 2, Deshaun Watson 1, Kirk Cousins 1. I looked at the first thing I thought of when I saw this was I know Kyler Murray doesn't have a playoff win. With all these guys that have made all this money, you want playoff wins. I'm paying you to get me to a level to where I can win in the playoffs. That's why I'm paying you all of this money. Hundreds of millions of dollars to win. So I looked at it, and there are two guys that stick out like a sore thumb. Derek Carr, Kyler Murray. No playoff wins in that top 10 group. I don't think Justin Herbert has one other, but he's behind Kyler Murray. But everybody else has playoff wins. At least one, some 2, some 5, 7, 17. And that's what I look at. Because Kyler Murray's been in this league long enough to where it's not only 2 or 3 years, I don't care. But when you've been in the league long enough as he is, you start to look at playoff victories.
Of course.
And the fact that he lacks a playoff victory and is making big-time money like that, they correlate with each other.
It's funny in that regard. I'm looking at the list in a brand new light. In some ways, I can't believe Lamar Jackson only has 2. I mean,
right.
And I know that's a different story, but sometimes I can't believe that he's
there every year.
I know he's there every year. He's got one of the best teams in the NFL every single year, and he's only got 2 playoff wins. That's why. Okay, and I haven't completely committed to this take yet. All right. But there is a part of me that very much believes that getting to the playoffs is just not good enough for the Arizona Cardinals this year. You can argue that it should be, that just getting there should be good enough on this kind of new arc that Kyler Murray is on. But something like this, numbers like this, information like this makes me think it's not good enough for Kyler to just get there. He's got to win a playoff game
To
this
that
year.
point, the Raiders moved on from Derek Carr. He moved on. He went to New Orleans. Like you ran it for 8 years, 8 or 9 years with Derek Carr, and it's like, we haven't won a playoff game.
Yeah.
Like, we got to try something different.
If we get to the end of the season and the Cardinals make the playoffs and lose in the first round, I suspect, depending on how they lose, obviously that has something to do with it. If they get blown out like they did last time against the Rams, I don't think anyone will argue the counter. But if they get to the playoffs and they lose, I imagine a lot of Cardinal fans will say, oh, we're close. We're right on the doorstep. We're just about there. We went to the playoffs, and come next year, we're going to be one of the favorites. That's probably going to be the popular opinion. And I'm not saying I've committed to this yet. I might look at it and say, that's not good enough. It's 7 years of Kyler Murray, and you have no playoff wins. You have to win the playoff game for me to believe this. Now, maybe, depending on how they lose and what kind of season they have, it would be crazy to think that at the end of the year. But right now, I'm kind of thinking they need to win a playoff game to justify another year of this.
Monty didn't draft Kyler, but they built a really good team around him. And if they don't win, you're going to look for a reason why you're not winning, and you're going to look at the quarterback. And so, I think that's an important thing here, because with Kyler, like this, everybody knows it. The whole thing is Kyler. I was reading the thing, NFL bandwagons to hop on. They said, hop on the Arizona Cardinals bandwagon. But when they say, the biggest question with the burgeoning bandwagon is Kyler Murray a true franchise quarterback? It's all about everybody.
It's always going to be about
They don't
Kyler.
know. People don't know. Is Kyler Murray a true franchise quarterback? People don't know.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, as we mentioned, Ohio State players galore on the Arizona Cardinals roster, and one of them will be joining us next. Honestly, maybe my favorite player from this draft class, linebacker Cody Simon from the 4th round, is going to join us next. So stay with us here on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Who makes the bigger impact as a rookie, Walter Nolan or Will Johnson? Can I put a little twist on it for the purposes of our conversation? Who do you want to make a bigger impact as a rookie? Walter Nolan is who I would prefer. Step in, be just a disruptive force in the interior of the defensive line.
I'm really proud of you. Really proud of you. You went with the 3 technique. Of course. What is the most destructive force in the game of football? What is it?
It's a good 3 technique.
It is a great 3 technique.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about JLC Roofing. And at JLC Roofing, it's all about making sure you get the right roof for the right price. If you are looking for a new roof, they will save you $1,500 being a listener of this program. Now, A-plus rated, Better Business Bureau, licensed, bonded, insured, thousands of new roofs installed, residential and commercial services. Affordable financing available. You could finance your new roof. A lot of you homeowners right now, you need a new roof. You know you need a new roof. You try to put it off. You always try to put it off. Well, what if we could save you $1,500 right now on a new roof and get you financing available? Really good financing. Take advantage of it with JLC Roofing, a roofer-owned roofing company that's been here for 3 generations of family. They're ready to help you right now, and they do commercial too. Government, hospitals, banks, schools, warehouses, office buildings, you name it. So whether it's a private home or a commercial building, call JLC Roofing. Call them at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING, or go to jlcroof.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
This is Jill Schlesinger. May is Military Appreciation Month, and I know how much I appreciate the military. I married into a military family. I hear from so many members of the military, and Navy Federal Credit Union wants us to celebrate those who go above and beyond for us every day. If you're active duty, a veteran, or part of a military family, you're eligible to join. At Navy Federal Credit Union, the members are the mission. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius.
Mm-hmm.
He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are finally playing an NL West team tonight for the first time this season. They host the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is in about 3 hours at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. After a rough start last weekend in Philadelphia, Brandon Pfaadt will try to bounce back tonight for the Snakes. And make sure to stay tuned to Burns and Gambo as Arizona Cardinals rookie linebacker Cody Simon joins the show next. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. Presidential Pools is Arizona's #1 pool builder by volume in Arizona, and with summer around the corner, you could be swimming in 60 days or less and add major value to your home. PresidentialPools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The dreaded Dodgers are in town. We'll get you updated on the Diamondbacks' latest opponent starting tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
It's a Thursday edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Several members of the Arizona Cardinals draft class being introduced to the media today. And joining us right now on the Burns and Gambo Show, the linebacker out of Ohio State, the 4th-round pick, number 115 overall, Cody Simon, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Cody, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. It's great to be here.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Cody. I do have bad news for you. You're not going to be able to wear number 0. They're giving it to that Michigan guy.
Yeah, I've heard, but it's all good. We're all teammates now, so
yeah,
he'll wear it well.
I mean, I saw how that's really impressive. I was reading up a little bit on the block 0 and the history of it, and you were the 5th guy to get that. I mean, how prestigious is it? How important was that to you to get that number 0?
Yeah, I think it's one of the biggest honors in the program, and I try to hold that standard pretty high, and it really just resembles just the entire culture of the team and the organization of Ohio State, just to fight and the tough love and everything you want the symbol of Ohio State to represent. And so I was honored by my team with that before the season last year. So it was a great honor.
Yeah, how did they do it? Like do you know what's coming? Did they just surprise you with it in front of everybody? How did they give you the block 0 number?
Well, so the players vote on captains, and then the coaches will vote on the who they think who deserves the block O. And so after our last camp practice, the Coach Day presented to me after practice, and it was like in front of the whole team. But it was a great honor. It was it was emotional, but I really it was a big goal for me, and I wanted to wear it and to be the person to be a leader on that team. And it was a great honor for me. Cody
Simon is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. And do not forget, the NFL regular season schedule going to be released next Wednesday, May 14th. Cardinals season game, single game tickets will be available that same day. Sign up now at azcardinals.com/ticks to be notified as soon as tickets go on sale. Tell me about the role that you think you played on that Ohio State team after the loss to Michigan, because in the moments after your draft, I know some of the analysts, I think on ESPN, were talking about the role you played in keeping that team together. From your perspective, what role did you play?
Yeah, I mean, always being the visual and vocal leader of a team is important, especially as a linebacker. I felt like that was an opportunity for me and the other leaders on the defense to really step up and be a symbol of how you can keep pushing forward. And I mean, it was a tough day. It was a tough, probably a couple weeks for us, but we were able to turn it around, and it was really just about the to never give up attitude. Just always keep fighting, keep putting a foot ahead of the other one, and it ended up working out in the end, and we just kept fighting.
When you look back at those crazy times, those crazy couple of weeks before the playoffs start, do you kind of shake your head in amazement that you guys went from where you were to where you finished in just the span of about a month and a half when it was all said and done?
Yeah, I mean, the tough part is you know what your team is capable of, and we knew we were better than what we put on the field that day, and I knew we were capable of winning it all, and our whole team had that confidence. So for us to come back and put it all together at the end of the season was just kind of a testament of what we knew what we could do this whole entire time, and we just had to go and do it. And not everything works out the way you want it, but in the end we were able to put it all together, and I think we really had a great end to that season.
All right, how many Buckeyes did you end up with on your helmet?
Shoot, I don't have a count, but I ended up filling the whole helmet. So
you filled the whole helmet?
Yeah.
No way! The whole helmet?
Man, you play a lot of games, play 16 games,
yeah.
So you get a lot of chances.
Yeah,
so.
you get them for big plays, right, and consistency. Who gives you the Buckeye?
That's something we still don't really know, but it's something Coach Day has the master plan, I guess, who gives them out, and it's just making plays and making big time impact on the game.
Is it like a present under the Christmas tree? You just walk into your locker one day and there's a Buckeye sitting there for your helmet?
No, I wish it was. I mean, we announce it after our Tuesday practices, and if someone had a huge game, they might get like 13 or 12 or 13 Buckeye leaves. So you always wish your name gets that many Buckeye leaves, and some guys in the Cardinals now have gotten their name called with that many. So it's definitely a great honor.
Right. So is there like a limit on how many you could get for one game?
I don't know. I know that. We've had a couple amazing games, and they've gotten I think maybe 14 or 15. So it's probably around that 15 range.
I know Woody Hayes started that tradition. The late, great Woody Hayes started it. And it's a great tradition. You walk out there and you got all those Buckeyes on your helmet. That looks pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it's the most beautiful helmet in college football, so without a doubt.
Yeah. Cody Simon is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. You mentioned it just a second ago, how on the day of the draft, how comforting was it to know that you were going to a place that had so many guys that were Buckeyes? Or are there just so many Buckeyes in the NFL that you could have gone anywhere and been able to say that?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both, but I mean, especially the guys I'm with now. I mean, those are some of the best players I've ever played against and played with, and it's just a great honor, and I'm just so excited to go out here on the field with these guys and really play my best.
Were you friends with them? How well did you get to know them during your time there? Whether it's Paris or MHJ, obviously Denzel Burke, and how many of these guys did you know when you were there?
Yeah, so, I mean, me and Paris were roommates in the All-American game back in high school, and so we got to know each other pretty well then. And then I played Marv, I think, twice in high school, maybe just once, but he's in Philly, I'm in Jersey, so I've had plenty of run-ins with these guys, and, and especially in college, I mean, we compete every day, and so there's a whole bunch of just, good on good and just playing good ball together. So I'm used to these guys a lot, and I'm ready to go to work.
Our colleague here at the radio station, Ron Wolfley, calls transitioning to a Mike linebacker position from college to the pros as one of the toughest transitions that you could make. How much of a dive or a deep dive have you already taken into the playbook and learning your role with the Cardinals?
Yeah, I've taken a good look, and I've been going over with Coach Garcia right now, and he's been super helpful, and I'm just ready to be a sponge and ready to learn as much as possible right now, and my job is to push everyone else in the room and to be the best player possible. So if you don't see the young guys going as hard as they can, you have a wrong room there. So I'm just excited to get in there and just start working and do my best.
Do you feel like you can come out and compete for starting reps right away in your rookie year?
I mean, I always believe that. I always believe that in my ability, and I think obviously rookies have to go their path, but there's never. They don't take you if they don't think you can contribute now. And, my biggest goal is to contribute as early as possible and help the team the best I can.
Yeah, I like guys who, persevere, stay in college, don't transfer out all the time. Like you had to battle some really good players, Werner and Eichenberg, for playing time. You had to work your way up from being a top recruit to being a star linebacker over there at Ohio State. So tell me about that. Like, what did that make you tougher? Did that help you at all going through that process of having to earn that playing time?
100% did. I mean, our culture is built around the word fight. And so, every day you're coming in and fighting. So even if you're not in the spot you want to be, like it helped me to put one foot in front of the other every single day, keep being a better version of myself. And I've blessed to have been around so many good linebackers at Ohio State, and like you said, Pete and Tommy. But those guys have had direct impact on my success, and just learning as much as I can. And I was always preparing like I was the number one guy no matter what. And so when it got to that chance, I didn't really blink or anything. So I was just ready to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna say part of this may come from your dad, because we talk to a lot of guys whose their fathers played, or they played baseball, or they played football, or they played soccer. Your dad played freaking rugby.
Yeah,
rugby.
Yeah, he's hard-nosed.
That's hard-nosed right there. Like, I would imagine that a lot of that rubbed off on you.
Yeah, no, I've always wanted to learn about rugby. I never actually played it, but he's told me he's broken his nose a couple times, and he's been doing a lot of crazy stuff. So I've got some good genes from that.
Yeah, you think this football thing is tough? You go watch a rugby match.
Yeah, nothing like it.
Nothing like it. You're right.
Mac Wilson Sr. announced your draft choice on draft day, and then later tweeted out, "I got my rook." Have you already heard from him? Is he already taking you under his wing?
Yeah, he's reached out multiple times already. He's an excellent player, and I'm excited to learn from him and to really get to be developed here. And he's one of the best players I've watched when I was in high school too. So when he was at Alabama, so I'm just excited to be around him and really learn as much as I can.
Your former defensive coordinator called you the future president of the United States. You got any political aspirations you want to announce here on the show?
That's impressive right there.
You got anything you want to tell us?
No doors are closed right now, but right now I'm gonna focus on football, and that'll be my main thing.
Yeah,
fair enough.
I heard that Stephen A. Smith guy thinks he might run for president. So you just never know these days.
You never know. Again, don't forget the NFL regular season schedule coming out next Wednesday, May 14th. Cardinals single game tickets will be available that same day. Sign up now at azcardinals.com/ticks to be notified as soon as tickets go on sale. Cody, it was a pleasure. We appreciate the time. I'm sure we'll catch up during training camp, man. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you guys for having me.
Thanks, Cody.
That's Cody Simon, Cardinals linebacker, our guest here on Burns and Gambo. Diamondbacks and the Dodgers coming up tonight. Who's hot? Who is not? Who needs to get hot heading into this 4-game series against L.A.? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here for Berg Simpson. When you need it, you want the very best team to represent you. And I know there are a lot of choices out there when it comes to attorneys who can represent you when you get into a car accident. I see the billboards driving home every single day. Choice after choice, law firm after law firm, lawyer after lawyer. What sets Berg Simpson apart from the rest? What makes them different? Listed as one of America's most influential law firms by the National Trial Lawyers. Individually, their attorneys rank as some of the best in the country. Super lawyers, some of the best lawyers. The publications that rank attorneys frequently cite Berg Simpson's attorneys as being some of the best. They're nationally recognized. They have the resources. They have the reputation. They are always preparing for trial. The minute they take your case, they're not thinking about settlement. They're thinking about trial. They pride themselves on being some of the best trial attorneys in America. They are just different. You'll do your homework. You'll find it out very quickly. If you're ever in need, let the best team represent you. 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Purchase a special event ticket pack for Women's Night on Friday, May 30th to receive an exclusive Dbacks cap with your game ticket. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com/women.
Dan Bickley with My Guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, why should our listeners shop at Waltz?
Well, Dan, we're all about making it easy. No membership fees, no loyalty points. You get the best price every time. If you find a better price somewhere else, we'll match it and give you 30 days of price protection.
That's pretty sweet. No risk, just great deals. And don't forget, folks, drop my name. You'll get a 3-year warranty for free or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See team for full details and disclaimers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Northern Arizona University offers affordable, accessible education, guided by dedicated faculty and a welcoming, thriving community. Make your mark. That's NAU. Learn more and apply today at nau.edu/join.
We got some really groovy tunes coming through for you and your lady on Burns and Gambo's Spot Rock.
1-2. Swing and a foul tip struck him out. A 1-2-3 inning for Fott. It took all of 6 pitches.
Private Eyes, Hall & Oates. Private Eyes. Not a bad song.
Hall & Oates a very yacht rocky.
Very yacht rock.
Very yacht rocky. Yeah. I was listening to my Yacht Rock channel when I was driving home the other day, and I continue to be amazed at how that is the music of my childhood growing up as a kid in the 70s.
And watching you?
My parents... I mean, you don't in the 70s. You don't choose the Yacht Rock channel. You've got 5 radio stations in the city that you live in.
Right.
But the one my parents listened to, that's what they play. Every song is like, man, it's like I'm in the backseat of my dad's car and I'm 6.
With the 8-track? Your dad had the 8-tracks?
My dad had the 8-track.
The 8-tracks?
Yeah, my dad had the 8-track.
And the buttons that you had to push?
Yeah. And
in our day, we'd get a car and then we'd go out and we'd buy a stereo with speakers. We had to add a stereo and speakers to the car because the one in the car wasn't good enough.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It was never good. I need a kick-ass...
Oh, of course.
Yeah, I need a kick-ass...
sound system with an amplifier.
Yeah, exactly.
Brandon Fott got rocked his last time out. So
he did. I'm going to blame it on the rain. I don't think that's on Yacht Rock.
Is Milli Vanilli on the Yacht Rock station? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I'm going to blame it on the rain.
Did they sing
Couldn't
it, or
get
did
a good
somebody
grip
sing
of
it
it
for them? Yeah, he didn't want to blame it on the rain, but he kind of did. He said, I just had a hard time. I think it was his slider that he said he couldn't throw very well because he didn't feel like he had a very good grip.
I buy that. I'm going to buy that.
He's been great all year. It sets up every single one of these pitching matchups, despite other than the one we don't know because the Dodgers haven't named one of their starters, is really, really interesting. And I'm kind of glad that you took us down that road because tonight is our first look this year at Yamamoto. He's been great. He's probably the front runner for the Cy Young Award in the National League right now. Right. He's been fantastic. You counter that with Fott coming off his worst start of the year, but other than that, he's been really good this season. How does that matchup work? Eduardo Rodriguez, Roki Sasaki tomorrow. Okay, our first look at Roki Sasaki.
Sasaki, yep.
We were talking about maybe coming to the Diamondbacks for at least a minute or two during the offseason. We had that conversation. Versus Rodriguez, who I agree with you, has pitched better than his numbers would say this year. I think he's actually looked pretty good for the most part this season.
Yeah, he gets a lot of strikeouts. I hate that, he left the last game with 2 guys on, and the next guy came up, hit a 3-run homer after he was out of the game, and those runs get charged to him, but I thought he pitched well. I don't look at Rodriguez and feel like he's pitching badly at all. I mean, I think he just still stays in the rotation. But again, I think that Kelly and Gallen and Burns have been better. I think Fott's been better. I think right now Erod's probably the least of those guys. But again, I don't think he's pitched poorly.
Burns on Saturday, as long as everything went according to plan, and it sounds like yesterday everything did with the bullpen that he was going to throw. And then Zach Gallen on Sunday in the finale of the series. And I saw another story today suggesting that Jose Herrera should basically be his catcher for the rest of his life.
It's not like Gabby Moreno's hitting 300 and hitting a bunch of home runs and stuff. I mean, Gabby Moreno's offense has been terrible. Herrera's offense has been basically similar to that of Gabby Moreno. So you've got, they're both good defensive catchers. So I don't think that that's an issue. But if that's what's working, and listen, the only thing I would tell Gallen is that the Dodgers used to play in New York. So if that helps them, it's true. They used to play in Brooklyn.
Well,
so
I think his numbers against New York teams this year have been fantastic.
He's got a 0.90 ERA, I think, in the 3 games against the New York teams.
But so too have the starts been in which Zach Gallen has been caught by Jose Herrera, a 1.89 ERA when Herrera catches him. And I think it was Michael McDermott over at SI who did the story looking at last year too. In 2024. Herrera caught 10 of Gallen's 28 starts, 2.82 ERA. Opposing batters hit 220 off of him. The OPS against was better than it was with Tucker Barnhart, better than it was with Gabriel Moreno. The Diamondbacks this year in games that, not that he's the only reason why, but in games in which Jose Herrera has been the starting catcher, the Diamondbacks are 10-3 so far this season when he's the catcher for them. I mean, at some point.
That's incredible.
If Gabby doesn't start hitting,
no, it's not worth it.
Yeah, it's not.
Gabby's got to hit. Gabby's a good defensive catcher. He's got a great arm. But if you're going to hit the same, if you and Herrera are going to hit the same, and there's something about pitching to Herrera. These guys like pitching to Herrera.
10-3 record when he starts behind the plate this year. The Arizona Diamondbacks.
Okay, I didn't even know that. That's incredible.
It is. It's the kind of number.
So what's the record with Moreno? Does it say?
Well, you just do the math because nobody else has started a catcher, right? The Diamondbacks are 19-18 on the season, right? So
9-15?
9-15?
9-15 with Gabby Moreno.
Okay.
And 10-3 with Herrera.
It's not, correlation, doesn't mean that's the only reason why, but it is.
I don't know. I mean, there could be something to it.
And certainly I think that if nothing else, Sunday being the day game after a night game, Herrera is probably going to play anyway. But for now, if I'm Torrey, I'm running Jose Herrera out there every single time that Zach Gallen pitches. And until Gabby Moreno starts hitting the way he's capable of, I'm starting Jose Herrera more.
Do you think Gallen asked for Herrera?
I don't know Zach well enough to know whether he's the type to go in and do it. I would if I were him.
I'm on a contract a year. I'm trying to pitch my best for even if it's a mental thing.
Yeah, if I were,
I pitch better. Sure. I want this guy to be my catcher.
And I think Zach Gallen has the kind of juice to get that.
I bet you that happens.
I bet Zach Gallen he should have the kind of juice to be able to walk into the manager's office and not throw a bunch of stuff around and make demands, but say, hey, look, Skip, you see the numbers, I see the numbers. I want Jose Herrera to catch me. Okay, yeah, you're Zach Gallen.
Because the other day, it was like 30 minutes or an hour before the game, they made the change.
Yeah, no doubt.
Moreno Herrera.
If we're talking about who's hot and who's not going into this series, Corbin Carroll is hot. He kind of went through a little down stretch there for about 8-10 games. He had a really, really good series against the Mets. It was good to see him drawing walks again. He's got 11 home runs on the season. I think there's only 4 guys in baseball who have as many or more as he does.
There was a story the other day we talked about, and was talking about the MVP race in the AL and the NL. And granted, it's way, way early. Corbin Carroll is a top 5 guy in the MLB, in the National League MVP voting. They had him as a top 5 guys. His projections right now are incredible. 48 homers, 123 RBIs. That's his projections. 48 home runs. Now, I don't know. That ball he hit the center field. I can't say the guy's got incredible power. He hit a ball out in center field at Chase Field, which is very difficult to do. So the power's been there. Batting average is back up again, almost up to 300. He went down a little bit, but now it's back to almost 300. He's just having a great year. He's having an MVP type of year.
It's good to see Lourdes Gurriel Jr. He's one of the streakiest guys on the team. He would appear to be trending up since April 30th. He's hitting like 354 with 4 doubles and 2 home runs. The guy to kind of keep an eye on a little bit is Pavin Smith. He's 2 for his last 31, and he struck out 14 times during that stretch. He's walked a bunch, which is okay. You can at least live with that a little bit.
Yeah, that's the first 2 weeks of the season are over. When he was hitting 390.
Now, that doesn't make the decision wrong. That doesn't mean that the Diamondbacks got it wrong. It just means that there's been a little bit of a market correction for Pavin Smith. And we should have expected it. Did we really think Pavin Smith was going to hit 380 this season? No, we didn't. But he's cooled off, and it would benefit them greatly if he warmed back up. I think the other thing too with Pavin, and I wonder about this, the Diamondbacks have faced a lot of lefties the last couple of weeks. He doesn't play for most of those games, and I wonder if the lack of playing time has cooled him off a little bit, because he was getting fairly regular at-bats for most of the season up until about the last 2 weeks when it was a lefty city that they were. I wonder if that's affected him. We've seen a lot of Randall Grichuk lately because of all the lefties.
Yeah, it's true. It is true. And Grichuk has not. He's been a guy that's really struggled too. So their DHs lately from both the left and the right side have struggled quite a bit.
And from the Dodgers standpoint, obviously Yamamoto, he's white hot right now with how well he's pitching. Freddie Freeman, just don't. I'm just gonna leave it. Just don't. In his career against the Diamondbacks, he's hitting 340 with 26 home runs. In his career at Chase Field, he's hitting 370 with 16 home runs. Just don't. That's the key to the game.
Just don't. I mean, right now, unless I find something better, that's going to be hard to beat.
Just don't.
Just intentionally walk him every time he's at the plate. By the way, Jordan Lawler 0 for 5 last night with 3 strikeouts in the Reno Aces game.
You said you were looking at Reno stats.
Jake McCarthy had 3 hits, but Lawler went 0 for 5. Batting average down to 341 now.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, wait, it's time to talk about the new Pope, who might actually be a White Sox fan, by the way. Did you see that? His brother said he's not a Cubs fan. He's a White Sox fan.
He's a White Sox fan?
That's what his brother is saying. His brother is denying anybody who says he's a Cubs fan doesn't know him. He's a White Sox fan.
Wow.
The whole city of Chicago is brokenhearted. The new Pope doesn't like the Cubs. He prefers the White Sox. That's fantastic. The reset is next here on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
Watching these last 2 Knicks victories, I have felt very, very emotional watching Mikal Bridges come back and be this influential. It's going deep with me, and I'm sure it's going deep with a lot of Suns fans, and I'm in a good way. It's making me feel really good to see him doing this again.
I'm happy for him because over the course of his stay in Phoenix, you become a fan of the player. You become a fan of the person. You become a fan of the way that he conducted himself. He didn't want to leave.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Asset preservation, wealth, and tax. Stuart Willis, a fiduciary, 5 locations right here in Arizona. This is where they're based. This is where they started. And they do a tremendous job with many, many people right here in the Valley, helping them with their financial needs, financial planning, retirement planning, estate planning, making sure you get there. I bet there's a finish line for all of us. There's a finish line. We want to get to a certain place, and we want to be able to retire with dignity. We want to be able to retire on our terms and then enjoy life. You know, you work so hard, and all of a sudden you're in your 60s and you're retiring. Like, okay, I want to start doing some things now that I want to do. And that's where asset preservation comes in. The sooner you start with them, the better off you'll be, because the sooner you start investing, the sooner you can start working towards your plan. Now, a lot of you're investing already. What they're going to do is they're going to take a free look for you. You'll get a free portfolio review with asset preservation, wealth, and tax. They can make a lot of recommendations for you. If you decide to work with them, great. If you decide not to work with them, great. It's fine. At least you'll get some really good advice from one of the leaders in the industry, a true fiduciary in Stuart Willis and asset preservation, wealth, and tax. Call them at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Chargers sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
What's it like to study at Northern Arizona University? Good question. The smell of pine trees and crunch of fresh snow? That's NAU, all right. An affordable, quality education guided by seriously dedicated faculty? That's NAU, too. An inspiring, welcoming community that turns goals into impact? That's definitely NAU. When you get your degree as a lumberjack, your passion becomes action, and that's NAU. Learn more and apply today at nau.edu/join.
Making an Impact, sponsored by Granger. Gen Space is an LA-based senior center unlike any other. 85-year-old founder Wallace Annenberg knew how much it was needed.
I was going to do something that specialized, certainly, in an older generation that would be interested in coming together like this.
For the ones who get it done, Granger offers professional-grade supplies and solutions, made for every industry and backed by product experts. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. That's right now through May 14th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Betting. Brooklyn Betting has 12 Basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Betting.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are finally playing an NL West team tonight for the first time this season. They host the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. After a rough start last weekend in Philadelphia, Brandon Pfaadt will try to bounce back tonight for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Thursday afternoon, 4 o'clock. Here is Lauren with the top stories of the day. Stuff we've talked about, stuff we haven't. It's all wrapped into one 4 o'clock reset. Take it away, Lauren. What you got?
Well, the top story for me is that the Pope's a Bears fan. But besides that...
And a White Sox fan?
Well, his brother says he's a White Sox fan.
Does that hurt your heart a little bit?
No.
Okay.
I have no beef against the White Sox.
No beef? Okay.
No beef.
No? Okay. Fair.
No.
Well, they only have like 50 or 60 fans anyway, so like.
Yeah, they need everybody.
They
that
need
they can.
all the help.
I think there are more people that actually live inside of Vatican City than there are White Sox fans in the world.
It's possible. It's possible. It's nice to see them getting a little bump from this. The Cubs get all the attention.
As they should.
This could be a big lift for the White Sox. If I'm the White Sox, I'm playing that up. Hey, the new Pope, fan of the White Sox.
Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah, lean into it.
I'm leaning into that if I'm the White Sox.
Yeah.
I'm going to go look at the White Sox page right now to see if they've even posted anything.
They put up a banner on the billboard in center field.
Oh, did they?
Congratulating him.
Yeah.
Did they?
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. American-born Pope. Very cool.
Very exciting. All right, now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's move on to the NBA Finals because the Denver Nuggets lost 149-106 to the Thunder last night. Conveniently, Mitch has not showed up to work today.
Boy, that is his absence is glaringly obvious today. Clearly, whatever ailment that he's called in is fake.
87 points in the first half.
Yeah, and look, I know, like, they won game one, Denver did, and hey, this is going to be a closer series. I wonder if that game one awoke the monster that is Oklahoma City, and if they're just going to do this to Denver in every single game. Was it just, Gerald Bourguet made this point on Twitter last night, was it just a game two thing? Or is this a series thing that Oklahoma City's going to do to Denver? Because that was a whooping, man. Just a whooping.
Can I give it an NBA Finals that reminds me of?
Sure.
Allen Iverson, Philadelphia 76ers, won game one
and then
against
just
the Lakers.
Got flattened the rest of the time.
Flattened.
Right? Flattened.
They won game one. Oh, AI and the Sixers. They're going to win it.
Yeah. Part of me was thinking exactly the same thing last night that you just said and Gerald tweeted that I got. That game one was cute. Oh, okay. We see what you did there. Now we're going to pound you into the ground. I don't know. We'll see.
To that point, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander scored 34 points in 3 quarters. Didn't even play the fourth quarter.
Didn't need to. Why
no
bother?
need. And tonight in the NBA playoffs, the Warriors take on the Timberwolves at 5:30. The Warriors have the 1-0 series lead, but they will be without Steph Curry, and he came out today to say that he will be out at least through Game 4 of the series.
Through Game 4. Okay.
Yeah. So the best of So he's not going to play in either of the games in Golden State. That means the earliest he could play would be Game 5.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it 2-1-1-1?
It is 2-3-2, I think, in this round. I think, and then I think they go to 2-2-1-1-1.
So I'll have to look that up. But either way, Minnesota, you got to win this one. This is a great opportunity. You should be able to win all the games that Steph Curry doesn't play in.
We spent a whole segment talking about New York, so obviously we know the Knicks beat Boston. I will say this, going back to OKC for a second, that was the first game this round where the home team won. This round has been really good basketball and really good television, to be honest with you. Like, the drama in this second round of the playoffs has been fantastic. I hope they keep it up tonight because it's been really watchable stuff.
Like I said yesterday, I would have bet the house that Boston was going to beat New York yesterday.
Instead, New York is a 2-0 series
2-0
lead.
series lead.
Glad you didn't.
After playing in Boston, too. Oof. All right. And Cardinals rookie Will Johnson, he joined Wolf and Luke earlier today, and he discussed facing off against, his new teammate, Marvin Harrison Jr. in college.
Yeah, I mean, he's the best receiver I've faced in college, so, I mean, he's a great player. I'm excited to go against him every day in practice, build that relationship and get better. I mean, it's only going to be, I feel like I'm one of the guys that challenge him the most, if not the guy. So, I'm ready to go out and get better with him every day and continue to challenge each other.
Go get him, Will.
Make him pay.
Yeah.
Make him pay, Will.
Go get him. Go get him, Will. Yeah.
I would hold his side up at every game. Make him pay, Will.
At his press conference today, he did make a joke as the Michigan guy joining a team that has all the Ohio State players.
Oh, he did?
Oh, yeah. He made just like, man, what happened here? But
I would be like,
and he's the one wearing 0.
I would be like, every team that passed on him, I would just hold up a sign when they're playing in that game. Seattle passed on you. Rams passed on you. 49ers passed on you.
We had Cody Simon on earlier, and you're like, man, someone's wearing your number 0, and it's the Michigan guy.
Right.
How dare he? Right?
How dare he?
Almost like he knew what he was doing. Like, well, if I'm going to be in a team with a bunch of Ohio State dudes, I'm going to at least take a number 0. Just to make sure you guys can't have it, you Ohio State guys.
Yeah, know that the Michigan guy can still have it here. And Brock Purdy's rumored contract details have come out in negotiations. It's
$50 million?
upward of
No
$50
way.
million. That would put him on the quarterback pay chart per year right below Jalen Hurts and right above Kyler Murray for yearly value.
Something's got to give here, man. The quarterback salaries compared to the salary cap, it doesn't mesh. Like, I thought that honestly, like, Purdy's a good quarterback. I thought he'd come in at a very, like, a reasonable rate. Like, they wouldn't say, look, we're going to pay you among the top 7, 8 quarterbacks in the league. But you're talking about they're going to pay him more than $50 million a year?
Yes.
Yeah, I tend to look at it like everything he's done on a football field. I mean, just forget that he was a 7th rounder. Everything he's done on a football field demands that he be paid like one of the best at the position. He's been one of the best at the position. You know,
it's just how sustainable are these quarterback salaries, though?
Oh, well, that's
like how sustainable is this?
Yeah, that's a different question. They're not. They're not. But what choice do you have? What choice do you have if you're the Arizona Cardinals? You had to pay Kyler Murray. What choice do you have if you're San Francisco? Yeah, I mean, unless you are so confident in your ability to go find a Brock Purdy every 4 years and just dispose of the guy you've got, I mean, that takes some courage to do that if you're a front office executive, right? Because you got a guy that you feel comfortable with.
Right.
That's the going rate for quarterbacks in this league. Pay it. You just pay it. You hope you got it right.
Again, like I said, I just don't. I think that the amount that these quarterback salaries are increasing by compared to everything else, I think at some point there's a breaking point. I just don't know how much longer they can continue to pay this.
Yeah.
We just haven't reached that breaking point yet. And announced earlier this week, but we haven't yet discussed it, is that Washington, D.C. gets the 2027 NFL Draft. It will take place on the National Mall.
Are we ever going to get it? We probably will at some point, right?
I don't know. But I'll tell you, I'll tune in for that 2027 draft. I'll listen to you guys. I won't be here.
You won't be here?
Nope.
No, you'll be long. 2027 NFL drafts?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll miss you.
Thank you.
We'll miss
Do a good
you.
job.
We'll shout you out on the draft show.
Absolutely. Hey, checking in live from
I'm actually
Lake
gonna
Como.
I'm actually call in.
I'm gonna call in and be like, hey, this is who the Cardinals are taking. And Burns is gonna be like, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy.
But that's not retired. You might as well be on the payroll if you're going to do that.
No, if I screen that phone call, I'm going to be like, are you being paid?
Yeah.
Are you sure you want to be
why are
working?
you working for free? I mean, you charge for that. What are you doing?
I totally might do that. I might just like break a story and just call you guys from wherever I am.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I know.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Guys, it's Gamble. I know there's 3 minutes left. They're on the clock, but here's who they're going to take.
He's got to get that dopamine hit somehow, right? Like,
Yeah.
what's he going to do? Sit around on a rocking chair? Where else is he going to get that rush? That's why nobody believes you're going to retire. Where else are you going to get that dopamine hit that comes with breaking a story? You're talking about doing it when you've retired, for goodness sakes.
Just once to give to, you know.
I'll make a rejoin. It'll be to like Sister Golden Hair, and it'll be like Gambo calls in from da-da-da.
Yeah.
Yeah, oof. All right, and then in MLB news, the Dodgers are in town. They start a 4-game series against the Diamondbacks tonight. You can listen to that one right here. And Yamamoto, Brandon Pfaadt on the mound for the Dodgers and the Dbacks.
Got to deal with their annoying fans at the ballpark.
Well,
I'm going to the game tonight.
Good
and I'm going to
practice
tell
with-
all you guys, you're all annoying, you Dodger fans.
Good practice with the annoying Mets fans who were in the ballpark the last 3 days because they were plenty of. It was funny. There was.
You see the Knicks fans at the Garden,
Oh,
at
yeah.
the Boston
Oh,
Garden?
Yeah.
There was one lady, there was the most incredible video. This lady's like, get this guy out of here, get him out of here. And he's just taunting her. Knicks in 4, Knicks in 4. And his security lady's trying to get this guy, trying to get help to get this guy escorted out of the building. He wasn't doing anything wrong, he was just celebrating. But you could see she was losing her mind over it.
Reminds me of Suns in 4 guy back when Suns basketball was. My wife and I were watching the second game last night. She's like, I really miss the Suns being in the playoffs. This isn't as much fun. I'm like, yeah, no kidding, babe. I mean, this isn't as much fun. The Nuggets are losing by 55 points to the Thunder. This sucks. Yeah, I wish the Suns were in this.
Yeah, don't we all? And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Right, thanks, Lauren. We appreciate that. When we come back, Kevin Durant's blockbusters. Oh, yeah, it's speculation season. It's underway. One involving Kevin Durant in particular caught our eye. Is there any way this one could be reality? That's coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Dbacks Mets.
Here comes the 0-2. Reached for, and a one-hopper to second, collected by Acuna. His throw to first in time. The ball game is over. The Mets take the finale. They take the series, taking 2 of 3. Your final score is 7-1.
The D-backs begin a 4-game homestand versus the Dodgers. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union locations all across the valley. Never a better time to become a member right now, because the key word there is membership. When you belong to Global Credit Union, you are a member of Global Credit Union. And as such, you have access to benefits that when it comes to banking, banks don't give them to you. You know, they're benefits that you won't find at a traditional bank, but you will find all over the place at Global Credit Union. Benefits like, you know, a commitment to reducing fees. Let's start there. Everything these days has a fee attached to it, but at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees. No fee checking, no fee savings accounts, no fees for accidentally going over your account balance. You'll always talk to a live person about your money, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's all part of the benefits of membership at Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit is required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Hi, I'm Carol Rice with your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many homeowners move out of necessity, which is why I developed my Guaranteed Multiple Cash Offer program, giving you up to 6 of the best offers, including at least one at 100% of market value, or I'll pay the difference. A fast sale doesn't have to mean settling for one lowball offer. To get multiple offers, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
In baseball, having the right game plan is key to winning. The same applies to your finances. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth. When it comes to managing money, you need a strong team. And that's why we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Thanks, Jeff. Success demands a smart strategy and a strong support team. With Trajan Wealth, I have both. They created a personalized plan that helps me grow and protect my wealth, direct my investments, and ensure my retirement is well planned, so I can focus on winning games.
That's right, Tori. We build personal strategies to help secure your financial future, so you can enjoy life today without worrying about tomorrow.
And that's why I trust Trajan. If you want a financial team as committed as mine, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time, exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by YRefi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. James Jones departs as Top Suns executive with a complicated legacy, writes Dan Bickley. Diamondbacks finally begin NL West slate with their first crack at the Dodgers. And PFF's Trevor Sikkema pinpoints the Cardinals' biggest remaining roster hole. Those are your top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by YRefi.
All right, thanks, Kev. We appreciate that as we welcome you back to Burns and Gambo here on this Thursday. The Phoenix Suns in the throes of the offseason. Up next, obviously, is a new head coach. Figure out who that's going to be sometime. You said yesterday you believe that most of the initial work was probably just about done by now in terms of that first wave of interviews.
Started on last Friday. So they've basically gone almost a full week now with the first wave of Zoom calls. And I think what's going to happen is they'll narrow that down in half. They'll tell half of those guys, okay, we're not going to go further. And I think the other half, they'll start going with in-person meetings. In person, let's get together, let's sit down, let's break some bread, and let's talk shop here. And that's how I think it'll go. And then from there, I think they get to like a group of finalists, and they try to narrow it. Then everybody will be involved in making that decision.
The next order of business after the coach probably won't take place for a while, and that's going to be the Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal resolution.
Right.
What happens with that? Nothing's going to happen with that until after the playoffs are done, and we're not even halfway through the second round. So sit back. We've got a while, and we've got plenty of time to speculate and wonder about deals and what deals might look like. There was a story today on, where'd you get this, MSN.com, I believe? Yes, it was MSN.com.
8 blockbuster trades.
8, and initially it came from Fadeaway World. 8 blockbuster trade that could happen in the 2025 offseason. I'm just going to tell you right now, if this trade happens, the Phoenix Suns should run to the nearest phone to call it into the commissioner.
It's a great trade. It's a great trade.
It's too good to believe.
It's too good to believe.
It's too good.
It's too much that they're getting back.
Houston gets KD. The Suns get Jalen Green, Jabari Smith, Cameron Whitmore, their pick back in 27, their pick back in 29. No way. I mean, it's just dreaming is free, brother. Dreaming is free. You're not getting that.
So I think you're not going to get 2 first-round picks back. I don't think they have to give that to you, so I don't think they won't. So I think you take out one of the picks. I do think you can get one of them back. I think you can get 27 or 29. So I do think you can get one. I've always said that Jalen Green and Jabari Smith would have to be part of the package because Jalen Green makes the money work, and then Jabari Smith is a good player. You're going to want somebody good. Now, the third player, if there is a third player, and I think there would have to be, you look at Houston's roster, and they didn't play Whitmore a whole lot. They didn't play Reed Shepherd a whole lot. Those were, good draft picks by then. Would they be willing to give one of them up? Their nucleus and their core is going to stay intact. They're not getting rid of Thompson and not getting rid of Şengün. I think that they're going to find a way to keep Van Vliet. He's a good leader for them. So I think a lot of the core players will be back for them. But I think Jabari Smith, and I like Jabari Smith, but I think Jabari Smith is a guy that you can get. And to me, that would be the big piece back if you're getting Jabari Smith. Jalen Green makes a lot of money, and I like Jalen Green a little bit. He's hit or miss. Fans will love him and hate him. But Jabari Smith is a good player, and he's young, and he can help you.
Yeah, and Jalen Green, obviously, I know the positional redundancy with him and Devin Booker. You could always flip Jabari Green or Jalen Smith somewhere else. You could always, take him and make this a 3-team deal or a 4-team deal and turn around and trade him somewhere else. I just don't. And I agree with you about the draft picks, by the way. They're not getting 2 of their 3 back. They'll get 1 of their 3 back. They're not getting 2 of their 3 back. I just don't know if Houston's that desperate.
That's the million-dollar question.
That trade to me looks, and again, I'm not a Rockets guy. I'm not a Rockets fan. I'm not a Rockets insider. What the hell do I know? But just from afar, I don't think the Rockets are so desperate to trade those 3 players and 2 draft picks for Kevin Durant. They're 1 year into this. They've just kind of started their journey with these young players, and while they'll have to commit, to something else at some point, I'm just not sure are they that desperate already after 1 year of this young core to do something like that? It feels.
How many times does a guy like Kevin Durant become available? Golden State got him, then the Nets got him, then I get it, but you do have the chance to get one of the greatest scorers that's ever played the game, still in his prime, even at his age. So that's why the Suns were like, let's just do it. Who knows if we'll ever get an opportunity to get somebody this good again?
I guess it just depends on how good you're looking for. Like a guy like Kevin Durant, very rare because Kevin Durant's a top 15 player in the history of the NBA. But a really good player in the NBA, they come available all the time. Maybe not Kevin Durant level, but Kevin Durant's getting old. And Kevin Durant, it started to show a little bit this year. It's going to continue to start to show more of his as his career goes on. I think star players in this league, they get moved all the time. They do. And so if you're Houston, you might be better off waiting for the next one to get moved. Or you might be better off, hey, if we're going to do this, let's go get Giannis instead. Let's go make that trade. And
well,
do that
it was
there.
Kendrick Perkins who made the argument that KD would be better for the Rockets than, in the short term than Giannis. KD's at $54 million. Green's at $33. Jabari's at $12. So that's $45. You need one more guy. That's where a Reed Shepherd comes in, or somebody gives you $10 more million to make the deal work. So like Green and Jabari alone do not get the deal done. So if you are the Rockets and you want them, you've got to kind of add somebody else. You got to
another player.
You do. I don't think it's going to be Eason, because I think Eason really proved himself. They're not going to want to trade him. Shepherd, he's better. He's better than Grayson Allen, I think, shooting wise, but he's got no toughness. Cam Whitmore, I don't know. I've heard a lot of things about how much he complains in the locker room. He turns the ball over a lot and stuff. But, maybe you could get him. So I do think you can make a deal with Houston work. I think the $1 million question, and you're right, is and I'm getting a lot of mixed signals about this. Does Houston want him?
Does Houston want him?
Because if Houston could just stay the course.
Yeah.
Stay the course with their young guys, develop their young guys, and use the draft picks to bring in somebody else if they lose someone.
Yeah, and that's
hey, we lost Fred VanVleet. Let's use our draft picks to go trade for a guy.
Right. I think in some ways, that's why the Knicks being up 2-0 in this series against Boston is the worst thing that could have happened to the Phoenix Suns. It takes some of their desperation to get KD out.
Yeah.
If they beat Boston, go to the Eastern Conference Finals, I'm not going to say you can completely scratch New York off the list, but I think you can kind of warm up the red pen and get ready to draw a line through their name and say that, hey, the Knicks aren't going to. The Knicks just beat Boston.
Because if the Cavs are out,
right, the Knicks might have a path to the NBA Finals for all we know.
Right.
Now you could look at it and say, hey, we're just a Kevin Durant away from winning a championship, or there could be, we're not going to mess with this. We got something that really works here.
Okay, but here's the thing: any Knick trade with the Suns would have been probably McHale, But the way McHale's playing right now, you understand how valuable he is. You understand. Everybody's understanding now in the playoffs how valuable Mikal Bridges is. He doesn't score a lot of points.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, we welcome her back to the Burns and Gambo Show, the co-host of MLB Network's Intentional Talk, Sierra Santos, lifetime Arizona Diamondbacks fan. She's going to join us in studio talking D-backs baseball here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Suns' new general manager, Brian Gregory.
My main focus right now is hiring the next head coach of the Phoenix Sun and hiring a great one. I'm not going to give a timetable because I want to make sure that we get this right. Finding that head coach that is aligned. Finding that head coach that has the attributes that are important to us.
We talk about a new horizon for the Suns today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. Memorial Month savings going on at Liberty GMC. Not Memorial Day savings, not Memorial Day weekend savings. Memorial Month savings all month long. Terrific deals going on at Liberty GMC, and that includes the best truck out there on the streets right now, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500, and it packs a wallop. It is powerful. It's filled with tech. It's built for any job. It's comfortable. It's stylish. It's a great people mover. It's a great stuff mover. And Memorial Month means some of the best savings of the year. $12,250 off or 5.9% financing for 84 months right now only at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Chargers sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing. ReadyServices.com.
Ready. Hey, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Do you have some back issues? If you do, you need to go to DISC. I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give him my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known that on a worldwide basis. Enjoy life again or get back to living. DISC website is www.sciatica.com or pick up the phone and give them a call at 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are finally playing an NL West team tonight for the first time this season. They host the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. After a rough start last weekend in Philadelphia, Brandon Pfaadt will try to bounce back tonight for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. If you have any water damage from the rain this week and want a free estimate, you can save 10% with America Roofing, Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com.
We got some really groovy tunes coming through for you and your lady on Burns and Gambo's Fat Rock.
1-2. Swing and a foul tip struck him out. That's a dozen strikeouts for Brandon Pfaadt. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Brandon Pfaadt struts off the mound with a 1-2-3, top of the 4th inning.
I know the song. I'm trying to think what it is, though.
I'm waiting for you to speak. I don't remember. I mean, I know the song, but I don't.
Give me a hint. It's a word, so I'm just trying to think of music right now.
You got a hint for him, Lauren? I don't remember the name of the group.
It's just a man.
Oh, it's just a man? It's just a man.
All right, give it to me. Who is it? Oh, Baker Street. Gary Rafferty. Gary Rafferty, Baker Street. I just needed to hear the voice. Once I heard the voice, I knew. I just needed to get past the instrumentals.
The
Baker Street, Gary Rafferty.
The big roaring saxophone right out of the gates. You just needed to
I just needed words. Yeah. I got to hear the voice. Once I hear the voice and I hear the words, I know who it is. Good song. Good song.
It's a good song. Very yacht rocky. And Brandon Pfaadt gets the start tonight. As the LA Dodgers are in town for the first of 4. MLB Network Sierra Santos scheduled to join us here in studio. I think she's going to come walking through that door any single minute now, and we'll talk about this series with her because not only is she throwing out the first pitch in tonight's game, she'll be doing intentional talk from Chase Field tomorrow. huge Diamondbacks fan.
Throwing out the first pitch?
It was her voice that was on the intro video for the new jerseys that they released.
It was.
I mean, like she is a huge. Remember, she joined us from the World Series.
Yeah, did she work here at the station?
I believe she was an intern here. We'll ask her that when I know she worked at Fox 10 for a number of years. And I think she actually started here as an intern many years ago.
Because somebody was asking me about that. Like, I don't remember. Like, if she was here, I don't remember her here.
Yeah,
but we've had a lot of interns over the years.
We have, and a lot of interns who've gone on to big successful things. So it wouldn't surprise me if she were.
Right, Jordan Rodriguez.
Absolutely, she's a star now. She was started here as well. So we'll have Sierra in studio, and we'll talk about this series, and we'll talk about the Diamondbacks, and we'll talk about, how it. Can any series be big on May 8th? I mean, the Diamondbacks have been hanging around the last couple of weeks, but certainly not playing their best baseball by any stretch of the imagination.
It's fair. Is it a big series in May? I mean, it's the first series you're having against division rival. It's the first series you're having against anybody in the division. You haven't played the Padres yet, the Rockies yet, or the Giants yet. Right now, you're treading water. You're just surviving, just trying to hang around 500. But as we know, with the extended playoffs, if you hang around 500 for most of the season, you're kind of in it. So the Diamondbacks are not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. They just haven't played good baseball. Yet. So hopefully they can put it all together in this Dodger series that starts tonight. 4-game series, and it starts tonight. Yamamoto tonight, Sasaki tomorrow. It'll be a good series.
Yeah, Corbin Burns presumably making his return on Saturday as well. Zach Gallen getting the start on Sunday in this series. And so it's a big one. And she is here in studio as we speak, our old friend. We haven't seen her in a long, long time. She's rocking the new jersey for the Diamondbacks as well from MLB Network and the host of Intentional Talk. They'll be doing the show live from Chase Field starting tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Sierra Santos joining us here in studio. How good to see you again.
Oh, my gosh. I haven't been in this studio in so long,
How
you guys.
long?
I don't know. I still know your coffee order.
I don't drink coffee.
I know, I'm kidding. I never got you coffee.
Okay, yeah. So you were like, we're just debating. You were here.
Yes. You guys don't remember. And it hurts my feelings.
What years were you here?
Okay, so I started off doing Doug and Wolf as an intern.
Okay.
I got hired as an associate producer. I used to do Dbacks pre and post, screening callers.
Wow.
Okay, but so you were here at 6 in the morning. We get here at 2 in the afternoon.
No, I was here. I was here during the afternoon as well.
Oh, damn.
You guys just don't. It's fine.
What
no,
year?
it's cool.
What year was it?
Oh my gosh.
Well, 2007, 2008?
2007,
Probably right at the beginning
8?
of the station.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm being honest. I kind of remember, but I don't. I kind of remember.
I was here before you moved buildings.
She was in the old
You were in
building.
the old building.
I was in the old building.
Okay, hold on.
I'm
Hold on.
old school.
Sierra, this is triggering her memory now because I did Diamondbacks. I did Diamond Talk.
I
remember
produced
you
it for you.
I remember you screening calls.
So you were here when it was Gambo and Ash.
Yes.
Okay.
And I remember just intentionally getting the drunkest callers on the line for you.
Really?
I'm kidding.
Thank
no.
you. That's sweet. No. Did you talk to Rhoda every night? You talked to Rhoda.
Rhoda.
I remember Rhoda.
Oh my
God
gosh.
bless Rhoda.
Rhoda called every night.
Every night.
How is Rhoda these days?
I haven't heard from her.
We haven't talked to Rhoda in a long
Rhoda
time.
called every night.
Hi, Dave. How are you? I want to talk about the Diamondbacks
She
bullpen
loved the
tonight.
Diamondbacks.
She
Great.
did. God bless her.
Rhoda,
She
if you're
was
out there,
great.
we still love you, Rhoda.
We love you. She called every night. God
Every
bless her.
night.
She was great.
Yes.
Okay.
Welcome to town. So
Thank you.
It's good to have you back. You're hosting the show from Chase Field tomorrow. You're throwing out the first pitch tonight. Yes.
No, tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Where you
Okay,
throwing it
Thursday.
from?
Huh?
You're not going to the mound?
Dude,
Don't do it.
do we have... I can't do the mound.
Don't do that.
I don't have the arm strength.
No.
Listen,
Go to the
my
grass.
my
Go to the
aim,
top of the, yeah.
my aim is impeccable.
Okay, then just do it from the grass.
I think so. But it's a 50-50 debate at the network. Everyone's like, you have to do it from the mound. You have to do it from the mound. And then half are like, no, don't do it from the mound. Play it safe. Play it safe. You don't want to embarrass yourself. The thing is, if I bounce it,
Yeah.
I will be flamed. I will be roasted for the rest of eternity.
I would go right after the mound, right where the grass starts. I would go right from there.
Yeah.
Flat surface. I throw it from the mound, but I'm just saying, like, if you don't want to get,
I throw it from the mound.
I'm not.
Sierra, you see the nonsense I have to put up with every day.
I'm saying I would throw it from the mound, but if you're worried about getting torched,
I will get flamed, not just from my colleagues and coworkers,
Grass.
but from viewers, everybody.
Okay, I want to talk about the jersey because That's the first time I've seen this thing live
Really?
in person. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's fantastic.
Here.
Like, you have no idea how badly I want
Here,
one of these
take a
things
look.
right now. Let me see.
Look.
All right,
I'll take it
throw
off for
over
you.
here.
This is like an authentic one. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's got your name on it.
Yeah,
Wow,
it
it's like
does.
custom
Did
made for
Derek
you.
Cole get you this?
The D-backs sent it to me. So there was a big to-do because the White Sox also dropped their City Connects, and they were the Bulls-inspired ones.
Yes, yeah. I saw
And they
those.
were super cool, and I wanted to keep it, and I was told no. So I intentionally asked the D-backs to send me a little care package so that
okay.
I could open it and not have it taken away.
It's freaking awesome. It's the best jersey I've seen the Diamondbacks ever have.
I'm telling you.
And a lot of these jerseys usually aren't that good. That is sweet.
It's sick.
It's like I said this the other day, like when the Suns came out with the Valley jersey, right? And everyone's like, oh, I got to have one of those. I think this is going to be this for the Diamondbacks. I think they're already, I went to the website to try to buy one. They're already sold out in my size. They're already like sold out in like 3 of the sizes
okay,
already.
we know some people.
I know. I pull some strings. You know, I don't want to go around flaunting it or anything.
I mean, you know me. So
I'm doing the same. I'm right now.
You got no problem with it. So when you host Intentional Talk, I mean, like you guys do on the MLB Network such a good job of talking about everybody and everybody team. You're really, really good about super balanced coverage. Do you ever figure yourself like, I want to talk about the Diamondbacks? Because that's your team, right?
Are you kidding me?
Right,
I
you gotta
forced
flaunt
them into the conversation.
Fantastic, great.
Because I'll tell you this story. When it was my last day at Fox 10, Casey Wilcox from the Diamondbacks walks me into Torey Lovello's office. Torey Lovello gives me a big hug. He says, Sierra got the job at MLB Network. Torey Lovello gives me a big hug. He puts his hands on my shoulders. He goes, you're always going to be our Arizona girl. Go out there and do us proud.
Represent us well.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And so
Were you born here?
No, I was born in Seattle, but I moved here when I was like 5.
Okay.
So I'm from here.
Where'd you go to high school?
DM, Desert Mountain, baby.
Desert Mountain. Okay.
Same high school as Merrill Kelly.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
We were in high school together, did
No
not
way.
realize it until the D-backs, I think, were in the postseason. Oh, no. He was at a World Series game, I think in Texas. No. Yes, Astros. I think he was at an Astros World Series game.
bumped into him?
And I saw him in the players' suite, and we got to talk, and he's like, I live in Scottsdale. I was like, I'm from Scottsdale. He's like, oh, I went to Desert Mountain. And I was like, I went to Desert Mountain. And I was like, but I'm way older than you. He's like, what year did you graduate? I was like, I was supposed to be 04, but things got a little rocky. Anyway, he was like, I'm 05, or he's 06. And we went to school together. We didn't even realize.
Oh, my God. My wife was 06 Chandler High.
Really?
Yeah, Chandler High School.
Look at you, man. You got a young wife, man. Hey. He's still killing it, huh?
My wife was Chandler High 06.
Honest
You don't have to blush.
Honest to God, Sierra.
Props, man.
Sierra, seriously, the really you just dropped will live in my head rent free for the rest of my life.
Yes.
Really? I mean, it will on a loop. I'm just always gonna remember.
props.
I have a very
Sierra
beautiful.
Santos was like, really?
Yes.
Good for you.
Very beautiful.
Good for you.
What are you? Hispanic. Her dad's from Sinaloa.
Okay.
And her mother's Irish, so she's got that combo. Yeah.
Oh, she bad.
Oh, yeah.
She bad. Okay.
What do you think of our Diamondbacks this year? How are they doing?
I think what Torey Lovello said is true, is that the team really hasn't started playing their best baseball yet. And as soon as they do, it'll start clicking. I think we were looking for like a stronger start from guys like Zach Gallen. But conversely, you look at somebody like Corbin Carroll, who got out to that really slow start last year. He's been on fire. Geraldo Perdomo is now in the conversation of the best shortstops in the entire league.
Can you believe that? See a story in Athletic on him today?
Yeah,
on
I didn't see it.
Oh, it was just talking about how he was such a cocky son of a gun when he first came up, and Mookie Betts was telling Lovello, "You got to shut that kid up." And like he kind of just won everybody over because he's like, I'm just going to be me. I'm just going to be me. I'm going to do things that I want to do.
He's a vibes guy. And I think that every team has to have a vibes guy. If you don't, you're not going to the playoffs. I firmly believe that.
And he is that. He is clearly their emotional heartbeat. He is clearly, I mean, he's the guy. He's the first guy who Torey has said many, many times, I yell at Geraldo Perdomo when other guys make mistakes because I want Geraldo Perdomo to yell at those guys for me. Like the first baseman didn't make the play. Hey, Geraldo, go out there and tell the first baseman he didn't make the right play because I want
100%.
Geraldo to be that dude on this team. Has there been anything about the first month and a half of the season that has made you think the Diamondbacks are in any jeopardy of not making the playoffs because of how crowded the National League field is and how they've played so far?
Has there been anything? I mean, yeah, there's been a couple things, but I don't. The thing is, though, we're now talking about a National League West where you could see 4 teams make the playoffs. That's wild.
Yeah.
That is wild. So it's just such a tough division when you're playing again.
Yeah,
and I
Padres are
also,
great.
the thing is, I don't think anyone expected the Giants to be where they're at right now as well.
No, probably thought that they were third best, better than Colorado, but not better than the Dodgers. Probably fourth best, not better than the Dodgers,
Not better
the
than the
Giants, the
not better
Padres,
than
the
the
Diamondbacks.
Diamondbacks.
No.
I'm banking on them fading a little bit. I maybe I shouldn't. I'm banking on them fading and the Diamondbacks being better than what they've been, but it hasn't happened yet. I know that.
No, it hasn't. But there's also now you're getting into the stretch where they're finally starting to play divisional opponents. We're going to have a big test tonight. You're going against the Dodgers, right? The big bad Dodgers. But, I think it doesn't. Yes, you can lose the division, right, in
Sure.
April,
Yeah.
May. You can't win it in April and May. So it's just going to be about getting hot down the stretch and hoping that other teams fade off a little bit.
I think the key for the D-backs is really the bullpen's just got to figure it out. No A.J. Puck right now. No Justin Martinez right now. They were down with Ginkel for a while. Shelby Miller's their closer. Do they make a trade for a Ryan Helsley or somebody at the deadline that can help
Yes.
their bullpen? I mean, that's going to be the key to me is they've got to get their bullpen because I think the starting pitching is going to be great. I think we're starting to see it. Gallen's starting to really come on now. Eduardo Rodriguez has been fine. Merrill Kelly's a stud. Fott's been great outside of one start. I think it really just comes down. They haven't had the timely hitting, but I think that will come. To me, it's the bullpen. That's my major concern.
Fott has been killer against the Dodgers, too.
Yes. Yeah. He just had the one bad start in the rain last week, and then outside of that, he's been really good. He's taken that next step.
Who's been a killer? It's Freddie Freeman against the Diamondbacks at Chase Field.
Yeah, those numbers are ridiculous.
370 batting average at Chase Field with 16 home runs. So just don't, Tori. Just don't. Sierra, it was wonderful seeing you.
Yeah.
Can't wait. Look, don't bounce it. You'll be fine. Don't let DeRosa.
Why does everyone keeps on saying don't bounce it? And it's making me think that I'm going to bounce it.
You're not going to bounce it. You're going to be fine.
I'm going to tell you something. Look at me. You're not going to bounce the pitch.
Okay.
You are not going to bounce that pitch. You're going to throw it over the plate.
Right over.
Right over the plate.
Okay.
And you're going to say, what school did you go to?
Desert Mountain.
Desert Mountain.
Desert Mountain. Just do it right there. Throw it.
No,
Desert Mountain.
I'm an ASU baby.
Okay.
If we're rubbing anything, we're throwing up the forks and saying Sun Devils.
Throw it up. You're in.
Hey, it was good seeing you.
Good to see you guys
Thanks
too.
for stopping and good luck tomorrow. We'll be
Thank
watching
you.
the show. You got it. We'll have it on in here. We'll be watching the show.
All
for
right.
sure.
You'll see pictures of yourself on there.
Oh, well, there's that too.
Oh, yeah. We got a photographer right there.
Thanks. It's good seeing you, Sierra.
Hey, congrats on the wife, man.
Thank you.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, Will Johnson, he's still upset about being taken in the second round. Is he? He joined Wolf and Luke earlier today. He talked about being drafted by the Cardinals. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
This is not an attack on Brian Gregory.
No.
Honestly, I know very little about Brian.
Most people don't know much about Brian.
Might turn out to be a real coup.
I'm not going to be a hypocrite here. Great basketball executives seem to materialize out of the ether, from Sam Presti to Usai Majiri. There's a whole bunch of them. And maybe this guy is going to surprise everybody, but I think it's real fair. In fact, I think it's more than fair. I think it's appropriate to be this level of critical of this move.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. It's National Hamburger Month, and if you're searching for the best burgers in the game, and I think that you are, find them at Twin Peaks all month long. Plus, you'll get great scenery, TVs everywhere, and an outstanding selection of food. So stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, white, and new trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See team with the full details and disclaimer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, now through May 14th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Betting. Brooklyn Betting has 12 Basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Betting.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
God, I feel so bad not. It was 20 years ago. Okay, I'm old. I'll cop to it. I'm an old guy. Gambo's an old guy. We've been around doing this a long time. But now that she mentions it, I do remember when I was hosting Diamond Talk, she was like the call screener. And so she would put up the calls on, but boy, that was good for her, man. What a success story Sierra Santos is.
Yeah. I always hate when people work there. I used to work with you. I'm like, I don't remember her. She was on the Doug and Wolf show. It was in the morning. I wasn't here. I mean, she screen calls for you. You were at the ballpark.
Yeah.
And Gambo and Ash was afternoon, so.
Yeah. Lauren, I promise one day when you bump into us at the grocery store and you say, do you remember me? We'll remember you.
I might not.
What makes you think I'm going to stop and say anything to you guys? Maybe just head down through the aisles.
Wow. Oh, God, there's Burns. Keep walking, keep walking.
Not him again.
Please don't say anything to me. Please don't say
Please don't recognize me. Please don't. I don't want to talk to you at all.
I dealt with him for so long.
He was such a pain in the butt. Just keep walking. Our thanks to Sierra. And I got confused. I thought she was throwing at the first pitch tonight. That's tomorrow. She will get roasted on that show, though.
If she does, yeah.
Robert Flores, Mark DeRosa, they've got guest after guest. They'll show it again and again. If she chunks it, if she bounces, oh yeah, they'll give her so much crap. So I like your positive talk.
Yeah.
I like you're not gonna bounce.
You're not gonna do it.
You'll be just fine. Lauren, what's our poll question today?
Our poll question today is, what would be worse if the Suns pick jumps in the lottery, the Suns pick that now the Houston Rockets have, or the D-backs miss the playoffs this year?
D-backs
missed the playoffs.
But it's close. It's close. I'm dreading Monday. I'm dreading it. Just let it be 10th. Please. I beg of you.
I hate to break it to you, we will have to talk about it on Monday.
Are we gonna carry it? Do we?
Oh, God.
No.
We should. No, we shouldn't.
Do we? I think we need to huddle up and have an actual legit show meeting about this, which we never do. We might need to huddle up and decide, are we carrying the draft? Can we? One. Are we on the air when
if the Rockets don't drop, it would be one of the first.
If they're
I think we do it up until, because I think it would be quick. I think it'd be quick.
If
like
they're picking 10th.
If they're picking 10th.
I mean, it's like if they open the envelope and it's somebody other than the Rockets at 10, they've moved up. That's that.
It's 9.
done.
Phoenix is 9.
Oh, 9. I'm sorry.
It's 9. They won the coin flip with Portland.
That's right. It's
so
9.
14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. I think we do it at 9. I think we take it at 9.
God, I'm getting nervous just thinking about it. Getting nervous just thinking about it.
I think we do it at 9. What do you think?
I mean, I'm game. I'm just going to have something in my hand ready to throw and break. Just don't know what.
No, you just haven't picked what it is yet.
No, I haven't. I got to look around.
Okay. I'm going to play Tankathon.
I hate when you specifically play Tankathon.
Come on, not again. Third. Who's the third best player in this draft anyway? Is it
Ace
the
Bailey?
Rutgers kid?
Ace Bailey went to Rutgers, but you're talking about Dylan Harper?
Well, there's two Rutgers kids, right?
Harper's the Rutgers. Yeah, Harper and Bailey are both Rutgers
kids. The two Rutgers kids. After Flag, it's the two Rutgers kids.
Right. Then the Baylor kid is pretty highly ranked too. Yeah, the Baylor kid's very highly ranked.
So what did our audience say about this?
Well, the last time we checked in, 65% were saying if the D-backs miss the playoffs, that's worse. Now we're at 68%.
Okay. Going up a little bit. We'll get together as a show and decide what we're going to do about that. But kind of dreading it already. So I got this cut here that I want to play. This is Will Johnson, the corner out of Michigan. He was introduced to the media today. He was asked if he's still kind of angry about being picked and if the frustrations he had after the draft are behind him.
Yeah, I think I've been able to move on. I mean, it's just motivation. Yeah, like I said, I'm just happy to be here, happy to get to work, and I know it's going to be something special here, so I'm excited for it.
And on the last few weeks?
Yeah, I mean, the last few weeks, they've been good. I've been training, getting ready to get here, getting ready to put my best foot forward and do what I can for this team and this facility and all my new brothers in that facility. So I'm happy to be here, happy to get to work, and happy to see what's to come.
Do you believe him? I hate to call it out like that, but do you believe him? Do you think
part?
He's over it? The part
that
where
he's over it?
That he's over it.
No.
Okay.
No, because when was the I'm going to make him pay comment? That was well after the draft.
That was the night of the draft.
Was that the night of the draft?
It was the night of the draft. The night he was drafted. He did
make
his
him pay.
vlog, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna make them pay." Yeah.
I think that you said it the other day. Some people need to fuel that fire in different ways, and I think that's going to be something that he carries with him to fuel the fire. Oh, okay, you passed on me. And I would if I'm Jonathan Gannon, I'm letting him know. Yeah, so tonight we've got Seattle. They passed on Will Johnson. And, as you're getting ready for each game, I think
tonight we got the Browns. They passed on you 4 times, dude.
4 times.
Yeah, it's just letting you know. They passed on you at 5. They passed on you at 33, at 36. I'm just letting you know.
Every team you play, if I'm Jonathan Gannon, I'm saying, oh, by the way, this team passed on Will Johnson too. I'm just pissing Will off as much as I can.
Treat mom to a day at the ballpark. Head to the contest page now at ArizonaSports.com.
Okay, that is a cool-ass Mother's Day present. Come on.
Absolutely. It's your chance to win tickets to see the D-backs take on the Dodgers on Mother's Day. Just head on over to the contest page at ArizonaSports.com. The Dodgers and the Diamondbacks are both heading into this 4-game series, and they've got some bullpen issues. Whose bullpen will prevail, and does that mean whose team will prevail? That is coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. J. Schwartz, ready to help you right now with all of your eye care needs. What does that mean? That means for anybody in your family that needs an eye exam, needs glasses or contact lenses. My daughter, Gabriella, lives in Tucson. She's a doctor herself, came all the way down here 2 weeks ago to go see Dr. J. Schwartz to get her glasses and contact lenses. And she got her eye exam because she only trusts Dr. J. Schwartz. She doesn't want to trust anybody else with her eyes. So all you have to do is call the Schwartz Laser Eye Center at 480-483-EYES for any and all of your vision needs, whether it's a vision correction procedure, you want to fix some dry eye, you need glasses or contact lenses, let the Schwartz Laser Eye Center work for you. 3 locations in the Valley, Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. And of course, Dr. Jay Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks. So give him a call at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
The Bobcat National Sales Event is happening now at Bingham Equipment. Buy a Bobcat compact track loader with industry-leading travel speeds or a compact excavator with fast cycle times and get financing as low as 0% for 60 months. Or choose cash rebates or low lease payments on select models. Visit one of 12 Bingham Equipment locations today for these limited-time offers during the Bobcat National Sales Event. Some restrictions apply. Length of contract and rate may vary. Offer ends June 30th, 2025.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice Boneless New York Strip Steaks are only $7.99 a pound in the Super Value Pack with your digital coupon. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com. Are you looking to build your dream pool? Go with the name Arizona trusts most. That's Presidential Pools. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume, they earned my business, and now I'm recommending them to you because of what they did at the Wolfley compound. And to show their gratitude for military members and first responders, they offer exclusive discounts. Presidential Pools, they love our military and first responders. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Shane Company engagement rings are expertly crafted to fit both your style and your lifestyle.
My wife's an artist and works with her hands. Shane Company helped me create a ring that's beautiful and sleek. She loves it.
Shane Company rings are crafted with care using high-quality materials, and we set each center stone by hand in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store. We also protect your ring, including the center stone, with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Let us help you find your perfect ring, in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are finally playing an NL West team tonight for the first time this season. They host the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. After a rough start last weekend in Philadelphia, Brandon Pfaadt will try to bounce back tonight for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Phoenix.
Hey, it's Luke. What will Game 1 of the Diamondbacks-Dodgers series show us about the identity of the D-backs? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I like the group. They've taken on some water. They've had to work a lot. I think if we can start getting our starters stretched out a little bit more and keeping their workload a little more spaced out, Tori and I talk about this a lot. We play in a lot of close games. That puts a lot of pressure on the big boys in the back, right? They're pitching back to back, 3 out of 4s. So we're going to need to space that workload out a little bit. But again, it all starts back from if our starters can go into the 6th and 7th inning, we're going to be in good shape in the long term.
That is Mike Hazen, the general manager of the D-backs. He was on with Wolf and Luke yesterday talking about the state of the bullpen and how it is tied, obviously, to the starting rotation and their ability to take pressure off of the bullpen. Tonight, both bullpens will be under the microscope. It's not the only element of tonight's game, but it's certainly a big one with the Dodgers in town for the first of 4, the first divisional series of the season for both of these teams. Neither one of them have played a National League West opponent until tonight. And both come into this game with questions about their bullpen. For the Diamondbacks, we all know the issues. No Justin Martinez, no A.J. Puck. Everybody playing a different role than the one they're used to, outside of Kevin Ginkel maybe, who's in his normal role. For the Dodgers, they lead the league in innings pitched by their relievers, and they are dead last in the league by innings pitched from their starters. So because of that, Dave Roberts has really used a bunch of his high leverage main arms to the point where he's very open about it. Like,
it's not sustainable.
There are going to be nights where I'm just not going to pitch my top guys. I'm just not going to do it.
Yeah, we win or lose.
Can't do it.
And you might have to lose some of those games. They lead the major leagues with 157 innings pitched, and it's not even close, their bullpen. Their bullpen has thrown a major league leading 157 innings pitched. And you're right, they can't use some of their high leverage guys. They used, I didn't even know this, but the other day, score tied, bottom of the 10th inning, Roberts brings in J.P. Fireeisen. I'm like, wait a second, he's on the Diamondbacks. Was he in the minors? He was just J.P. Fireeisen pitched for the Diamondbacks last week.
He didn't unpack his suitcase.
Now
right?
he's pitching for the Dodgers. They claimed him off of waivers. The Diamondbacks put him on waivers, and now he's with the Dodgers. He was with the Dodgers last year. He had an ERA of 8. Kirby Yates leads Major League Baseball in outings. Alex Vesaya's second. Tanner Scott's third. Anthony Bond is like fourth. Like they're like 1, 2, 3. Like they have the top guys that lead the major leagues in outings. Like they've had to go to these guys so much. So now you wonder, like, how long is that sustainable? You can't keep doing that. So he's going to have to find a way to give some of his, especially these high leverage guys, a break.
Yeah, in the game they played the other day, they got a spot start from Landon Knack, and they got 4 innings from right-handed pitcher Matt Sauer, who was called up when Evan Phillips was sent to and after the game, Dave Roberts said it was the perfect outcome for us. We got a bunch of runs. We got up early, and we could afford to let Landon Knack and Matt Sauer get all the innings just to rest all of our main guys, because they're in the middle of 10 games in 10 days right now, too, so their bullpen's a little taxed, and they're using their guys and things like that. For the Diamondbacks, it's the same. In a way, it's the same deal for the Diamondbacks. I think where the Diamondbacks benefit and what their chances in this series, all right, just looking at this series right now, is exactly what Mike Hazen said yesterday to Wolf and Luke. Our advantage is in our starters and getting deeper into games and being able to eat some of those innings. Merrill Kelly yesterday, 6 1/3. That's great, right? He's getting deep into the game.
Yeah.
Zach Gallen getting into the 7th the other day. Brandon Pfaadt is a guy who's great at eating innings for the Diamondbacks. It's not the difference between winning and losing, but it certainly helps. as Torrey's trying to kind of map out his bullpen and figure out how things are going to go on a
Yeah,
nightly basis.
and I look at the Dodgers, and I was just looking at the other day, like, well, just because all these. So I looked at Sasaki. Sasaki's pitched 6 innings once. He's gone 3 innings, 1 2/3, 4 innings, 5 innings, 6 innings, 5 2/3, 5 innings. He's not going deep into the games. Now, Yamamoto gives you 6 innings on a pretty regular basis. He gives you 6 innings. But Dustin May, coming off of an injury, Dustin May hasn't been able to go very deep in a lot of these games, too. So he's gone 5 innings, 5 1/3, 5 2/3. It's not like he's going 7. But so I think that's one of the keys there is like if you can get your starting pitchers to go 7, it's like today's day and age. I mean, you go back to when the Diamondbacks won the World Series, like Schilling and Johnson were going 7 or 8 or 9 on a regular basis. But now, like you take it as a win if your starting pitcher gives you 6. If he gives you 7, like, oh my God, I got 7 innings out of a starting pitcher. Like, it's a godsend if you can get 7 innings out of a starter.
It's a different era, and we've all got to get used to it. They're used to it. They know. Torey Lovello today said that Justin Martinez has begun his throwing program. Okay, so does that mean he's going to be available when he comes off the IL? I don't know, but he started to throw. AJ Puck is asymptomatic. He's not feeling any pain in his elbow, so
great news.
I imagine they'll ride that a little bit longer before they start him throwing.
Yes.
Kendall Graveman, threw a rehab game yesterday in Reno and will likely throw again tomorrow for the Reno Aces. This is all coming from our Alex Weiner from ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi, with the update from down at Chase Field. The expectation for Graveman maybe is that he rejoins the bullpen in time for the San Francisco series coming up on Monday. Either way, it's good news across the board. Again, it's not the only factor going into this series. It certainly is a factor. This series, I don't want to put too much importance on it because it's only May 8th. But I also don't want to completely minimize it either. I think if we're in here on Monday and we're talking about a Diamondbacks team that won 3 out of 4 against the Dodgers, I think that's confidence building. I think that gives you a little jolt. I think that doesn't mean the Diamondbacks are going to win the division or the Diamondbacks are going to anything's guaranteed. I think this team needs something to feel good about with how they've played, and taking 3 out of 4 against them would be something to feel good about, especially with all the damn Dodger fans that are going to be in that ballpark the next 4 days.
Fans that are all going to be here. Don't like any of you.
None of you.
When was the last time there was something? When was the last time there was really something good with the Diamondbacks? Like, oh, okay, you could really haven't won a series in a while.
With the Mets series last week when they took 2 or 3 from the Mets, was that something?
Okay.
Other than that,
I mean,
it's been a minute.
Yeah,
it's been a minute.
That was a good series. They lost the first one. They came back with Burns and Gallen and won those 2. That was the way you kind of drew it up. Burns is going to win. Gallen's going to win. Like that was good. The Mets series was a good one. But there hasn't been a lot of those moments yet this year. They're coming. But more than anything, I'm telling you, I want to see the Diamondbacks play clean baseball. I want to see the Diamondbacks not make mistakes on the base paths. I want to see the Diamondbacks not commit errors. I want to see the Diamondbacks hit cutoff guys without bouncing the ball in the ground. I just want to see guys if you're going to steal base, get a good jump. If you're going to go from first to third, get a good jump. Stop getting thrown out on the base paths. I would really, really love to see a clean game.
You got an amen from the congregation on that one.
Just play clean baseball, please. Please.
Yeah, it's because the longer they don't, the more it gives fear to the idea that they can't or that they won't. You know what I mean?
Right.
The longer that it doesn't happen, we were talking about this yesterday. We keep expecting the Diamondbacks we know to come walking through that door and play clean baseball. The more we see where it doesn't happen, the more we might believe that it can't happen, that it won't happen. This is just who they are.
This is who you are.
This is who they're going to be all season long.
Yeah, we can't be halfway through the season and we're talking about, we got to play Diamondback baseball. That was last year, and the year before you guys played good. This year it hasn't happened. This year, this team, the amount of times they've made mistakes on the base paths and in the field is mind-boggling because that's not what we expect. But yes, that's who they've been this year.
It is National Water Safety Month, and Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes are reminding you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off your kids around water. So for life-saving water safety tips and to enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Lifebuoy, text the word SWIM to 620-620 right now. Gambo likes to joke about the KD honks. What about the Mikal Bridges honks? Are they honking today after what they saw last night? Lauren is. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Can I make a confession? My whole philosophy has been so shaken by this past basketball season because the Suns had no edge at all. Patrick Beverley, you want to come back from Europe? Dylan Brooks, you want to play here? Draymond Green, you want to play for the Suns? What? I think it is a necessary ingredient for good basketball.
They got to get some nasty to them. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Nobody ever fears the Phoenix Suns.
All right.
The way teams punked them this year, it was beyond depressing.
Let me amend my confession. Patrick Beverley, you're not welcome.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Back here to tell you about Global Credit Union. Sorry, that made me laugh. I thought that was funny. Global Credit Union, all of the benefits that come with being a member of Global Credit Union, not just banking at a bank where the bank is, ultimately answering to shareholders and stockholders and things like that. Global Credit Union is owned by its members, answers to its members, and because of that, pass along benefits that you're just not going to find at a bank. And that includes the one I always love to bring up later in the week, usually on a Thursday, because tomorrow is maybe payday for you. Tomorrow you're going to wake up and there's going to be money in your account if you have direct deposits set up with your employer, and that's great. But if you bank with Global Credit Union, you could have access to that direct deposit money today. You could have had access to it yesterday. Members of Global Credit Union get access to direct deposit funds up to 3 days earlier. You earned it, your money, you should be able to use it. That's how they feel about it. All sorts of benefits that come with Global Credit Union. Explore them all by becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit is required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
We're in the people business, right? I mean, a service business is a people business. So it's all about relationships. It's the relationships from our customers, and it's the relationships from our staff and our team that cares about those customers. My business model has always been give the customer more than what they pay for. And if you can do that, you'll never fail.
Built on ethics and service. MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Life Buoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
May 5th through the 11th, get close to the future legends in women's golf. The Carlisle Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling. ReadyServices.com. Ready.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but, okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Hey, it's Wolf. Should the Suns look for the next Kenny Dillingham when hiring their next head coach? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Knicks by 1, 91-90. Celtics not using the timeout. Tatum across midcourt with 10. Top of the key with 8. Defended by Robinson with 7. Right wing 3. Crossover. Foul line with 4. Left block. Step back. Stolen by Bridges. Bridges trucks it down court. They've done it again. They've done it again. The New York Knicks take both in Boston and a 2-0 lead heading back to the Mecca.
Just pure catnip for every single Diamondbacks fan, Suns fan who thought the Suns made a mistake in trading Mikal Bridges. You know, just watching him do this, it's just like, see? That's why you shouldn't have done it. That's why you shouldn't have traded Mikal Bridges.
Because it just goes to show you, like, as great of a scorer that Kevin Durant is, if they had the piece, if the Phoenix Suns would have been able to pull off a trade for Kevin Durant by giving up the 5 first-round draft picks, Cam Johnson, Jay Crowder, and something else, and kept Mikal Bridges, this team would have been in the playoffs every year and they'd be in the playoffs right now. They would have gone further than they did last year. Wouldn't get swept by Minnesota. They wouldn't have had, they would have been better because Mikal gives you the one thing that you really don't have. A lockdown, smart, high IQ basketball defender that gives you a lot of the intangibles. What have we said about this team? The problem is, like, there's nobody that brings the intangibles that Mikal Bridges does. You don't have that guy on the Suns, right? You need a guy like that.
No, they don't. And we could sit here and relive that moment 2.5 years ago until we're blue in the face about, we're not trading him. Matt buys the team. Okay, we're trading him. And I'm not gonna be a hypocrite about that day. I wanted Kevin Durant. I was drinking the Kool-Aid like everybody else. Well, not everybody, but a lot of people were about Kevin Durant and what he was going to do. And I was wrong. They were wrong. We were those of us who believed in it were very wrong. I think, though, Gambo, a moment like last night for Mikal and a moment like Game 1 for Mikal, where he did the same thing. I mean, back-to-back games where he came up with the decisive defensive play. I think it's more than just the basketball for the Suns. It's a reminder that Mikal Bridges was and is to this day one of the most popular people who have ever put on that jersey.
Yeah.
And that to me speaks even a little bit bigger than where the Suns would be if they had Mikal right now. This fan base loved that guy. Loved him.
And that's hurt Kevin Durant.
Love him.
That has hurt Kevin Durant.
I agree.
That he got traded for such a popular player.
I've said this, and I know this just shows my age, which is fine. I don't run from it. I remember the same thing with Dan Marley and Hot Rod Williams. It was
Hot Rod Williams was not accepted.
It was the same thing back in the mid '90s. You traded Dan Marley. Now Kevin Durant is 1,000 times the player of Hot Rod Williams. There's no comparison there. But when you trade a player who resonates with the fan base and moves the needle as much as a Dan Marley or a Mikal Bridges does, the dude you're getting back better be the difference maker.
Shaq and Sean Marion?
Yes, to a certain extent.
Yeah,
to a certain extent. Fans loved Marion.
The Matrix.
Fans loved Marion.
Loved them.
Yep, that's a great comp. That's a much more recent vintage. When you're trading a popular player like that, man, you better know what you're doing, and you better get it right. And in all 3 instances, albeit with 3 different owners, 3 different front offices, right? All 3 were sort of the same. Yep, didn't work. Yep, didn't work. Didn't work. And Durant, for all of his greatness, it didn't work. It didn't work, and that combined with Mikal Bridges' popularity it's just a reminder of how big of a failure it was.
Mikal Bridges is one of the rare players in the NBA that doesn't have to score a lot of points to be so effective out there.
No.
He's one of those rare. That play last night was vintage Mikal. I'm going to guard Jaylen Brown, but I'm also going to block the shot by Jason Tatum, because the second I see him start to turn, I'm leaving Jaylen Brown and I'm blocking the freaking shot. A lot of other defenders are going to just stick in the corner with Jaylen Brown. I'm not guarding Jason Tatum. That's not my concern. I'm not guarding him. I'm guarding Jaylen Brown. I'll make sure Jaylen Brown doesn't get a shot off. Mikal Bridges leaves Jaylen Brown and blocks the shot. OG Anunoby was the one that was guarding Tatum. He would have got the shot off over Anunoby. He was going to get the shot off over him. Mikal Bridges left his guy and helped. And that is a great play that most players in the NBA don't make.
Jalen Brunson after the game on Mikal.
It's been like that. Now, just going back to our days in college, just the way that we practiced and we prepared for games, it was more mental than anything. And so when you get to the real life or the real game situations, you practice it, you've been prepared for it, you've been through moments like that. And so I think when you do that at a young age and you have that in your repertoire and you go into your professional career and you just have that in your back pocket, like you've went through it. And so he has the ability to block out the noise. Like I said, no matter what happens, we're going to be together as a team.
But here's the other thing. It wasn't just the defensive play, and I know you're not trying to imply that it was.
Reverse layup, three-pointer.
He scored 9 of the first 11 points in the fourth quarter. He played every single minute of that fourth quarter when the Knicks were basically down 20, with, 2 minutes to go in the third quarter, they were down 20.
14 in the fourth, they were down?
Yeah, Mikal does not come off the floor at all in the fourth quarter. Scores 9 of the first 11 points. This is after going 0 for 8 in the first 3 quarters. And you know better than anybody how the New York, especially with the Knicks, I'm sure the fan base was, oh, God, Mikal, you're killing us out there, Mikal. What are you doing? From him to go from villain to hero as quickly as he did, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure New York Knicks fans were cursing Mikal Bridges' name for the first 3 quarters of that game. And then, whoop, just like that, it flipped to where he's the hero of
they
that
gave up,
game.
and maybe the biggest reason why is you gave up 5 first-round picks to get him.
Yes.
You gave up 5 first-round picks to get this guy. You're expecting he's going to take you over the top. You're going to get over the hump. Then they made the trade, Randall and DiVincenzo, to get Karl Anthony Towns. And it's like, okay, we got to try to win. We got to try to win right now. You're up 2-0 on Boston. You're going back to the Garden. You're going to feel really good if you win one of those games because then you'll be up 3-1 with at least one at home. But Boston's down and but they're never out of this thing.
No.
Because right now they just can't shoot a 3.
No,
they just can't shoot a 3.
25% of the series. They're what? They're literally 25 for 100 from 3-point line so far in this series.
Yeah,
they're not out of it.
Tatum's been bad, but like that's gonna have to change. Like Tatum has to play a hell of a lot better for them to win in the Garden.
It's funny as a forever Suns fan, going back to even like the pre-Charles Barkley era. It was, and I don't have the audio, but it was funny hearing Charles Barkley on Inside the NBA last night talk about, I'm one of the few people in this world who has been in this situation twice as a basketball player. 93 Suns, down 0-2 at home to the Lakers in a best-of-5 series. That was the infamous.
That was the Westfall.
Paul Westfall. We're going to win the series. We're going to win Game 3. We're going to win Game 4. Come back to Phoenix, win Game 5. Everyone's going to talk about what a great series it was. And then the very next year, Charles and the Suns went to Houston and won the first 2 games of that series. And then lost the series. And so Charles sees it from both sides. And I swear, the pain from 94 is always greater to me than the joy of 93. Winning, I remember when they won the first 2 games.
I totally agree with you.
In Houston, I'm like, they're going to win the championship this year. No Michael Jordan in the league. This is it. This is their year. They're going to dominate. They're great. To lose that series hurt more than beating the Lakers felt good as a young Suns fan back then. Broke my heart.
The Knicks would have beat your ass that year. You would have no answer for Patrick Ewing.
I bet you a lunch you're wrong.
The Knicks would have won that series.
I bet you a nice lunch you're wrong that the 94 Suns would have beaten the Knicks in the NBA Finals.
The Knicks lost the NBA Finals.
I know, the OJ series.
It was the OJ series.
It was the OJ series.
The Suns could have been there for the OJ series.
The Suns could have been the OJ series team. Yeah, they could.
We interrupt this Phoenix Suns basketball game.
I'm like, no,
for the Bronco chase.
I don't care about OJ. Put the Suns back on. What the hell are you doing? Get this white Bronco off my TV. What are you doing? Get it off. Join Kyler Murray and friends for the first annual Kyler Murray Foundation Celebrity Softball Game. It is happening May 17th at Salt River Fields. And if you want to be there, register now for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the details and your shot at winning. Is there any pressure at all on Brian Gregory to how he handles the big 3 this offseason? You bet there is. That's coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Dbacks Mets.
Here comes the 0-2.
Reached for, and a one-hopper to second, collected by Acuna. His throw to first in time. The ball game is over. The Mets take the finale. They take the series, taking 2 of 3. Your final score is 7-1.
The D-backs begin a 4-game homestand versus the Dodgers. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Valley's heating up, and if you're tired of battling that Arizona sun, call my friends at All Pro Shade Concepts. Their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal. Cooler patios, no glare, and total privacy. Now through Memorial Day, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. So cool down your patio and support our heroes. Go to allproshade.com.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare, side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our stacked summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. That sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You buy your new home now, you sell the old one later. Think about that for a second. Moving's a big enough deal as it is. How are you supposed to time everything out perfectly so you're selling your old home right as you're buying your new one? It's not realistic. Well, Orchard has the solution for you. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, none of that nonsense. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. So Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, then sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. Get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are finally playing an NL West team tonight for the first time this season. They host the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. After a rough start last weekend in Philadelphia, Brandon Pfaadt will try to bounce back tonight for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we are going to watch tonight brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Gambo's got his dress shoes on tonight, which can mean one thing and one thing only. He's heading down to Chase Field for
I'm
game
going
one
down to the ballpark.
You want to show off the dress shoes for the people watching at home? Yeah, see, there you go. There you go. For those watching on YouTube or on ArizonaSports.com, I come walking in, and as soon as I see those shoes, I'm like, oh, yeah, he's going to the game tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the game tonight.
Because those are not the shoes he normally wears.
Love going to the baseball game. That's my favorite. I love going to the baseball game.
6:40 first pitch tonight, Dbacks Dodgers. We'll hear it here on
Let's go D-backs.
ArizonaSports.com. Agreed. Let's go D-backs. Those awesome City Connect jerseys, I believe, will be making their debut tomorrow and Saturday on the Diamondbacks.
Wow.
And I'm telling you,
you got to get one.
They're going to take the Valley by storm.
They're unbelievable.
They really are. I've already read stories about how many jerseys they've sold compared to the last time they rolled out their first City Connect jerseys. Remember the ones that kind of had that yellow tint to them? Apparently, these are just killing it, flying off the shelves. It's a huge hit.
That color of purple's unreal.
That's like huge hit.
It's a really cool color purple.
It's the Valley jersey all over.
I'm in.
You said it best the other day, and you're absolutely right. Most jersey changes, new jerseys, you kind of look at them and go, okay,
it's all right,
fine. All right, it's fine. It's fine.
It's not terrible. It's not great.
Every now and then one comes out and you go, that's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
The Valley jerseys, when they first came out with the Suns, 5 years ago, same thing. It's like, oh my God, that thing is just fire. These Serpientes jerseys, they're so good.
I got to get one.
They're so good. So that's on tonight. And then also on tonight is game 2 between the Warriors and the Timberwolves. That game starts, I think it's just about to start any minute now. The Warriors have a 1-game-to-none lead, but no Steph Curry, and he said today he will not play until game 5 at the earliest, right?
At the earliest, game 5. So he's out the next 3. You're Minnesota. Go win these 3 games. You should win with no Steph Curry. You should win these games.
Mm-hmm. You should. You better.
I like the Timberwolves roster. I do. I like that roster. But no Steph Curry, you got to take advantage of that. You can put more pressure now on Jimmy Butler. You can put a lot more pressure on Jimmy Butler.
That is what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening. Brian Gregory on Tuesday, for whatever reason, when he said this, it got some people wondering whether there was an intention to run it back next year for the Phoenix Suns.
I never talk regarding players, contracts, movement, anything like that. I will tell you this, I have a very, very good relationship with both those guys. My main focus right now, to be honest with you, is finding the right head coach for those guys. That's and getting prepared for the draft.
He talked about, I gave Durant a hug in the weight room. I had dinner with Bradley Beal. And
sure, nothing wrong with that.
And I the way he said, now, you don't feel this way and I don't feel this way. You and I were listening to every word of that press conference. Mm-hmm. Some people have been like, wow, do you think they intend to bring everybody back? The way he said, right now my sole focus is to find a guy who can coach those players. And the way he used the phrase, those players, some have speculated that there might be their intention to keep it.
They're still employed by the Phoenix Suns. They're still members of the Phoenix Suns until they're not. So you always have to say that. Every coach, you have to, until the guy's not there, you've got to count that he's on your team. You never know what can happen.
No, I know, but
so you can't just sit there like, I mean, what's the alternative? The alternative is to be like, I got to find a coach, but like, I'm not worried about if that coach can coach Durant and Beal because I'm not expecting those guys to be here. Like, you can't say that.
No, you can't say that. But what you can say is, as a general manager of this basketball team, I am committed to turning over every single rock and every single stone to improve this basketball team. And outside of trading Devin Booker, I will consider everything.
Everything.
And you can say that.
Yeah,
right?
you could.
You can say, because Matt Ishbia has basically said that already. It's not like a company secret here. Matt Ishbia has declared his intention of keeping Devin Booker, doing a pivot and rebuild around Devin Booker. So there's no reason Brian Gregory can't reiterate or regurgitate what his boss said and say exactly the same thing. You don't have to make it sound like, hey, those are great guys, and right now I'm just focused on. You can if you want. But you can also be a little bit more transparent and say,
sure,
I'm looking into everything, and that includes potentially moving those guys.
Yeah.
I don't think
Listen, the results here have been unsatisfactory. Like, we didn't make the play-in. Like, everything's open. Everything's open for discussion right now. So I have to consider all options to whatever it's going to take to get this team to be better. I am going to look at. Sure, I would have preferred that, but you're certainly not going to say negative things about Durant and Beal because those guys are still on the roster.
And I'm not suggesting that he should have done that. I just think it's the fact that some people have even interpreted what he said the other day as, I wonder if there's a chance that he's back. I mean, to the point where, and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus here. I don't know who writes the headlines to these stories. I have no idea. But the headline on the story on AZ Central that first made me want to talk about this, quote, could Suns keep Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, and Bradley Beal together? New GM likes roster, close quote.
Said it would be
somebody over there heard those comments and thought, wow,
yeah,
I wonder if he's planning on keeping it together.
If he did, I don't know if I could duplicate what I said before, but it would be a colossal failure of epic proportions. Is that what I said? I think
yeah, I believe you. A
colossal failure of epic proportions if you come back with Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and Devin Booker. It'll just be the biggest failure. You can't do that as Brian Gregory. You can't run it back with those guys and a bunch of new veteran minimum guys or a trade of Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal to bring somebody else. Like, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
All right, two things on that. Number one, you're absolutely right. And in some ways, it would be even a bigger failure than getting less than what you're supposed to in a Kevin Durant trade. You know, like, you got to hit it out of the park with a Kevin Durant trade, but I think even the bigger failure would be, oh, you know what, let's just run it back and try it again. You can't do it. I do wonder sometimes, though, if in the deep, dark back of their mind, they would like to run it back with those guys just to see if it could work. You know what I mean? Like, and this is just pure speculation on my part. They invested so much time and so much money and so much of everything into this idea. There is a part of me that wonders if Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory are like, yeah, we can't. We got to move on from it. But, man, I just want to give it one more shot just to see if it would work. Because it's rooted in the same idea that you and I have talked about. How can it not work? How can Devin Booker and Kevin Durant on the same team not work?
How did a movie that you thought was going to be fantastic suck?
You're right.
It had a great producer. It had a great director.
Oh, yeah.
It had a great actor. How did the movie suck?
I walked into the movie, like the movie Tenet. When I saw Tenet, I'm like, how did that movie suck? Because I didn't like that movie. I'm like, what is going on? I don't understand anything that I'm watching here. It's the same thing. I know. I bet there's a part of Matt Ishbia who's like us, who's like the fan in us, who's like, man, that should have worked. I want to give it another shot just to make sure, just to make absolute sure that it doesn't, but you can't. You can't.
I'm absolutely sure that it doesn't work. This team wasn't good enough to make the play-in.
Yeah.
Durant's going to be a year older. Like, here's the other thing. You owe it to the young guys like Ryan Dunn and Oso Iguodaro and Colin Gillespie and whoever else you draft and bring in to get rid of the environment that exists right now in Suns basketball. You cannot allow those guys to go through another year of that type of environment. It wasn't good.
No.
And you can say, oh, we're going to bring in a new coach that's going to fix things, but it wasn't good.
No.
You got to change it.
It wasn't good. And change is coming, and there's no reason to think, none whatsoever. There's no reason to think that change isn't coming for the Suns. When we come back, D-backs, Dodgers, Game 1. Diamondbacks on Deck is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Meet the new Suns GM, Brian Gregory.
We want people that work here in the 5G that are tough. And by tough, I mean they're willing to do things other people aren't. And that permeates the entire organization. And when you do that, that's when special things and great things come.
We talk about a new horizon for the Suns today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. As a football player that suffered a lot of damage, Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get back to their normal life. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come to DISC for their treatment. DISC's catchphrase is "enjoy life again" or "get back to living." Wouldn't that be nice? DISC website is www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you're having plumbing problems, we've got you covered. My plumbing technicians are the best in the business. That's why we've been voted Arizona's #1 ranked company for more than a decade. Whether you've got clogged drains, drippy faucets, need a new water heater, or even a full house repipe, Precision does it all. So make the Precision decision today and call us at 602-765-PIPE.
Are you looking for an easy way to get a daily detox? Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. You can find Active Liver in the vitamin aisle of your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
We, the hungry of this burger-loving nation, deserve the Sonic Smasher. Always made to order and hand-smashed into greatness. America, today we smash free. One nation under melty cheese with liberty and a truckload of sauce for all. Meet our Smashinal Burger.
The Sonic Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic. See menu for details.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, why is right now the perfect time to get a GMC Sierra 1500?
What's up, Dave? Whether you're hauling, towing, or cruising, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 delivers. It's powerful, loaded with tech, and built for any job. And right now, we have some of our best discounts of the year, like $12,250 off, or take advantage of 5.9% financing for 84 months.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
It's May 8th. The Arizona Diamondbacks are a game over 500, and for the first time this season, they play a game against the National League West divisional foe, and it just so happens that foe happens to be the one we love to hate the most. The LA Dodgers are in town for the first of 4 tonight. This is D-Backs on Deck. Diamondbacks baseball is coming on right after us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We preview Game 1 between the D-Backs and the Dodgers, starting with the pitching matchup. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, Fott Rock. Brandon Fott gets the start tonight. The righty is 5-2 with a 3.79 ERA. Yoshinobu Yamamoto. The righty is 4-2 with a 0.90 ERA. How the hell does he have 2 losses with a 0.90 ERA?
No run support, but he's been incredible. He ranks among the National League leaders in opponents' OPS. He's first in OPS. Average, he's first. Hitters are only batting 171 against them. He's tied for 6th with strikeouts with 49. And his whip, I know you're down with the whip, 0.92, second in baseball. His four victories are tied for 6th in the lead, trailing 5 pitchers who have 5. One of those is Brandon Fott, who's got 5 wins.
Yeah, I'm down with whip. I'm down with OPS. You know that too. He's great. And if you look at the 2 losses that he's got, one came almost inexplicably against the Pirates, in which he went 5 innings but gave up only 1 earned run. 3 runs total, but only 1 was earned. And then the other was against the Phillies, in which he went 6 innings, gave up 3 hits, no earned runs, but 1 earned run, 3 walks, and 5 strikeouts. In fact, if anything, in the 2 games that he did lose this year, he combined for 7 walks in those 13 innings. So I guess there is a little bit of a thread if you want to pull on. Maybe that's what it is for the Diamondbacks.
Look at his game log. He has only allowed 1 earned run over his last 32 innings. 1 earned run allowed in his last 32 innings. That's insane.
Yeah, his defense looks like has betrayed him a little bit. A lack of run support, as you mentioned, has betrayed him a little bit. But there are, every now and then, the walks come up to get him just a little bit. Not a lot, but in the losses, just a little bit. As far as Brandon Fott goes, it was a true American success story until his last start. In his last start, he got rocked against Philly as Gambo went a little Milli Vanilli on us, and he said, blame it on the rain. 9 hits, 7 runs, 6 earned in 4 2/3. That was a cold, wet, rainy day in Philadelphia. And he said afterwards, look, I'm not going to blame anything on the rain. He did say he had a little bit of a difficult time gripping his slider and throwing it. And that might have been a reason why he struggled.
Yeah, I think he'll be back to normal. I mean, I do think that had something to do with it, the wet conditions and how it affected what he was able to do. So he did get hit pretty hard in that game. But 5 wins. He's been great this year for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And listen, this is what you got to get up for. This is what you play for. You're going to get up for. This is the Dodgers. They've been the perennial division champion the last few years. This is the team you got to get up for. This is a team you're aiming to be better than. So I expect the Diamondbacks to come out and play much better baseball than what we've seen lately.
Yeah, I hope. And you have expressed your desire to see a cleaner version of
baseball. Clean baseball. Stop with all the mistakes.
Yeah, and I think that's task number 1 tonight. I think task number 2 is hope for a better bullpen if it gets to that point. And then obviously the inconsistent offense that we've seen, and I don't want to step on any of your keys to the game because you are the key master. But the inconsistent offense for the Diamondbacks. Carroll has come back around. Pavin Smith is slumping. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. has gotten hot. It'd be really nice to see Ketel Marte announce himself so far, like this season. I know he's missed most of the season. He's only got 42 at-bats on the year. It'd be nice to see Ketel be Ketel in this series. It might be a difference maker over the 4 games if he plays that well.
Yeah. Hasn't homered yet, right?
Only has the 1 RBI and the 42 at-bats.
Yeah,
only the 1.
Yeah, I absolutely expect him to get going. He can carry this offense if he gets hot.
Today's injury report, and it is brought to you by Barrow Neurological
do we have enough
Institute.
time? Well, I don't know that we have enough time for the injury report.
It's just for the D-backs, but if you want to include some of the Dodgers, you can. Learn more at barrowneuro.org for the Arizona Diamondbacks. We know about all the injuries. They did get some at least encouraging reports, or at least encouraging prospects or updates, I should say, from some of their guys. Torey Lovello meeting with the media earlier today, and during that meeting, he said that Justin Martinez has begun his throwing program. AJ Puck is asymptomatic, which is at least the first thing you needed to see before he could pick up a baseball and start throwing it. Kendall Graveman threw a rehab game yesterday in Reno, will likely throw again tomorrow for the Aces.
Be nice to get him back.
And maybe the Giants series, maybe might be his timetable. Maybe sooner than that, but maybe the Giants series is what we're looking at. The Dodgers are a mess with the injuries, but it doesn't seem to matter. They're so deep and so good.
Yeah, 15 guys out, 13 pitchers, 15 guys out. Most in baseball by a lot. So they've only 2 position players, but they are missing Teoscar Hernandez, who's been their best outfielder for them this year.
2 important position players, Hernandez and Tommy Edman. Tommy Edman was having a good year before he got hurt. But the pitchers, it's Tyler Glasnow and it's Blake Snell, Evan Phillips that just put on. Of course, Clayton Kershaw has been hurt. Kepich Trinan has been hurt for most of the year. He's on the 60-day injured list, and yet they just keep rolling on. And the problem for Dave Roberts, and we've talked about this a little bit today, the problem for Dave Roberts
bullpen
has been using the bullpen way too much because his starters just haven't been able to get very deep into games. They're dead last in innings from starters, and they're first in innings from relievers this year, and that's put a real stress on their bullpen.
Yeah, it should be the other way around is what you hope for.
Yes, that's
not
the
this
flip
way.
of
Right.
what you're looking for right there. But even still, they've got a monster lineup with Shohei and Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts.
10 home
Still
runs.
a very deep lineup.
10 home runs, 10 stolen bases for Shohei so far this year.
47.
I know you want to intentionally walk Shohei, but I just want you to know that Mookie Betts,
Freeman is who I want to.
Oh, you want to intentionally walk Freeman?
Yeah,
okay.
He's batting .370 at Chase Field. I ain't pitching to him.
I've got that.
No, thank you.
Right here.
Oh, okay. Talk about stepping on the toes of the Keymaster over there. Before I do that, the MLB standings brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Starting the day, the Arizona Diamondbacks 19-18, 6 games back of the first place LA Dodgers, who are 25-12, rocking the best record in baseball. Now it's time for the Keymaster.
Listen, man, I need you to be the Keymaster. I am the Keymaster.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G protein bars. Real food, real fuel, ridiculously good.
I could give you the Freddie Freeman's hitting .340 with 26 home runs versus Arizona at Chase Field. I could give you Freddie Freeman's batting .400 versus right-handed pitchers this year, the best in baseball, and he's going up against right-handed pitcher. But I got to give you something for the D-backs. This is going to be a game, if they are going to win against Yamamoto, who's given up 1 earned run in his last 32 innings, you are going to have to play small ball. Do you know what team leads MLB in sacrifice flies? It's your Arizona Diamondbacks with 17 sacrifice flies. I think for the D-backs to win this game, they're going to have to play some small ball against Yamamoto if they want to hand him his 3rd loss, win a game 2-1.